If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 901, The Mutated Paper Figurine. Chapter 901, The Mutated Paper Figurine. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Klein didn't bring Azek's copper whistle directly above the gray fog this time, but he did plan on doing it the same way he did back when he first divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem. He completed it by using an object's projection. Although this would decrease the accuracy to a certain extent, causing the divination to fail at obtaining any effective revelation, it guaranteed that the item was undamaged thanks to the gray fog being an intermediary layer. He still recalled the time back when he divined the origins of the black ear that came from the listener. This sealed artifact had suffered retaliation from the true creator, causing it to crumble and reform into a charm. Therefore, with the suspicion that the divination result could point to Death's corpse or other remains, a godhood power of a sequence 0 that had long perished but was still capable of changing the Berserksea's environment, Klein decided to leave Azek's copper whistle in the real world and divine using a projection. This was to avoid the possibility of damaging such an important item. After all, Death and the true creator were at the same level. As for why Klein dared to directly use Grozel's travels to divine its origins, it was because the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination, had long since perished. Its corresponding characteristic had likely been inherited by someone else and changed hands several times. Furthermore, the book itself was extremely strong. Even a blast of the sea god scepter at full strength could hardly damage it. By the same logic, Mr. Dor was likely only a king of angels and was in an exiled and quarantined state. He could only barely send out his ravings, making it impossible for him to deal any actual damage. With the help of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I can quickly recover from the damage and corruption without any lasting repercussions. If Azek's copper whistle were to be destroyed, it would truly be gone. I wouldn't be able to contact Mr. Azek again and use it to attract the undead. I won't even be able to carry it around with me. Klein very calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle's projection and the paper with the divination statement in hand before leaning back into his chair. Half closing his eyes, he chanted softly in a state of cogitation, the reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today. After chanting it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered the dream world. After an unknown period of time, he saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum. He saw a dark-colored staircase that extended downwards and coffins placed around it. The coffins were all open with dead bodies in them. On their backs grew white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Even in the dream, Klein found the scene abnormally familiar, as though he had once seen it before. At that moment, he seemed to smell the putrid smell of rot and hear the slow breathing of some object. He felt that the darkness in the mausoleum was thickening, giving him an acute feeling of deathly silence. Suddenly, ravings that were both loud and soft sounded at the same time. The corpses in the coffins with white feathers on their backs floated up together, and using their half-rotten and half-pale faces, they looked out of the dream. With his heart skipping a beat, Klein lost control of his heart, as though it was grabbed by invisible hands and was ripped straight out of his chest. During this process, his dream collapsed into fragments as it returned to nothingness. And the final scene Klein saw was that, not only were the corpses growing white feathers on their backs and other parts of their body, there were thin illusory black tubes that stabbed into their bodies. They extended deep into the mausoleum where an endless cold, sinister, black fog emanated. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, producing panting sounds. When the commotion from this scene landed in Klein's eyes and ears, the color in his skin rapidly drained. It left his skin rotting and overflowing with pus. It made his pores produce thin and dense white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. It made the projection of Azek's copper whistle in his hand shatter into a blob of black fog. The long modeled table in the ancient palace rotted and collapsed as the 22 high-backed chairs were enveloped by white feathers as though they had a life of their own. Seeing the endless gray fog silently churn, the mysterious space above this gently stirred, quickly restoring everything to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. Klein, who had collapsed to the side of the chair, reached out his hand and grabbed the table leg and slowly stood up. Sitting back in his chair, he exhaled slowly. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously did a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Door. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled and quarantined, which minimized the amount of power transmitted over. Why am I thinking about these comparisons? It's not like I'm their match. It will still be the same even if I become a demigod. Unfortunately, I didn't directly see the object hidden in the black fog, otherwise, I might be able to obtain some potion formulas or mysticism knowledge. Klein felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of his chair. He saw an illusory black fog floating there. It was the remnants after the shattering of the projection of Azek's copper whistle. There's no sensation of strength, which means it can't be used as a charm. What is its use? Klein thought of something else as he summoned a backup paper angel from his junk pile and cast it onto the illusory black fog. The moment the two made contact, they immediately fused together. The paper figurine quickly turned black and appeared serene and quiet. On its back grew white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Such a change was only maintained for a second. The paper figurine returned to its original state, but it didn't seem corporeal, as though it was half illusory. Apart from that, there were feather-like patterns that covered the paper figurine's back. What can this be used for? Klein made the mutated paper figurine land back in his palm. He didn't dare to use divination to determine its effects, afraid to see the scene from his dream before, allowing the now prepared object from deep inside the black fog to invade where he was. After repeated checks, Klein used his knowledge in mysticism to determine something. This doesn't contain any powers itself, but it's substantially unique. Perhaps it can create special effects that are related to the undead domain when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel. It's like my adventurer's harmonica. Although it doesn't contain any strength, it can summon a messenger with great strength. Klein immediately put away the mutated paper figurine and began interpreting the scene from his dream. Black mausoleum, open coffins, corpses with feathers on their back, black fog emanating deep inside. These revelations seem to point towards death or something important that death left behind. Or perhaps it's a certain product of the numinous episcopate's artificial death? Right, why did I find what I saw familiar? Klein carefully recalled and quickly found an answer. He had seen a similar scene in a particular divination a long time ago. That time, the contents of his divination was the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Azek from the Nighthawks. Back then, he had seen two scenes in his dream. One was of himself falling into a sea of blood and being pulled out by Azek. The other was them finding themselves in a dark and gloomy mausoleum, looking as though they were searching for something. Klein had once tried interpreting it, believing that the first scene represented him in danger and being rescued by Mr. Azek. The second scene represented them exploring a mausoleum or somewhere that symbolized a mausoleum together. The former had been verified during the meteor that came falling from the skies in Backland. The latter finally revealed clues today. Could it be that the place that Mr. Azek and I will be exploring is the mausoleum that I just saw? But, this mausoleum is very dangerous. The object in the deepest part of the black fog has a very high level. It's only slightly weaker than true deities. Furthermore, it's filled with malevolence. Klein knitted his brows bit by bit, believing that their exploration together wasn't naturally a good thing. This made him believe that it was necessary for him to stop Mr. Azek. However, he also suspected that the divination scene he saw couldn't be avoided. Otherwise, a worse outcome would happen in a dramatic way of having destiny unfold. At least during my first divination, there was only the exploration scene and no appearance of danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it. This might be why seers are often so vague. At times, being too clear might backfire. Klein planned on vaguely mentioning his dream without providing any interpretation when he met Mr. Azik again and allowing him to share his views. After making up his mind, Klein leaned back and looked at the dome of the magnificent palace before vanishing from above the gray fog. Light shattered light, and the pure light of dawn emitted from the elder of the six-member council, the other demon hunter, Wait Sherman's body. It dissolved the white feathers that grew out of the pores of his skin as he suppressed the subsequent squirming of his flesh and blood. His arm muscles swelled as he pulled the bowstring of the dragon-slaying bow, allowing silver electric bolts and the dawn of light to mesh into a dazzling arrow. The arrow flew out and instantly reached the altar, which was piled with monster skulls. It hit the heavy, iron-black coffin. Silently, the arrow's beam dimmed and vanished without leaving any effect. No, the area around the altar was turning darker and more gloomy. Inside the iron-black coffin, a sound that resembled bones rubbing against each other sounded. Why? Why are you disturbing my slumber? Upon hearing this, Wait's heart instantly became heavy. This was because there was no hint of hiding its malevolent intent, and that it also meant that the former chief might have transformed into a monster. The City of Silver's attempt at salvation had once again failed. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered into pieces. A large wave of black fog emanated out from beneath in an incessant manner. Amidst this scene, Wait saw a figure slowly stand up from within the coffin. He was nearly 4 meters tall and his limbs were long. His body was covered in white feathers that were tainted with faint yellow oil. Behind his back were thin illusory black tubes that connected out into infinity. Behind the 3 members of the 6-member council, a huge wave stirred in the pitch-black river. All sorts of arms, tentacles, and veins surged over. At this moment, Wait saw the chief's body transform rapidly and saw his bulging muscles tear his clothes inch by inch. Chapter 902 Shadow. Chapter 902 Shadow. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In just a blink of an eye, Colin Elliot had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His skin was bluish-black and muscular. Every inch of his skin, pores, and flesh seemed to violate the normal confines of a human body. It was a unique combination that possessed an unimaginable shock factor. This wasn't something that could be described superficially or in dimensions, as apart from quantitative terms like length, breadth, height, there was information, strength, and spirituality as measurement quantities. They were directly presented and seemed to be rich with complicated mystical patterns, symbols, and labels. But in fact, there wasn't any change. The former was just a partial image that humans received due to them lacking the ability to sense and discern him. But even so, to face such a creature directly, humans without any godhood would still be corrupted by the spirituality, having their minds thrashed. A common outcome would either be death on the spot or going completely mad. And it was precisely due to this fact that this creature was known in mysticism as mythical creature. However, at that moment, Colin Elliot's head didn't experience any obvious changes. All it did was swell up significantly, and the area from his forehead to nose cracked open with a black vertical eye-like rift. Before reaching sequence 2, the mythical creature form of a demigod was incomplete. Faced with a powerhouse of this level, the advantages and disadvantages of taking such a form was obvious. On the one hand, this enhanced one's strength and level significantly. On the other hand, it would result in intense madness and provide strong inclinations towards losing control. It was a non-trivial test of one's rationality. It wasn't something those with insufficient willpower could withstand. Therefore, most saints would consider transforming into an incomplete mythical creature only if they were forced into a corner. And it wouldn't just be the transformation of a particular part of their bodies. To them, such an action was an attempt at dancing on the edge of a knife. It easily led to a loss of control, therefore, caution was imperative. Most of the time, there were 2 extremes. One extreme was the minority who indulged in their desires and expressed their evil side fully. The other was the kind who had extremely strong willpower and a resilient mind. Once the former produced the mythical creature form, it was equivalent to them losing control with no way of transforming back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a rather normal battle tactic, without the fear of losing control and the threat of madness. Of course, something rather normal wasn't normal. It still wasn't something that could be used frequently. This was because, for people who danced at the edge of the abyss, they would only deepen the erosion on them with each attempt. It wasn't something that could be completely avoided just because they could handle the negative effects. Among the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of the few who could control his mythical creature form as a demon hunter. He held the 2 swords that were slathered with different ointments. Just taking a step forward with his right foot sent the land shaking as he leaped up towards the top of the altar. He then pounced towards the former chief whose body was covered in white feathers. His giant-like body's interior and exterior produced dawn-like light that scattered the surrounding darkness, purifying the harrowing creatures that were in the illusionary river behind them. At the same time, Wade Shermont kept drawing his dragon-slaying bow, strafing around the former chief that had transformed into an unknown monster with blinding silver lightning arrows. Lovia had already closed her eyes. The 5-meter-tall silver-armored knight behind her had phased away. Dragging the illusory greatsword, it charged straight at the altar, producing cracks that overflowed with silver light. In addition to that, at the shepherd elder's feet, the shadows that curled into a bundle suddenly began squirming as though they had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and amidst the environment intermixing with darkness and the dawn, it followed the eeriness and quickly headed for the iron-black coffin above the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief, but the thin illusory black tubes that were stabbed into his body while extending into infinity. Moments after Klein returned to the real world, he heard the loud sounds of waves crashing. He heard the prostitutes on the streets screaming in horror without any signs of calming down. Slightly surprised, he walked to the window and, through the gap of 2 messily built buildings, saw lead-colored clouds stacked together as waves swarmed the area beyond Podo Harbor. A black hurricane extended from the surface of the sea to the air, tainted with dark silver lightning as it silently destroyed everything. It was like a door that led to the apocalypse had finally been opened. And inside the port city, the void had turned translucent. Skulls with open mouths, vines with baby faces, bloody arms, and strange slimy tentacles with teeth were slamming at the boundary between the illusory and reality. It was thrilling and horrendous. This made many pirates tremble in the knees as they didn't dare stay on the streets. All of them rushed into nearby buildings. The seemingly invisible wraiths and shadows flew around, appearing from time to time. Coming close to the ears of different targets, they attempted to scream but were unable to make contact. At that moment, Podo Harbor seemed to fall into the hell known as the underworld. It was eerie, dark, chaotic, and crazy. Klein frowned slightly, having had a guess as to what was happening. Back when he made a divination above the gray fog, it angered the object deep in the gloomy mausoleum. It then unleashed its temper, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea in Podo Harbor, creating the phenomena of the underworld's descent. This also means that the mausoleum is indeed concealed somewhere in the Berserk Sea. It's probably something that Death left back then. Of course, this might not be at odds with the product of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. The two might be fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual and sacrificed Azek's copper whistle to the mysterious space above the gray fog. It was to prevent the unknown, strange, and evil object from locking onto him. After doing that, he looked out of the window at the abnormality that was gradually calming down. He said with a self-deprecating laugh, "That's such an endearing welcome. The Numinous Episcopate will definitely notice the abnormality of the Berserk Sea. I wonder what actions they will take." Above the illusory pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles that attempted to grab at something were either vaporized or had no choice but to retract themselves. Around the altar, the land was already covered in cracks. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. Colin Iliad, in his giant form, had stabbed both swords into the former chief's body, pinning the rotting monster that wasn't shorter than him onto the collapsed altar. Wade Shermont's dragon-slaying bow had already condensed a silver arrow of light that was filled with a wrathful aura, aiming it at the head of the former chief, which only had tiny pieces of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had produced had successfully arrived at the altar under the Silver Knight's cover. While the other two elders weren't paying attention, the shadow leaped and pounced at the black tubes that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. With the incorporeal tubes approaching, the shadow's color darkened. The blackness seemed to embody the most corrupt and evil thoughts of humanity. At this moment, a deep voice resounded around the altar. Fate. The area in front of the shadow instantly darkened before realizing that it had pounced on the giant like Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it, his eyes lit with a pure brilliance. It was like the first sliver of light that illuminates the darkness on an extended night. The light grew brighter as it blasted out of the mausoleum, causing the basement of the city of Silver's spire to produce an even brighter and dazzling light that met with it. When the two met in midair, they fell back down, landing upon Colin Iliad's massive body. The pitch-black shadow evaporated with a sizzle, and the distortion and squirming weakened until they completely vanished. Demon Hunter Colin turned back to glance at Lovia without a word or expression. It was as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remnant beam straight into the former chief's dual swords. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed without showing any signs of panic or fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. In the City of Generosity biome, Alger Wilson circled around many times in order to escape any imaginary trackers or monitors before arriving at the artisan's residence. He pulled the doorbell. He had heard that the artisan had recently been infected by a disease and strange snoopers had appeared in the vicinity. Alger's first suspicion was the Demonist sect, but on careful thought, he felt that the artisan had no way to withstand the temptation of their charm based on his preferences. There was no need for the demonesses to go through such a complicated and roundabout manner. All they needed to do was curl their fingers and showcase their charm, and he would divulge and agree to everything. Therefore, Alger believed that there was another reason for the matter. He needed to see it for himself to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed. He didn't wish to lose the characteristic and materials for no good reason. Amidst the ringing of the doorbell, the artisan's main door opened. A thin and tanned middle-aged glanced at Alger and said, "Why are you here?" This person was none other than Artisan Sealf, who had worked with Alger for many years. His background was unknown. "Didn't you say you were sick?" Alger asked, seemingly casual. Sealf yawned and said, "I'm already better." Alger was taken aback as he looked around. "Where's that strange snooper?" Sealf's eyebags were a little puffy as his brown eyes revealed looks of fatigue and impatience. "Who the hell knows? There's been no sign of the snooper anyway. In short, I'll be moving soon. It's too dangerous here." Alger heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." He paused for a moment before saying, "Aren't you inviting me for a cup?" "A fellow like you who only seeks high-proof alcohol has no way of appreciating fine wine." Sealf pulled at his flaxen-colored hair and moved to the side to make way. Alger walked unsteadily, and with just one glance, he had taken in the entire area into his eyes. Chapter 903, Scholar-Type Bishop. Chapter 903, Scholar-Type Bishop. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Sealf's residence wasn't messy and dirty like most bachelors'. Things were placed neatly, and there wasn't any dust on any surfaces. After all, as an artisan, he didn't lack money. Many of his actions simply had the necessity that secrets were kept, so it wasn't convenient for him to hire a large number of fixed servants. Therefore, he had no choice but to hire help who were paid by the hour. Scanning the area, Alger discovered nothing that was off from his previous visit. The furnishing was extremely simple without any expensive ornaments, oil paintings, or sculptures. It resembled the residence of an ordinary person. Of course, Alger knew very well that Sealf definitely deserved the title of being a tycoon. He just didn't care about putting on a so-called decent image. He was willing to spend hundreds of pounds for a bottle of limited edition wine, or gift a mistress a house, but he would never waste a single pence on expensive carpets, porcelain, golden-laid cutlery, or paintings of famous artists. A cup of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression remained unchanged, but his verbal and body language indicated that he was coming in simply to get a free cup of wine. Sylph shrugged and said, "You should feel lucky. I don't have the habit of keeping Lanty proof." He walked to the tiny bar counter in the living room and took out a bottle of exquisite Sonia blood wine. He then overturned 2 cups. Finding a sofa to sit down, Alger took the opportunity to raise his hand to massage his neck as though to relieve any discomfort in his neck. Using the cover of this action, he naturally took a glance at his surroundings, quickly making an observation of all the spots where he hadn't been able to see previously. As Sylph couldn't be bothered to decorate his residence much, Alger quickly completed his attempt as his gaze was fixed onto a glass window of a cupboard a distance away for a second. Through the glass, he saw some dried grass and flowers. There were red-rimmed flowers, blood moon flowers, and monkey-faced tree leaves. Their common characteristic was that they were common in the southern continent, but they were practically not seen in the northern continent. Alger retracted his gaze as he silently watched Sylph carry the bottle of wine and wineglasses over. Reaching out to take the glass, he began idly chatting about the recent developments at sea until the small half-filled bottle of Sonia blood wine was finished. Upon seeing this, Alger smiled and bade farewell before leaving. 5 minutes after he left, Sylph, who had silently sat down to indulge in his tipsy experience, suddenly stood up, walked to the staircase, and opened a wooden door that led to the cellar. Did he suspect anything? No. Regardless, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. You need to move away as soon as possible. I still have certain commissions that I haven't completed. You don't have to. It's not like you will contact them again. You will receive a new life. All right. 2 buildings away, Alger sat on a long bench in someone's garden, cupping his right hand to his ear as he heard the conversation that came with the wind. West Balham, Baron's Harbor. Outside a seemingly ordinary house. It's really due to your bad relationship with the Church of Knowledge that you're egging me on to come here to request for a language comprehension charm? Danitz wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at Anderson, feeling unnerved. Anderson said in a self-deprecating and unfazed manner, "You shouldn't describe it as bad." Then hostile? Danitz blurted out, cutting off his sentence. Anderson shot him a glance and said, "The negative effects of your boxing glove might not be as easily bearable as you imagine it to be." He paused and added with a chuckle, "A more accurate description is that, be it me or the people from the Church of Knowledge, neither one of us wishes to interact with one another." Danitz used one hand to clench his boxing glove and said, seemingly stumped, "But how should I request for the charm? Do I just head straight to a clergyman of the Church of an Orthodox God and mention something about mysticism? I'll end up locked up." Danitz was somewhat rash at the moment, but he was in no way dumb. Anderson threw up his hands. "Simple, just directly mention my name. Then indicate that you came to West Balham for some pressing matter and do not have the time to learn Dutanese, nor do you dare to hire a local interpreter. Therefore, all you could do was seek their help, hoping that you could receive a few language comprehension charms. During this process, you must showcase your knowledge of many Northern Continent languages, making the priests know that it's not that you lack the ability to learn Dutanese, but that you just lack the time to do it. Then, they will test you. When that happens, all you need to do is get a good score and you'll receive the charms." Test. Upon hearing this familiar term, Danitz's temples throbbed as he forced a smile. "You aren't going yourself because you're afraid of the tests, aren't you?" His original intent was to randomly use some words to conceal his discomfort, but he ended up seeing Anderson's expression freeze. "From the looks of it, there's still something you're afraid of." Danitz chortled inwardly as he was suddenly filled with confidence. He took large strides into the ordinary house and discovered that its interior was more of an amalgamation of classrooms, and not a land of preaching for the Church of Knowledge in Balham. Then, he saw a grizzled elder. Although this man wasn't wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of Knowledge, just his unique scholarly air convinced Danitz that he was at least a bishop. He had experienced similar vibes from his captain. "Hello there." Without covering himself with a hood, Danitz walked over with a smile while dressed in a commoner's attire. The elder silently watched him approach before slowly saying, "Danitz." Danitz paused and froze on the spot. His mind was filled with questions like, he knows me? How does he know me? Isn't my bounty only limited to the sea? The elder glanced at him and asked, you are here for language comprehension charms? Yes, Danitz nodded with a blank look, suddenly having the feeling that he had zero secrets in front of the elder. The scholarly old gentleman nodded gently. Are you planning on heading to the places ruled by Catamia and May Sanchez? Yes. Danitz continued his blank expression. The elder took out 4 brass charms from his pocket. These can be used for 2 months. They should be enough. Danitz received it with a blank look and after a few seconds said, that's it? It's that simple? Isn't there supposed to be a test? You don't want it, the scholarly elder asked with a smile. No, it's not that. Danitz suddenly shook his head, and before his brain could react, he had already asked, how do you know me? How do you know I want language comprehension charms? The elder wore a few looks of pity in his eyes as he slowly said, your captain contacted me. She said that you refused to stop no matter how much they called out to you when you left the ship, rushing straight into the harbor. She had actually prepared a few language comprehension charms for you. As he spoke, the man shook his head, the look in his eyes somewhat ambivalent. It was as though he was looking at a student who was often careless in class. I should have long realized that. Captain is such a meticulous person. It's impossible for her not to consider the problem of the language barrier. Danitz resisted the urge to slap himself. When the elder saw the changes in Danitz's expression, he shook his head and asked, it probably wasn't your own idea to seek help here, right? I was about to use divination to find you. Ah, right. It was suggested by Anderson Hood, Danitz immediately replied. The elder was taken aback for a second before his expression turned ashen. At that moment, Anderson was sitting outside in the shade. He had snapped a tree branch and was casually drawing on a barren patch among the grass as he leisurely waited for Danitz to come out. He had no doubts that this unqualified hunter could obtain the language comprehension charms. This was because, as long as Danitz mentioned Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, everything would become much simpler. The only difference was how many rounds of tests he needed to take. Just as he finished drawing King of the North Ulysson's head, he heard a familiar gait coming from the inside. Anderson's branch-wielding hand paused for a second when he looked up and turned to the door. He saw Danitz holding a stack of paper, walking over with mixed emotions. You failed the test? Anderson gave a sincere smile, having zero concern over the failure to obtain the language comprehension charms. Danitz shook his head blankly. There wasn't a test. Anderson was first taken aback as he asked with immediate enlightenment, help from your captain? Danitz tersely confirmed it as he handed the stack of paper to Anderson and said, this is what the bishop wishes me to inform you, a Real hunter doesn't only rely on instinct or solely focus on the prey's information. They also need to learn how to grasp the prey's psyche and use all kinds of additional information. This is the information he wants to give you. Anderson's expression became contorted for a brief moment before it was restored to normal. He chuckled and said, thankfully, that's not much. Danitz's lips quivered as he finally held back the laughter that rose within him. He said with seriousness, that's only the table of contents. That bishop said that you should try to finish reading all the books mentioned in it within 2 years. Anderson's smile finally froze. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein was like any normal southern continent tourist. He bought tickets to East Balam, boarded a hybrid steam and sail liner with many cannons. With a hum, the ship left the harbor and quickly entered the Berserk Sea. Midway, Klein discovered the Lone Kingdom's Desi fleet patrolling the safe sea route as though they were guarding against something. From the looks of it, the abnormality in the Berserk Sea has garnered the attention of the Lone military. This way, the numinous episcopate likely has no way of investigating these waters without problems. Of course, a fleet is unable to monitor the entire stretch of the sea route. Klein stood inside his cabin as he looked at the scenery outside, thinking in enlightenment and poignancy. At this moment, he heard stacked illusory pleas. He hurriedly headed above the gray fog to check on it. The prayer was from the hanged man. He requested Mr. Fool to inform the hermit that the artisan was suspected to be controlled by a cult or secret organization and that he wished to receive some help from her. Chapter 904 Analysis. Chapter 904 Analysis. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The artisan is suspected to be under the control of a cult or secret organization? Yet, he's trying to get the hermit's help? Just get the world. Who knows which waters the future is in at the moment and how long it would take to reach there? What's more, the world can teleport. After hearing the hanged man's prayers, Klein subconsciously rebutted his request, believing that it would delay an opportunity, causing unnecessary losses. He then calmed down, believing that with Mr. Hanged Man's attention to detail and experience, it was impossible for him to commit such a simple error. Since he believed that he definitely had his reasons for requesting the hermit's help instead of the world. This also means that Mr. Hangman has determined that the matter hasn't reached a critical state that requires immediate action. He even wishes to observe further to find more clues and details. Besides, since Ma'am Hermit had offered to provide help in advance, it means that she believes that, for the time being, her region of activity would overlap with Mr. Hangman's. If anything really happens, she would be able to rush there at the fastest speed possible. Or does she too have powers similar to teleport? But that's a very low possibility. Klein tapped the edges of the model table, believing that he should trust Mr. Hangman's experience. Of course, this also included the fact that Mr. Hangman hadn't described in detail about his discoveries or areas of suspicion, preventing him from inferring or divining the truth of the matter. As his thoughts stirred, Klein threw the hanged man's prayer scene into the crimson star representing the hermit. As he was waiting for Admiral of Stars to reply, he suddenly saw the star representing the sun suddenly contract and expand as it produced stacked layers of prayers. The City of Silver's exploration of the former chief's mausoleum has some preliminary results? Klein made a guess as he emanated his spirituality over. In accordance with his expectations, Little Sun began recounting everything that had happened after the 3 members of the 6-member council opened the former chief's mausoleum. This included encountering the souls of their deceased relatives, the river they crossed which had countless strange creatures, and how they faced the incomplete mythical creature form of the former chief whose body was covered in white feathers. It also included Shepherd Lovia's separation of a shadow in an attempt to pounce onto the illusory tubes that extended out of the former chief's body. However, she was stopped when Colin Iliad used the Fate Siphon charm, swapping his and the former chief's fate for a brief moment, causing a difference in outcomes. Thin illusory black tubes. White feathers stained with pale yellow oil. This sounds familiar. Yes, wasn't this the main characteristic in the scene I saw when I divined the abnormality with Azek's copper whistle? And the reason that former chief built the mausoleum was to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway. As Klein listened, his mind raced, joining the dots together and considering what kind of conclusion he could receive from that. Soon, he had a bold guess. The mutation of the City of Silver's former chief had a certain connection with the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. Although this conclusion sounded inexplicable and unbelievable since the City of Silver was situated in the completed isolated Forsaken Land of the Gods, it was a place that could only be entered through certain means via the Giant King's court and ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Even the 7 deities couldn't find it or have the power to infiltrate it. However, the numerous similarities made Klein, who was sensitive to coincidences. Combine the actions of Shepherd Elder Lovia in the operation and eliminate the other possibilities so as to seriously consider what the 2 seemingly unconnected matters might possibly point towards. From the scene that he received from divination and the experiences of having white feather grow from the pores of the back of his hands when he summoned the failed product of artificial death, as well as the encounter of the 3 City of Silver Elders, he began suspecting that the Numinous Episcopate's attempt might have achieved success to a certain degree. Through a series of sacrificial rituals and the transformation of their own high-sequence Beyonders, they influenced death's remains via backward propagation, causing that abstract, illusory uniqueness which represented a deity's authority to generate some form of sentience. This allowed the object that was only a totem and a concept to come to life. Hence, this unintelligent object that couldn't be considered artificial death had begun assimilating the entire ritual, eagerly exerting its influence on lower sequence beyonders of the same pathway. After reaching certain conditions, the object hidden in the depths of the black fog could extend thin illusory black tubes, establishing connections with the target, and draw upon their strength to transform their bodies. And this method might involve the underworld or something special about Death's domain. It could circumvent the force that isolated the forsaken land of the gods and make effective contact with the beings within. Therefore, the shadow that Shepherd Elder Lovia had produced was a bestowment of the true creator. Its goal was to follow the thin illusory black tubes on the former chief's body and trace the remains of the corrupted death? Perhaps this was how the Mother Tree of Desire replaced the chained god back then and seized the corresponding authority. Thankfully, the current chief of the City of Silver has a very clear mind. He knew ahead of time to seek out the secret existence backing Little Sun for help. By using the Fate Siphon charm, he remarkably foiled the true creator's ploy. From the looks of it, the two powerful sealed artifacts of the City of Silver are good at purification. They're able to stop the shadow that can corrupt Death's remains. Haha, as the fool, I seem to have crossed the true creator once again. Of course, Amon will be the one taking the blame since the Worm of Time was contributed by him. Through Little Sun's description and relying on his own interference, Klein roughly figured out the hidden conflict that happened during the City of Silver's exploratory operation. Meanwhile, he also gained a first look at Shepherd Elder's mental condition. To Lovia, thin illusory black tubes that lead to the outside world was undoubtedly the key to the City of Silver's escape from the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, she was very certain of her actions this time, without showing any signs of regret. She would only believe that the chief was the one who shattered that hope. It's not too terrifying to have someone do evil deeds. What's most terrifying is when people who have a martyrish mentality do evil they believe to be right. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As for why Little Sun knew what happened inside the mausoleum so clearly, it was obvious that Chief Colin Iliad had informed him during a casual chat. At this point, Derek had already recounted how the three elders had retrieved a special sealed artifact. It was a Beyonder characteristic left behind by the former chief that had fused with his bones. The former chief was from the giant pathway, beginning from sequence 9 warrior to sequence 4 demon hunter. The ferryman potion he consumed corresponds to the death pathway's sequence 3. The two Beyonder characteristics mixed together must be weirder and more varied than a single pathway. Together with the added effects of artificial death, the final sealed artifact must be very powerful. Of course, the negative effects will probably be equally powerful. Yes, back when the Black Illusory River was described, the various weird creatures likely corresponded to the underworld. This is similar to the scene I saw in the Berserk Sea. It's also similar in effect to what Miss Sharon's mystical item created. As Klein thought about it, he listened to Little Sun wrap up the topic of the exploration before mentioning the monster known as Shapeshifter. After Derek finished describing it, Klein felt that shapeshifters were very likely Bizarro Banes. He hurriedly summoned a gold coin from the junk pile and did a divination to confirm his guess. With Little Sun's current strength, there's no way for him to head to that city to hunt it. I can only wait until that chief prays to the fool once again or seeks help via Little Sun. Anyway, there's no rush. I haven't found the spirit world plunderer yet. Klein nodded indiscernibly. After requesting Mr. Fool to pass the corresponding information to Mr. World, Derek said that he had enough points and could soon exchange for the Beyonder characteristic for Sequence 5 Vampire and complete the three-party transaction, so he requested that Mr. Moon prepare himself. On the Future, which was slowly cruising across the waters of the Rorstad archipelago. Admiral of Stars Catlia thanked Mr. Fool and nudged the glasses on her nose. Opening the window to the captain's cabin, she shouted to everyone, "Turn towards Byam." After issuing the command, this pirate admiral curled the corners of her mouth. She finally had the chance to establish a long-term cooperation with an artisan. But at that moment, she suddenly thought of a problem. If she easily received the help of an artisan, would Frank Lee, who hadn't been able to obtain a Sequence 5 potion formula, attempt to make the Druid Beyonder characteristic into an item to expedite his paused experiments? That's not a good thing. Katlia subconsciously raised her hand and pinched her forehead. On the liner, Klein, who had finished handling the matters, focused on enjoying his trip. Due to the Berserksea's abnormal change in weather, the liner he was on board had chosen to take a further and more roundabout sea route that was much safer. Furthermore, it was to dock at a harbor named Halman for the night. Klein didn't alight and remained at a windowside table at the upper levels restaurant to have his dinner. While waiting for his food, he casually looked out the window and took in the local night skyline. Suddenly, he discovered a suspicious figure with a luggage bag preparing to board the ship. The reason why he appeared suspicious wasn't only because the man was wearing a black overcoat and tall top hat, but that he wore a scarf that wrapped his face, hiding his physical features. All that was left were a pair of eyes. And that pair of eyes were peeled to the ground, preventing anyone from discerning his actual appearance. Chapter 905 Psychological Blind Spot. Chapter 905 Psychological Blind Spot. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Based on his experience from watching many detective animations, Klein believed that someone who wore a scarf to conceal his face and hid his physical characteristics with an overcoat was likely problematic. He probably hid an unspeakable secret, especially when it wasn't winter yet and the temperature in the Berserk Sea couldn't be considered cold. However, this has nothing to do with me. Even if a locked room murder mystery happens, the one having a headache would be the captain. I should head above the gray fog later to do a divination and see if this trip will be smooth. Klein didn't mind the matter, but he still thought about it conscientiously. He retracted his gaze and looked at the desi roasted fish that was being served by the waiter. After having dinner, he returned to his cabin and completed a divination above the gray fog. He obtained the conclusion that there wouldn't be drastic changes to the environment he was in and that everything would happen smoothly. This allowed Klein to fall asleep peacefully without relying on cogitation as he slept till daybreak. With a whistle from the steam engine, the liner began moving and departing Halman Harbor. The harbor could still be vaguely seen as Klein saw a figure there. The figure wore a white shirt and a dark blue coat. He had a rather high nose, deeply recessed eyes, light blue eyes, and brown curly hair. His face was rather cut and his chin was slightly raised. He gave off a supercilious look. With a sweep of his gaze, he quickly locked onto the liner which Klein was on. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as though a door leading into the pitch-black land of illusions had formed. A deafening typhoon stirred up from the seabed, surging upwards with massive amounts of blue mass. Dark lightning flashed like rifts in the void. They kept appearing and kept healing themselves until they disappeared. This completely blocked the vision of those on the liner and at the harbor, putting them in two seemingly different worlds. The Berserk Sea had once again shown its horror. The liner failed to avoid or resist, and it could only continue cruising forward along the safe sea route that had relatively weaker storms. What a coincidence! This likely isn't a coincidence. Standing behind the window of his cabin, Klein first sighed inwardly before coming to the conclusion that this sudden anomaly in the Berserk Sea was due to unnatural reasons. Although it was common for the weather in the Berserk Sea to change suddenly without notice, to actually change at a particular point in time still left one suspicious. The man at the dock is tracking the suspicious tourist from last night? And that tourist decided to change the weather upon realizing that he had been exposed, doing so that he can force the liner to leave? Klein made a guess when he made the connection. And if that really were the case, it means that the suspicious passenger who hid his face with a scarf might very well be a demigod or someone who carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact. After all, with Klein's present strength and items, it was impossible for him to trigger such a weather anomaly without the use of Sea God Scepter. Of course, he also had other means like throwing out Azek's copper whistle to see if he could cause the entire Berserk Sea to go berserk. Seriously? I just want to be a normal tycoon that's heading to the southern continent. Why would I encounter a pursuit at the level of demigods? Sigh, I'm under too much stress that my sequence doesn't deserve. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and finally chose to believe the divination he made last night. Amidst the storm, the wobbling liner cruised along a rather calm stretch with apocalyptic scenes around it. And most of the tourists' Warcombe looks as though they were very accustomed to such conditions. Only a few people who were on their first trip across the Berserk Sea were trembling, grabbing tightly to anything they could grab at. Time ticked by as the gales and lightning gradually calmed down. Bit by bit, the sky brightened. At this moment, Klein, who was on the deck, felt his spiritual perception trigger. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Halman Harbor. Above the undulating dark blue waves, beneath white scattered clouds, there was a white radiant flame flying over at high speeds from afar. The flame increased in size and became increasingly clearer until it revealed its complete form. It was a gigantic flaming spear. The flaming spear tore across the sky and landed at the bow of the liner's deck. However, it didn't ignite anything. It burnt through half a wooden plank and spread out before materializing into a figure. The figure had a high nose, deeply recessed eyes, and blue eyes. He was none other than the man who had previously appeared at the dock. He looked middle-aged as he slowly surveyed the area and walked through the wide-eyed and agape tourists before walking into the cabin. The similarly agape Dwayne Dantes silently heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that the person wasn't here for him. The way he appeared sure is cool. As expected of a demigod. Now, the only issue is that they do not come to blows. Even if the conflict cannot be helped, it's best they go to a neighboring sea to fight. Otherwise, there's no way this ship can withstand it. I can teleport away quite successfully, but all these tourists. I'll only be able to save a few. Klein habitually drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest, praying for the goddess to bless them. Just as he had such a thought, he saw a figure fly out of the cabin, slamming heavily onto the deck. It was none other than the suspicious tourist who had covered his face with a scarf. This man had already revealed half his face. The tip of his nose was red and he had a thick beard around his mouth with saliva staining them. His nearly triangular eyes were filled with horror. He held his hands to the deck as he kept crawling backward. Who got you to carry that item and put on such a disguise? At the cabin's entrance, the middle-aged man with the high nose and blue eyes slowly walked out. He spoke in Intis with a heavy voice. The suspicious tourist shook his head frantically. No, I don't know. He was also wearing the same. He gave me £100 to take this ship to the southern continent before returning by myself. The middle-aged man silently watched with his penetrating glare that seemed to tear through his soul. This made the tourist break out into a sweat as his body convulsed. He once again stammered his explanation, but there weren't any changes to it. The man retracted his gaze before his body burst into white radiant flames. Following that, he transformed into a gigantic flaming spear and shot towards the region where Halman Harbor was. The flaming spear quickly disappeared into the distance, leaving a twinkling speck. During this entire process, apart from at the very beginning, the demigod didn't take a second look at the surroundings tourists. It was as though they never existed. A simple but smart ruse. By getting someone to disguise as himself and board the ship, then using certain means to control the weather, thus creating proof that he's on the ship, but in actual fact, he had been at the harbor the entire time. Once the enemy starts the pursuit, he can then attempt to escape. Enlightened, Klein made a judgment. This made him suspect if the pursuee was once a conspirer, magician, or other beyonder that was good at coming up with ruses. As for the person who transformed into a burning white spear, his arrogance, detestable nature, and his usage of the Intis language had made Klein believe that he was probably a demigod from the Hunter pathway. It was possible that he was an iron-blooded knight. I've no idea why there was a conflict. Klein shook his head and returned to his cabin. On the deck, the tourists finally snapped to their senses as they discussed the supernatural phenomenon they had just seen in murmurs. A person could transform into a flame, and the flame could reform into a human. Amidst the noisy commotion, the liner continued cruising forward on the safe sea route. It didn't encounter any accidents midway, and it arrived at another harbor at midnight. Like usual, Klein didn't alight, afraid that he would encounter something. He took out his gold pocket watch and opened it to determine the time to head to the restaurant. Another half an hour. Klein silently muttered to himself as he looked up and out the window. At this moment, many tourists who were bound for this harbor were heading for the dock along the gangway with their luggage in hand. As he swept his gaze, Klein's gaze suddenly stopped on a figure. The figure wore a black bonnet. He had dark golden sideburns. His lips were tightly pursed and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient, classical sculpture without any wrinkles. He wasn't carrying any luggage, and soon, he stepped onto the dock with the crowd, disappearing into the corner of the road. Klein just watched motionlessly, as though his body wasn't his. He felt every drop of his blood turn cold as a name appeared in his mind. Ince Zangwill. The street lamps on the harbor had already lit up. The liner's many windows also lit up in concert with them. Duane Dantes was waiting inside a first-class cabin in darkness and silence. Klein had already sat down without showing any emotion. All kinds of thoughts couldn't help but flash across his mind. This is the first time I'm discovering signs of Ince Zangwill after the great smog of Backland. The demigod from before was probably tracking Ince Zangwill. His tricks are more profound than I thought. He found someone to disguise as him and gave him items not to divert his trackers, but to create a mental blind spot. It made one subconsciously eliminate this ship from the possible options. He was here from the beginning. That coincidental change in weather was likely created by Ince Zangwill with 0-08. Why would he be pursued by an Intis hunter demigod? What is he plotting? Amidst his churning thoughts, Klein suddenly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Silently, Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker with her 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand appeared before him. Klein opened his mouth, before closing them again. Picking up a pen, he quickly wrote. Mr. Duane Dantes has discovered traces of Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. Folding the letter, Klein handed it along with a gold coin to Miss Messenger. Send it to the mailbox at Backlund 7, Pinster Street. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hand turned at the same time as the 8 eyes looked at Klein. She didn't say anything and bit onto the letter and gold coin. Chapter 906, Leonard's Warning. Chapter 906, Leonard's Warning. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Backlund, Northborough. The pitch-black night had the crimson moon covered by clouds. There were only street lamps on the 2 sides of the road that emitted a faint light, illuminating the road ahead and the doors of the nearby houses. 7 Pinster Street's mailbox was silently hiding in the intersection between light and dark, bathing in a cool breeze that blew from the side as though it was in a slumber. At this moment, newspapers, bills, and letters from various unknown people suddenly spewed out from its mouth. These objects seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand as they floated in midair before flying towards the door and entering through a gap. Inside the house, at the foyer, the newspapers automatically spread open as they rapidly flipped over. Then, they were casually left on the chair, stacking over other newspapers. The bills and letters continued flying into the living room, with the former quickly stopping. With a few shakes, they floated to the surface of the coffee table and lined up. The latter had their envelopes removed, and the letters without envelopes quickly unfolded themselves, showcasing themselves in midair. After a while, a portion of these letters flew onto a rack on the first floor's study. Some rushed for the scissors to help it cut itself apart. Then, they orderly surged into the washroom and were thrown into the toilet. Whoosh! The mechanical flush of the toilet was automatically depressed, washing away the paper shreds into the sewers. 7 Pinster Street went back to normal, and its silence was identical to an uninhabited houses. Southern Continent. East Balham. Colane City. Leonard Mitchell, who had just arrived, was resting in a residence arranged by the local Church of Evernight. Suddenly, that slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. Punk, you have an important letter. What letter? While Leonard asked softly, he already had a guess in mind. To mail an important letter to 7 Pinster Street without caring that it was inhabited, there was only one, no 2 people, Klein Moretti and Duane Dantes. As for why the old man named Pallas Zoroast could still clearly read the letters sent to 7th Pinster Street despite the Berserk Sea and half the northern continent separating them, Leonard had only a guess or two. This was because he had helped the old man capture a specter before. With regards to this, his theory was, old man definitely used a worm of time to parasitize that specter, making it his eyes, ears, and mouth in the northern continent. At that moment, Pallas Zoroast replied to his question. It's from Klein Moretti. He said that while Dwayne Dantes was heading to the southern continent, he discovered traces of Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. Leonard fell silent immediately as his mouth turned agape. However, he didn't say a word. After a long while, he muttered with a slightly hoarse voice, as expected, he didn't forget the need for revenge. What can I do? What can you do? You're only a sequence 6. Even if Ince Zangwill doesn't wield 0-08, you still lack the qualifications to exact vengeance on him. He just needs to reveal his mythical creature form to make you lose control and become a lunatic. The chances of you getting your revenge are 0. This is the qualitative change that godhood brings. Pallas Zoroast said rather sternly. He paused before chuckling. Thankfully, you understand yourself in a way that's better than before. In the past, you definitely would have said that you would inform the church with news of Ince Zangwill and join the team to pursue him. And now, you know to ask what you can do. Leonard had wanted to retort a few times, but he ultimately didn't say a word. Pallas Zoroast continued. What you can do for now is to give Klein Moretti some information. Wait for him to write back to you. Then, based on the arrangements written, provide the necessary assistance. So no finding excuses so as to inform the church of Ince Zangwill's location? Leonard heavily asked, somewhat surprised. Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, no hurry. Do it at the critical moment. Although 0-08 enjoys causing its possessor's death, it doesn't wish to be sealed even more so. As long as you inform the church of Ince Zangwill's location and begin a pursuit, it will immediately learn of it and make the necessary arrangements. Regarding this, you need to warn Klein Moretti. Leonard was taken aback for a second as he asked, old man, you seem to know 0-08 rather well. It wasn't apparent in the past. Pallas' slightly aged voice chuckled. Of course I am. During the 4th epoch, 0-08 had once caused the death of an angel. I can't tell you too much because once you know of it, it will also know you. The more you know about it, the more likely you will become a character in its stories. Leonard came to an actual realization of 0-08's terror from old man's vague words. This had already exceeded the mysticism he knew. After some thought, Leonard asked habitually, then how should I hint to Klein Moretti without letting 0-08 know? Or that even if he were to know, it will be very superficial knowledge, making me a bystander in the story. Just as he said that, Leonard clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Without waiting for old man's reply, he continued, an indirect hint? I'll tell him I'll temporarily not inform the church of Ince Zangwill's location. I believe he should be able to understand that there's a problem based on the situation. He will understand that we need to be extremely cautious. And even if he fails to interpret that, his secret organization has members who understand the 4th epoch well enough to provide him with help. Also, just writing the sentence, once you know it, it will also know you, without mentioning 0-08 should be enough for Klein to guess what this is pointing at. After Pallas Zoroast finished listening, he chuckled and said, humans will only grow under pressure. Leonard exhaled and sat up. He found a pen and paper and penned his thoughts. Following that, he set up a ritual right on the heels of that and summoned Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. Berserk Sea, Waypoint Island. On a liner docked at the harbor. Many tourists weren't alighting. They were huddled in the lower deck cabins, waiting to arrive at the southern continent to begin a life filled with hope. They had gone through a great deal of effort to save up the fare for a ship ride that spanned a few short days. They were from Lone and were those who had been forced to take such risks. Klein, who was acting as the tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, wasn't like them. He lived in a spacious, clean first-class cabin that could even be described as luxurious. Under some candlelight, he opened the letter that had just been delivered by Rionette Tinker. Will not be informing the Church of Vince Zangwill's location for the time being. To Leonard, although the source of the tip might put him in certain danger, it's not impossible for him to do it. Didn't he join the Red Gloves to seek revenge? This means that he has a reason why he can't sound the alarm on Vince Zangwill. As Klein thought, he continued reading the rest of the letter. Once you know it, it will also know you. Suddenly, Klein exclaimed, finding the description somewhat familiar. This is very similar to the Twilight Hermit Order. Any mention of it will be known. So, 0-08 is a sealed artifact of the Spectator Pathway? Leonard isn't informing the Church of this matter because he's held back by this. He wishes to wait for a better opportunity? This is likely something the grandpa in his body told him. Klein nodded in thought, feeling thankful that he hadn't asked Rionette Tinker for help moments ago. That would have been equally dangerous for Miss Messenger. Besides, most important of all, I haven't made any preparations. If I were to only rely on a helper I hire, my plan might very well be detected by 0-08 ahead of time. A series of coincidences would then be created, producing a targeted arrangement. Klein silently sighed and felt that he needed to do something, but he was at a loss as to how to begin. From the angle of improving his strength, the acquirement of the corresponding ingredients of Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer depended on the subsequent request of the City of Silver's chief and how long this magician could receive the exact coordinates from her teacher. These were all dependent on external factors that Klein had no means of expediting. The only thing he could do was to try his best to digest the marionettist potion as quickly as possible. And after concluding most of the acting principles, the actual implementation was more important. Therefore, Klein believed that he needed to obtain 2 marionettes within a short span of time. He had previously been delaying it because he didn't have any good targets. It stemmed from him being in Backland with servants around him. Unless they were special marionettes, it was very difficult to hide their existences. And now, he was almost at the southern continent. He decided that as long as he identified an evil target who deserved the gallows, he would first transform them into his marionette until he had a better replacement. Perhaps using an ordinary marionette to complete a rather difficult task will accelerate the digestion. My standards for a marionette has dropped to its lowest. All it needs to know is Dutanese. That way, I don't have to hire an interpreter. After all, I can share their senses. Klein quickly made up his mind and planned on writing to Leonard Mitchell after he had a more advanced plan. East Balam, Colaine City. Klein carried his luggage and stepped onto the dock, touching ground on the southern continent. He looked into the distance at the city that was built on terraces. He silently said to himself, I have to have 2 marionettes when I leave this place. And before that, he had one thing to do. It was to lose the tail of the followers that the military had arranged. The 2 gentlemen were rather good at being spies, but to Klein, they were as bright as fireflies in the night. This was because, no matter how well disguised they were, Klein could use his faceless ability of observation and his memory of a human's physical features and looks to recognize them at a glance. Chapter 907, The Power of Mysticism. Chapter 907, The Power of Mysticism. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Most of Colaine City's buildings were built on paths that spiraled upwards. There would be squares or small towns in the middle or on rather flat, open spaces. Klein carried his luggage, and with his spiritual intuition as a seer, he randomly chose a direction to proceed in and found a relatively lively bar along the way. There weren't many carriages on the streets, and the rental types were a rare sight. The most popular means of transportation in East Balam was a coffin. This stemmed from their traditions of worshipping death. People viewed coffins as items that brought about serenity and peace, therefore, Klein often saw people walking past him carrying a black coffin. The lids were lighter than the usual kind and were just like a carriage door that could be opened at any time. They're carried via 2, 4, or either people, or by horses or single-horned goats. Such a tradition is quite terrifying at night. It's not much better in the day. The entire city feels dark and creepy. Klein took in the scenery around him as he walked into the square. On the left was a cathedral of the Lord of Storms, and on the right were restaurants and bars. When he stopped in his tracks, a coffin being carried by 4 men was also lowered. As the lid was opened, the passenger inside the coffin stood up and took a step forward. He was a Northern Continent-style gentleman dressed in a white shirt and black vest. The gentleman's formal coat was slung against his arm, something he wore only after he left the coffin. Then, Klein saw the man head straight for the Lord of Storms Cathedral and enter it. This sure is quite discordant. Doesn't the Church of Storms enjoy changing the traditions of the colonies and forcefully implementing those of Lone? Why don't they do that in East Balam? Is it because the Death Pathway and Evernight Pathway are similar, so the Church of Storms wishes to preserve some of the traditions of death worship, so as to curb the proliferation of the Church of Evernight? Klein nodded in thought as he turned to the buildings on the right, prepared to enter one of the bars there. Having experienced it personally, he came to the realization as to why the dressing style of the ancient Balam Empire was written as such in so many history books. They enjoy wearing trousers, those that are light and breezy. They find creases beautiful. Isn't this to make it easier to lie in a coffin when outside? Klein shook his head with a smile as he pushed open the heavy wooden door. Squeezing through the drunkards, he walked towards the bar counter. And at this moment, the 2 military followers had deliberately opened up a distance from Dwayne Dantes to prevent themselves from being exposed. They had walked to the door side. Taking this brief reprieve, Klein suddenly switched directions and passed through the crowd like a fish in water, heading straight for the bar's back door. Although he didn't know Bhutanese, he could read drawings on signs and knew where the washrooms and places where entry was forbidden to customers. After circling to a blind spot from the door, Klein quickly took off his coat and slung it on his arm. Immediately, with his golden cane, he reached out his palm to cover his face and slow down his pace. Turning directions again, he headed for the bar's entrance. After opening up a distance of nearly 10 meters from where he took off his coat, Klein lowered his face-shielding right hand to reveal a completely different face. His white sideburns, deep eyes, and elegant demeanor was all gone. He had switched to a common Loanese face that could be seen anywhere on the northern continent. With luggage and cane in hand, Klein walked stately towards the 2 military followers. As they were looking for Dwayne Dantes, he walked past them and left the bar. Be it tracking or anti-tracking, they were both strong traits of a faceless. Returning to the square, Klein turned into a sloped alley that led to higher ground. He planned on finding a hotel elsewhere. As he walked on a rather deserted path, he suddenly heard a woman's frantic cries. The voice was only maintained for a very short moment before it was silenced. Although he didn't know what she was shouting, Klein could sense the horror, fear, and panic in her voice. Hence, he switched directions and entered a narrower and more deserted trail. In less than 10 seconds, he saw a local man in his 30s who was pressing against a 13 or 14-year-old girl in a secluded corner and was using violence against her. His skin was brownish, and he had rather soft facial features. Klein took a glance and slowed down his pace before stopping in the nearby shadows. At this moment, the girl's face was extremely horrified and distorted. However, regardless of how she struggled, she was unable to free herself and had only received a beating in response. Her tears and snot flowed out while her mouth was stuffed with cloth. All she could do was produce muffling sounds. At this moment, she was surprised that the rotten egg's attempts to take off her clothes had slowed down. Without having the time to consider what was happening, she subconsciously looked at the rotten egg and found that his eyes had widened. His facial muscles were writhing slowly, but he was unable to form a complete expression on his face. Then, his limbs twitched and paused as they continued doing what they were doing but were easily avoided. The girl instinctively pushed him, which had ended up having surprisingly excellent results. Freed, she immediately stood up and fled. However, she couldn't help but feel her legs go limp. After a few steps, she tripped over a stone and nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Reeling in anxiety, she fumbled to her feet. But almost immediately, the sounds of footsteps suddenly ceased. The girl subconsciously looked back only to see the rotten egg standing 2 meters away. His joints were making strange actions as though they were rusted. What's happening? The girl felt as though she was having a nightmare. The brown-skinned man struggled for a moment before quietening down. Revealing a smile, he said in Bhutanese, "In the future, when you meet someone like me, remember to head for the nearest cathedral or somewhere where there's plenty of people." The girl was taken aback for a moment before she screamed. Turning around, she ran as fast as she could. Subconsciously, she chose to run in the direction of the square where the cathedral was. When the common silence of the deserted spot was restored, the brown-skinned man turned to look at the nearby shadows where Klein walked out from. A new marionette. His body isn't strong enough, and he's not nimble enough. He lacks beyonder powers and looks rather fierce. Apart from knowing Bhutanese, he's completely useless. Klein simply evaluated. If it wasn't because he was committing a crime and that I wasn't proficient in the local language, I would have buried him immediately. He couldn't help but make a comparison with his former marionette, Admiral of Blood Senor. Senor was a wraith and was capable of mirror blink. He could hide in gold coins and reflective surfaces. I didn't need to worry that he would be seen by others. He also had shriek and the ability to possess others. Together with a marionettist, it's a perfect combination. More importantly, he also knew Bhutanese. Comparing this marionette and him is like the difference between a penny and 42,000 gold pounds. I've no idea what his name is, and I can only use powers to sense some superficial thoughts. I have no way of obtaining deeper memories unless I encounter someone or something familiar. There would be a corresponding change in the spirit to release more information. I'll just call him Afu. Ah, no, that's too Chinese. Off it is. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed. He needed to leave the area with his new marionette, Oaf, before the girl led the clergyman over. Before long, with the help of his marionette's translations, he found an inn to stay in at the border between Kolain City's flourishing and backward area. This place didn't need him to provide any proof of identity, even though Klein had already changed his appearance to that of a regular local. There's an even greater lack of administration management than the colonies at sea. Klein put down his luggage and threw most of the cash he brought with him above the grey fog, leaving only 50 pounds for his daily expenses. Meanwhile, having crossed the Berserk Sea, and without needing to be afraid of causing any further anomalies, he took down the copper whistle and iron cigar case from the mysterious space above the grey fog so as to make it easier for Mr. Isaac to locate him. After finishing all of this and having had dinner on the liner, he had the spare time to seek out his second marionette. As for how he could find one, Klein, who didn't understand Kolain City well enough, decided on using his traits as a seer and do so with mysticism means. With oath, he left the inn. Klein snapped a branch of a Donningsman tree and used it as a dowsing rod. With great familiarity, he used cogitation and muttered, "Location of my new marionette." In the silent environment, pairs of cold eyes seemed to pierce through the obstruction of the incorporeal and the corporeal and landed on the dowsing rod. The branch fell to the ground and pointed in a direction. After advancing forward a little, he did another divination and followed his new revelation. 7 to 8 turns later, he arrived at a steep staircase. This staircase was connected to many roads in Kolain. One had to look up to see the top, and there was no one at all. The divination's revelation is pointing here. Why isn't there anyone here? The result isn't accurate because I didn't do a divination above the grey fog? But I'm already a sequence 5 marionettist. My divination abilities are definitely one of the best below that of high sequence beyonders. Klein frowned slightly as he surveyed the area, but he failed to find any targets. After some thought, he walked towards the staircase and sat in the shadows of the lowest step. He then waited in boredom despite a lack of confidence. After a few minutes, he stood up again and made Oaf sit where he was sitting. Then, Klein opened up a gap from him and hid 200 meters away in a hidden spot. Kolain City. Lower Lip District. Leonard Mitchell and Daley Simone arrived at a nearby district with the Red Gloves team captain, Soest. With the night as cover, Soest emphasized the operation to all the members once again. Our target this time is Ulika, who's living at Unit 13. He's a rather important member of the Numinous Episcopate and is in charge of communicating with the different small teams in Backland. Although all our intelligence points to him not being a demigod, I have applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact to be safe. Her Excellency, Goddess Azai, is also ready to provide her assistance to us at any time. Also, most of the residents of this district are locals. We have to be wary of them also being members of the Numinous Episcopate. Chapter 908, Not Leaving Any Problems. Chapter 908, Not Leaving Any Problems. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Lower Lip District. 13, K9 Street. The plump Yulika was sitting on a sofa with his tiny dark brown eyes and skin. Wrapping a dried yellow tobacco leaf and 10 different kinds of southern continent herbs and spices together, he cut it into long strips. Then, he held his self-made East Balam smoke pipe in his hand and brought it close to the matchstick his subordinate had lit. The end blackened and curled as it glowed red. Biting at its end and taking a deep suck, Yulika slowly exhaled white smoke that was tainted with light blue hues. He looked at the visitor on the single-seater opposite him and said, "This is what a cigarette is. A real cigarette. The ones in the northern continent are only suitable for children." The person sitting on the single-seater was a man in his 40s. He had a high nose, blue eyes, and gentle facial contours. His black hair was thick and curly. His skin color wasn't too dark, but neither was it fair. He resembled a mixed blood between someone from Lone and Balam. He chuckled upon hearing that as he replied in Deutanese, "Unfortunately, I have zero interest in any kind of cigarettes." "Enzo, you don't know how to enjoy life at all." Before Yulika could finish his sentence, his powerful spirituality that was a result of his pathway had warned him of some danger. The way it suddenly came and appeared in such a pressing manner made Yulika instantly determine that the problem wasn't trivial. He had yet to leap away from where he was sitting when all he saw was darkness. It was as though he could directly see the night sky outside. A strong sense of sleepiness overwhelmed him as he felt a level of serenity from the bottom of his heart. Along K9 Street, be it the houses with lit lamps or extinguished lamps, it became abnormally silent at that very moment. It was as though no living being lived in them, or that everyone had fallen asleep at the same moment. At this moment, the snoring and slumped Yulika suddenly leaped up. His eyes wore the strange combination of a reverie and lucidity. Behind him, a nearly illusory girl with pale skin was stuck to his back at some point in time. This girl's eyes were bluish-green, and her lips were jet black. Her eyes were silently looking to the side, and her ghastly pale and translucent limbs had drilled into Yulika's body as though she was a spirit that couldn't be shaken off. Her existence brought a chill to his soul body, making Yulika barely resist his abnormal sleepiness as he broke free from the influence of a nightmare. Before Yulika could completely regain his lucidity, he instinctively rushed to the staircase. Extending his palms, he exerted strength towards the front as though he was pushing a door that didn't exist. In a blink of an eye, a difficult-to-describe bronze door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Yulika. It wobbled and creaked before cracking open a gap. The gap led to an endless darkness. In it were indescribable eyes that watched the outside world. Meanwhile, large amounts of squirming and strange objects that were still unrecognizable surged wildly from the gap. Yulika was about to continue exerting his strength to open the door and cause the terrifying world behind him to descend upon K9 Street when he suddenly saw a pair of pale, translucent palms appear out of thin air. They passed through the deep darkness and pressed down on the interior of the door's gap. The palms didn't originate from anything. They weren't connected to a body, and the wrist was bloody. It was unknown who had severed them. Both parties exerted their strength as the mysterious bronze door stopped moving. It neither closed or opened further. High above Unit 13, Soest, who was already a spirit warlock, was floating in midair thanks to an invisible force. His hands carried a sundial made of gold as he slowly raised it high. When the golden sundial was finally raised above Soest's head, its resplendent glow flowed out and quickly outlined and became one. Suddenly, another sun seemed to appear in midair, directing all the light and heat at 13, K9 Street. None of that caused any damage as they penetrated through the building and landed above the bronze door, enveloping Yulika, who was standing in front of it. Yulika instantly grimaced in extreme pain as the pale and nearly translucent girl let out a shrill scream, but it was stopped by the sunlight and drowned by the onslaught. She warped and quickly evaporated, producing wisps of black gases that dissipated into the sea of light. There wasn't a single spot inside the building that remained dark. After the sunlight faded, the indescribable bronze door had already vanished. On the ground was a black swollen corpse that was effusing pale yellow oil stains. With a boom, the corpse tore apart as a thin, tiny figure leaped out from inside. This figure had identical looks to Yulika, but its skin was raven black as though it was stained in ink. The surface of its body, that stood at a height of around 1.2 to 1.3 meters, had sticky pus flowing across it. The moment he appeared, he dashed for the staircase with a ludicrous speed. Burrowing into the cellar, he opened a secret trapdoor he had prepared in advance as he dashed forward as fast as he could. In just 10 seconds, the miniaturized black version of Yulika saw the entrance, Hope. He didn't lower his guard as he gently clenched his right fist, producing about 8 transparent illusory figures from his body. They were of all kinds of shapes and sizes, as though they were an abomination that fused the characteristics of humans, plants, and certain animals. Some held Yulika's arm, others lifted his feet as they took off in flight. Right on the heels of that, a mechanical switch was shifted. Gears started rotating as the exit door flung open, leading to a silent and dark street corner. Further ahead were streets that stood on lower ground, and on the 2 sides of the streets were rows of houses. They appeared like the sea that churned with the light of the crimson moon. Yulika was just about to use the help of spirits to fly out of the secret passage and disappear into the other districts of Colane City when his eyes reflected a foggy lake. The lake shimmered with light, producing a tranquil beauty. In the middle, concentric circles rippled out as beautiful and illusory figures floated up. This was a powerful type of spirit. Human legends often deemed it the goddess of the lake. Many a time, the strength of a spirit guide depended on the deceased or a natural spirit they found and controlled. It was the same with spirit warlocks. However, the inclination for spirit guides were the deceased, while for spirit warlocks, they were better at controlling natural spirits. At this moment, the strange transparent figures around Yulika uttered a monotonous sound of horror. Throwing away the arms and legs they were carrying, they drilled into the thin pitch-black body like the wind. With a crash, Yulika fell to the ground, but he didn't feel any pain, which was a result of intense sleepiness assaulting him. It made him fall asleep without realizing it. At the exit, Daily Simone, who was wearing a spirit medium robe, with her face made up with blue eyeshadow and blush, walked out of some unknown location. Looking at the 1.2-meter-tall Yulika, she said, "The deceased spirit he fused with is very strange. If it doesn't use a living human's body as a house, it will quickly dissipate. We need to make every second count in order to obtain information." In the shadows beside her, Leonard Mitchell walked out. He looked at Daily Simone in surprise and said, "Aren't you a spirit guide? How do you control a goddess of the lake? Aren't you a poet? Why don't you write poems?" Daily snapped back. On the other end of the street, on a gentle cliff, a figure quickly moved downwards with the protruded pieces of rock, quickly landing in the shadowy corners of Jaw Street below him. His skin was light-colored and his eyes were blue. He had thick raven-black hair that curled slightly. He was none other than Enzo, who had been a guest at Yulika's place at Lower Lip District's 13, K9 Street. Enzo wasn't a member of the Numinous Episcopate. He was one of the traitors of the life school of thought that had escaped under the enticement of the Rose School of Thought. Furthermore, he was neither a beyonder from the apothecary pathway that led to the vampire sequence, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He was only a person who didn't wish to accept the various rules set by his teacher and his teacher's teacher. He wished to lead a carefree life and take advantage of being a winner. Such a state of mind was strongly advocated by the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, so it didn't take long for him to formally join them, allowing him to freely satisfy all his various desires. This time, he was representing the Rose School of Thought to make contact with the numinous episcopate in Cologne and discuss the possibility of cooperating on certain matters. To his surprise, Tenebrous deceased Ulrica had suffered a sudden raid by the Church of Evernight. It was a high-level raid. Thankfully, I'm good at anti-divination. The Church of Evernight members didn't know ahead of time that I was at Ulrica's place, and they didn't pay too much attention to me. They just thought of me as Ulrica's subordinate, allowing me to find a chance to escape the core region. Besides, that sunlight mainly purifies objects with the power of death, evil, and corruption. It didn't deal much damage to me. That's likely a demigod-level attack. Enzo walked to the shadows in the street and couldn't help but recall what had just happened. After fleeing quite a distance, he turned to look behind him and discovered no one was chasing him. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. A winner is a winner, the eternal winner. Enzo recovered his usual confidence as he proceeded down the street with a smile. Then, he turned to his left and quickly moved down the stairs. It was a steep and long staircase that reached many lower-level streets. In the vicinity of Canine Street, Soest suddenly opened his eyes and said to Leonard and Daily Simone, "There was a man named Enzo at Ulrica's place. He's a member of the Rose School of Thought and doesn't have a low sequence. He probably enjoys quite an important position. You are to quickly search the surroundings and see if you can find any traces of him and try to capture him successfully. Don't leave any problems behind." As for the other Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks, they either had to capture the remaining numinous episcopate members or were already capturing them in dreams. They hoped to obtain first-hand news as quickly as possible. Only a few were left behind to watch for any accidents and protect their companions. "Yes, Captain Soest." Leonard didn't hesitate to agree. Daly grabbed at the wind and cupped her hand to her ear. After listening for 2 to 3 seconds, she said, "The little guys around here tell me that someone did escape via the cliff." Chapter 909, Serving Good Luck. Chapter 909, Serving Good Luck. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. On the steep and long rocky staircase, the crimson moonlight illuminated its midsection, leaving rather thick shadows along its sides. Enzo was like a normal pedestrian at night, walking a little anxiously but without showing any signs of being flustered. He had a deep faith in his excellent good luck, being a winner in life, one that wouldn't be caught by the Nighthawks. Seeing that he would be done after a few more flights of steps, Enzo, who was once a monster, suddenly sensed something as he turned his head to look at the shadows in the lowest point of the staircase. He then saw a figure sitting there in a daze. His looks and figure appeared rather indistinct due to the lighting, and he was dressed in the standard outfit of someone from East Balham. The figure took out a box of matchsticks and struck a match to light up the surroundings. Enzo didn't bother sizing up the person when he suddenly saw a scene before his eyes. The figure threw a matchstick over as though he was gifting him something. And when the matchstick approached, it suddenly burst into a ridiculous inferno as a man wearing a formal suit and top hat walked out. Seeing scenes he shouldn't see, and hearing sounds he shouldn't hear, were a daily occurrence for a monster. Having become a winner, Enzo was already used to all of this. Without any thought, he fully believed in his intuition and lunged forward, jumping off the staircase and making 2 rolls onto the lower street. At the same time, the brown-skinned marionette, Oaf, suddenly stood up. After bending his back, he hurled the matchstick in his hand at the location where Enzo was previously standing. Before the matchstick hit the ground, scarlet flames extended out into midair in a resplendent and brilliant manner. Amidst the flames, Klein's black-suited figure with a half-top hat leaped out. However, he had lost sight of his target. Klein had discovered someone rapidly coming down the staircase about 10 seconds ago as though he was hiding from something. Suspecting that this was his new marionette, he immediately did a dream divination and obtained the revelation that the man was related to the Rose School of Thought and wasn't anyone good. With such a result, Klein didn't hesitate to take action. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he didn't have the time to use Paper Angel, which had been recorded in Creeping Hunger, to interfere with the target's spiritual intuition, and as a result, it made his ambush fail. At this moment, Oaf had already left the final flight of steps on the staircase. He was running with large strides towards Enzo, who had just stood up. Enzo's mind stirred. Without dodging, he nimbly turned his body to the side, avoiding the ordinary attack. Then, he drew his gun and quickly aimed. With a bang, he shot Ulf's chest. As blood gushed out, Ulf staggered for a moment before collapsing. His breathing rapidly weakened. Klein took this brief opportunity as his body vanished, phasing right in front of the target to block his escape route. Enzo seemed to have an inexplicable strange premonition. He immediately tightly shut his eyes. He didn't know why he did so, but as a mid-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, believing his intuition was an instinct. Immediately after that, Enzo frantically switched directions. Attempting to rely on his spiritual intuition, he rushed into another street, but at this moment, the man in the suit who didn't have any outstanding features appeared in front of him again. Klein's figure kept disappearing and appearing in every direction, as though he was running around Enzo at high speeds, often blocking his path but not dealing any direct attacks. Whether he used Beyonder powers or not, it made Enzo face a figure wearing a black suit and half-top hat no matter where he turned to. For an instant, Enzo with his eyes closed even imagined that he was facing a group of enemies instead of one enemy. A traveler was often able to create the effect of being besieged. In just 10 seconds, Enzo, who had failed to find a path to escape, suddenly jolted. His actions instantly slowed down as his mind and joints seemed to be injected with glue. Traveling works well with a marionettist as well. While Klein was phasing around, he kept maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Enzo. He had been secretly controlling his spirit body threads all this time. No good. He doesn't attack and is only blocking me, not because he is waiting for the Nighthawks, but for another reason. Enzo, who still had his eyes shut, felt his heart tighten. Suddenly, he stepped onto a rock, causing his body to lose balance. He slammed heavily to the ground, causing his revolver to fly several meters away. Plop! The pain and shock had snapped Enzo out of his suppressed state. He found his fluidity again. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he often obtained an advantage due to all kinds of low-probability events and thus clinched victory. Without hesitation, he was just about to dash towards the end of the street to his side and flip over the fence to jump into the sea, allowing what fate had arranged for him to escape his predicament when another scene flashed in his mind. In it, he was breaking out into a coughing fit, to the point of not being able to stand up or open up his stride. Ailments. The enemy can infect me with ailments. He isn't attacking me and is simply blocking my escape route in order to keep me in this area, thus infecting me with ailments in an unnoticeable manner. Enzo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a strong sense of delight. The green essence ring he wore came from a believer of the primordial moon. Upon activation, it could easily treat any ailments or injuries that weren't too serious. This is luck. Enzo pretended to not discover the infectious ailment in the air. Exerting strength in his palms, he lunged forward and followed his predetermined route towards the fence at the end of the street. Moments after he took 2 steps, he suddenly coughed and involuntarily slowed down. His coughing didn't quell like usual. Instead, it was worsening as though he was about to cough out his lungs. Klein's figure flashed and appeared behind the target while he maintained 10 meters from him. At this moment, Enzo spread his arms and allowed invisible waves to ripple out of his body. It was like a pure psyche storm that swept all spirit bodies in the vicinity, bringing with it an intense sense of drowsiness and calamity. Klein similarly had a premonition for danger. The moment Enzo spread his arms, his body had already vanished from his spot and had appeared in the midsection of the steep staircase. Still having his eyes closed, Enzo realized that he didn't receive his desired effect. He immediately abandoned the idea of escaping after finishing his target. He continued running towards the fence at the end of the street. He had a hunch that if he stalled a little longer, a number of Nighthawks would catch up to him, making the situation more chaotic. And as a former lucky one and a winner, the more chaotic a situation, the higher the chances of him escaping. At this moment, as he had repeatedly changed directions while running blindly, he once again passed by Oaf, who had been shot in the chest. On Ulf's left finger was a golden ring with an inlaid ruby. A sanguine beam flashed from the beam as Ulf's injuries began recovering. He bounced up and widened his mouth, biting down on Enzo, who was running past. His tongue seemed to lose substance as it transformed into a blob of flesh and blood. Flower of Blood. Ulf wore the Flower of Blood ring which Klein had obtained from Mr. X. It could randomly allow the wearer to abandon any rationality in order to become a beast. On the other hand, it could allow the wearer to control their body at a deeper level. As long as they didn't suffer from instant death or become completely purified, they could heal from any kind of injury. At the same time, it also came with flesh and blood magic. It was a mystical item that was very suited for marionettes. Before Klein came out to seek a new marionette, he didn't know which pathway or sequence his target would be. Therefore, to make well-rounded preparations, he made Ulf wear the Flower of Blood ring. This way, he could direct a play of him being the main assailant with the marionette as the secondary assailant, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. Just as Enzo ran past Ulf, he felt a stabbing pain in his knee as though his previous fall had given him some light injuries. The moment this thought flashed across his mind, he hurriedly crouched down and felt a figure fly past his head. It missed. Ulf's sudden attack still failed to be effective against a winner. Enzo was just about to smile and run again when he suddenly had a premonition. He subconsciously curled up and protected his vital spots. At the same time, Ulf suddenly swelled up and silently exploded. Flesh and blood formed a storm, sweeping through a rather large area in the vicinity, hitting Enzo again and again. One of the preparations Klein had done was to use a power of creeping hunger after its mutation. He had planted a flesh bomb in his marionette's body. With a clank, the golden ring with an inlaid ruby landed on the stone slabs in the street. Klein's figure flashed to Enzo's side. He raised his left palm and made his palm pitch black. As though they were formed of granules, he said a word filled with evil and corruption, slow. Thanks to his luck, Enzo had avoided most of the damage. His lightly injured body suddenly turned still as his struggling actions slowed down. His curled pose changed bit by bit. Right on the heels of that, he opened his eyes due to the pain, and a figure wearing a black suit and half-top hat was reflected in his eyes. Ah! Enzo let out a tragic cry as he raised his hands to cover his eyes. Streams of blood seeped out from the gaps in his fingers. Monster? Looking at his writhing target, Klein pricked up his brows. He continued controlling the spirit body threads and quickly achieved initial control. This time, there weren't any accidents that broke the subsequent procedure. In a half-crazy state with scales growing from his body, Enzo was powerless to resist. Klein rather smoothly deepened his control. Time ticked by when Enzo suddenly stood up and converged the protruded snake-like scales. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Klein. Then, he walked to the side and bent down to pick up the golden ring with the inlaid ruby. Wearing it on his left hand's index finger, it matched the emerald ring on his other hand. Klein held back the urge of looking at himself with his new marionette. He got Enzo to clear up the scene of the remnant flesh and any traces left behind. After doing all of this, he walked into the shadows with his marionette and quickly vanished. Chapter 910 Monster Pathway. Chapter 910 Monster Pathway. A few minutes later, Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell, who had repeatedly made errors in judgment, finally arrived at the top of the steep staircase. They proceeded down the steps at a very slow speed, cautious of their surroundings, and they were ready to enter combat at any moment. However, they failed to encounter any abnormalities even when they reached the bottom of the flight of stairs. They didn't even find any useful clues. Daly grabbed onto the wind, cupped her hand to her ear, and listened carefully. A few seconds later, she looked around her and said, "There was a gunshot. A weapon once dropped around the street bend. That man named Enzo is dead." "Who did it?" Leonard asked in surprise. From his point of view, due to the repeated failures they had encountered, Enzo had easily escaped their pursuit. The possibility of a Rose School of Thought monitor silencing him and wiping away any clues was zero. If that were the case, who could have killed that Beyonder who was suspected to be a Sequence 5 or 6? It needed to be mentioned that the Red Gloves had used a sealed artifact to implement anti-divination before they carried out tonight's operation. It was unlikely for anyone to predict it ahead of time and wait there to hunt the escaping Enzo. Daly shook her head. Those little guys didn't see anything. It's likely a Beyonder who's good at anti-divination. Perhaps it's Enzo's enemy, and they had been planning to act tonight. She simply offered a guess of hers, and the duo began independently searching the nearby streets to see if they could find any missed clues. Taking this opportunity, Leonard circled to a fence in a particular street. Suppressing his tone, he asked, "Old man, did you discover anything?" Inside him, Pallas Zorost replied after 3 seconds, "You should have heard a tragic scream and had used that to correct the direction of your pursuit effort." It was let out by Enzo. He had apparently seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly cause damage and corruption to his soul body. Leonard was taken aback for a moment. He narrowed his eyes as he repeated softly, "Extremely terrifying and indescribable." Inside the inn, Klein teleported back with his new marionette. He then made his marionette stand to his side as he sat down. As he sized up his marionette, he sighed. A Beyonder of the monster pathway. But he's still inferior to Senor. There's no way for him to hide in a gold coin for ease of transport. I can only let him follow beside me. From his Beyonder sequence, he isn't a core member of the Rose School of Thought, but his sequence isn't too low. Some importance must have been placed on him. That also means that if I don't disguise him, it's very easy for me to be targeted by the Rose School of Thought. On the contrary, I can probably use him as bait to fish for another wraith. When the time comes, he can walk alone while I hide 200 meters away to wait for the bait to be hooked. No, I can't. I mustn't let greed get to my head. The southern continent is where the Rose School of Thought is active. Once I expose my location, with how much importance the Mother Tree of Desire places on me, not only will a saint come, even an angel might appear. Yes, it's better if I disguise this marionette. As a faceless, I'm quite skilled at disguises. Then, I'll continue using mystical methods to find my next marionette. I'll wait for Danitz to finish his investigation and for Mr. Azik to come find me. Klein quickly made up his mind. Using a myriad of means, he gained an understanding of his new marionette's level and Beyonder powers. He was a Sequence 5 winner of the Fate pathway. In this pathway, a Sequence 9 monster was one who had super high spiritual perception. They often heard sounds others couldn't hear, and also see things others couldn't see. This allowed them to occasionally see the future and have an acute intuition for danger. Beyonders of this sequence often entered a state of enlightenment as they muttered indecipherable words. It was the reason why they were treated as real monsters. As for the corresponding Sequence 8 robot, the Beyonders would obtain terrifying calculation skills and precise control. The various parts of their bodies in those aspects would be clearly boosted, making them talented at close combat and shooting. At the same time, they also had the powers of divination and anti-divination. Sequence 7 was named Lucky 1 or Lucky. Beyonders of this level frequently encountered lucky events in their daily lives, like finding money on the street, having enemies miss shots aimed at them, getting dice rolls as they wished, and having women they liked to also like them back. However, their luck wasn't fixed and would fluctuate. At times, they were especially lucky, and at other times, they were no different from an ordinary person. Therefore, it wasn't something that could be relied upon, and one had to temper one's expectations. Sequence 6 was Calamity Priest. On the one hand, Beyonders could passively suffer all kinds of calamities, but they could foresee it and make preparations to eliminate or mitigate the effects. On the other hand, they would actively attract different kinds of calamities, affecting a target and enemy as a result. Then, using one's advantage of being lucky, avoid most of the danger and attack during the chaos. To put it simply, they could pull their opponents into a situation where they could take advantage of their strengths the best. Of course, many Calamity Priests could use the dangers of their own passive encounters to attack their enemies. Meanwhile, Calamity Priests could create psyche storms. Using their spirituality that surpassed that of other pathways, they could directly affect their opponents' soul bodies, causing them to feel dizzy and lost. If a calamity priest's enemy entered such a state, they were extremely prone to making errors. It caused the calamity to snowball and eventually devour them. And at Sequence 5 winner, Beyonders could control their luck to a certain extent. They could use their own temperance to accumulate large amounts of luck. At critical moments, they could dramatically reduce any dangers to their life multiple times. From time to time, they could also encounter beneficial situations that have extremely low probabilities in their daily lives. For example, due to someone's mistakes, they might receive an inheritance. The strange, comedic way they walked caused them to catch the fancy of a member of the opposite sex, or their enemies who were pursuing them would foolishly get lost or make errors in judgment. At this level, Beyonders of the Fate pathway had a very keen sense of foresight. Be it divination or anti-divination, they were mysticism experts. In addition, they could also give their enemies bad luck to a certain extent, making their targets become unlucky. Beyonders of the monster pathway are really extreme. Apart from the spirituality and fate domain, they almost have zero Beyonder powers. Even their constitution and calculation skills are provided at robot. The subsequent advancements give rather limited improvements. This is my ideal model for a charlatan. They do not have any offensive or defensive abilities, simply relying on their premonition and how fate blesses them. I have to say that this is the most special path out of the 22 Beyonder pathways. I can find or guess their neighboring pathways. Only Monster seems rather asocial. It seems to be a lonely one. Perhaps, the Beyonder pathway that focuses on fate is destined to be lonely? Klein silently reflected on the matter and had some ideas regarding the usage of his marionette. Of course, he still needed to carry out divinations above the gray fog. He needed to see if the passive good luck and calamities still existed after the Beyonder's actual death. If it really was present, Klein had to constantly face the trials of calamities. In comparison, Admiral of Blood Seigneur is still better as a marionette. Sigh, people only know how to cherish and regret once things are gone. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating chortle. From the traits of the monster pathway, he thought of a few effective means to deal with their mid and low sequence Beyonders. First, it was to catch them by surprise to let them see him directly. They would directly see the gray fog or other images, causing them to suffer a catharsis of the mind and receive damage to their bodies, pushing them to the brink of losing control. Second, it was to throw a special item out, causing them to face the test of seeing what shouldn't be seen and hear what shouldn't be heard. In this aspect, Klein had a blood crystal that came from a high-level devil that could produce such an effect. Blatherer's aura. Third, it was to entice them to give him bad luck and pretend to act unlucky so as to have an opportunity to strike back. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made the marionette empty his pockets, producing £35 10 solely 7 pence and a leather wallet. The wallet's surface and interior had a flower and name embroidered on it. It appeared to be completely handcrafted. Enzo. Whether that's your name or not, your name is Enzo. Klein shot a glance at his marionette as he moved his gaze down to the golden ring with the inlaid emerald on his right hand. Via divination, he learned that the ring was named Green Essence. It had one effect: treat any ailments or injuries that weren't too serious. And it was precisely because of this that its negative effects were trivial. It only attracted mosquitoes. Thankfully, I'm not the one wearing it. Monster pathway Beyonders don't seem to wear many mystical items. Even if they do, they will wear one or two rather low-level ones. This is a requirement of fate? Klein retracted his gaze in thought and looked at Enzo, who was staring at the wall. He had an urge grow within him. He wished to use his monster pathway marionette to look at himself. He wanted to know what was so special about him. Will this be very dangerous? I'll lose control as a result even if I'm seeing myself? No, back in Tingen City, Adamasol had also looked straight at me without being a sequence 9. The only thing that happened was having his eyes bleed and be in a state of pain for a while. Although I have improved drastically from then, Winner Enzo didn't directly break down when he saw me just now. The reaction resembled my reaction when seeing Demonis of Despair Panatia's partial mythical creature form. Do a divination above the gray fog? No, that involves the gray fog itself. the outcome will definitely be interfered with. Rely on my own divination powers in the real world? Klein took out a gold coin and let it run through his fingers. After a while, the gold coin bounced up and fell down into Klein's palm. Chapter 9:11 Strange Scene. Chapter 9:11 Strange Scene. Klein looked down at his palm as his eyes reflected the gold coin. It was heads. This meant that Klein should use the marionette's eyes to look at himself. After receiving this revelation, Klein remained hesitant. He pondered about holding a ritual to send Enzo above the gray fog. Doing so was relatively safer, allowing the damage and corruption his spirit body suffered to be completely screened by the environment before making an attempt. However, he suspected that he wouldn't receive an outcome. This was because Beyonders of the Fate pathway were noticing the projection of the mysterious space on his body. Above the gray fog, that uniqueness might no longer exist. It was like an attempt to observe an elephant's body. Instead of doing it outside, he was doing it internally. Pressing his fingers together, he clenched the gold coin in silence for a long while before making up his mind. He suddenly stood up, took out a ritual dagger, and created a wall of spirituality to isolate the room. This was to prevent anyone from hearing the possible screams or strange commotion. Immediately after that, Klein set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. He was afraid that the glove would turn on him when something happened to him. This was a fixed trait of creeping hunger itself. Once it didn't have its fill and couldn't secure a schedule of eating one person a day, it would view its wearer as food. And Klein starved it more often than he fed it. After doing all the preparations in a meticulous and orderly manner, Klein reached out to take the flower of blood from Enzo and wore it on his left palm. This ensured that he could recover even if he suffered any serious physical damage. At the moment he was about to wear it, Klein thought for a moment and paused. Taking a piece of paper, he wrote, "Remember to take off the ring." He was worried that he wouldn't take flower of blood off after his experiment due to his lowered intelligence. When that happens, perhaps I need a beautiful princess to wake me up with a kiss. No, take off my ring. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and exhaled. Removing his outerwear, he wore the ring. Then, he cast his gaze at his new marionette, Winner Enzo. The sense of crisis and nervousness was inevitable, but as long as he made up his mind, the experienced him could only forge ahead without flinching. After doing some adjustments and entering a state of cogitation, Klein made the marionette slowly turn around to look at him. With the winner's eyes, he first saw a layer of thin, emanating grayish-white fog. Amidst the fog, there was a resplendent door of light that was tainted with bluish blackness. The door of light was formed from countless layers of spherical light. Each spherical light enveloped squirming maggots. Some of them were transparent, others translucent. They had complicated and indescribable symbols and patterns that had profound meanings. Before Klein could discern the actual details, he felt his mind buzz as he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He had momentarily lost his memory, almost imagining that he had slept till daybreak. What happened? It's still dark outside. Klein sat up with a push of his hands, only to realize that he was on the ground. At this moment, he caught sight of Enzo through the corner of his eye. Plenty of scenes and voices suddenly surged through his mind. That's right. I was trying to figure out what Beyonders of the monster pathway can see from my body. I suffered too much stimulation and fainted immediately? I still vaguely remember painful screaming. Was that me? Klein, who had recovered his memories, hurriedly inspected his condition. He was surprised to see a bloody, gruesome wound on his body, as though something was about to tear out of it. At this moment, flesh was squirming in the wound, reforming at an abnormally fast speed. Klein then looked to the ground and saw that there was blood that had outlined a silhouette of where he was lying down. Thankfully, I wore flower of blood, otherwise, I might have slowly died due to the heavy injuries brought about by the breakdown of my body. After I resurrect, I wonder if I'll be in a human form or a monster form. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples as he scanned his surroundings. He found that the furniture had toppled, but the wall of spirituality remained intact. He heaved a sigh of relief, confirming that the abnormality was only limited to himself and a small area around him. Nothing had spread. And from the speed at which his wound was recovering it, Klein determined that he hadn't been unconscious for more than a minute. He picked up the chair and sat down, feeling as though he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't recall what. Only when he instinctively cleared the area did he see a note with the words, "Remember to take off the ring." Only then was he enlightened as he removed the golden ruby ring on his left hand. More memories surfaced as Klein shook his head and muttered with a lingering sense of fear and amusement, "Luck is really important at times. If the negative effects of the flower of blood randomly reached its peak potency, I might not be able to recognize those words and fail to be reminded." Seeing that he had mostly recovered from his wound, he made Enzo wear flower of blood and take off green essence. Using the latter's treatment, Klein no longer felt any discomfort. He focused his attention back on the scene he saw. It was a scene that Beyonders of the Fate Pathway saw on him. A door of light tainted with bluish black. Countless spherical lights. Transparent and translucent maggots clumped together. Symbols and patterns that are mystically complicated, hiding plenty of knowledge but giving zero feedback to others. What do these represent? This is a particular mythical creature form that corresponds to the mysterious space above the gray fog? It's one that belongs to a sequence, O true God? Due to the gray fog screening, only Beyonders of the Fate Pathway can see it directly, suffering the visual impact and corruption? Likewise, it's also because of the gray fog screening that those Beyonders don't directly break down as though they are seeing a deity with their own eyes while also not receiving any knowledge? Klein thought for a moment and began to use divination to decipher the hidden meaning. The door of light seems to resemble the symbol behind the apprentice's chair. It might also point to Mr. Door. Countless stacked spherical light is identical to my cogitation. And the latter stems from the mythical systems as described by some novels from Earth. Influenced, my subconscious chose the most relevant and closely matching memory? Or could it be that my choice influences the expression of the scene from the gray fog? The distorted and transparent maggots are similar to the clump of maggots on the gigantic throne on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, but there are some tiny differences. That sequence, O the Fool of the Seer Pathway? I didn't manage to see the translucent ones clearly. It's hard to tell. Also, the bluish-black color keeps making me connect it to the depths of the mysterious space that I can't reach. Back when I stood on the highest step of the staircase of light, I could see some hints of bluish-black on the cloud-like mass that condensed in midair. Klein thought about it for quite some time but failed to receive an answer. All he could do was keep it at the back of his mind and analyze it when he had more information and clues. After clearing the scene, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He planned on doing a thorough inspection of his physical condition and confirm if Enzo still had any passive luck or bad luck. Biome. In the poverty district, in a dilapidated house that wasn't too big. Admiral of Stars Katlia was sitting behind a table looking at the door when she heard a unique knocking pattern on the door. "Come on in." She didn't deliberately disguise her voice. The wooden door creaked open as the hanged man walked in, wearing a hooded black robe. Seeing his suspicious disguise, Katlia nudged her heavy glasses and said with a smile, "If you were to walk out like this, you would be surrounded by the members of the Church of Storms within 5 minutes." She didn't wear any disguise because she knew that the matter of her permitting Gehrman Sparrow to board the future had long spread across the seas. It wasn't difficult for the hanged man to guess that Admiral of Stars was Ma'am Hermit. Alger didn't directly reply to her. As he closed the door, he pulled out a chair and snapped back, "It's the same for you." He meant that Admiral of Stars was just second to Admiral Hell amongst the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she was suspected to have deep connections to Gehrman Sparrow. She was a target of pursuit by the Church of Storms and Church of Evernight. Her bounty had risen to £45,000, and no matter which city she was in, it only spelled trouble once she was recognized due to not being disguised. Katlia nodded slightly and turned to look at the hanged man's hooded face. "In front of me, such a disguise is meaningless. However, I respect your choice." She continued wearing her glasses. "She has a domineering stance and great confidence. as expected of the Admiral of Stars. Alger, who was wearing a mask under the hood, didn't harp on the disguise as he went straight to the point. "Thank you for providing me with assistance." Catleya placed her right hand on her left elbow. "I'm curious. With your present strength and the resources you have, you should be able to resolve the artisan's problem even without my help. Why are you being excessive?" Alger was already prepared as he succinctly replied, "I do not wish to become a topic of discussion for others." Catleya seemed to grasp the meaning in between the lines. Pondering for a few seconds, she said, "I need more information." Alger nodded lightly and said, "According to my observations and guesses, the artisan is likely controlled by those who believe in the primordial moon. The latter belong to the original faction of the southern continent, not the traitors of the life school of thought." Catleya's expression remained unperturbed as she thought for a moment. "Why don't you find Mr. Moon? He should be very interested in such matters." Alger curled his lips and replied in a normal tone, "If we aren't able to resolve it, I might do so." Chapter 912 Origins of the Artisan. Chapter 912 Origins of the Artisan. Catleya understood the Hanged Man. If the problem was too serious, they could use the moon to involve the entire Sanguine race. They could then minimize their losses in the chaos and obtain some benefits. She then smiled and said, "If the situation is that serious, why not directly find the world? That seems to make things simple." Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I have to prove my ability at handling problems, therefore, that's the final resort." After hearing his reply, Catleya immediately made some connections. The Hanged Man places great importance on the way Gehrman Sparrow views him. It's because he's a blessed of Mr. Fool? Also, his attitude is rather identical to the political jokes of Backlund and Trier. When facing a problem or having committed a mistake, the first reaction is to suppress the matter and find other methods to resolve it. They cannot let their superior or consignor know about it. This means that the Hanged Man was once or is currently a member of a powerful faction with a strict hierarchy. It influenced him and made him grasp similar traits. The Church of Storms? No, such a person would be an oddity. The fleet of the King of the Five Seas? Amidst her thoughts, the pirate admiral nudged her heavy glasses and steered the topic back. Continued describing the artisan. Alger appeared to have prepared a script. Without any thought or pause, he said in an unhurried manner, "To hide this artisan's identity, to prevent this resource from being wielded by others, I deliberately constructed the identity of him being part of the Church of Steam." But in fact, he had no choice but to create items for unaffiliated Beyonders to earn money to maintain his lifestyle of enjoying fine wine and beauties. He betrayed the Church of Steam and hid in Biome. This time, he first contracted a strange disease and was monitored by an unknown person. Later, he seemed to be under control of people who believe in the primordial moon, claiming that he could receive new life. Catleya finished listening attentively as her eyes with a purple tint appeared extremely focused. After the Hanged Man finished his recount, she pondered and asked, "An artisan definitely has no lack of mystical items. Furthermore, they know all the combinations of different Beyonder effects and negative effects. Their strength is definitely at sequence 5. What methods did those primordial moon believers use to control this artisan without harming him? A demigod was involved?" Alger slowly shook his head. "There aren't any clues regarding that, but based on my observation, the artisan has expressed some willingness. I suspect that, while being threatened and coerced, there are elements of them targeting his weaknesses to entice him." He had indirectly denied the theory that a demigod was involved. Catleya nodded. "How did those primordial moon believers find this artisan?" "Based on your description, this artisan only trades with trustworthy friends he's familiar with. He doesn't enjoy widening his channels, and he can be said to be extremely cautious." Alger hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not too sure, but I have a theory. I once helped the world sell a werewolf Beyonder characteristic to that artisan, and the werewolf pathway belongs to the mutant pathway. Be it the formulas or characteristics, they are firmly in the control of the Rose School of Thought. There are seldom any leaks. Likewise, those people who believe in the primordial moon in the southern continent basically belong to the Rose school of thought. Catlia added inwardly, having figured out the Hanged Man's theory. He suspected that the werewolf beyonder characteristic had a latent problem that involved a secret existence. This resulted in the artisan being targeted by the Rose school of thought. And this was also the reason why the Rose school of thought firmly wielded control over the mutant pathways formula and characteristics. Catlia raised a few more questions and obtained satisfactory answers. Finally, she asked, "What's that artisan's name? What country is he from?" "He's from Intis. He calls himself Sylph," Alger replied straight away. "Sylph," Catlia frowned slightly as she repeated the artisan's name softly. "What's wrong with that?" Upon seeing this, Alger directly asked, "You've heard of him?" From Alger's point of view, Admiral of Stars was an experienced powerhouse with a powerful background and was good at controlling herself. If she hadn't wished to discuss Sylph, she wouldn't have made it so clear even if she had her suspicions and questions. Due to this, he chose to ask without mincing his words. After a moment of silence, Catlia said, "Emperor Rosel's eldest son is Seal. It's very similar to that name." Without waiting for the Hanged Man to say a word, she continued, "This prince passed away due to his horror and concerns shortly after the emperor's assassination. Back then, the Sauron family wished to hang or exile his descendants, but the Church of Steam chose to take him in as a clergyman." Alger nodded slightly in enlightenment. "You suspect that he's a descendant of that prince?" In most countries in the northern continent like Intis and Faesac, it was common for people to use their ancestor's name or something similar as their names. It represented the legacy of honor, therefore, the more illustrious a family was, the more common it was to have the second or the third. Of course, it was also very common for two people to have similar names, but Artisan Sylph wasn't only a name. He was from the Church of Steam, a person from Intis, and had reached the level of artisan. Faced with the Hanged Man's question, Catlia nodded gently. "I can quickly make a confirmation if you can obtain his blood." Understanding the reason, Alger didn't ask further. Instead, he asked, "Are you going to take action now?" "I can provide support." Catlia's glasses reflected the crimson moonlight that shone inwards. "No, I plan on observing for some time. At the very least, we need to understand why the people who believe in the primordial moon are trying to control Artisan Sylph. If they only wish to get the artisan to work for them and create mystical items, the situation becomes a lot more simple. And if they have other goals, the problem might be more complicated than we imagined. We will need to make more preparations. As expected of the Admiral of Stars." Alger nodded and said, "I can't stay in Byam for too long, or else I will incur suspicion. If you need my assistance, it needs to be fast." After receiving confirmation from her, the Hanged Man slowly got up and pulled up his hood before leaving the room. Having learned where Artisan Sylph was presently living, Catlia removed her heavy glasses and pinched her glabella. Clapping, she said, "Heath, come in." In the shadows of the door gap, the darkness suddenly stirred as a thin and tall but pale figure appeared. His nose bridge was ridiculously high, and his facial skin was nearly transparent. Looking ill, he was none other than the second mate of the future, Rose Bishop Heath Doyle. Catlia looked at him and said, "The actual situation is. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, Captain." Heath Doyle simply replied before shrinking back into the shadows. Catlia raised her right hand and paused for a few seconds. Stay away from Frank for the time being. He had reached a standstill in his mushroom experiments. I'm afraid that he will come up with new ideas. The location of my second marionette. Klein held two branches as he repeatedly chanted without seeing them move. This meant a divination failure or that Colaine City didn't have a second marionette that suited him well. From the looks of it, mysticism methods are temporarily useless. I'll pack up tomorrow and leave. Klein mumbled and threw the branches into the trash can. Standing beside him was Enzo. Although he didn't dare to directly look at his master and was only looking at the ground, he skillfully made a cup of black tea and offered it to Klein. Compared to before, this winner now had red skin that was nearly peeling due to sunburn. After all of this turned for the better, he would have a swarthy tan. To disguise his new marionette and prevent the Rose School of Thought from recognizing him, Klein had brought this gentleman on a trip to the beach which received strong sunlight. He was then left exposed to the sun for prolonged periods of time. Meanwhile, he controlled the marionette to shave off most of his hair, leaving a thin layer. With the trimming of his brows, contouring his face with powder, and wearing shades, Enzo seemed to transform into another person. Even the most familiar of friends of his might find it difficult to recognize him unless the person was a faceless. Apart from a disguise in the real world, Klein also did some mysticism management. Firstly, he used the paper angel's embrace, and second, he carried Azek's copper whistle along with it. In addition, he also determined that a winner's passive luck and calamity trait was ineffective. However, he had no idea if it was because of its status as a marionette, or if it was due to the gray fog. Receiving the tea and taking a sip, Klein cast his gaze at the map of East and West Balham on the coffee table. He considered where he could find his second marionette. At this moment, the colors around him suddenly saturated as though an artist had contoured the area with paint. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared beside Enzo. He was wearing a silk top hat and a black suit. With a medium build, he had bronze skin and eyes that seemed to see the vicissitudes of life. He had soft facial features, and beneath his right ear was a tiny black mole. He was none other than Azek Eggers. Mr. Azek is finally here. Klein was first delighted before he noticed that he had appeared beside his marionette. This made an amusing scene surface in his mind. Mr. Azek, who had relied on the copper whistle to locate him, had done the same as he usually did, grabbing the copper whistle's wielder by the shoulder, and had left using the spirit world the moment he appeared. And all Klein could do was watch helplessly, trying to stop him with outstretched arms. But being a tad bit slow, he couldn't help but clam up. Azek appeared more reticent than before. Looking at Klein, who had a new face, he asked, "Are you ready?" Chapter 913 Klein's Preparatory Work. Chapter 913 Klein's Preparatory Work. Ready? Of course not. Klein smiled as he pointed at Enzo. That glove still needs sealing. As he spoke, the badly sunburned Enzo removed the human skin glove from his right hand with his left hand, which wore the flower of blood and green essence rings. It was creeping hunger. Normally, Klein tended to throw creeping hunger above the gray fog when it wasn't in use. After all, the glove's original seal had been disabled after its mutation. It needed to consume a living person on a daily basis, otherwise, it would feast on the wearer. However, considering how Mr. Azek had already replied, it was very likely that he would meet him soon. Finally, he decided to keep creeping hunger in the real world unless there were unique circumstances. After all, he could already imagine the scene of Mr. Azek arriving. He didn't wish for such a conversation to happen. "Didn't you say that the glove needs sealing?" "Yes. Give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Or, "Are you ready?" "No. Give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Just the thought of a similar scene and similar line embarrassed Klein, making him feel awkward. Even if he didn't consider the possibility of Mr. Azek realizing the secret of the gray fog, this would also affect his impression of him. Therefore, after obtaining a new marionette and completing his attempt at looking at himself, Klein brought creeping hunger back to the real world, making up for its previous meal. Unlike before, the wearer was now Enzo. Aside from that, to restrain creeping hunger's urge to eat a person on a daily basis, Klein carried a few normal mushrooms with him. He also made the marionette maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from him. Upon hearing his words and seeing the marionette's actions, Azek nodded and reached out to receive the human-skinned glove. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out a few mushrooms from his pocket and threw them into the nearby trash can. "Pa!" He snapped his fingers, igniting the mushrooms within a scarlet flame. However, it didn't affect anything around it. This was his flame controlling power from being a magician. After completing this action and seeing Mr. Azek inevitably glance over, Klein chuckled dryly. The unforeseen development back then has made creeping hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I'm using its weakness to restrain its usual urges. In fact, there wasn't much point in doing so because carrying the mushrooms restrained creeping hunger. It made the starving sealed artifact immediately lash back the moment the mushrooms disappeared. Unless there was any easily obtainable food in front of it, it would end up aiding the enemy. Mushroom, Azek muttered as he held the glove which had bloodstains on its surface. He made the surroundings suddenly turn dark as the sunlight outside was prohibited from entering. Ghastly white, dark green complicated symbols, labels, and patterns appeared out of thin air. They appeared to be calligraphed by invisible wraiths, shadows, and spirit bodies. They meshed together in midair, forming a mysterious, illusory double bronze door that seemed to lead to another world. It was a deep, silent, and terrifying world. The illusory door shrank and finally landed on creeping hunger, causing its bloodstains to rapidly recede, making it mostly white. A few seconds later, this human skin glove returned to normal. It was still a thin layered glove, and even without any suppressive effect from the mushrooms, it didn't express any signs of mania or urges. It's like how it was before. Azek handed creeping hunger to Klein. Having a big shot backing you sure feels good. Klein reflected inwardly and earnestly thanked him before wearing creeping hunger on his left hand. He thought for a moment and raised a matter. Mr. Azek, while I was carrying your copper whistle while passing through the Berserk Sea, I had the same dream repeatedly. The main theme of the dream is darkness and coldness. In an inverted underground mausoleum, there were countless coffins with a deceased body inside. On their backs were dense white feathers. Those feathers were tainted with pale yellow oil, and deep inside the mausoleum was a blob of black fog that enveloped everything. In the dream, you and I were exploring the mausoleum. We triggered something, causing the black fog to produce panting sounds as thin illusory black tubes were extended. I would jolt myself awake whenever I reached this point in the dream. This seems to be similar to the byproduct of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project that previously appeared. Klein described, in detail, his divination of the copper whistle as a dream. He did this as a warning to Mr. Azek, as if to say that he shouldn't be too careless. After all, dream divination was, in a sense, equivalent to a dream, and Azek knew that he was a beyonder of the seer pathway. Having such an encounter wasn't anything odd. Having a revelation from a normal dream and getting a revelation from a dream divination only differed in one way, one being passive and the other active. Azek finished listening silently without cutting Klein off. At the end of that, he nodded and said, "It's likely related to something Death left in the Berserk Sea." From the looks of it, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project has had some qualitative progress. Mr. Azek lives up to being a fourth epic death console. He doesn't belittle my dream at all. Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his face, turning into Gehrman Sparrow. He then said, "I only have one more thing I need to prepare. I need to confirm if Admiral Hal Ludwell isn't somewhere dangerous and that there aren't any Numinous Episcopate demigods around him." As for whether the Murloc cufflink was still on the ship, Klein didn't mention it. This was because he would check on it every few days. He believed that Admiral Hal had yet to discover the mystical item, or he might have already discovered it but had deliberately not moved it, hoping to lay an ambush for the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, when he visited. Azek replied calmly, "That can be confirmed when we are nearby." "All right." Klein immediately made Enzo walk to the coat rack and pull out the golden cane. Seeing that there was nothing else, Azek reached out his right hand and grabbed Klein's shoulder. Klein also reached out his right palm to grab onto Enzo's shoulder. The surrounding colors suddenly changed. The reds became redder, and the blacks became blacker. They stacked against each other but were bright and discordant. The two men and the marionette began passing through the spirit world as the black gold inlaid cane danced ahead, pointing out the direction of Klein's lost Murloc cufflink. Before long, the cane fell down and was suspended in midair. Azek terminated the traveling, but they remained in the spirit world. He seemed to be watching something or listening in on something. "After 2 to 3 seconds, he said, "there aren't any problems." With that said, he brought Klein while Klein brought his marionette out of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Klein recalled the time he searched for clues to Azek's memories. Back then, the target was the ancient chronicles that Vice Admiral Aylmont Tracy possessed. Back then, Azek had said the problem isn't serious, but in the end, he faced demons of an aging Katerina. There aren't any problems. Alright, since you say so. Klein lampooned as he sized up his surroundings. It was a rather familiar environment. It was a huge ship with a mainly dark color with a ghostly green to it. It had a black tulip flag, as well as zombies, skeletons, wraiths, shadows, and other undying creatures. These creatures either directed the sails, patrolled the area, or did cannon drills. All of that proved that it was the flagship, Black Tulip, of Admiral Hell. Unlike Klein's last encounter, the Black Tulip had quite a number of living beyonders. The silver-masked captain with an exaggerated rapier, frilly shirt, a gorgeous coat, and a triangular hat with a white skull on it, Admiral Hal Ludwell, was standing by the cabin's entrance looking over. Suddenly, the black ring on Ludwell's right hand trembled and glimmered. The pale white flame in the arrogant pirate admiral's eyes wavered and finally constricted to its limits. Immediately, Ludwell bent his back, prostrated to the ground in front of Azek Eggers, and kissed the deck under the gaze of the either glazed, surprised, or lifeless eyes. Chapter 914, The Calling Deep Inside the Mausoleum. Chapter 914, The Calling Deep Inside the Mausoleum. Upon seeing Admiral Hal Ludwell's reaction, Klein and the living crew of the Black Tulip could hardly believe their eyes. He originally imagined two scenarios. The first was Ludwell requesting help from a numinous episcopate demigod to ambush Gehrman Sparrow and the powerhouse backing him. This wasn't impossible since Sequence 7 of the Death Pathway was called Spirit Medium. They also had the ability to sense impending danger. The second was that Admiral Hell hadn't made any preparations. He tried resisting but ended up being easily finished off by Mr. Azek. Klein's plan was to have Mr. Azek deal with the demigod while he hunted Admiral Hell in the first scenario, so as to obtain his second marionette. If it were the second scenario, he could request Mr. Azek to watch by the side as he controlled his marionette to challenge Ludwell alone. During this process, he would use creeping hunger and hide in the shadows, doing his best to stay behind the scenes so as to digest his marionette potion faster. To his surprise, Admiral Hell didn't put up a fight at all. He directly prostrated himself and kissed the deck as though he was Azek's most loyal and humble servant. How are we going to come to blows now? Klein stared ahead blankly, somewhat at a loss for words. And it was silent across the ship. Azek raised his hand and pressed down on his silk hat as he walked towards the prostrating Ludwell at a decent pace. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. He stopped in front of Ludwell and said with a deep voice, "What stage has the numinous episcopate's artificial death project reached?" Ludwell kept his forehead peeled to the ground as he hoarsely replied, "Artificial death can already influence high-sequence beyonders who failed their advancements, but it is still unable to reply to prayers and rituals." After the description, he slightly raised his torso and took off the black, square-shaped ring from his right hand. Then, with both hands, he offered it in front of him. Silently, the ring seemed to be dragged by countless spirit bodies as it flew up and landed in Azek's palm. Azek studied it for a few seconds before wearing it on his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying and profound feeling was emanated from his body. The zombies and skeletons who were either naked or wearing rotten leather armor, genuflected, bowing their heads as though they only dared to look at his boots. The flying wraiths and shadows landed on the deck and clung closely to it. None of them dared to float in midair again. The other pirates aboard the ship plopped to their knees, plastering their faces to the deck without daring to raise them. Klein stood to the side, watching Mr. Azek's back and the suddenly empty scene. He turned agape, but he didn't say a word. Azek took another 2 steps forward and came to Admiral Hell's side. Then, he turned his body and faced Klein and said to Ludwell, "You shall be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world." Azek said those words without any inflection, as though he wasn't determining Admiral Hell's life and death or future. Perhaps, to him, this was a trivial matter that didn't need him to care for the thoughts and feelings of the person being ordered. Ludwell's body shook violently as though he was furious and indignant. But ultimately, he didn't raise his head. He continued, keeping his head peeled to the deck. Yes, Honorable Death Consul. Just as he said that, ghastly white and dark green mysterious symbols were accentuated as they meshed together, forming an illusory bronze door. The door rapidly contracted and was imprinted inside Admiral Hell's forehead. Klein looked in surprise and puzzlement. Only when Mr. Azek nodded at him and pointed to Admiral Hell did he blankly step forward and enter a 10-meter radius. He began controlling Ludwell's spirit body threads. The pirate admiral almost leaped up a few times to flail his arms, but none of that happened. Soon, his thoughts turned sluggish as he subconsciously resisted. After a while, the silver-masked Admiral Hell Ludwell stood up. Bowing his head, he retreated to Klein's side and stood beside Winner Enzo. Azek watched the entire process in silence before finally slowly saying, "In the death pathway, high-level Beyonders have extremely suppressive powers over low-level Beyonders. I can tell. Back when I threw your copper whistle, even the Sequence 5 Admiral Hell failed to control his undead creatures." Klein nodded gently, indicating that he had taken note of it. Immediately after that, a zombie which had rotted in several areas rose up. Carrying an azure blue cufflink, it came before Klein. It was the Murloc cufflink he had lost. "Although it's useless for the current me, I've finally gotten it back." As Klein was lost in poignancy, he reached out to retrieve the item that belonged to him. Then, he saw Mr. Azek walk back and reach out to grab his shoulder. He hurriedly extended his arms to grab onto the shoulders of his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell. All the colors saturated, brightened, and overlapped. Having entered the spirit world, Klein instinctively asked, "Mr. Azek, where do we go next?" "Berserk Sea," Azek calmly replied. He paused for a moment and then added, "Give me the copper whistle." "All right." Klein made Enzo take out the iron cigar case and retrieve the ancient cigar case. Azek reached out and took it before saying in a deep voice, "My intuition tells me that this ring left by death, together with this copper whistle and myself, should allow us to find the spot in the Berserk Sea where death perished back then." Klein subconsciously said, "My dream tells me that it's very dangerous. Perhaps we should first find the numinous Episcopate members who are implementing the artificial death project. We can make decisions after receiving more detailed information from them." Azek fell silent for a few seconds. "A voice there is calling out to me." Klein turned his head to look at Mr. Azek. He saw that this man with soft facial features and weathered eyes had his facial contours furrowed. He no longer had that slight curve to his lips. Colors flashed by quickly as Azek brought Klein through the pitch-black storm that enveloped the Berserk Sea. At this moment, the dark square ring and the exquisite ancient brass whistle shimmered slightly, illuminating Azek's face. This death consul who had lived through the fourth epoch closed his eyes as he silently listened to a shout that came from an unknown location. Then, he suddenly clenched his right hand. All the scenery from the nearby spirit world was imploding, turning into a slowly spinning black vortex whose borders couldn't be seen. The vortex suddenly burgeoned, devouring Azek, Klein, and his two marionettes. Klein sensed a sudden and intense sense of dizziness as he nearly vomited on the spot. He recovered after an unknown period of time, realizing that he was inside a dark, cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, and inside them were rotting corpses with white feathers on their backs. "Although I warned Mr. Azek, we still ended up here." Klein was taken aback for a second as he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He turned his head to look to the side and saw Azek standing near him. He was staring intently at the flights of stairs that led deep into the mausoleum. There was a thick black gas emanating in the area as they slowly swirled like smog. The one hiding in there might very well be artificial death, Klein couldn't help but warn. Azek's facial contours were no longer as taut as he curved the corners of his mouth. "My slumber from before has allowed me to recall many more things. I saw myself seated on a bone throne, and I saw Beyonders and ordinary people lying dead in front of the throne. They hadn't done anything wrong, but they died sudden deaths all the same. One by one, they got up, turning into ghastly undead creatures that pledged allegiance to me. And I was just coldly watching them without any emotional fluctuations. I allowed the disaster to spread through the village and into the city. This made me feel unlike myself. However, I also knew very well that this might be the real me. As Death Consul from the Fourth Epic's Balam Empire. Klein's lips quivered slightly before he pursed them tightly. Azek rubbed his temples and continued in an unperturbed tone, I sense myself returning to that past. Chapter 915 Another Me. Chapter 915 Another Me. Without waiting for Klein's reply, Azek, who was staring intently deep into the mausoleum, continued, I still remember my resurrection after my first death. I was lying in a pale white coffin, and I staggered to my feet. I was feeling horrified, having no idea what was happening. Nor did I know where I was. Before the clergyman collected my corpse for purification, I escaped, stumbling along the way like a wandering ghost. I crossed grasslands, villagers, and cities. I couldn't recall who I was or where I came from. No matter where I went back then, I would hear all kinds of sobbing. When I watched priests presiding over mass burials, I felt sorrow in every corner. Later, I happened to rescue a noble lady and entered her manor. She was a bright and lively girl, and I was like a feral beast from the jungle. I was sensitive, suspicious, self-abased, afraid, and I often showed a cold, indifferent, cruel side that didn't match the morality of a human. She was very curious about me. No matter how I avoided her or what terrible things I did, she would approach me, infecting me with her smile. She would use interesting matters to influence me, and without realizing it, I got used to her pranks and her existence. We secretly got together. She was very worried that her father wouldn't agree to her marriage to a former tramp and present servant. Seeing her melancholic smile, I had the feeling of blood gushing through me for the first time. I rashly told her that I was leaving, but I would return with an aristocratic title and a bridal garland. I joined the army, becoming a knight. I raised a 3-meter lance and charged at enemies. Thanks to the chaos of the Fourth Epic's wake in the northern continent, I became a baron and obtained a fief I could call my own. I abided by my promise, and with the king's conferment letter, family emblem, a knight's medal ribbon, and my self-made garland, I married my bride. Upon saying this, Azek's expression gradually turned gentle. As though he was reminiscing and recalling something. The corners of his mouth curled up without him realizing it. Klein's heart stirred from hearing this, as though he had met the familiar Mr. Azek again. What happened next? He carefully guided the conversation. Azek looked ahead and said, later, we built a castle on our fief. We had children, a boy. He grew up very quickly, and I could tell that he would grow up to be tall and stout. He enjoyed combat, often running around while dragging a broadsword, claiming that he wanted to become a knight. I thought it was just child's talk that wouldn't last. However, even if he broke his leg or hurt his head, he didn't abandon his training. He thought that I wouldn't be able to see him if he hid in his room grimacing while tending to his wound. He underestimated his father. All the spirits in the fief were secretly under my service. Year after year passed. I recovered more and more of my memories. My wife often grumbled that the castle was too cold and dark and that she wished to go somewhere with sunlight and warmth. I satisfied her request, but it was only much later that I realized that it wasn't because she disliked staying in the castle, but that she was afraid of the changes happening to me. She was afraid of the colder me who was becoming a stranger. She never told me these things, spending time with me like she always did. We spent a beautiful time by the seaside in the south, and we even thought of having a second child, but unfortunately, we didn't succeed. It was only when I sensed that my next death was approaching did I return to the fief, to my castle. My son, that boy told me that he wished to head to Backland to become an attendant to viscounts or earls and begin his journey as a knight. I asked him why he had made such a choice when he was only around 10. He told me that I was his idol and role model. He wished to become a noble by being a knight like me without the help of his parents. Back then, I had already recovered most of my memories. Faced with that child, I always felt a little awkward, unfamiliar, and uncomfortable. But when I heard his answer, I still felt an indescribable joy, satisfaction, and pride. He was my son, completely different from the children I had back when I was in the Balam Empire. Klein knew that Mr. Azek was talking about his identity as Baron Lamat I. And the child who made him proud and satisfied had been poisoned to death in his middle age or advanced years. He was nailed in a coffin and even had his skull taken away by Insanguil. Azek's gaze went adrift for a moment. I died once again and woke up in a groggy manner. I instinctively left my fief and followed my prior arrangements to wander elsewhere. Every incarnation, I had a different life in the beginning. At times, I met with the sweetest love, at other times I received the most adorable daughter. The love, helplessness, and satisfaction left me taken aback, puzzled, and stumped again and again as I gradually recovered my memories. There was once a time where I was a filial son. I gave my parents pride, a beautiful life, adorable grandsons and granddaughters. But when I awoke and found myself, I recalled that in my previous incarnation, I had coldly watched their real son die in the battlefield and had seized his identity. On the one hand, I felt pain and guilt, and on the other hand, I felt it was nothing, something trivial. My inner heart seemed to dissociate into two. Back then, I had a mask that allowed me to change into anyone, but I lost it after awakening. This might have been something I deliberately lost. Klein recalled Mr. Azek's mention of a daughter who liked getting sweets from him. After some deliberation, he asked, I believe that it isn't a dissociation, but that you are fighting against madness. After losing your past memories, you, who restart your life, are always kind and warm, with rich emotions. At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. This might very well be the true you, your essence. And as a death console, you suffered the effects of the Beyonder characteristics' latent inclination towards losing control. You suffered the influence brought about by a high-level death pathway Beyonder. I heard that he had already gone mad after the War of the Four Emperors. Klein's words weren't without much evidence, because he only knew a few of Azek's incarnations: Baron Lamud, the father who made a swing for his daughter, the filial child, and the warm and friendly history teacher. His goal was to provide a guess, a possibility to help Mr. Azek resist the death console personality that came with his memories. It allowed him to introspect his past incarnations and use this to achieve a particular compromise with himself that wouldn't be too cold. And as he spoke, he suddenly had a new idea. Without waiting for Azek to finish digesting what he had said, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Azek, do you know about an anchor? To secure themselves, the deities and angels use anchors to prevent the Beyonder characteristics' inclination towards losing control and stop madness from corrupting them. Yes. Azek retracted his gaze and nodded. Klein wasn't too sure, but he used a rather firm tone and said, perhaps, your repeated memory loss to restart and live a new life is the anchor you use to resist madness and the loss of control. Do not abandon them. Do not forget them. That is you. After saying that, Klein added inwardly. Anchor. Azek repeated this word as his mind seemed lost. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sighed. This might be an explanation. At least, it lessens the intensity of my mental dissociation and conflicts. However, since I've already come this far, I should still head inside the mausoleum to see what's hiding there. Why is it summoning me, and what is causing me to die and revive again and again, losing my memories during the process only to find them again? This has troubled me for more than 1,000 years. It has troubled my every incarnation. I believe I can receive an answer today. The look in his eyes turned clearer as his voice seemed gentle, but there was an indescribable firmness in it. Klein wanted to stop him, but moments after he opened his mouth, he closed it again. Azek pressed down on his half-top hat. Without turning his head, he said with a gentle smile, remember to close your eyes. With that said, he walked forward, following the flights of stairs as he headed for the deep depths of the mausoleum. The wafting black fog didn't produce any more panting sounds. It slowly scattered into its surroundings, accentuating the illusory object that was coiled at the bottom. It was a massive feathered serpent that seemed to occupy an entire island. It had huge, dark green, nearly black scales. Amidst the gaps were feathers covered in yellow oily stains. On every feather, there were thin illusory black tubes extending outwards. The exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and real, its actual form was hardly describable. It seemed to be a combination of things incomprehensible to humans. Its eye sockets were burning with pale white flames, its face was that of a human's. The face had bronze skin, and it had soft facial features. Beneath its right ear was a tiny black mole. It was another Azek Eggers, Chapter 916 Irresistible Approach. Chapter 916 Irresistible Approach. Upon seeing this coiling feathered serpent deep inside the black fog, and a face at the top of the towering figure, Azek was first taken aback. Following that, the corner of his forehead throbbed as though he had been struck in the temple, splitting his head in two. Amidst the excruciating pain, several incontiguous scenes flashed in his mind. It was a feathered serpent with a face identical to his, even to the smallest detail. Above a silent land, there were countless pale corpses. Floating in midair, there were clouds stacked from bones that came from different species. Black tentacles that drilled out from the ground, with eyes that resembled dead fish at the tip of each tentacle. A transparent spirit body was forcefully pulled out of his body. After these flashing scenes, a pair of white flaming eyes that were on the brink of extinguishing glanced over. A white feather stained with yellow oil fluttered down, splitting Azek's transparent spirit body into two. One of the parts suddenly flew up and plunged inside the cloud of bones. The remaining part fused with a golden accessory that had appeared out of thin air. Amidst the pale white flames, it materialized back into a body of flesh and blood. This scene was like a thunder god's hammer striking down at Azek's mind, again and again, making the pain hardly bearable. He raised his hand to his head as his knees gradually buckled as he knelt on the staircase. He had finally recalled everything that had happened, and he understood the reason why he was constantly dying and reviving, always losing his memories and having to recover them every single time. His soul wasn't complete. Similarly, Azek also understood why the feathered serpent suppressing the entire space in the depths of the black fog had an identical face as his. It was him. That was the other Azek Eggers. And all of this was a concealed attempt before death's fall. If stitching souls existed, there was naturally the splitting of souls. At that moment, the crazy and powerful death had seemingly foreseen his outcome. Unwilling to die so simply, he secretly split the soul of his son, Balam Empire's death console. He took half of it away and used another item as a replacement, stitching it together with Azek's soul. It was a mystery if it was a deliberate arrangement of death, or if it was an unintended consequence of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. The half-soul that had been taken away from artificial death had fused with the target of the artificial death project, the uniqueness of the death pathway. It made the latter gain certain innate abilities as it began influencing high-sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway who had failed their advancement. And for the other half, although there was a replacement that prevented it from being incomplete, the incomplete soul resulted in repeated deaths and resurrection just like Sequence 4's Undying. And due to the golden accessory inside his body, and the calling from the other half-soul, Azek, who started a brand new life every incarnation, would gradually recover his past memories with the passage of time. In the past, artificial death had attempted to identify the reason, but due to the natural recovery of his memories, he was often already close to death once more. He wasn't able to perform any in-depth investigations. Furthermore, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project had been raised in the past few centuries. It was only in recent times that they received some level of success. That was why he never found the answer. Ha! 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 At some point in time, Azek's hands had left his head. They were placed on the staircase as his throat produced a voice that didn't sound human. Drops of sweat dripped down his forehead and hit the stone steps in front of him. They spread out into a layer of pale yellow oil, growing out into dense white feathers. At that instant, he felt the other half of his soul calling out, as well as its desire. The two selves which had been separated for more than 1,000 years were eager to fuse as one, to be whole again. No, Azek muttered in pain, unwilling to raise his head or reach out his right hand. He had seen it clearly. The him as a feathered serpent didn't have any reason. It was filled with extreme coldness and madness. If he became one with it again, he would probably immediately be restored to his state as a death console from before. He might even become a fake death who only had godhood with zero humanity. He would forget everything, forgetting everyone who he had once cherished. No, Azek's throat squeezed out the same word again. Irresistibly, he raised his neck bit by bit as pitch-black and gloomy scales appeared. At his forehead, something that took a life of its own protruded out. His forehead cracked as a bloody opening appeared. A golden sliver of light emitted out of nothingness, taking form inside the flesh and blood. This ancient accessory made of gold was in the shape of a tall, slender bird. Pale white flames emanated around it in the form of feathers. Inside its bronze eyes, there were shimmering layers of light that separately formed a mysterious and illusory door. The moment it appeared, Azek let out a painful growl. He raised his head completely as two wisps of pale white flames burst in his eyes that had experienced much. Deep inside the black fog, the illusory and real feathered serpent had straightened its body. It reached its head out as the two identical faces of different sizes looked at each other in silence. As four pale white flames leaped, bit by bit, Azek, whose hands were on the ground, struggled to stand up with a warped expression. Slowly, he walked to the feathered serpent known as Artificial Death. As he approached, the entire mausoleum began shaking. The surroundings turned transparent, reflecting a world with countless skeletons and shadows. Bloody arms, bluish-black vines with baby faces, and slimy tentacles with dead fish eyes or two rows of sharp teeth tore through the boundary between reality and the illusory, reaching into the mausoleum. However, they clung straight to the ground without daring to move. East Balam, Kolain City. Daily Simone, who was rushing to her next target's location, suddenly stopped in her steps and held her head. "What's wrong?" Red Glove's team captain, Soest, asked in puzzlement. Daily frowned slightly as she answered, seemingly in reverie, "I hear strange voices. I can sense the calling that stems from an unknown place. I even wish to kneel to the ground. Can the rest of you hear it?" Soest prudently asked the other teammates. Just as Leonard Mitchell shook his head, he heard the slightly aged voice in his mind. "Look towards the Berserk Sea." Leonard subconsciously turned his body and looked in the direction of the harbor towards the distant Berserk Sea. He saw a swath of pure, deep black darkness. There weren't any gales, massive waves, dark clouds, lightning, torrential rain, or sunlight. Although Klein had his eyes closed, his outstanding spiritual perception allowed him to sense his surroundings. When he heard the painful murmurs and shouts that sounded like Mr. Azek, he could sense seemingly corporeal silence and the aura of death. What's happening? Although the artificial death deep in the mausoleum didn't attack Mr. Azek, it has inflicted him with adverse effects? Klein's mind raced as he felt anxious and worried. His spiritual intuition told him that what was about to happen was not something he wished to see. However, he couldn't figure out what he could do. He didn't even dare open his eyes to look at Mr. Azek's present state or whatever he had encountered. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with mere courage. It was a difference in the natural order of life, an unbridgeable gap. Suddenly, Klein had a strong feeling of helplessness. However, he didn't give up as he tried hard to think of whatever items he had on him that could be of use. Creeping hunger? No, it's at a completely different level. It won't be of any use. Death knell? Even worse. Grozel's travels? I didn't bring it. Neither did I bring the Black Emperor card and Tyrant card. Fate Siphon Charm. Yes, the Fate Siphon Charm. Klein was delighted as he formulated a plan. It was to use the Fate Siphon Charm to temporarily swap his fate with Mr. Azek. He would suffer the influence created by artificial death in his place. At the very least, I still have a chance of reviving. As for Mr. Azek, the deaths he previously suffered wouldn't from the damage inflicted. Who knows if he can awaken again in such a situation? Klein didn't consider if the Fate Siphon Charm was effective on Azek and artificial death. He only wished to give it a try. He raised his right hand and reached into his pocket. Then, there was a delay in his actions. His arm rose a little before landing back in its original location. He froze for a moment as though he had been petrified into being a stone sculpture. Klein's lips quivered a few times as his expression distorted indiscernibly. Following that, he swung his right arm and reached his palm into his pocket and pulled it out. Gripped tightly in his palm was a black crystal card-like charm. At the same time, Azek was approaching the towering illusory feathered serpent. His footsteps sped up as though he was returning to his throne. However, his eyes, which had pale white flames, were filled with pain. His expression was extremely warped. "No," Azek muttered once again. Wherever his skin was exposed, white feathers stained with yellow oil grew out from the gaps of pitch-black scales. The intense shouting and desire made him lose control of himself. He was about to soar into the sky and leap towards the gigantic feathered serpent that shared his face. Pale white flames spread out from the bird-shaped accessory at his forehead, flowing towards the rest of his body. Klein's spiritual intuition was sending warnings as he hurriedly said a single word in ancient Hermes, "Fate." Just as he was about to use the charm, his surroundings suddenly quietened. There was no longer any sound. A slender, fair female palm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the golden bird-shaped accessory on Azek's forehead. A figure then materialized between Azek and the towering illusory feathered serpent, stopping the two's approach. With the help of this external force, Azek finally held back that desire and the irresistible calling to fuse together. The pale white flames in his eyes reflected the floating figure in midair. It was a beautiful lady wearing an ancient robe. She wore a black hood. Her face was deadpan, and her black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. Chapter 917, 3 Choices. Chapter 917, 3 Choices. The strange turn of events inside the mausoleum left Klein, who had his eyes closed and his spirituality converged, completely unaware of what was happening. He had no idea if it was something good or bad. Therefore, even though he had already chanted the activation incantation, he still didn't dare rashly use the Fate Siphon charm. He was afraid it would make things worse or that it would have the opposite effect. Seconds passed as Klein felt the passage of time was especially slow. He felt as though an entire century had passed. Finally, he heard Mr. Azek speak with a somewhat hoarse and uncertain tone. "It's you." Following that, an unperturbed voice that was clearly female sounded. "You have 3 choices. First, continue proceeding forward to seek completeness. Allow Salinger to revive within your body. The second is to have me help you extract that half-soul, allowing you to take it with you. You will think of a way to stitch it back together, but this will make you transform back to your original form. You will stop repeatedly dying and reviving, but it will not be the present you. Your past incarnations will truly recede into being dreams. Third, it's to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level. You will have no way of advancing further. You will still die again and again, waking up with no memories, and repeatedly search for your past experiences." Klein was taken aback by what he heard. He never expected that there was another person in the depths of the mausoleum. Furthermore, she appeared to have absolute authority. She provided the former Death Consul, Azek Eggers, different choices that he could choose from. This is that the artificial death that's hiding deep in the black fog? No, he originally didn't seem to have any intelligence. It's been so long, and it's not like he has tried communicating. Extract the half-soul and think of a way to stitch it together. What does that mean? Azek's soul was not whole to begin with? Extract it from where? The lady speaking is actually able to do something Mr. Azek is incapable of? Also, who is Salinger? Why would he be revived in Mr. Azek's body? He is death that caused the Pale disaster, Mr. Azek's father or grandfather. He foresaw his death, hence, he left a seed in Mr. Azek's body for him to revive? The first choice is definitely something to eliminate without any thought. The second and third choice each have their own problems. The former makes him not his current self. He will become an unfamiliar him. The latter is to suffer an undying curse for all eternity, never to receive salvation. If he's confident with himself, truly treating all the past incarnations as an anchor, then the second choice can be considered. It allows for reconciliation and a compromise. But this involves the splitting of a half-soul into half. It's impossible to guess what developments will happen to the other half soul which didn't experience those incarnations in the future. The anchor might not be able to resolve the problem. Ideas flashed through Klein's mind. He was puzzled, curious, stumped, and confused. He was so near, yet so far from a solution. It was Isaac's life. It was a future he needed to face. No one else could make the decision for him. And whatever Klein needed to say had been said. He stood there helpless and worried, waiting for Mr. Isaac to speak again. Isaac looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him without saying a word. The pale white eyes in his eyes flickered. The illusory but real towering feathered serpent seemed to sense a negative development. It suddenly lashed out its tail, wildly sweeping it around as it lunged its head downward and opened its gaping mouth, revealing dark red flesh and fangs that were tainted with yellow oil stains. It stuck out its black serpent tongue and spat dark green slime in a bid to devour Isaac Eggers. However, all of its attempts failed to be effective. It seemed to live in another world. Amidst the unsettling silence, Isaac raised his right hand and rubbed his temples. Calmly, he said with a laugh, "Perhaps I'm accustomed to my present life. I choose the third choice." Just as he said that, the hooded lady clenched her fist, gripping the golden bird-shaped accessory tightly. Then, she retracted her arm, pulling out the ancient item from the gap in Isaac's forehead. Isaac's expression distorted once again as though he was experiencing unimaginable pain. Every drop of his blood, and in every piece of flesh, there were some parts of his soul seeping out, mixing together into a transparent soul. This soul appeared complete, but it was filled with discordant and disharmonious feelings. It was because it was half gold in color, the same all the way from the brows, eyes, to the torso, and its four limbs. It had an ancient simplistic beauty. As the golden bird-shaped accessory was extracted, Isaac's translucent soul began to disintegrate inch by inch, as though it was being skinned alive. His throat let out an unhuman gasping sound once again, causing Klein's head to spin and ache. It felt as though a needle had stabbed into his brain and was stirred wildly. In seconds, Isaac's spirit body completely split into two. Half of it transformed into a golden stream that infused into the bird-shaped accessory, while the other half returned to his body, fusing with his flesh and blood. The two pale white flames in Isaac's eyes were extinguished as the white feathers and pitch-black scales on his body receded. His warped expression also eased as he no longer looked as savage. His expression turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead throbbed. Clearly, he was suffering a pain that stemmed from deep within his soul body. "Thank you for your help." He bowed towards the beautiful hooded lady. He turned around and floated up the staircase, coming to Klein's side. "You can open your eyes now," Isaac said with an exhausted smile. Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sized up Isaac. Realizing that there weren't any signs of madness or loss of control, he was completely relieved. He curiously cast his gaze deep into the mausoleum. The black fog was still emanating, completely blanketing everything underneath. Who was that? He couldn't help but ask. Isaac laughed and reached out to grip his shoulder. "Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear it unless she is willing to let you know." As he spoke, Klein subconsciously grabbed his two marionettes' shoulders. The colors around them saturated and clearly stacked upon one another. The two men and two marionettes quickly passed through the spirit world corresponding to the Berserk Sea, returning to Klein's in Colaine City. Isaac released his grip and pinched his forehead. With a gentle smile, he said, "I'll need to sleep for an unknown length of time in order to recover. If you have any questions, you can seek out the spirit world's 7 lights. You should already be aware of the corresponding ritual." "Mr. Isaac, are you all right?" Klein asked in concern. At the same time, he rebuked himself. How can he be fine having lost half his soul forever? Isaac laughed and said, "It's not a big deal. I'll just be maintaining my previous state, allowing me to foresee my death and arrange everything, severing ties with my original life. I'll then forget everything and reawaken in search of my past. Like before, at least you're there, someone who knows a lot about my past. If I were to forget once again, I should be able to recall a lot when I received your letter." He paused and nodded indiscernibly as he chuckled. Sleep isn't a bad thing either. At least I'll have dreams. In my dreams, I never left, accompanying her while taking in the sun while guiding that stubborn son of mine to use the broadsword. I'll also make a swing for that little kid that loves to wheedle. Having said that, Azek threw out the copper whistle and said with a gentle smile, remember to write to me. But before I awaken, I will not reply to you. Just as Klein reached out to receive the ancient and intricate copper whistle, Azek vanished from the room, his whereabouts an unknown. After blankly watching this scene for a while, Klein suddenly let out a sigh. To go anywhere else from Colane City by land, one needed to follow the spiraling path that led upwards. After passing through the different streets, one would arrive at the peak of the city. Then, one had to descend the mountain and enter a plain. At this moment, the Red Gloves team that Soest led was standing on a square at the peak, looking down at the abnormal Berserk Sea. Daily Simone, who had been pressing her forehead all this time, suddenly lowered her hand as she said, feeling somewhat puzzled, everything has been returned to normal. There's no more problems. Normal? Leonard returned with a question in puzzlement. From his point of view, it was very difficult for Daly to return to normal before the end of the Berserk Sea's abnormality. Perhaps it's intermittent? Soest hesitatingly raised a theory. Daly was just about to answer when everyone's spiritual perception was triggered. Once again, they looked towards the Berserk Sea. In the swath of pure blackness, one bright star after another lit up. Backlund. Beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson received an emergency telegram from the sea. The telegram's content was rather simple, but it was sufficiently shocking. Gehrman Sparrow has appeared, boarding the Black Tulip with another person. He has made Ludwell into a marionette and left with the person Ludwell addressed as Death Consul. Gehrman Sparrow. Death Consul. St. Anthony silently repeated these two names. He leaned back slightly and closed his eyes. Once again, the corresponding complete information of the sealed artifact, 0 to 17 appeared in his mind. Number, 17. Name, Angel of Concealment. Danger grade, 0, extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance, Pope, team of researchers, and Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese. Note, when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Backlund Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 1 to 29. Sealed method, the seal is completed through the combination of 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. Description, this isn't an item. Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1, this sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year, missing. Exact date, missing. Exact location, missing. Appendix 2, based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. Appendix 3, a limited premise is the reason behind its inability to be used. It has been confirmed that she can be used as the goddess's descent vessel. Chapter 918, Guesses and Ideas. Chapter 918, Guesses and Ideas. Colane City. Inside the inn. Klein sat on a reclining chair, reaching out to receive the black tea with lemon from Winnerenzo. Beside him, Admiral Hal Ludwell stood straight, wearing a mask with a rapier by his waist. He appeared like the most loyal guard. Only at this point in time did Klein, who had completely calmed down, have the mental capacity to analyze what had happened in Death's Mausoleum. Amongst all of that, what he paid most attention to was the existence that had helped Mr. Azek get out of his predicament at the critical moment and provide him with 3 choices. First, a female voice. Second, this matter is definitely advantageous to her. Otherwise, no one would cross such a great distance to provide assistance. Of course, if she happened to pass by and had helped Mr. Azek out of goodwill, that's also completely understandable and acceptable. But the problem is that the mausoleum is a product formed from Death's godly powers when he perished, a product of the characteristic, corpses, and the natural environment. Without the corresponding key, even deities can't find it. With a door that cannot be opened, How is it possible for anyone to be passing by? Also, Mr. Azek's actions had been very sudden. He didn't first seek out the members of the numinous episcopate that are carrying out the artificial death project for information. He directly followed the calling and arrived at the Berserk Sea and entered Death's treasure trove. If it's not someone who can locate me or him, or them being someone who has a strong prescient ability, there's almost no existence that can arrive in such a timely manner. Finally, the Salinger that can revive via Mr. Azek's body is almost certainly that I'm mad, but I'm stronger Death from the fourth epoch. That female voice directly addressed him by his name without showing any signs of respect. As Klein seriously analyzed the information, he suddenly had a theory, but he couldn't help but avoid the possibility. Based on what he knew, the Evernight, Death, and Giant Beyonder pathways were a group of its own. They could be interchanged at high sequences. And other than using the honorific name of Lady of Crimson or some special grade O sealed artifact to occupy a portion of the moon's authority, the goddess also had the title Mistress of Repose and Silence. That totally pointed to the underworld and Death's domain. And back at the foggy town, and with his use of the holy sword to make a vow with the goddess bearing witness, as well as the goddess clearly possessing the authority of misfortune, it made Klein believe that he had entered her special watch list, just like how he singled out certain believers using the sea god scepter. Making a bold assumption and seeking careful verification, then almost all the questions can be answered if she really was the goddess. As one of the 7 Orthodox deities, as one of the winners of the Pale Era, she has the level and right to address Death by his name. And having been labeled by her, once anything abnormal happens, such as me entering a strange place like Death's treasure trove, she would definitely sense it and take the necessary action in response. Furthermore, as it definitely requires some time, she didn't manage to stop it at the beginning. To her, that artificial death, or the death pathway's uniqueness that had initially come to life, clearly enhances her authority in the aspects of repose and silence. It might even allow her to directly intrude into Death's domain, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire did to the Chained God. When Death perished, the 3 sequence 1 characteristics should have automatically separated. It's unknown who received them. If the goddess is searching for them, perhaps ruler of the ancient underworld, Lady of all the undead will be added to her title. Although Mr. Azek has been pursued by the Church's high-sequence Beyonders, he has ultimately never suffered any real threats. From the looks of it, the goddess has been waiting all this time for today's development. Upon coming to this realization, Klein suddenly felt a little frightened. He was rather pious. At the very least, he superficially raised his right hand in a pious manner. Tapping 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, he formed the sign of the crimson moon and muttered, "Praise the Lady." This made him recall the answer he received when he asked Snake of Fate Will Septon about obtaining the high-sequence Beyonder potion formulas of the Seer pathway. Can only be obtained from the Crazy Zeradal or the Hornasis mountain range. If you are the blessed of the Evernight, treat it as though I didn't say it. After the incident at the foggy town, Klein had already discovered that heading to the Hornasis mountain range and finding Zeradal was the same choice. Even stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from St. Samuel Cathedral's basement was the same. And up to this date, he realized that the second line was not without meaning. He stroked his chin and muttered, perhaps, maybe, possibly. I'm really considered a blessed of the Evernight. Towards this, Klein wasn't too unreceptive to it. On the one hand, he had spent the first few months after coming to this world with the Church of Evernight's Tinjin Nighthawks team. He had a group of great teammates and colleagues. He had a rather heartwarming life and acceptable ideals. To this day, he still recalled the past, therefore, although he wasn't a worshipper of the Evernight goddess, he was very accepting of this deity. On the other hand, at least on what he had seen to date, the Evernight goddess had yet to show any ill intent. Instead, she had given him some blessings. Klein believed that since he had been specially marked, it was unlikely that he could be free from it anytime soon. All he could do was learn to accept it and make good use of it. Of course, I can't let down my guard. In addition, I already have too many enemies in the form of the Mother Tree of Desire, True Creator, Primordial Demonis, Primordial Moon, Blasphemer Amon, Angel of Fate Ouroboros, and others. Some of them might even be able to get a hold of my location at any time. Without finding someone powerful to cozy up to, my future will really be difficult. With so many things on his plate, Klein quickly adjusted his state of mind. To him, as long as the goddess had labeled him from the moment he made the vow using the holy sword, and not earlier, as well as not constantly monitoring him, he found it acceptable. At least from the special labels afforded to me by the sea god scepter, constant monitoring isn't possible. Mr. Azik will be sleeping for a very long period of time. The goddess can't just do a divine descent as she pleases. There must be some corresponding obstacles and difficulties. Otherwise, the 7 Orthodox deities would have made divine descents all across the world to resolve all kinds of problems. That's why I should keep a low profile and behave myself in the southern continent. I shouldn't try to pin my hopes on an external factor. Klein reminded himself before scrutinizing his new marionette, Admiral Hel Ludwell. To be frank, he was rather curious about the face hidden beneath the silver mask. But upon recalling how there was an anomaly when Ludwell took off his mask in their previous battle, he held back his thoughts. He planned to make the attempt again after he left the city and did it in the woods or somewhere uninhabited. After some work, Klein gained a rough understanding of his new marionette sequence and powers. Ludwell was Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death Pathway, and he wasn't a normal human. The corresponding Sequence 9 was Corpse Collector. Back in Tingen, Klein had already learned of its specifics. He knew that they possessed certain traits of a corpse. Their entire being appeared rather cold and grim, and their body temperatures were relatively low. This allowed them to avoid being attacked by dead unintelligent spirits. At the same time, they also had their physical bodies enhanced. They gained resistance to the cold, decay, and corrosiveness of cadaveric auras. They were naturally equipped with spirit vision, and they understood the characteristics and weaknesses of undead creatures. Sequence 8 was Gravedigger. Corpse collectors who advanced to this sequence become stronger. Their spirit vision was further enhanced as their agility increased. They were able to communicate with nearby spirits, allowing them to provide the Beyonder with help. Other than that, gravediggers could quickly find the weaknesses of unfamiliar undead creatures and spirit world creatures via observation. This was known as the Eye of Death. Sequence 7 Spirit Medium was a qualitative change. Beyonders of this sequence gained knowledge of various kinds of mysticism rituals related to spirits. They could directly communicate with the natural spirits and loitering dead souls in the real world. Hence, they had informants everywhere. At the same time, they could use different spirits to actualize different kinds of magic, creating various kinds of supernatural phenomena in a rather multifaceted way. Sequence 6 Spirit Guide and Sequence 5 Gatekeeper didn't experience a qualitative change from Spirit Medium other than an increase in the range for communication. Spirit guides began involving themselves with the spirit world as they began hiring messengers and receiving the help of certain spirit world creatures. Gatekeeper could sense the entrance to the underworld, allowing them to control the dead spirits inside, doing so as though they watched over the gates that separated the dead from the living. From Spirit Medium onwards, with the advancement of each sequence, the quantity and quality of natural spirits, undead creatures, spirit world creatures that the Beyonders could control and order increased exponentially. Spirit Guide gained the use of the additional language of the dead that circumvented the protection provided by one's physical body. Focused on the ability to communicate with a spirit body, the ability was enhanced to giving an order, to the point of slavery. Gatekeepers could even open the mysterious gate that separated life and death to a certain extent, opening the gates to the underworld. If it wasn't for the natural restraints that Azik's copper whistle had on the corpse collector pathway's control over spirits, I probably wouldn't have even had what it takes to fight Admiral Hell back then. And even now, if not for traveling to ensure my safety, I might not be able to finish Ludwell off, even if I used demigod-level powers. In the future, I have to take note when taking revenge on Insangwil. He was once a gatekeeper after all. Klein nodded slightly, raised the cup, and drank a mouthful of black tea. As for the weapon Ludwell had, it was named Harris Rapier. It originated from a prince from the southern continent in ancient times. It didn't directly correspond to any sequence or pathway. It was more of a product that was similar to King of the North Ulysses, who gathered similar characteristics without any proper rules. It only had one beyonder power, bringing absolute destruction to the items it stabbed. As a pirate admiral with the highest bounty, Ludwell didn't only have this mystical item. Unfortunately, his most precious death ring had been taken by Azek. As for the silver mask on him, Klein temporarily had no way of taking it off for research. Also, he really doesn't like money. He has zero need for money. Klein lowered his cup and retracted his gaze. Considering how it was still early, he planned on leaving Colane City and heading elsewhere to wait for Danitz to finish his investigations. Chapter 919 Perfect Inference. Chapter 919 Perfect Inference. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furs, who was having an afternoon nap, jolted awake from her dreams. She saw an endless grayish-white fog and Mr. Moon, who had his head bowed in prayer, clearly hearing his voice. In the southeast outskirts of Backlund, in the middle of Delaire Forest, there is an abandoned ancient castle. In it are at least 2 ancient wraiths and other dead spirits. The possibility of other beyonders living there cannot be eliminated. The coordinates are. I finally have information on the main ingredient of scribe. Information worth £300. Furs was instantly delighted as she immediately thanked Mr. Fool and sought him to pass her message to the moon that she would make payment shortly. After completing this, she got out of bed and went to the first floor. She planned on pouring herself some wine to drink and consider when she would explore the abandoned castle, as well as the necessary preparations. For the meantime, Lemano's travels cannot be rented out. Zio needs to come along. That abandoned castle has several dead spirits and is rather dangerous. I have to consider the combination of spells. If there's anything lacking or not specialized, I'll hire Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun to record the corresponding beyonder powers. Although Furs lacked actual combat experience, she had been mixing with beyonder circles for years. Later, she had joined the Tarot Club, and having heard and seen much, she naturally knew the need for preparations before any adventures. As for directly hiring Mr. World to do it, she had long struck it off her list of options. She believed that giving all the spoils and her savings to him wasn't enough to hire him. Of course, if her attempts at exploration proved that the abandoned castle was extremely dangerous, something that a beyonder at her sequence couldn't enter, she would have no choice but to shoulder an enormous debt. After all, there was only hope and a future from being alive. In theory, I shouldn't reach that stage. There are still 2 demigod-level beyonder powers left on Lemano's travels from Mr. World. At most, I'll use it first and think of means to make up for it in the future. The only problem is that the 2 demigod-level beyonder powers might not be suitable against wraiths and dead spirits. First sipped some Black Rand as her various thoughts took form. At this point, she heard a key latching into the keyhole as she instinctively looked towards the door. The door suddenly opened as Zaya walked in, carrying 2 paper bags that emitted a rich fragrance. Desi pies? Furs asked immediately before frowning in puzzlement. Haven't you had lots of commissions recently? Why are you back so early? Zio threw a bag of Desi pies over and said without hiding her smile, I happened to walk past it. I also hadn't had lunch, so I planned on taking a break. Without waiting for Furs to ask further, she said, I've accumulated enough points. I can soon exchange them for the interrogator potion formula. Although her monitoring of Royal Guard Captain, Viscount Stratford, hadn't had any significant progress, it was the kind that accumulated points on a daily basis. All she needed to do was submit a passable report every week to receive the corresponding bounty. Therefore, together with the other commissions and their varying levels of success, Zio had already earned enough to obtain the interrogator potion formula. Finally, Furs sincerely felt happy for her friend. Then, she shook the wine cup in her hand. Shall we celebrate with a drink? At the same time, she also thought of something pertaining to herself. This is great. After becoming a Sequence 7, Zio should have experienced a qualitative change. It will make exploring that ancient castle a sure thing. Zio looked at the transparent liquid in the cup before shaking her head incessantly. Drinking is bad. With that said, she frowned. Besides, I abhor the smell. Before Furs could speak, she suddenly recalled something. She stood up and walked to the door. I saw the mailbox filled with things. Haven't you opened it today? I didn't have the time. Furs wore a look as though she was busy rushing out her drafts. Zio was a person of action. Ignoring her explanation, she had already headed out to clear the mailbox. About 10 seconds later, she walked back in with a stack of newspapers and a few envelopes. As she looked at the addressee, she said, "It's all yours." 2 letters from the publisher. One's an invitation letter from a surgery forum. One letter is from Pritz Harbor. Pritz Harbor. Furs's mind stirred as she put down her cup and caught the letter Zio threw at her. She seemed to openly tear open all the letters in front of her friend, discovering that one of the letters was indeed from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Calderon City is in a rather special spot deep in the spirit world. I'm not sure of its origins other than it's very dangerous. A demigod had once stepped in without ever coming out. When selling the actual spirit world coordinates to that gathering's member, there's a need for you to warn him. Mr. World's target is such a dangerous spirit world city? First stared at the letter in her hand as her eyes widened. The Red Gloves team which had arrived at the next East Balam city had rendezvoused with the local Nighthawks, taking up an office of theirs. Everyone shall have half the day off. We will start tomorrow morning. Soas took out his pocket watch and opened it. They were about to strike a secret gathering location of the Numinous Episcopate to find more information of the Artificial Death Project and dig out another batch of enemies that hid in Backland. As for the information obtained from Ulika, they had already sent it back to Backland via telegram. They didn't need to worry about the subsequent work. After all, they weren't the only Red Gloves team. Backland's local Nighthawks were aplenty and powerful. Leonard and Daly were just about to seek out their lodgings to rest when a Nighthawk with some East Balam blood walked in with a piece of paper. A new telegram from Backland. Soast reached out to take it, and after opening it for a few seconds, he said with a grave expression, "Gehrman Sparrow has appeared again. Using divination methods, it has been confirmed that it's him." Gehrman Sparrow. Leonard wasn't surprised by this outcome. He already knew from Dwayne Dantes that his former colleague, Klein Moretti, was still alive. He curiously asked, "What did Gehrman Sparrow do again?" Soast surveyed the area and sternly said, "He boarded the Black Tulip and turned Admiral Hal Ludwell into his marionette." Admiral Hal? Ludwell? Marionette? The Red Gloves could hardly hide their astonishment as they exclaimed one after another. Even Leonard Mitchell was extremely surprised. One had to know that Admiral Hal Ludwell, who wore the ring left by death, had the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals. He was publicly recognized to be the strongest beneath the 4 kings. He was definitely not someone an ordinary Sequence 5 could compare to. As for Gehrman Sparrow, he had actually boarded his ship, turning Admiral Hal into his marionette despite being surrounded by the latter's, undead army and subordinates. Although they didn't know much about a faceless and a marionettist, just the term marionette was enough to let them know that Admiral Hal Ludwell's outcome was worse than death. He's already this strong? He infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate to meet the requirements for a demigod ritual? Leonard gradually fell silent as he didn't ask more. At this moment, Soast offered more information. According to the crew that escaped from the Black Tulip, there wasn't a fight back then. Gehrman Sparrow and another man boarded the ship. The moment Admiral Hal Ludwell saw them, he gave up any resistance and prostrated himself onto the deck, calling the man Death Consul. Later, he allowed Gehrman Sparrow to turn him into his marionette. Death Consul, Leonard subconsciously turned to look at Daly Simone. He believed that this Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Corpse Collector pathway likely knew what Death Consul meant. Daly scoffed and shook her head. "I only know that the former Balam Empire, a blood descendant of death that ruled the real world, was known as Death Consul. However, the Numinous Episcopate's royal factions leader has never called himself Death Consul," another Red Glove, Cindy, mentioned in puzzlement. This was rather open knowledge amongst the Nighthawks. Those that reached sequence 7 and above, or those who joined the Red Gloves, had the right to be privy to this information. As for the artificial death faction, it was even more unlikely for any of them to call themselves Death Council. Who knows? Perhaps the numinous episcopate has fractured again. Now, there's an additional Death Council faction. Daly first made a casual comment before she thought and said, Gehrman Sparrow has a mysterious origin. His motives for infiltrating Cheneysgate is unknown. Perhaps it's really related to the numinous episcopate. The numinous episcopate had always been a main target that the Church of Evernight had been trying to take down. The conflict between the two ran deep. Her statement reminded Leonard Mitchell of something because he knew that Gehrman Sparrow was Klein Moretti. Furthermore, he had joined a secret organization that worshipped the Fool and represented itself with tarot cards and had a working relationship with the numinous episcopate. In the few factions of the numinous episcopate, there's no Death Council. Admiral Hal Ludwell can almost be confirmed to be an arm of the numinous episcopate. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the numinous episcopate. Dwayne Dantes once said that the members of that secret organization come from different places with different goals. Klein's goal is revenge. Could the goal of one of the members be to strike the numinous episcopate, to gradually absorb them to revive or recreate death in their own image? Since there's an undying monster like Dwayne Dantes who lived since the Fourth Epoch, it's normal for that secret organization to have an additional ancient Death Council. Perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. As his mind raced, Leonard began believing that he had obtained the truth. Then, he made a connection with certain details. Dwayne Dantes is an undying creature who had lived since the Fourth Epoch. He knows the southern continent very well. He recently left Backland and has gone missing. Leonard was alarmed. Taking the opportunity while his teammates were in discussion, he lifted his teacup and covered his mouth, softly muttering to himself, "Old man, could Dwayne Dantes be the Death Council?" Palaz Zorost's slightly aged voice said with a smiling tone, "No. Balam Empire's Death Council is both a rank and a title. It's also the name of the Death Pathways Sequence 2. Sequence 2. That secret organization even has a Sequence 2 angel." Leonard's pupils constricted as he muttered once again, "How are you so certain that Dwayne Dantes isn't the Death Council? Because he's not an angel?" Palaz immediately chuckled. "No. The reason is very simple. You've seen the real Death Council's portrait before. Back when you Nighthawks were investigating Welch's suicide. You might have even met him personally. He's a teacher at Koei University's Department of History, Isaac Eggers." Isaac Eggers. Leonard was taken aback before he came to a realization. He finally understood how Klein Moretti was able to resurrect from the dead, why he was fine suffering curses, or why he could join the secret organization symbolized by tarot cards, doing all of that while usually not showing anything special about himself. The reason was that behind Klein was a member of the secret organization with the corresponding tarot card, Death, Chapter 920, Calderon's Origins. Chapter 920, Calderon's Origins. Biome, the slums. Hooded with a mask underneath it, the hanged man Alger once again met with Admiral of Stars Katlia. At a table, the two of them sat across each other, facing each other without saying a word. Finally, Katlia said, "Have you heard the news?" Alger didn't directly answer as he returned with a question. "The one about Gehrman Sparrow?" Katlia fell silent for a few seconds and nodded. "He has turned Admiral Hell into his marionette. Be it Admiral of Blood from before or the present Admiral Hell, they were both pirates who had a higher bounty than her. No matter how confident she was of herself, she didn't believe that the two Sequence 5 elites were weaker than her. You learned of it earlier than I expected." Alger confirmed the authenticity of the news in a tactful manner. Being a member of the Church of Storms, which controlled a large region of the sea, he could directly obtain the latest news from the official channels. Katlia curled her lips and said, "If the future were at sea, I might have to take days or even weeks to receive it. But I've been in Biome recently." She didn't divulge her intel source. After a pause, Admiral of Stars asked frankly, "What else do you know about this matter?" Alger shook his head. I was trying to figure out the exact situation when I saw your signal, so I rushed here to meet you. Catlia nodded slightly. Gehrman Sparrow and Admiral Hell didn't engage in a battle. Ludwell didn't resist, because Gehrman Sparrow had boarded the Black Tulip with a man who was addressed as Death Consul. Death Consul. Alger's pupils dilated as he felt an indescribable pressure. Such a term wasn't something any random demigod could undertake. Furthermore, that wasn't something the man flaunted himself, but an honorific term that Admiral Hell Ludwell had used. Furthermore, he gave up resistance and was willing to lose his life. With the hanged man not saying a word, Catlia added, in the death pathway, Death Consul is the name of the sequence too. Of course, every emperor of the Balam Empire was also given this title. Indeed, an angel from the death domain. Alger automatically ignored the latter possibility. After all, based on the acting method, the position of emperor was definitely held by a sequence 2 angel before the Balam Empire fell. And for someone who could make Admiral Hell become Gehrman Sparrow's marionette without putting up any resistance, they were definitely not something a mere title could accomplish. At this moment, Alger suddenly thought of something that left a deep impression on him. After Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos successfully fled, he was found standing by the side of an artificial lake. His face had rapidly rotted with pieces of flesh falling off. Even his eyeballs had rolled out of their sockets. It was undoubtedly the damage dealt by a potent force from the death domain. And Alger later confirmed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. To rapidly cause the death of a pirate admiral without him putting up any resistance, especially one who carried such a powerful sealed artifact, the assailant's level was obvious. The Church of Storm's Spellsinger of God Archbishop Snake had determined at the scene that it was done by a high-sequence beyonder from the death pathway and that it was not the person he knew. Alger had no doubts about that. He believed that it was done by a sequence 4 or sequence 3 demigod, in other words, a saint. He also felt horrified that Mr. Fool's Blessed was a high-sequence beyonder. Now, he secretly gulped his saliva with great difficulty, believing that he had underestimated Mr. Fool back then as well as that Blessed. That person wasn't a saint but a grounded angel, one that shared the same level as the 3 crowns of the various Orthodox churches. When it came to religion, the 3 crowns represented the various churches' pope, pontiff, or chief shepherd. A death consul as a blessed. Although Mr. Fool is still recovering, the amount of strength at his disposal is quite sizable. Alger's thoughts churned as his eyes shimmered. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Catlia sensed his gloom as she asked, "You seem to have recalled something." Alger deliberated for 2 seconds before vaguely replying, "Based on what I know, Mr. Fool has a death angel amongst his blessed." "That matches," Catlia said as though she was muttering to herself. Then why did the world promise me mythical creature blood that's not from that death angel? Is it due to having closer ties with the other one, making it easier to obtain? Perhaps. Although Alger felt that Admiral of Stars' inference wasn't wrong, he habitually gave a non-committal answer. Catlia didn't continue on the topic as she said, "We will start the operation tonight from 7:30 to 8. If you can participate in it, head over there with me." She has finally figured out the situation with the artisan? Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, "Why that time?" This wasn't the most suitable period for any covert operation. Once any mistake was made, the official beyonders would quickly detect it and rush over. Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and said with a complicated smile, "It's because it's dinner time for them. And they will be having mushrooms for dinner." What's the connection? The experienced Alger realized that he couldn't read the subcontext of Admiral of Stars' words. East Balam, in the lush and humid forest. Klein deliberately avoided the main path and came to an uninhabited area. He planned on getting Ludwell to take off his silver mask. This wasn't only to satisfy his curiosity but for a genuine reason. The silver mask was too striking. If he didn't deal with it, there was no amount of disguising that could direct the attention of others away from it. The biggest problem for a marionettist is the marionette's identity. The more powerful the marionette, the more famous they were while alive. Bringing one along with me has the risk of being exposed. If it wasn't because I didn't have the time to finish off the pirates on the Black Tulip, I would have had the means to keep it under wraps. For example, I could continue letting Ludwell be the captain while I pretend to be his subordinate. To a faceless, that's very simple. Klein sighed as he passed through the forest. There were many mosquitoes around him, but none of them came for him. All of them were circling Admiral Hal Ludwell, trying to suck his blood in vain. Klein had given his new marionette the green essence ring, which attracted mosquitoes. This was because its effects were completely overshadowed by Flower of Blood. Wearing the two rings was rather meaningless for Winnerenzo. In addition, Klein had confirmed that Ludwell's situation was special. He wasn't too afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes. After walking a distance, Klein casually tossed a coin and stopped. After a few minutes of contemplation, he decided to finish something else before removing the new marionette's mask. This was because, through this process, he could confirm the severity of the latent danger beneath the mask. Taking out the corresponding items, Klein quickly set up a ritual and moved the radio transceiver from above the gray fog to the real world. He wanted to contact Rhodes. Before he left Colleen City, he had paid Miss Magician £350 for the spirit world coordinates to Calderon City. He had also been warned about the extreme dangers associated with it. Therefore, he planned on obtaining more information from two channels in order to prepare for his hunting mission. The two channels involved asking the magic mirror and red light. With Mr. Azek being in prolonged slumber, Klein decided not to hesitate further. He planned on expanding his social circle, and not just stubbornly and inflexibly stick to the Evernight goddess. He needed to find powers to balance things out. And the relatively friendly seven lights of the spirit world were the best choice. With the appearance of the radio transceiver, the surrounding woods suddenly turned gloomy. It was as though the spirit world had overlapped with the real world. In about 10 seconds, tapping sounds sounded. Illusory white paper began being spat out. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. There's temporarily no danger here. What say you? Seeing this coquettish manner of speech, Klein sighed silently and finally confirmed that he had connected to the magic mirror, Rhodes. He had previously been afraid that the white piece of paper would have the words, "I want to have a child with you." Of course, he had divined the level of danger of contacting Rhodes above the gray fog, and he obtained an answer that it was fine. However, with the Mother Tree of Desire having a precedent of interfering with divination, as well as his misinterpretation of infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate, he wasn't too certain. Indeed. Klein nodded in a reserved manner before asking, "What do you know of Calderon City in the spirit world?" Amidst clicking sounds, a piece of illusory white paper exited the radio transceiver in a hesitant manner. "I can't see that city too clearly. I do not know its exact state, but I can confirm that a saint had perished in there before. There were also certain angels, travelers, and spirit world creatures who had once entered to explore it and left it alive in a relatively smooth manner. However, none of them got much out of it. Also, I know the origins of that city." Without waiting for Klein to press, more illusory white paper spat out amidst clicking sounds. Its former name was the City of the Dead. It was a grounded divine kingdom of the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Ever since that ancient goddess opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom was moved there. The City of the Dead gradually became the holy grounds of her descendants and believers. Before Gregrace was heavily injured by the ancient sun god and had the city uprooted and thrown deep into the spirit world, none of its citizens ever came out again. The name Calderon originates from the Abraham family's angel, the first person who stepped in. In the language of the dead, it means unknown soul. Chapter 921 Politeness First. Chapter 921 Politeness First. When it came to the understanding of ancient gods, Klein knew as much as many high-sequence beyonders. After all, he had the City of Silver who had continued on from the Second Epoch to this day behind him. The corresponding myths that were passed down the ages had left plenty of influence. Based on what he knew, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace was a so-called ancient goddess. Because of the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god who eventually ended up being consumed by the kings of angels dealt heavy damage to her. Eventually, she perished towards the end of the second epoch. However, her influence had yet to dissipate to this day. Signs of her existence remained because she was the founder of the underworld. City of the Dead. Unknown soul. Ancient goddess. It sounds very dangerous. Klein looked at the radio transceiver in front of him and fell silent. Tap. 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 Another piece of illusory white paper spat out. Apart from that, I'm unsure of the rest. Great Master, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? That's a nice question. Klein reined in his thoughts and nodded gently. Speak. The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as a new line of text quickly appeared on the illusory white paper. Regarding Calderon City, you can ask Red Light Ire Moria. I still have to ask Red Light in the end. Klein nodded slightly and switched to asking, is there any danger if I were to remove Admiral Hal Ludwell's mask? No. A decisive answer appeared before Klein's eyes. That's good, he thought and said, let's end it here for today. Great Master, Wise Master, in another 1 or 2 minutes, a gaze will be cast here. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, will await your next summoning. Goodbye. The radio transceiver began tapping without any hesitation. Another 1 or 2 minutes? Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein was alarmed as though he was seeing a countdown timer on a bomb. He hurriedly used the altar and material he had yet cleared to set up a sacrificial ritual. He then threw the radio transceiver above the gray fog. After doing all of this and confirming that there weren't any anomalies around him, Klein made Ludwell walk to the side and not face him directly as he took off the silver mask. Gloomy pale white light spewed out, but it wasn't as exaggerated in his battle between Klein and Ludwell. It only enveloped a small region like an extinguishing candle. Meanwhile, as the radio transceiver had been sent above the gray fog, the gloomy, cold feeling that had disappeared in the nearby forest appeared again. Furthermore, it had an indescribable sense of horror that struck at the heart. This reminded Klein of a cemetery and the legendary underworld. After waiting a few seconds, seeing that there weren't any additional abnormal developments, he made his other marionette, Winnerenzo, to circle to Ludwell's front and carefully observe the face that had been masked for extended periods of time. The face lacked flesh, its skin clung tightly to his bones without any colors. It was as translucent as crystal. Beneath the crystal, transparent and indescribable shadows quickly flowed out, at times fusing with the skull, and at other times they shrank in gaps, surfacing on his teeth. Compared to the first 1 or 2 months of his transmigration, Klein would have been shocked by Admiral Hell's appearance, but now, having already seen all kinds of odd rampagers and mutated bodies, he wasn't shocked by such looks. After another round of research, Klein completely figured out Ludwell's condition. All of this stemmed from the unique traits of him being a gatekeeper. At Sequence 5, after becoming gatekeeper, Beyonders could use their bodies as cages that belonged exclusively to the underworld, allowing them to contain a certain number of souls, deceased, and natural spirits. As such, they obtained all kinds of unique powers with powerful helpers. There was no need to bring a huge undead army around in an eye-catching manner. This was the origin of many folk tales. Another purpose of a gatekeeper was an ancient role, to guard the underworld and their bodies, preventing the souls contained within from escaping, and to use them. This similarly had the symbolism of a pair of double illusory doors. And after ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace created the underworld. It was bestowing a small amount of the Death Pathway's authority to all gatekeepers. This made Beyonders of this sequence receive an enhancement in strength. The reason why Ludwell kept wearing the mask was because he had contained a powerful underworld creature in him. On the one hand, this creature could be used by him, and on the other hand, it was eroding his body, turning him into a half-human, half-dead existence. At the same time, ultimately, this creature was innately connected to the underworld. It was attempting to open the door and return. This was a combination of a gatekeeper's own powers and authority, and with the augmentation from Death's Ring, it allowed Admiral Hal Ludwell to enlarge the door to the underworld, allowing him to steer the Black Tulip directly inside. Half human and half dead form. No wonder Ludwell dares to enter the underworld. A real living person probably can't survive a second inside. Yes, that underworld creature gives his body some traits of a dead soul, allowing him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. I had suffered from that back then. Klein thought in enlightenment as he made Ludwell wear the silver mask again. The mask's purpose was to placate the soul. It allowed the underworld creature in Ludwell's body to be in a relatively calm state most of the time. After resolving his puzzlement, Klein cast his gaze back onto the altar. He wanted to attempt to contact one of the spirit world's 7 lights. In this aspect, there were special secret deed rituals and the corresponding spirit channeling ritual he could choose from. After some consideration, Klein chose the latter. This was because a secret deed ritual required him to open up his mind and spirit, allowing the targeted existence to make contact and thus obtain certain knowledge, strength, help, and a spiritual experience. This also meant that his body's thoughts and secrets were open to that existence. And through the spirit channeling ritual, there were 2 types: direct communication and praying for a soulfall. As the spirit world's 7 lights were extremely lofty existences, Klein couldn't guarantee a response based on the ritual's request. Therefore, although he wished to communicate remotely via spirit channeling, he had to make preparations for a soulfall to show his sincerity. Lighting 3 candles and dripping liquids like mint essential oil, Klein specially took out a paper figurine and placed it on the altar for the vessel for the soulfall. If there wasn't anything similar, the supplicating target would soulfall onto him, just like how Danitz had requested Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's soulfall back then. There were also 2 scenarios. First, the possessed body would lose all their senses, and they would have the corresponding existence control a certain part of their body so as to facilitate providing a question and answer. The simplest example was one using the mouth to speak while the other controlled a hand to write. Klein quickly completed the first part of the ritual before he took a step back, opened his mouth, and chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name. I pray to communicate with the inextinguishable light of the spirit world, the embodiment of infinite knowledge, the Red who wields authority and will. The biggest difference between this spirit channeling ritual and ordinary ones was that it couldn't be directed to deities, be it the Evernight goddess or the god of knowledge and wisdom. Their honorific names couldn't appear in the ritual or else it was bound to fail. From a mysticism angle, this meant that the spirit world's 7 lights didn't serve any deity. As the words that facilitated the communication with natural spirits were said, Klein saw the 3 flames burgeon as light splattering sounds connected together as though a door of light was opening. The area around the altar suddenly turned silent and dark as pairs of unknown eyes looked over from different areas. A cold, gloomy air blew past. Apart from the 3 candles, all the items on the altar floated in midair. Among them, the paper figurine staggered straight as its surface was tainted with a thick, clean red that didn't look bloody at all. Greetings. As Klein recalled the description of the spirit world's 7 lights from some mysticism books, he spoke by following the correct way of interacting that he had concluded. He acted like he was facing a teacher. The bright red paper figurine's head moved slightly as it let out an illusory but stern voice. Hello there. Quite polite. Indeed, spirit channeling became a soulfall. Thankfully, I made preparations. Various thoughts flashed in Klein's mind as he earnestly and politely asked, Your Excellency Ayar Moria, I have a question I would like to ask you. You can just call me Ayar Moria. Please go ahead and ask. The paper figurine floating in midair seemed to be competing with Klein about who was more polite. I wish to get information on Calderon City. Klein didn't change his attitude. After all, in the Footaholic Empire, there was a proverb, nobody will find fault with extra courtesy. The bright red, nearly transparent paper figurine pondered for 2 seconds and said, Can I know your purpose? Klein didn't conceal his purpose. He frankly said, to hunt a spirit world plunderer. The paper figurine's head moved slightly. That's indeed something that can only be found in Calderon City with ease. Elsewhere, spirit world plunderers are like a drop of water in the ocean. They are very hard to distinguish, and even I will occasionally discover them. I'm unable to lock onto them for long periods of time. A number of them are active in the core region of Calderon City. A few are scattered in the periphery. As long as you don't attempt to go too deep inside, it's actually not too dangerous. Unfortunately, due to special reasons, seven lights are prohibited from entering, otherwise, we could still provide you with some actual help. That's formerly the divine kingdom of the ancient goddess, Gregrace? Klein's heart settled down as he asked as a form of confirming the answers. The bright red paper figurine said, yes, the ancient death wished to revive herself using this city of the dead, but she failed completely. The authority was taken by Balaam's death. However, this also makes Calderon City more dangerous because the setup left by the ancient goddess underwent an anomaly after the failure. As for what it has turned into, I'm not too sure. Is that so? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He raised a few questions about other matters and received a rather satisfactory answer. Biome. Outside a house near the harbor. Alger and Katlia were patiently waiting for the people inside to finish their dinner. Chapter 9:22 Mushrooms and Fish. Chapter 9:22 Mushrooms and Fish. Looking at the lights that emitted out of the oriel window, the hooded and masked Alger was just about to ask about the details of the operation when he suddenly saw a shadow grow out of the rich darkness. It materialized as a lanky, pale, sickly young man. Bloodless Heath Doyle. Alger quickly recognized the man to be the second mate of the future. Heath didn't look at him as he directly said to Katlia, Captain, they didn't notice anything and turned those mushrooms into cream of mushroom soup. They plan to use the prepared pan-fried fish as tonight's main course. Excellent. Katlia removed the heavy glasses on her nose and used her eyes, which had a mysterious purple hue, to look through the neighboring house's dining hall across the walls. Heath Doyle didn't speak further as his body instantly darkened and returned to the shadows. It was unknown where he had slunk to. After hearing their conversation, and combining it with what Ma'am Hermit had previously mentioned, Alger had a rough idea of the core element to tonight's operation. Mushrooms. Poisonous mushrooms. Although he didn't know what method Admiral of Stars was using to cause the spiritual intuition of the Beyonders inside to be ineffective and not be able to distinguish normal mushrooms from poisonous mushrooms, Alger believed that there was nothing impossible in mysticism. He hesitantly said, will this cause Artisan Seal's death? Unaffiliated artisans were rather rare, so Alger didn't wish to lose such a friend if there was still room for turning things around. To him, the best case was to imprison the fellow and make him the exclusive artisan for both him and the hermit. No, Katlia calmly shook her head as she explained, be it from the information you gave and the observations of my crew, there's one point to take note of, Sealf doesn't like fish, and he even hates it. This might have to do with him getting a fish bone stuck in his throat when he was young. And it was because of this matter that Katlia ultimately chose the mushroom strategy. This could effectively reduce the enemy's effective strength while allowing their side to minimize any risks. The dark environment bred mushrooms that devoured flesh and blood and were the first to be eliminated by Admiral of Stars because they could let Beyonders with sharp spiritual perception sense something amiss. This was akin to facing something poisonous. In addition, Beyonders who believed in the primordial moon had a rather deep understanding of herbs, plants, and fruits. Relying on visual observation, they were likely able to identify mushrooms that posed danger. To trick them, the only way was for the food to be harmless itself. Only through its contact with something else did a mutation occur. Based on this, the mushrooms previously created by Frank were perfect. If the two conditions of fish and water weren't met, the mushrooms were ordinary mushrooms. They could neither poison a person to death or cause diarrhea. It would be digested bit by bit and be broken down into its different components before being expelled by the body. At this point, any more fish and water was useless. For this, Katlia especially got Frank to temporarily abandon his experiment and had obtained a batch of mushrooms. She also promised to hunt an Aurora Order Rose Bishop for him. Hates fish, Alger whispered, feeling like he couldn't keep up with the hermit's thought process. He had clearly asked if the poisonous mushrooms could cause Artisan Seal's death, but the answer he received was that the artisan wouldn't die because he didn't like fish and even hated it. Is there some connection between the two? Alger questioned inwardly in puzzlement, but he didn't say it out loud. He maintained his silence and planned to observe more and take note. After a while, there were screams from inside the house, followed by pangs of painful grunts and vomiting. Begin, Katlia issued an order in an abnormally succinct manner. Her figure instantly turned transparent, turning into a sculpture formed by countless stars. The sculpture shattered instantly as bright stars surged towards the house's door and drilled through a gap. As stars gathered inside, Katlia's figure materialized. Then, she heard howling winds and sounds of collisions. The door frame shook before the door opened. Wearing a hood and mask, Alger entered the targeted building not much slower than Admiral of Stars. He swept his gaze and quickly took in the situation at the dining hall. Artisan Sealth was retreating from the table with a look of horror. On the ground were two men and a woman who were constantly vomiting mushrooms. At their chests, their clothes had ripped apart as one mushroom after another sprouted. Upon sensing someone enter, they subconsciously looked up, revealing bunches of white spores on their faces. Under his mask, Alger's face involuntarily twitched. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, and with him being a Beyonder who had his fair share of experience seeing horrifying scenes, such a scene still left a striking visual and mental impact on him. Katlia had expected it, but she had never expected such a harrowing sight. After a moment of surprise, she held her right hand to her mouth and blew a whistle. Illusory ropes emerged from the ground and coiled around the three primordial moon believers like snakes. Is there a way to stop this? Katlia said to the shadow in the corner. After a moment of silence, Heath Doyle's voice sounded. Frank said that he hadn't obtained a way to stop it in his experiments. The only way is cremation. Cremation. Katlia's brows quivered. Immediately, she took out some powder from a pocket and threw them out. The powder seemed to have a life of their own as they accurately landed on the three primitive believers and the various mushrooms. Silently, they burst into scarlet flames and silently burned whatever they touched. Artisan Sealth was already dumbstruck from witnessing the mutation. When someone intruded, he had thought of resisting using his mystical item, but he quickly recognized the intruder to be Admiral of Stars Katlia. Hence, he wisely gave up and stood in his spot, waiting. He knew that he was of significant value. No matter where he went, he was not someone who would immediately be killed. Furthermore, Admiral of Stars never had any infamy to her name. Worst comes to worst, I'll just have to join the Star Pirates. Besides, this pirate admiral seems to be more beautiful than the bounty notices. She exudes a completely different air. Sealth tugged at his wolf fawn necklace and forced a smile, awaiting the intruder to mention her purpose. Katlia glanced at him and seriously observed his appearance. All she could confirm was that he was a classic example of someone from Intis, but she failed to find any similarities to Queen Mystic. The pirate admiral deliberated and said, I had been introduced by a friend, hoping to get you to create a mystical item, but I later discovered that you were with some primordial moon believers. The three of them aren't too strong and couldn't restrain you at all. Why do you still remain here? In this operation, Katlia's main hypothetical enemy was actually the artisan himself. This was because she could neither kill him or control him. Furthermore, he still had many well-matched mystical items, making him a powerful enemy. Yet, things developed smoothly to her surprise. Sealth said with a smile, they had strong ones in Biome in the beginning. Using particular floral fragrances and powders, they infected me with a strange ailment, making me increasingly weaker. Katlia casually sized him up and said, You have already recovered, so why aren't you taking this opportunity to escape? Alger stood by the side silently. He didn't say a word, afraid that his voice might betray him. Artisan Sealth chuckled and said, While I was under their control, they told me that as long as I believed in the primordial moon, I could use certain rituals to treat my chronic illness. I couldn't resist the temptation and tried it, and it really succeeded. I found the feeling of being a man again. Having said that, he came to an abrupt halt, realizing that he had said too much, exposing his secret illness. This is him letting himself go too far when it comes to women, thus slowly losing his abilities in bed? Alger chuckled inwardly. Sealf looked up and glanced at them. Seeing that no one was mocking him, he coughed slightly and continued, "It wasn't something that relied on medicine. I really recovered my young, virile state. Later, I had 2 dreams of a moon that was bloody and very enticing. I believed that I had already become a believer of the primordial moon, therefore, I didn't dare to escape." Cadlia and Alger silently exchanged gazes, simultaneously passing the death sentence on him. As long as someone truly believed in an evil god, devil, or some other secret existence, unless they were willing to continue in the faith and slowly become crazier, there was no regret. Even if they were protected by official Beyonder factions and didn't suffer any problems for prolonged periods, they might end up strangling themselves in their sleep years later. This was nearly unsalvageable, unless they earned the right to receive the blessings of a grounded angel like a pope of a major church, or if they accepted being isolated by certain sealed artifacts and live underground forever. Of course, under such situations, there were also many who did nothing and managed to live to a ripe old age before dying a natural death. However, they were mostly ordinary people, targets that the evil gods, devils, and hidden existences easily ignored. As for Sealf, he was a very useful artisan. Cadlia didn't mention the primordial moon believers again. To her, it wasn't a big problem whether the artisan believed in an evil god. As long as he could be communicated with to reach a deal for cooperation and not go crazy from time to time, the other matters weren't something a pirate needed to be worried about. She switched topics and said, "What mystical items do you have now? I'll choose a few and leave you with the rest." Towards such a development, artisan Sealf wasn't too surprised. She was a pirate, not a policewoman. Doing a heist in passing was extremely normal. For her to leave him some items was something he should earnestly thank her for. In fact, with his level and items, it was possible for him to successfully escape if he went all out, but he lacked the courage. "All right." Sealf took out a pair of grayish-white glasses from his breast pocket. Gargoyle glasses. As long as sight lines are met, it can cause the other party to turn numb all over as though they are being petrified. There are 2 negative effects. First, if one wears it and looks into a mirror, one will turn numb as well. Second, one's body will turn heavy, making one unagile. Isn't that the item I reserved? So it has already been made. Looking at the artisan, Alger couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 923, After Effects. Chapter 923, After Effects. Sealf didn't notice the change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers and said, "That cane was taken from me. It's called Word of the Sea. It can release lightning at a target. Waving it and striking it will cause it to be augmented with wind blades. Apart from that, it can also create large water spheres and corrosive rainwater. It can also allow the wielder to not be afraid of deep sea pressure. They can freely extract oxygen from the water. At the same time, it can also be used as a wand to provide flight. There are 3 negative side effects. First, it enjoys singing. Every 6 hours, it has to belt out a song. The resulting effects don't discriminate between friend or foe. Due to the different choices of songs and styles, it can make one's mind go adrift or have one's mind and soul shocked, and at other times, cause one to be irascible and be in a state of lowered reason. Of course, even without waiting 6 hours, it will also be very willing to sing if you so desire. Second, you can probably tell that it's equipped with living characteristics. Furthermore, it's one that is rather testy. It enjoys tripping, beating, or pulling the wielder downstairs when they aren't paying attention. Third, it will cause the wielder to easily be struck by lightning. Therefore, on stormy days, either don't go out or don't bring it along. This is the sealed artifact that was made from Gehrman Sparrow's ocean songster Beyonder characteristic. If he were to know that you had already made it and had allowed the primordial moon believer to take it away, you will definitely be sold to someone who has need of you in the form of a Beyonder characteristic. Alger looked towards the dining table and saw the black silver inlay cane. From what he knew, regardless of whether the other negative effects were severe, mystical items with living characteristics were considered sealed artifacts. This was because there were unpredictable dangers associated with them. With Catlia and her companion not telling him that he was done, Sylph could only continue taking out mystical items with a glum face. This short knife is called Blade of Poison. The effects are obvious. There's no need for me to give any additional information, right? Every time it deals damage, it will add on a random poison. As for what it is, it's all luck. Its negative effects aren't too serious. It will only cause medical treatment to fail and the feeling of being drunk to accumulate within the wielder. Sylph continued introducing a few mystical items and finally heard Catlia say, "Excellent, the rest are yours." Phew. She still left me with 3. Not only did Sylph not bear a grudge, he felt deep down how nice a person Admiral of Stars was. It was as though he had suffered some psychological ailments. Catlia then turned to look at the Hanged Man. "You pick first." She knew that the World Gehrman Sparrow had commissioned a mystical item to be made by the artisan. Therefore, the Hanged Man had to first select the Crazy Adventurer's item first. Alger nodded and took the Word of the Sea and the gargoyle glasses. Then, he indicated that the rest were spoils of war. Catlia thought for a moment and said, "Pick another one. The rest will be mine." She wasn't too interested in the remaining mystical items because she had 2 rather powerful items that suited her. She had also obtained the Scales of Luck and Judge button later, thus, covering all her bases. Under such a situation, the stacking of negative effects was something to be considered. Unless it was something extremely special, it wasn't something she would take a second look or choose to exchange. Of course, as a pirate admiral, she never found mystical items too excessive. After all, she had to hand over some of them to the Moses Ascetic Order and leave the rest to reward her crew. Alger fell silent for a moment. Starting from what items and beyond her powers he had, he chose the Blade of Poison. Following that, Catlia instructed Bloodless Heath Doyle to move the mystical items that Sylph had placed on the ground, and the remnant items left by the Primordial Moon Believers, out of the room. Then, she looked at the artisan with her dark purple-hued eyes. "Why do the Primordial Moon Believers want to control you?" Sylph's eyes flickered. "Isn't that simple and obvious? To get me to make mystical items for them." Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat as a result of the purple eyes that were coldly looking at him. He hurriedly added, "They also seem to have some plan that needs the help of an artisan. As for what it is, I've no idea because it hasn't started." Catlia retracted her gaze while seemingly in thought. Exchanging a silent look with the Hanged Man, they nodded simultaneously. They decided not to take away the artisan today and to leave him there to monitor the subsequent developments. In other words, they wanted to figure out the Primordial Moon Believers' plans from monitoring him. Actually, for the Hermit and the Hanged Man, whatever the Primordial Moon Believers were plotting wasn't something they cared about. They just each had matters they were concerned about. The former used it to communicate with Queen Mystic to provide her reference material for her strategies in the supernatural world. The latter could use this matter to earn contribution points from the church, therefore, they had instantly come to a tacit agreement to investigate deeper. Of course, Alger always believed in a principle. The more information he wielded, the more benefits he could obtain from various matters. After a brief silence, Catlia said to Artisan Sylph in the same tone, "Since you're already a Primordial Moon Believer, taking you with me provides me with no benefit." Sylph nodded immediately, agreeing with what she said. Catlia paused for a moment before she said, "However, I wish to establish a long-term working relationship with you. Therefore, I need a few drops of your blood. This will aid me in finding you at any time." Sylph wore a miserable look as his lips quivered, but he was unable to object to it. Phew. He suddenly exhaled and said, "Okay." With that said, he picked up a paper cutter beside him and sliced his forearm, letting a few drops of blood drip out. Catlia immediately raised her right arm and gently flicked her wrist, causing the few drops of blood to float and fly towards her. After observing the blood in her palm, this pirate admiral suddenly asked, "What's your last name?" "June," Sylph replied instinctively. Catlia didn't say a word as she turned around and walked out the door. Alger followed closely behind. The room quickly turned silent as Sylph sat on the sofa. He sat there motionless for quite a while, as though he was deep in thought over the encounter, being unable to extricate himself from it. 10 minutes later, he suddenly stood up and took out a small human-shaped figurine from his inside pocket. The figurine was brass-colored, and its face was empty. Blood slowly seeped out from it and remained on its surface. Sylph hurriedly wiped the figurine's face with a handkerchief before heaving a sigh of relief. He curled the corners of his lips and silently muttered, "Thankfully I have this fate puppet. Humph, let's see how you can find me with those drops of blood. Don't even think of cursing me." In the poverty-stricken district of Byam, on a street without any street lamps, the masked and hooded Alger looked at the hermit beside him. With a deep voice, he said, after Sylph escaped from the Church of Steam, "He has been living safe and sound to this day. This means he's not a fool. For him to so easily give you the blood in such a relaxed manner without putting up any resistance means that he has the means to avoid your tracking. Besides, he didn't mention an explanation of how the primordial moon believers found him. Logically speaking, the believers definitely would have asked him for the origins of the werewolf beyonder characteristic, but Sylph hadn't mentioned Alger at all. As Katlia took out the pair of heavy glasses and wore it, she said without a change in tone, "It isn't used for tracking." Alger nodded in thought before bidding her farewell, turning into a dark alley. He made several detours and found a chance to remove his disguise before leaving Byam. After he returned to the Resistance's private harbor, he boarded the Blue Avenger. His sailors had pretty much spent most of their energy and money over the past few days. So at that moment, they were all on the ship, waiting to set off for the seas again. Upon seeing him return, one of the sailors stood up immediately and asked with a smile, "Captain, have you had dinner?" "Not yet. Make something simple for me." For the operation, Alger hadn't had a chance to fill his stomach. The sailor, who also did some cooking on the side, immediately replied, "All right. We got some fresh mushrooms in the forest today. How about I pan-fry it with some butter?" Alger's face twitched as he shook his head with a normal expression. "Searing a steak would do. Medium rare, a medium done. East Balam, by the periphery of a forest." With his two marionettes, Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. He entered a city and planned on getting some dyes to disguise Admiral Hal Ludwell's mask. And before that, he had other things to do. It was to seek out a helper for his exploration of the periphery of Calderon. Klein was never a lone wolf, and it was even more so the case when faced with danger. Therefore, unless he had no options, he would always invite powerhouses to provide him with help by sharing the coordinates and paying the corresponding price. He wasn't one to rashly enter. To him, being able to obtain the desired ingredient while alive was most important. "If it wasn't because I know it's impossible, I'd even wish to wait 1 to 2 weeks before I carry a baby or push a pram to head for Calderon." Klein sighed silently as he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Rionette Tinker, with her 4 heads in hand, walked out of the void. Klein deliberated over his words and said, "I plan on exploring Calderon City soon. Well, I've already obtained its coordinates in the spirit world. I'm wondering if I can hire you for your help? What would be the price?" The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hand spoke one after another. "Won't do, I can't enter." Chapter 924, First Key Factor at Carrying Out Risky Operations. Chapter 924, First Key Factor at Carrying Out Risky Operations. Can't enter. The 7 lights can't enter for some special reason. Is this a restriction Calderon City has on higher-level creatures in the spirit world? However, how does Miss Messenger know of this limitation? Has she been there before? If that were the case, I didn't even need to ask Red Light or the magic mirror. Perhaps her spiritual intuition told her that? As his mind whirred, Klein slowly and silently exhaled. He then took out a gold coin and handed it to Rionette Tinker. "I understand. Thank you for the information." After one of Miss Messenger's head bit on the gold coin and retreated into the spirit world, Klein allowed his thoughts to roam as he considered how he could find other helpers. Mr. Azik has entered a state of slumber. It's unknown when he will wake up. there's no way to wait for him. Will Septon is about to be born but is only a baby. He is still at a nadir. And even if Mam Hermit has a way to temporarily restore his power while he is weak, it's impossible for him to do something as trivial as being my bodyguard. Besides, once he leaves Backland or showcases his corresponding level, there's a very high chance that he might once again be locked on by Angel of Fate or Abaros. Get the help of a demigod from the life school of thought through this snake of fate, such as that counselor Ricardo? That will be difficult. The life school of thought is suffering an internal divide. The counselors have too many things to do. Besides, they're running all over the world with the die of probability to leave traces to divert the Angel of Fate's attention. Queen Mystic Bernadette? I'm not too familiar with her. Besides, the fool has demigods and angels under him. A bless like Gehrman Sparrow can always find other help. Even if I claim that it's a cooperative effort, it will also expose quite significant problems. Sigh, on the surface, the fool has angels and demigods under him, but the actual situation is that at the angel and demigod side is the fool who's just photobombing them. The chief from the City of Silver? This is indeed something that could be used as a price when he makes a request, but the problem is that he's unable to leave the forsaken land of the gods. I think I should leave this opportunity for the Bizarro Bane. Those geezers of the Sanguine? There's no suitable reason, and it's very easy for me to be exposed to Lilith. Who knows who that dead ancient goddess who hasn't truly perished is? If she is actually the primordial moon in disguise, I can forget about resurrection. Klein thought of one candidate after another, but one by one, he struck them off the list. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. When in need, friends are always in short supply. He couldn't help but think of setting up a ritual to attempt to pray to the Evernight, the Crimson for strength, to seek the blessing of the goddess, hoping that she could directly bestow him with the true soul body and powder of a spirit world plunderer, or have some archbishop, high-ranking deacon, or secret ascetic to provide him with help. Unfortunately, all he could do was muse over the idea without actually carrying it out. Although Klein was rather accepting of the Evernight goddess and wasn't against the identity of being an Evernight blessed, he still felt extremely wary. He didn't wish to rely on a deity's bestowment for everything. Besides, he suspected that similar rituals wouldn't have any effect. This was because, with his present level and strength, he had no right to raise conditions with a sequence O. If the deity was willing to give, then she would naturally give it to him. If she didn't, praying was useless. If I have the shamelessness of old Neil, I might really try it. Back then, the goddess was willing to respond to his debt payment and resolve his constipation. She dotes on her believers pretty well. Of course, there must be certain side effects. Klein recalled the past as he sighed. He decided to change his train of thought. Since he couldn't get help from friends, he considered making use of his enemies. Perhaps I can bring the Black Emperor card, Tyrant card, and the radio transceiver. I could wait at the entrance of Calderon City. As long as King of the Five Seas Nast, High Sequence Beyonders of the Church of Storms, or leaders of the Rose School of Thought like Suat and the other demigods and angels rushed over, I will immediately enter that city of the dead. No, that's too explicit. King of the Five Seas Nast and the High Sequence Beyonders of the Church of Storms are highly unlikely to follow me into Calderon City. Instead, they will stay outside and wait for me to come out. Abomination Soa might chase after me, but he is an angel. He wouldn't be impeded by anything in the periphery of Calderon City. I'll only be inviting trouble to myself. After repeated thought, Klein finally gave up the idea of creating chaos for his benefit. He believed that it was difficult to replicate the same situation outside Biome City from back then. It was even more so when he wasn't a high sequence beyonder. A person who treads the edge of the abyss would fall into it sooner or later. Who else can provide me with help? Klein's gaze swept past his two marionettes as friend after friend flashed past his mind, including the members of the Tarot Club. Suddenly, he recalled something. Miss Sharon once told me that the Tutmosis II mummy is one of the keys to her advancement ritual and is very important to her. This also means that she's about to become a demigod, sequence 4 puppet of the mutant pathway. If she succeeds, I can get her to help. We have had a good partnership. Thankfully, I chose to help her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any hope today." As Klein reeled in poignancy, he took out paper and a fountain pen. Placing the paper on Enzo's back, he scribbled, "It's been a while since we last met. I wonder how you've been recently." As he wrote, Klein suddenly stopped. He felt the opening was too off and hypocritical. Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself. When she writes letters, she goes straight to the point without saying anything unnecessary. I have to consider her personality and be more frank. Klein thought for a few seconds before raising the previous slip of paper. Shaking it, he made it become engulfed in scarlet flames. After a few seconds of deliberation, Klein wrote on a new slip of paper. "I've already acquired the spirit world coordinates of Calderon City. If you've already become a demigod, I wish to cooperate again to receive some help. If not, there's no need to force it. I can still find other friends. Sherlock Moriarty." After folding the slip of paper and addressing it to Ma'am Miriam, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica again and blew it. Rionette Tinker, in her dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void as though she had never left the vicinity, appearing right in front of him. Klein handed her the folded slip of paper and a gold coin before seriously exhorting her, "Send it to Backland, Hillston, 126, Guard Street. Throw it directly into the mailbox." "All right," one of Rionette Tinker's head said, while another head but on the letter and gold coin. Upon seeing this, Klein pressed, somewhat worried. "You haven't lost the previous map, right? Do you know which borough Hillston Borough is? Do you know where Guard Street is?" The three other heads which Rionette Tinker held replied, "No, I know, it's very easy to find." Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he politely sent off Miss Messenger. He temporarily threw the matter of Calderon City to the back of his mind and began disguising his marionette, Ludwell. The next morning, a man, with brownish skin, light curly hair, and was dressed in a formal loan attire and a silk half-top hat, entered Tix City that bordered a forest with his two servants. This was a city that mainly produced timber, rubber, and special products from the forest. There was talk in the town that a few hair growth research centers and the complementing factories were established here. Having disguised himself as a local, wealthy man, Klein quickly found a hotel to stay in. Sitting on a reclining chair made of rattan, he observed his handiwork once again. Winner Enzo's skin was not only bronze, but it was now almost completely black. Together with his thin and soft hair, bushy brows, and dark shadowy facial outline, matched with Ballum-styled baggy, creased pants and a black and white top, he looked like a typical example of a local servant that hailed from a particular plantation manor. Admiral Hal Ludwell's rather resplendent clothes had become the same style as Enzo's. His exposed skin had clear burn marks, and his silver mask was now dyed with a uniform iron-black color. This made it look as though he had been disfigured due to a fire accident and that he was wearing a mask to hide his face, lest he scared any passers-by. After having his lunch, which was served to his room, Klein heard stacked illusory prayers. Mail. Mr. Hanged Man? It's also possible it's Emlyn and Little Sunday. The transaction of the sequence 5B under characteristic of the vampire pathway is about to begin. Klein was just about to head for the bathroom to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog when his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurried, activated his spirit vision, and saw the headless Rionette Tinker appear out of the spirit world, which overlapped with the real world with a letter in a head's mouth. "Miss Sharon has replied?" Klein first thanked her before receiving the letter and tearing it open to read. "Sorry, I will likely still need another 1 to 2 months of preparation. If you still need my help by then, I'll be fine with it. Sharon. 1 to 2 months. It's not like I can't wait. It's not like I've digested my marionettist potion yet." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he got a pen and some paper to reply simply. "Take your own time. There's no rush. My matter isn't urgent. I can wait. Sherlock Moriarty." After handing the letter and gold coin to Rionette Tinker and getting her to send it to Backland, Hillston Borough, 126, Guard Street, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. During wars, scouting is necessary. How can I be rash and so careless about exploring a dangerous place like Calderon City? When Miss Sharon advances, I can head there to do some scouting and gather some intelligence without the need to take risks. For example, I can figure out exactly what restrictions there are, what kind of anomalies will happen towards death domain powers, or I can figure out whether I'm only able to enter by a fixed entrance, or if I have any way of directly returning above the gray fog from inside. After confirming all of this, I can formulate a plan and make preparations. Of course, before scouting, divination is necessary. Klein soon made up his mind and walked into the attached bathroom. Chapter 925, Choosing Clothes. Chapter 925, Choosing Clothes. Above the endless grayish-white fog, in the magnificent ancient hall, Klein didn't rush to do a divination. He first answered the hanged man Alger's sacrificial ritual and got the cane made from the ocean songster beyonder characteristics to appear in front of him. Word of the Sea. This name, when transliterated to Chinese, does bring back memories. I'll just leave it at that. It's basically a weaker version of Sea God Scepter. It doesn't have demigod-level powers like lightning storm or tsunami either. There are quite a number of negative effects. As Klein recalled the hanged man's descriptions, he stroked the silver-inlaid black cane. Perhaps the mysterious space above the gray fog had naturally suppressed it, causing this beyonder cane to not express its living characteristic. It silently lay there like it was the most common and ordinary piece of wood. Klein nodded slightly and muttered silently to himself, mystical items with living characteristics are really rather troublesome. But from a different angle, it means that they can be communicated with. The die of probability back then was quite a nasty fellow, but didn't it also become obedient after getting schooled? Besides, I can always have my servants hold it most of the time. Yes, Winner Enzo will be most suitable. Although he already has zero passive luck, he is still accumulating luck constantly to make preparations for that critical moment. Releasing a little bit of it wouldn't affect anything. This way, be it being tripped, thrown, or beaten, he would be able to smoothly avoid it and not garner the attention of others. On careful thought, the cane's pranks aren't completely useless. If I were to meet other marionettists, spirit world plunderers, or bizarro banes and lose my initiative and end up being initially controlled, my thoughts and actions would turn sluggish. It would be quite difficult to extricate myself from that state by myself. At this moment, if an uncontrollable cane were to suddenly hit me or trip me to the ground, wouldn't I be successfully escaping from my predicament? If a mystical item's negative effects are used well, they can be quite a boon. Of course, in normal combat, such pranks can bring about unnecessary dangers. How it should be balanced or avoided will need repeated trial and error. As for the negative effects of easily being struck by lightning on a stormy day, Klein didn't mind. Firstly, unless he was in a special region, stormy weather wasn't common to begin with. It wasn't something that needed to be taken into consideration most of the time. Secondly, as a seer, divining the day's weather before heading out was a common act. Finally, if he couldn't avoid sudden flash storms, Klein could always give the cane to Enzo. This way, even if the lightning were to strike the winner, it would even up being attracted by a nearby lightning rod. Let's just hope I'm not that lightning rod. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he considered the most worrisome negative effect. It would belt out beyonder singing every 6 hours. This was indiscriminate, and it was basically a huge AoE 1 attack. After some thought, Klein decided to communicate with the Word of Sea cane to reduce the frequency at which it sang, or to give prior warning before it sang. I had breakfast early today. It's almost time for creeping hunger to start its howling. In thought, Klein removed the human skin glove from his left palm and threw it at an empty spot in front of the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, he lifted the silver-inlaid black cane and threw it over. Then, he stirred some of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, creating a barrier that isolated all sound and images. He made creeping hunger and Word of the Sea spend time alone. After doing all of this, Klein rubbed his palms and conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down a divination statement: "My scouting of Calderon City's periphery today is dangerous. After putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. He let the topaz hang down over the paper in close proximity with it. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz standing still and not spinning. This meant that the divination had failed. Calderon City's actual situation is a secret to the entire spirit world, and divination lacks a starting point. Besides, that was once a divine kingdom of an ancient goddess. There's a mutated resurrection setup left over there. It can similarly interfere with divination. Klein rolled up his spirit pendulum and deliberated in thought. I can only trust what red light said. The danger around Calderon City's periphery isn't that great. Besides, I still have marionettes. I can let them go first and confirm if that place screens the gray fog. If it can, I'll give up. If it doesn't, I'll enter myself. Klein quickly came to a decision. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand to remove the barrier he had previously created. Then, he saw the creeping hunger which had retreated to the side of the junk pile. It was propping itself up with 3 fingers while its thumb and pinky were pressing backward on Grozel's travels. It looked weak and could hardly stand. At the same time, there was a mouth in the middle of the palm. It revealed 2 illusory, white, and eerie teeth that kept gasping for air. On the other side of the barrier, the silver-inlaid black cane was on the ground. It twitched from time to time as its tip kept oozing with blue transparent water bubbles. Very good, silence at last. Upon seeing this scene, Klein muttered in gratification. Just as he said that, the word of the sea suddenly stood up. And as though it was being held, it hopped towards Klein, circling about the fool's seat and dodged elsewhere. Creeping hunger used all its 5 fingers as legs as it chased after the cane with great difficulty. Midway, it collapsed to the ground. Klein watched speechless before letting out a sigh. After fusing with Mr. A, creeping hunger seems to have a living characteristic, but this level of intelligence is way too low. It clearly grazed a windblast and is capable of short-distance flight, yet, it still uses its fingers as legs to chase. After saying that, he turned his head towards the word of the sea cane which was hiding beside him. Aren't you a sequence 5 of the Sailor Pathway? What kind of mystical item are you if you can only hop on 1 leg? Seriously, are such low-level living characteristics equivalent to babies? No, a particular baby is way smarter than all of you. Klein reprimanded each of them and sighed as he said in amusement, "It's not like I'm a devil." Just as he said that, the glove and cane who were still stirring froze at the same moment. They didn't dare make a sound. Klein's subsequent words were left in his throat. All he could do was reach out to pick up word of the sea and kindly and sincerely speak to it. After a friendly and frank negotiation, this silver-inlaid black cane used high-frequency swaying to gesture that it would reduce its singing to a minimum. If it really couldn't hold back, it would inform its owner. The exact manner included, but was not limited to, trembling slightly or automatically moving up a few centimeters. At the same time, it raised a request via singing. Never use the hand wearing creeping hunger to hold it. Of course, if its master insisted on doing so, it didn't object to it and was happy to accept it. Better than creeping hunger. It's not too stubborn. Klein beckoned for creeping hunger and wore it on his left palm. Taking a glance at the door of summoning which had been produced from the ritual, Klein began considering the items to bring on his scouting of Calderon City. Needless to say, the 2 marionettes were going. They could be used as bait to scout the path ahead, be used as test subjects, and verify any traps. They allowed a marionettist to not need to undergo too many dangerous actions, so they were definitely going. They would be wearing Enzo's Flower of Blood ring and Ludwell's Harris sword. They were all standard equipment. In addition, Klein decided to get Enzo to carry the word of the sea. As for himself, Klein planned on heading there as a spirit body. Once anything was amiss, he would immediately end the summoning and return above the gray fog. This way, what clothes he matched was something worth considering. Azek's copper whistle? No, that is related to death, and Calderon City belongs to ancient death. There's a small possibility that this might create a terrifying anomaly, causing the danger in the core region to automatically come out. Black Emperor card or the Tyrant card? I'll be moving about the spirit world. The two marionettes are basically dead. I'm not afraid that they have their blood extracted. Haha, Ludwell is a half-human, half-dead entity. He doesn't have blood to speak of. The value of Enzo's blood only makes him appear human most of the time. And this could be recovered via using Flower of Blood. It also means that I can bring the Sea God Scepter to Calderon City. It's a place that's deep in the spirit world. It's far from the Rorstad archipelago, so I don't have to worry about being affected by the believers' prayers. The only problem is that I'll become irascible and short-tempered. It will be easy for me to become hot-headed. This is taboo when it comes to exploring. However, this is easily resolved. I'll leave it with Enzo or Ludwell. Besides, the Tyrant card's level is very high. It can produce a suppression effect to a certain degree on the Sea God Scepter, preventing me from easily flaring up. With the combination of the Tyrant card and the Sea God Scepter, I'm equivalent to half a sequence 4. This can then most effectively reduce the risk I face. In the future, even if I were to enter with Miss Sharon, I can also equip myself in such a manner. I'll get her to maintain her state as a wraith, no, an evil spirit state to circumvent all problems. I don't have to worry about the law of convergence. If Calderon City can screen the gray fog, I'll return after taking a look from the outside. No one will lock onto me or pursue me. After all, the spirit world isn't the home ground of the Sailor Pathway. If Calderon City can't screen the gray fog, and a high-sequence Beyonder of the Church of Storms really does get drawn there, I can end up using him. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly reached out his hand, attracting the Tyrant card to fall into his palm. Immediately after that, he fused the card of blasphemy into his soul body. Suddenly, extreme might and terrifying auras emanated from the fool's location. A heavy papal tiara silently appeared on Klein's head as his clothes turned into a religious robe. The latter was similar in dressing as a pope from Saint Seiya, Knights of the Zodiac, which he had seen in his previous life. However, the colors were dark blue that was almost black. As howling winds sounded, the pontiff robe flared up suddenly as Klein raised his right hand and suspended himself in midair before catching the white bone scepter that flew towards him. At the tip of the scepter, the gems emitted either blinding silver or blue light like bolts of lightning that circled around the tyrant. With a thud, the Word of the Sea cane prostrated to the ground, right beside Klein, who was wielding the scepter and dressed like a pontiff. 1. Area of Effect, Chapter 926, Spiraling City. Chapter 926, Spiraling City. I really do feel a little irascible, but I'm not that quick-tempered. Wearing the papal tiara and dark blue robes while wielding the Sea God Scepter, Klein seriously observed his new state. This meant that the Tyrant card could suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter to a certain extent, but it wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Using cogitation, Klein composed himself and turned to look at the junk pile in the corner. Grozel's Travels? This is my strongest defensive item to this day. Besides, it also has some magical uses, but the problem is that it was made by another ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Based on what Little Sun said, this Dragon King was once allies with the owner of Calderon City Ancient Death, Phoenix ancestor Greg Race. Who knows if this book would trigger any unnecessary developments? To be safe, it's best if I don't bring it. And just like Azek's copper whistle, the mutated paper figurine can't be included. It has the remnant aura of artificial death. This might have a shock and awe effect when exploring Calderon City, but it also contains plenty of latent risks. The Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic? This can effectively restrain dead spirits, a natural nemesis for the City of the Dead, but it's only an ingredient that hasn't been made into a mystical item. The effects it has is rather limited. The negative effects are extremely bad. It won't be helpful to my soul state. In addition, lightning can also purify the dead. With the Sea God Scepter and Word of the Sea, there's no need for me to bring the Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic. Thoughts flashed across Klein's mind as he eliminated the remaining items in the junk pile. He wore the human skin glove on his left hand, wielded sea god's scepter, and raised his right hand slightly. He made word of the sea fly up and land in his palm. Following that, the papal-dressed Klein changed the appearance of his soul. He hid his facial features within the shadows of the papal tiara. He slowly stood up as the dark blue robes fluttered in the wind, the white bone scepter dazzling. With just one step, Tyrant Klein passed through the door of summoning and walked out of the candlelight, arriving in the real world. He found himself in the rather spacious bathroom. After adding the Fate Siphon charm and Death Knell into his body, he opened the door and returned to the living room. He got Enzo to come over to receive word of the sea. After some thought, Klein took out Death Knell and handed it to Admiral Hal Ludwell. After doing all of this, he brought his two marionettes and relied on traveling to head for the coordinates in the spirit world that were provided by Miss Magician. The trip happened rather smoothly. The Tyrant Aura made all kinds of strange spirit world creatures not dare to approach him while en route. They didn't even dare look at him directly. Before long, Klein arrived at his destination. The scene in front of him looked no different from anywhere else in the spirit world. The saturated colors were overlapped, and there was some thin fog emanating everywhere. Elsewhere, in the depths, pairs of eyes moved away one after another. The papal robe's cape fluttered gently in the wind as Klein did a rough scan before getting Enzo and Ludwell to enter a blob of fog that appeared very thin and normal. Suddenly, his field of vision widened with the help of his two marionettes. A grand city that was of legendary proportions appeared in his eyes. This city was abnormal. It didn't develop in a vertical manner, but instead spiraled deep into the ground. It gave one the feeling of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had a myriad of styles, but they were equally strange. Some of them had towering pale white rock columns with a huge single house carved out at the top. Some were long and squarish, with the doors placed at the ceiling with no windows in sight. Some were built in the ground, a tombstone erected at their entrances. Some were built with white bones, messy and scattered. The closer it was to the bottom of the pit, the more completely preserved the buildings were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed areas there were, ones filled with the dilapidation and rot that time brought. Klein made his two marionettes stop. Despite standing at the edge of the city and overlooking everything, he was unable to identify what was at the bottom of the building. Deep darkness enveloped the area as though no light had been shown inside for thousands and thousands of years. After a brief observation, Enzo lowered his head and chanted using ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Just as he finished the statement, Klein, who was still situated outside Calderon City, heard stacked illusory pleas. He also recognized it to be from a man with a deliberately hoarse voice. It's the marionette's prayer from before. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he silently muttered, "This means that Calderon City doesn't screen out the gray fog. At the very least, the outer periphery doesn't. I can enter." Although he said that to himself, he was in no way in a hurry. He subsequently controlled Ludwell to raise his left palm and spread it open. Illusory light was suddenly emitted. Following that, with a point as its origin, the area imploded, forming a pair of double bronze doors. This door was slightly blurry and extremely incorporeal. The surface was covered with countless mysterious patterns that gave one the feeling of indescribable heaviness and silence. With a creak, the mysterious bronze door shifted backward and cracked open a little. Through this crack, Klein saw the deepest and heaviest darkness. Amidst the darkness, pale white colors stirred, swirling up at times and descending at other times. It was like a river that was gushing through a night devoid of light. On its two sides, pale white stone columns appeared, looking extremely identical to Calderon City's interior but in a more exaggerated manner. At this moment, pairs of transparent eyes and indescribable faces suddenly appeared. They filled the illusory bronze door's crack, eagerly trying to pass through. Klein's eyes felt a slight stabbing pain as he immediately made Ludwell clench his left palm. Thud! The illusory door covered in mysterious patterns was pushed by an invisible force as it closed, disappearing from Enzo's sight. This mysterious door that separates life from death and leads to the underworld has apparently changed its course. It's no longer the underworld behind the door, but the core region of Calderon City. The deepest point at the bottom of the pit? Wearing the papal tiara while wielding the sea god scepter, Klein nodded in thought. This way, many of the powers of the death domain was remade in Calderon City, causing an anomaly. With this knowledge in mind, Klein once again got Ludwell to raise his left arm. The left part of this marionette's body rapidly turned illusory as dark green specks appeared as though he had turned into a wraith or specter. His arm began to stop abiding by the laws of reality as it suddenly extended into the distance. The center of its palm was abnormally white with an illusory face protruding from it. The face had its mouth half open as its tongue was sharp like a snake's. It was covered in white fur. In a completely surreal manner, the tongue flicked out far into the distance. It was as though it could drill directly into a human's body and absorb one's soul. Indeed, the Death Envoy powers Ludwell gets from the underworld creature inside his body has mutated. Not only has it been enhanced, but it has also gone from remotely extracting spirit bodies to directly consuming them. Klein stood at Calderon City's entrance and made Admiral Hell display all kinds of beyonder powers of the death domain. Through that, he gleaned the differences that there were from the usual outcome. The thing they had in common was that all of them had become more powerful. Then, Klein experimented by making Enzo use the specialness of his body and the various powers from Flower of Blood and Word of the Sea before coming up with a conclusion. Aspects in the Fate domain aren't affected. Lightning Strike is suppressed, making it much weaker. Unable to fly too high. Powers like Wind Blades, Singing, Illusory Scales, Balance, and Water Membrane undergo no changes. With the end of these experiments, Klein made Enzo and Ludwell walk down the pale white stairs, clinging closely to the periphery of Calderon City. The buildings there had already completely collapsed. As the 200-meter threshold approached, Klein raised his right hand and pressed down on his face that hid in the shadows of the papal tiara. Then, wielding the sea god scepter, he stepped into the thin fog. His mind instantly felt a little groggy as the scene before him changed. He had already entered the city of the dead, Calderon City. Enduring the irascible feelings within him, Klein made his left glove turn dark. His body turned illusory as it was tainted by a dark color, turning him into a shadow. Only the sea god scepter in his hand continued emitting silver or blue beams of light. Using the soul screening and the tyrant card's suppression to hide the light, Klein floated diagonally ahead, slinking into the shadows of the collapsed buildings. He followed closely behind the two marionettes, beginning to perform an initial inspection of Calderon City's outer region. As he traversed the area, Klein gradually noticed something amiss. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was as though the entire city was dead. Even bugs had failed to survive. Based on what Rhodes and Red Light Ire Moria had said, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace had uprooted Calderon City and thrown it deep into the spirit world. Before doing so, the residents inside the city were allowed to leave. Occasionally, there would be other spirit world creatures entering. But now, not only were there no active creatures in the peripheral region, there weren't even skeletons, zombies, or even one or two non-bone-like buildings. Klein tensed up more and more. With Enzo's and Ludwell's vision, he carefully observed his surroundings. During this process, his gaze swept across a broken pale white column. The ancient but damaged building at the top had a disc burnished from gold inside. The disc's smooth surface reflected a figure, but it wasn't Enzo, but Klein in his papal tiara and dark blue robe. This Klein had a gloomy demeanor. His face was pale and his eyes were listless as though he had long been dead. Chapter 927 Tyrant's Might. Chapter 927 Tyrant's Might. Hiding in the shadows, Klein's heart tightened. He then quickly calmed down without showing any signs of horror. This was because he was extremely certain that the reflection on the golden disc's smooth surface wasn't him, at least, it wasn't the real him. If it really was him, Enzo would have seen the gray fog, seeing magical scenes that resembled a mythical creature form. This would have caused Klein to faint immediately. Since I'm completely fine, it means that the reflection isn't of me. Klein activated his spirit body thread's vision, controlled Enzo, and raised Word of the Sea. He approached the pale white collapsed column and the ancient building which remained in shambles while secretly releasing some of his luck. The swarthy marionette approached the golden disc one step at a time. Bending his back and raising the cane, he carefully observed the area. The disc had 2 layers, an inner and outer layer. The core region was as smooth as a mirror with very few patterns. The boundaries were engraved with bird-like creatures. Its entirety had an ancient magnificence to it. The figure it reflected remained the same. Despite reflecting Enzo, it reflected the gloomy, pale Klein with listless eyes. Even the sea god scepter, the papal tiara and papal robe that came with the tyrant card weren't missing. If it wasn't because of the lack of the gray fog, Klein definitely would have imagined that the disc could influence himself through a marionette and spirit body threads. Or perhaps it would be like what the Saint of Darkness back at the ruins of the Battle of Gods had encountered, having himself dissociate without realizing it. What does this actually mean? Klein calmly grew out of the shadows, restoring his appearance back when he first stepped into Calderon City. Then, using his Beyonder powers as a clown, he produced his present state in his mind. Holding the white bone scepter with embedded blue gems, he wore a caped papal robe with a papal tiara with different gems dotting it. His face was hidden in the shadows, appearing somewhat blurry. His entire body exhibited a gloomy and cadaveric air, as though he was a zombie that was recently dug out. Klein was alarmed. He never expected to really experience such changes. Apart from the gray fogs mixing with reality, the reflection on the golden disc really was him. Something that it doesn't involve the gray fog, it isn't anything to worry too much about, he hurriedly consoled himself as he calmed his mental state. Normally, with Klein's rich experience and good ability to adapt, there was nothing he needed to do at the moment. But first, considering how he was holding the sea god scepter that easily made him rash, he needed to pay constant attention. Second, he knew that this was once Phoenix ancestor Grigrace's divine kingdom which contained the setup required for her revival. There was bound to be all kinds of abnormalities. Therefore, he was more nervous than ever before. Getting Ludwell to return, he used his Beyonder powers to do a thorough inspection of himself before gaining a preliminary understanding. When living creatures enter Calderon City, they will naturally transform into the deceased. This is similar to the underworld, but there's a fundamental difference. Here, living creatures won't die an abrupt death before slowly turning into mindless undead creatures. Instead, they will directly turn into dead spirits. I didn't notice it before because Enzo and Ludwell are essentially dead, so there's no need for them to be converted. Rhodes in Red Light Ire Moria didn't mention this because the travelers, spirit world creatures, and angels automatically recovered after leaving alive? This kind of transformation is unable to affect the powers of the gray fog that fuses with reality. And the disc reflects the dead me, not all of me, or the me that has had some interaction with Calderon? Klein was more inclined to believe in the latter, but he wasn't too sure. At this moment, he heard a sound coming from nearby. Clang! 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 The sound was heavy but crisp, as though someone was striking metal heavily. Klein wasn't in a hurry to react. He carefully listened for 2 seconds before letting Enzo put down the heavy golden disc and walk towards a nearby broken tombstone. The halved tombstone corresponded to a building that developed further underground. On top of it were the words written with the language of the dead. A quick-tempered fellow, one who died as a result of comparing which was harder, his head or someone else's hammer. Enzo circled around the damaged tombstone and arrived at the entrance to the tomb. He reached out his left hand and turned the knob, pulling open the door. Amidst the rough grinding sounds of rust, the heavy door slowly opened. So. Pale white beams of arrow-like light flew out. They brushed past Enzo's face, the top of his head, torso, and inner thighs and flew into the distance, stabbing into the ground before vanishing. However, Winner Enzo was completely unharmed. I have to say that such a marionette is excellent for dangerous explorations. Klein sighed inwardly as he made Enzo cast his gaze down the building. It was a blacksmith giant with bluish-black skin and a head that looked like a ruptured watermelon held onto a hammer as he kept striking an anvil, but there was nothing on it. As the giant with the cracked head had normal spirit body threads and wasn't the sole avatar of someone else, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to get Enzo to take a more thorough look, his body suddenly turned numb as his thoughts turned sluggish. This feeling was something he had felt before. Back in Tingen, he had been in a similar state when he was under sealed artifact 2-049's influence. Klein didn't know better back then, but after becoming a marionettist, he knew that this meant that his spirit body threads had been controlled by the sealed artifact. This also meant that someone was controlling his spirit body threads. Furthermore, the difference from before was that, not only were his joints rusting as though someone had infused glue into them, he also felt a strong numbness as if he had been struck by lightning. It made his actions become harder. No good. It's the spirit world plunderer. I was guarded against its use of soul avatar. It distracted me, and secretly approached, but I never expected that it not only had a soul avatar, but it also has a partner. That giant blacksmith made me careless. And the marionette's existence made me ignore my own safety. Various thoughts emerged in Klein's mind involuntarily as it disrupted his normal thoughts of trying to save himself. At this moment, the giant blacksmith with a ruptured head raised his hammer and rushed over to Enzo, hoping to smash him into a pulp. And by Klein's neck, there was a cold wind blowing at it, pricking his hair up one by one. The surroundings were abnormally silent before, but now, all kinds of strange creatures emerged from the pale white stone column, rundown houses, and the tombstone's tomb. Some of them only had half a body. Others were transparent and nearly invisible. Some were stretched and soft like noodles. Some had a ruptured chest with bloody innards. Some had dark green faces that resembled that of an evil spirit. Others had eyes growing everywhere around their body. There were also others who looked like jellyfish that lived in the air. Countless gazes were cast onto Klein from different areas. They were without any feelings, just indifferent. At this moment, Klein opened his mouth with great difficulty as he said a word slowly. Sing. Just as he said that, the glove on his left palm opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. Praise you, the Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerated nature of all living things. Amidst this jarring voice that resembled blackboard scratching sounds, Enzo, who had been thrown to the ground, successfully avoided the hammer strike as Word of the Sea began spewing out water bubbles in excitement. Break! 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 Klein suddenly felt his headache as his ability to think was instantly recovered, no longer having disconnected thoughts for a brief moment. However, his body remained rusted as his body was filled with numbness. Following that, he relied on his spirituality while motionless, controlling Ludwell, who had returned to his side, to punch him with his left fist. Bang! Klein staggered back, instantly extricating himself from the numb and sluggish state. Then, wearing the papal tiara, he became hot-headed as he spread his papal cape and raised Sea God's scepter. The blue gems lit up one after another as a bright silver bolt of lightning blasted down. The bolt of lightning spread into branches, blanketing Calderon City's periphery for hundreds of meters with a lightning forest. The destructive aura and sense of destruction were brought to the forefront. The strange creatures that had charged out from various spots shattered, evaporated, and completely vanished as a result of the swath of silver. Moments after the silver storm quelled, Tyrant Klein's Sea God scepter emitted a blinding light once again. The rapturous bolts of lightning snaked, embroiled the area, smiting down again and again like a huge wave. After 2 repeated casts of lightning storm, Klein was exhausted as he found his calm again. His heart beat suddenly as he recalled something. Lightning storm was indiscriminate when it struck. Apart from the Sea God scepter wielding him and the partner who stood beside him, everything else suffered a decimating blast. This also meant that Ludwell was still fine, but there was a high chance of Enzo being wiped out. Klein instinctively looked over and saw Enzo curled by the side of the halved tombstone. Behind him was the huge metallic hammer which still had tiny bolts of lightning snaking around. Not far from it was 2 non-human charred legs. The tomb corresponding to the tombstone had already collapsed. the iron-black tiles that landed on the ground still had remnant silver bolts of lightning sizzling away. As expected of a winner. He didn't even die despite such an onslaught. The amount of luck he accumulated has probably been passively expended. Klein felt relieved as he activated his spirit body thread's vision to observe his surroundings. He was searching for the spirit world plunderer. He believed that the range of a spirit world plunderer's controlling of spirit body threads couldn't match that of a lightning storm. The already dilapidated buildings had nearly been leveled. The remaining stone pieces and bones were mostly charred black. Even the heavy golden disc was in shambles. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rubble more than 100 meters away from Klein. It was wearing a translucent white robe. It didn't have a head or limbs. It appeared like it was being propped up by an invisible person. At that moment, it looked like it was in a sorry state, with wounds and black marks everywhere. This is the spirit world plunderer, I suppose. My rash usage of 2 lightning storms seems to have restrained it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein had such thoughts flash through his mind. Chapter 928 Misdirection. Chapter 928 Misdirection. At his point, Klein had roughly understood the situation. Due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, he had been targeted by the spirit world plunderer the moment he entered Calderon City, which didn't even have ordinary dead spirits. It first moved the golden disc of unknown origins to the predicted path, allowing his marionette to see it while walking past. As such, his attention was transferred to the transformation effect Calderon City had on the living. Following that, it used the giant blacksmith, which wasn't its sole avatar, to distract him further. Finally, it secretly arrived within control distance and achieved success in one try. If it wasn't because I had seen those deceased bodies that are hung up like wind chimes at the cathedral, thus having an instinctual fear of high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway, and having prepared several autonomous means to disrupt any exertion of control over me, I might have already been made a sole avatar by the spirit world plunderer. Seriously, I should have thought of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence before I came in. After carrying the Sea God Scepter, even with the Tyrant card suppressing it, I'm still a little too rash. I nearly missed out on such a crucial detail. On the surface, I did seem as cautious as I usually am, but in fact, I had turned rash without realizing it. Yet, I didn't even believe I was being rash. Klein's thoughts raced before he raised the bone scepter-wielding arm and continued using Lightning Storm. If once wasn't enough, make it twice. If that still wasn't enough, do it a 3rd time. In short, he had to take this opportunity to prevent the spirit world plunderer from escaping from the range of his attacks. This was the safest method, and it was also Klein's fighting style that he looked up to the most. If it wasn't because Lightning Strike had been greatly weakened in Calderon City, he even suspected that he could have gone over to pick up the beyonder characteristic already. And having already digested most of the Sequence 5 potion, his spirituality was sufficient enough for him to deal out such damage for a while. At this moment, the invisible figure wearing a translucent white robe burst into pale white flames. It appeared in midair several hundred meters away. The spirit world plunderer had used Flaming Jump, which was many times stronger than Klein's version, instantly pulling away from him. At the same time, in the rubble it was hiding in, a 4-meter-tall bluish-black giant staggered to his feet. The giant's chest was open, but there weren't any innards. However, it stood like a castle, standing in between the tyrant and the spirit world plunderer, blocking Klein's line of sight. And in Klein's eyes, its spirit body threads were gathered together, extending far towards the spirit world plunderer. It was obvious that it was a soul avatar. At the tip of the Sea God Scepter, the blue-colored gems lit up. A few bolts of lightning leapt out of thin air, mixing together into a huge silver arrow. Instantly, it smote the bluish-black giant's head. All the invisible defenses shattered, and like papier-mâché, the giant's head cracked. Countless bits of charred flesh splattered as his headless body evaporated amidst white gases that were tainted with dark green spots. All his vitality was robbed away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Klein, in his papal tiara and papal robe, raised the bone scepter even higher. The blue light radiated in ripples as howling wind blew up his cape. In a very large area of Calderon City's periphery, dark clouds quickly gathered. Under a suppressive layer, they made the area appear darker and more repressed. Smack! 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 Bean-sized drops of water smashed to the ground, releasing dust that had accumulated over time. Splash! The raindrops pattered at an increasing pace, forming a catastrophic storm. The water extinguished the pale white flames and formed a stream that gushed downwards towards the lowest point of the city, right for the end of the deep pit. In such weather, Klein's flaming jump had been made ineffective, but it was likewise for the spirit world plunderer. However, to a tyrant, his spirituality could spread through the dark clouds as though he had transformed into a deity that overlooked the land. Every dark cloud, every drop of water had become Klein's eyes. They allowed him to easily find the spirit world plunderer in every area that had its weather change. This invisible figure with the translucent white robe was hiding behind a broken pale white column. It hadn't left the periphery for the core region. Boom! A deafening boom sounded as bolts of lightning meshed to form a silver beam that shot out from the dark clouds, right at the spirit world plunderer. Relying on its potent spiritual premonition, the invisible figure burrowed into the ground half a second early. 3 thick silver beams smote the area one after another, melting the soil away as they sank downwards, producing charred craters. The spirit world plunderer emerged from another spot as it hurriedly dodged, keeping to the right at times and left at other times, as though it was carrying out a snaking dodge maneuver. However, regardless of where it fled to, the silver beams would chase up to it. They even blocked its path ahead of time, preventing it from attempting to leave the stormy region. Boom! 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 The deity akin to a tyrant, who looked down from the dark clouds at the spirit world plunderer, waved his scepter and struck down again and again at his target, with success barely eluding him several times. Klein turned more and more anxious, eager to immediately end the hunt. Hence, he unreservedly triggered the sea god scepter to increase the frequency at which bolts of lightning struck down. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. This alarmed Klein, for he realized that something was amiss. The spirit world plunderer had the chance of retreating deeper into Calderon City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? It's clearly a spirit world creature without a physical body. It can burrow underground to avoid the lightning and a tyrant's notice, so why is it circling around from time to time? It's trying to make me attack. It has noticed that I'm not a demigod through my spirit body threads and my control over my marionettes. It wishes to drain me of my spirituality. Klein was alarmed. Combining it with his original encounter, he came to a realization of how intelligent the spirit world plunderer was. It was a rather crafty creature. At the same time, he also thought of a problem. Could lightning storm and the stormy rain attract the notice of dangerous existences in the core region of Calderon City? I'm too rash. I keep neglecting the critical details. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein put away the sea god scepter. The heavy storm stopped as the dark clouds quickly scattered, the weather restoring to normal. Klein made Enzo return to his side with word of the sea, and he got Ludwell to protect him in the middle. Following that, he and his 2 marionettes walked out as though they were trying to leave Calderon City while he still had some spirituality left. During this process, Klein had his spirit body threads vision constantly activated to prevent the spirit world plunderer from approaching him. He noticed that this creature's spirit body threads were somewhat special. A portion of them came out from its body and extended outwards normally. A number materialized externally and were bound together in a thick bundle, right into the translucent white robe. Klein suspected that this was the state when a spirit world plunderer controlled a soul avatar, making it different from a marionettist. As he shifted his gaze, he suddenly saw thin black illusory threads coming out from a collapsed house. A portion of them gathered into a thick bunch with its source in the distance. Klein didn't hesitate to raise his sea god scepter, creating a sonorous thunderclap. Boom! Amidst this sound that struck awe into one's mind and spirit, Ludwell suddenly raised his left hand. Half his body instantly turned illusory as his arm extended out extensively, heading straight for the collapsed house. Midway, his palm turned abnormally pale white. An illusory face protruded out and stuck out with a snake-like tongue which had white fur covering its surface. The tongue reached out far, penetrating the wall and stabbing at the spot where the spirit body threads were gathered. It immediately sucked on a distorted and blurry soul. Around the soul, a number of spirit body threads suddenly disappeared as though they never existed. A portion of them was none other than the gathered bundle, the ones that came from afar. They were fake. The spirit world plunderer was able to create fake, illusory spirit world plunderers or instantly swap location between the soul avatar and itself. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Indeed, he saw a blob of spirit body thread swim over from underground at a fast speed. He once again used Sea God Scepter, releasing a thunderclap close to the ground, one that could awe his spirit body. Meanwhile, Enzo expended some of his remaining luck, adding bad luck to the target. Then, he shot out a silver bolt of lightning from the tip of the Word of the Sea. The bolt of lightning rather luckily passed through a crack and entered the ground, striking the assailant directly. It caused a portion of the spirit body threads to instantly vanish. It was also fake. Just as Klein reacted, his thoughts paused and his body turned numb. Just as he opened his mouth with great difficulty to instruct the mystical item, the invisible figure in the translucent robe descended from above, landing right before him. The spirit world plunderer had been hiding high in the sky, cloaking itself with the grayish-white clouds. The moment this invisible figure appeared, maggots began crawling out of its collar where its head should be. They were maggots with strange patterns covering them. Just one look at them sent his mind reeling. Although he broke out of the control of his spirit body threads, he also lost his ability to think. His face that was shadowed by the papal tiara began to grow meat tendrils. Each tendril was relatively transparent, like squirming worms. If it wasn't for the tyrant card's level supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground while struggling in pain. The spirit world plunderer had a mythical creature form to a certain extent. At this moment, the invisible figure inside the white robe began to control Klein's spirit body threads without any obstacles in the way. In a few seconds, it was already close to succeeding. Seeing that its prey was about to become its soul avatar, the spirit world plunderer suddenly saw its target open his mouth with great difficulty and say a word. He had recovered from the state of nearly losing control faster than it had anticipated. And the word was in ancient Hermes, fate. It was the incantation for the fate siphon charm. If Klein really wanted to leave, he would have grabbed his two marionettes and directly ended the summoning to return above the gray fog. He wouldn't have walked to Calderon City's entrance. He was planting a trap for the spirit world plunderer. The reason why he could recover so quickly from the injuries dealt to him by a mythical creature form, and why he was able to chant the relevant word, was because he had experienced such situations too many times. Besides, although he wasn't sure what method his opponent was using, there was definitely a rather well-rounded way to deal with it, make his target unlucky. Just as Klein entered a sluggish state, his first reaction wasn't to make the mystical item sing, but to let Enzo expend all his luck, making the spirit world plunderer have enough bad luck. Chapter 929 True Soul Body. Chapter 929 True Soul Body. Fate. As the dragged-out and abstruse ancient Hermes term resounded, the spots where the spirit world plunderer and Klein stood suddenly darkened. It wasn't very obvious, as though a cloud had drifted over in midair without stopping. But when this illusionary shadow dissipated, the invisible figure that was donning a translucent white robe stood frozen on the spot. The surface of its clothes showed signs of worms crawling across it. It was sluggish, slow, and in a dire state. Across it, Klein's eyes had their lucidity return. The meat tendrils on the shadowed face beneath the papal tiara vanished. It appeared as though it wasn't the spirit world plunderer who had controlled Klein's spirit body threads and nearly succeeded. Instead, it appeared as though Klein was the one who was controlling it and had nearly converted it into his marionette. The fate siphon charm switched one's fate. This was a high-level charm made using a worm of time. It could siphon off the target's subsequent fate and in a short period of time, burden it with that of the target's so as to complete an exchanging of fates. Therefore Klein and the spirit world plunderer's situations had switched. One went from death to survival, while the other went from victory to instant despair. After confirming that the spirit world plunderer was intelligent and extremely difficult to deal with, making it difficult to hunt it, Klein began putting on an act of retreating. He appeared rash as he deliberately walked into the spirit world plunderer's control, enticing its actions, ready to use the fate siphon charm at the critical moment. That way, what terrible acts the spirit world plunderer did to its enemy, the charm would then allow it to experience the same despair. Of course, if the fate siphon charm didn't have the expected effect, or if the spirit world plunderer's main soul didn't appear and had ended up using other means to control the situation, Klein still had his last trick up his sleeve to protect himself: directly end the summoning and return above the gray fog. He would sacrifice his 2 marionettes and a few mystical items in order to ensure his own safety. Without the time to marvel at how magical the fate siphon charm was, or how terrifying angels from the Marauder pathway were, Klein didn't hesitate to raise the sea god scepter high up before the swapping of fates ended. The dark blue papal robe flared up with the wind as the golden papal tiara emitted meshed blue and silver beams of light. At the tip of the white bone scepter, it shot out bolts of lightning that gathered into a ball before landing on the spirit world plunderer's body. A swath of silver color brightened up immediately, inundating the target, turning the surroundings white. Once, twice, thrice. Klein continuously triggered terrifying lightning balls, expending his spirituality without holding back. Finally, he heard a roar that seemed to stem from the depths of one's soul as he instinctively sensed that his target had collapsed and dissipated. Only then did Klein lower the sea god scepter and watch the silver lightning sizzle away. At that moment, his entire spirit body had turned rather illusory. Even with the tyrant's augmentation, it didn't seem real. As the lightning dispersed, the invisible figure in the white translucent robe appeared once again in Klein's sight. Flickering light emerged from within as the spirit world plunderer's body cracked, turning into countless illusory bubbles that disintegrated bit by bit. The tyrant had succeeded in the hunt. At this moment, deep within Calderon City, there was a sudden quake. It was as though a massive creature had awoken as a result of the spirit world plunderer's death, or that countless dangerous creatures were surging out. The indescribable feeling combined into a swath of illusory grayish-white and, like a tidal wave, rose up from the bottom. Other spirit world plunderers? No, it appears to be a more terrifying and horrible creature. A being that the spirit world plunderer attends to? Also, in Calderon City's core region, at the end of the deep pit, it's still as silent as ever. There's no sound at all, making it more horrifying. Klein pumped himself up as he diverted some attention in order to monitor the situation inside Calderon City as he anxiously waited for the spirit world plunderer's characteristic to appear to form an ingredient. He wasn't relishing in the delight of a successful hunt, but was pacing about anxiously at the edge of the abyss. During this process, Klein got Enzo and Ludwell to stay close to him. He threw the sea god's scepter to the former so as to escape the state of irascibility. He began considering how to deal with the subsequent development with a clear mind, as well as consider whether he had missed out on some other details. As the thoughts flashed in his mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he made the mystical items sing, Creeping Hunger had praised the true creator and had used his complete honorific name. Although the human skin glove had used Hermes instead of ancient Hermes or other languages that could stir the powers of nature, the former was still usable when it came to sacrifices. This also meant that the true creator might have very well heard Creeping Hunger's praises and noticed the commotion here. Apart from the rising grayish-white tide and the terrifying creature deep down in the city, there are other dangers. Wait, I'm now a spirit body, equivalent to a wraith. I'm not in my normal state. Just as Klein's mind thought of something, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively cast his gaze at the entrance to Calderon City. The lights there flickered as a figure entered. The figure was wearing a simple and ordinary linen robe with a head of silver hair. He was a handsome man with soft facial features. His eyes were gentle with some hints of coldness. It was as though he was observing the fates of everyone in the world like a spectator. Behind him, there were beams forming illusory layers of pure wings. They spread outwards, blocking the entire entrance. ILI. Klein nearly hissed through the gaps in his teeth as a series of titles and names flashed across his mind. Ouroboros. Tail Devourer. Angel of Fate. King of Angels. He didn't have the luxury of time to consider the possibility of his previous thought. His body expanded as though it was incorporeal, enveloping his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell, the yet-to-appear characteristic, and the spirit world plunderer's remnant bubbles within. At this moment, Ouroboros's silver eyes already had the distant figure in his sights. It was a figure wearing a papal tiara and a dark blue robe, exuding extreme oppression and tyranny. There was a grayish-white fog that had been blurred by the tyrant's aura. A river of flickering light appeared in his eyes, seeming to circle the tyrant figure and the periphery of Calderon City. Silently, the square houses and the pale white columns stood up again despite being destroyed by the lightning storm from before. The charred legs of the giant blacksmith once again possessed a body as he appeared inside the tomb, striking at the anvil. All of this returned to what it was like shortly after the tyrant stepped in. However, Klein in his pontiff attire had vanished. His two marionettes along with the remnant bubbles of the spirit world plunderer had vanished as well. The corresponding figure was unable to return as the rebooted scene shattered, turning back to the desolate state after the battle. Tail Devourer Ouroboros watched silently for a long while before making a move. The grayish-white swath that rose up from the depth of Calderon City slowly receded back down. Above the gray fog, Klein slumped in the high-backed chair of the fool in exhaustion. He wasn't even able to get Enzo and Ludwell to massage him. He had already thrown the sea god scepter back to the junk pile. The tyrant card had left his soul body and was placed facing down beside the Black Emperor card. The spirit world plunderer's bubbles were floating ahead, with the Beyonder characteristic constantly seeping out before combining with the points of light. After resting for a while, Klein saw grayish-white powder fall onto the modeled table's surface. Following that was a transparent item that seemed weightless. The item was the size of a palm, formed by coiled maggots. It was almost shaped like a human, and its interior was filled with a colorless liquid. Bubbles often emerged, scattering black hints of light. Klein didn't dare to look at it carefully, as there was a more complicated structure in the weightless transparent object. They formed indescribable patterns and symbols that seemed to fuse knowledge, power, transformation, secrets, bizarreness, and madness within, making them no longer abstract. This made Klein feel very dizzy. His mind was even on the verge of breaking down, with his soul almost losing control. This is likely the true soul of the spirit world plunderer. I have the corresponding powder as well. There's about 70 grams, more than I needed. It's more than I expected. Klein nodded indiscernibly and stored the powder into a box. Together with the true soul body, he threw them on the junk pile and covered it with the gray fog. After completing this, he raised his hand to rub his temples and made a self-deprecating remark. If it wasn't for the sea god scepter, I probably would have had to leave Calderon City due to the assault of the spirit world plunderer. I would then wait until I had helpers and could make the most solid of hunting plans so as to control the stirrings of the area to not alarm the unknown entity at the core region. Sigh, I was rash the entire time. Although the outcome was fine, it really doesn't suit my character. It's also completely at odds with the seer pathways acting. In the future, I should try to avoid using the sea god scepter in the outside world. The spirit world plunderer has been successfully hunted. There's no need for me to get Miss Sharon's help. In a few days, I'll write to her so that she won't be thinking over this matter. However, I have a premonition that I'll still be heading to Calderon City in the future. When that happens, perhaps I might still need Miss Sharon's help. In addition, I have to seek out information on Bizarro Baines. I can't put all my hope on the City of Silver. Amidst his thoughts, Klein directly returned to his body, without bringing his marionettes. He ended the ritual and headed straight for bed, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Escaped? Soas looked at the man opposite him and asked Daily Simone, who was carrying out his spirit channeling. They had just finished their operation and had captured a few numinous episcopate members. However, the key personnel the intel pointed at, Hand of White Palenque to Siblius, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a Sequence 4 demigod, therefore, not only had the Red Gloves team used a Grade 1 sealed artifact, they had even requested Goddesses Ailia's help. However, it was all futile. Daily Simone nodded. Yes. She then looked at the captive, suddenly speaking with an ethereal voice. Where did Palenque Tesiblius go? He said he was going to meet someone, the numinous episcopate member answered slowly. Who is that person? Daily Simone pressed. Leonard Mitchell and company also cast their gazes over. The man who was being spirit-channeled answered with an unperturbed voice, in Sanguil. Chapter 930, Former Organization. Chapter 930, Former Organization. In Sanguil. Upon hearing the name, all the red gloves present fell silent. Not a single one spoke for a moment. Ever since this former bishop betrayed and fled the church of Evernight had never relaxed its pursuit of him. Archbishops and high-ranking deacons who took up high posts had taken turns being responsible for searching for him. They helped each other, often bringing the relevant sealed artifacts everywhere to search for clues about him. But ultimately, they were unable to lock onto Insanguil. He slipped away as a result of all kinds of coincidences, his shadow wasn't even noticed. Furthermore, he had caused several major events that killed many Nighthawks. To the Church of Evernight, especially the Nighthawks, he was someone they hated that had also insulted them. Without realizing it, Leonard Mitchell had already clenched his hanging fists as his breathing grew deeper. He soon forced himself to extricate himself from the sudden emotions that emerged within him. He turned his attention to something else. It was no wonder Dwayne Dantes was able to meet Insanguil on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. It was because the latter's goal was also the southern continent East Balam. Amidst everyone's silence, Daily Simone immediately used her spirit body to emit an ethereal voice without any obvious changes. With some coldness, she spoke at a quickened pace. Where are they meeting? The numinous episcopate member shook his head blankly. I don't know. Daly raised a few more questions, but she didn't get an ideal reply. Finally, she took a step back and cast her eyes at the Red Gloves team captain, Soest. Soest sighed and deliberated over his words before saying, First, we need to inform this piece of intel to Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye. We shall leave it to her to contact the Holy Cathedral. Ince, who has 0-08 with him, isn't someone a Red Gloves team can handle. Second, we should continue investigating and follow this clue pertaining to Palenque Tesiblius. Let's hope that we can figure out Insanguil's motives. With the situation of us not being able to track him or lock onto him, grasping his motives is more important than knowing where he is. Perhaps, it can help us set up a trap that he has no choice but to step into. Finally, from now on, everyone is to take note of any coincidences. Regardless of the reason, they are to be reported to me. Yes, Captain, the Red Glove members replied in unison. Leonard maintained his silence as he turned his head to glance at Daily Simone. He found that this gatekeeper who addressed herself as a spirit medium was similarly silent. Her gaze was dark. At the same time, he heard Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. From the looks of it, I'll be witnessing a play of running and pursuing. What does old man mean? Is he hinting at something? We just decided to start investigations on Insanguil's motives, and it's already known by 0-08? Leonard looked away and suddenly had an idea. If a person who is already dead was to secretly do the relevant investigation, would he be able to avoid 0-08's notice? After 2 hours of sleep, Klein rubbed his still throbbing head and slowly got out of bed. Following that, he pulled the bell by the side of the door and waited for an attendant to arrive. Before long, a native deliberately dressed in lone attire, a white shirt and red vest knocked on the door. Klein twisted the handle and opened a tiny gap in the door. He instructed with a hoarse voice, "Send another lunch set to the room. I had my meal too early." At that instant, he already looked like the Tan Enzo. As a gentleman living in a luxurious room with 2 servants, it was impossible for him to personally instruct the attendant at the door. "Yes sir, a lunch set. Any special requests?" The native attendant took out some paper and a pen and began recording as he asked with a rather strange Loanese accent. Klein used an equally odd Loanese accent. with braised meat as the main dish, match it with a cup of sparkling wine with ice and lemon. Do I include 2 servant meals? The native attendant asked, following the usual procedure. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, yes. After ending the conversation, he closed the door and quickly set up a ritual, bringing back Enzo and Ludwell from above the gray fog to the real world. As for creeping hunger and word of the sea, he temporarily left them in the junk pile. One of them was starving, and the other could hardly resist the urge to sing. After Klein controlled the marionettes to clean up his room, a few attendants came to deliver lunch. Soon, the entire room was filled with the sounds of cutlery hitting the plate and a soft chewing sound. After some time, Klein put down his cutlery, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth. In satisfaction, he leaned backward and shook his head helplessly. If this continues, I'll really become fat. The 2 marionettes had already lost the ability to eat, but to conceal that fact, Klein had no choice but to add servant meals. With him unwilling to see food go to waste, he could only try to eat as much as he could. Thankfully, I'm a faceless. Klein covered his mouth as he burped before drinking the last bit of sparkling wine. Only at this moment did he feel like he had recovered. He now had the energy to consider the various details of his trip to Calderon City. The Marauder pathway is truly terrifying. Just a charm created from a worm of time is able to achieve such incredulous effects. As a king of angels, it's obvious how terrifying Blasphemer Amon is. Even an avatar isn't easy to deal with. Thankfully, I didn't put on a brave front. I knew to mimic those with experience and directly fled to the southern continent. The true creator places a great importance on me. He directly got Tail Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. The angels on ancient murals are just walking out and standing before me. Thankfully, I was still able to directly end the summoning. Just as Klein thought of this, his expression sank as he discovered a serious problem. Ouroboros is a king of angels from the monster pathway. This also meant that he could directly see the uniqueness about him. He could see the grayish-white fog and see the illusory door formed of spherical lights and the transparent and translucent maggots that formed the spherical lights. What does this actually imply? The Angel of Fate who has survived since the second epoch should know something. And the true creator probably knows more. Could they be able to tell that I'm the master of the mysterious space above the gray fog? Regardless, the importance they place on me will rise. Klein clenched his right fist and put it to order or Rose Redemption might take. He felt lucky that, be it Rose Redemption or the Aurora Order, they had yet to lock onto any of the Fool's Believers. However, during the chaotic battle outside Biome, when he was still active as Gehrman Sparrow, he had thrown out the Tinder Glove, which had been corrupted by the true creator, to attempt to attract a saint from the Aurora Order. This might very well have led to the crazy adventurer to enter the suspect list. From the clues extending outward from Gehrman Sparrow, there's Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Danitz, and Anderson. All of them will be investigated by the Aurora Order. I have to warn them. Klein slowly exhaled and stood up, prepared to head above the gray fog. From his point of view, the pursuit of Gehrman Sparrow by the military, Church of Storms, Rose School of Thought, and Numinous Episcopate were all different. The true creator's believers were rather crazy and had a king of angels, a leader who was good at prying into the secrets of fate, active in the real world. This way, it didn't matter if Catlia and company were at sea, making it difficult to be locked on. There was still the risk of them being found. Among them, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and the Fog Sea's strongest hunter Anderson weren't people Klein was worried too much about. They knew little, nothing that pointed towards the core problem. Nothing much would happen aside from the need to consider whether the bunch of lunatics of the Aurora Order would employ extreme methods in the interrogation process. West Balam, Northern State. In the Kukua city ruled by May Sanchez. Danitz, who was chewing on roasted meat, paused suddenly. He heard Mr. Fool pass him the warning from Gehrman Sparrow. Be careful of the Numinous Episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order, especially the latter. Pay special attention. Also, warn Anderson Hood as well as Edwina Edwards. Be careful of the numinous episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order. How many has it been? The military, Church of Storms, Church of Evernight, Rose School of Thought. What did Gehrman Sparrow do? Why has he offended so many factions? Dog *T. Dannett's expression froze before grimacing. He had no idea that the strongest person of the 7 pirate admirals had changed. Opposite him, Anderson put down the knife he used to slice meat, pricked up his brows, and curiously asked, "Have you recalled something?" Dannett secretly took a deep breath and asked, after some deliberation, "Have you heard of the Aurora Order?" He wasn't sure if Anderson knew. After all, the Aurora Order was a rather secretive organization in the beginning. Its reputation was later built up in the Lone Kingdom. Anderson chuckled. "I'm actually more surprised that you know of them. Did your captain tell you?" Without waiting for Dannett to answer, he combed his short hair with his finger and continued, "They believe that the Creator is omnipresent. Everything has godhood. They believe that life is nothing but a spiritual journey. As long as one is willing to listen to their preachings, understand, discover, and gather the godhood, they will eventually become angels to transcend reality." Such an idea doesn't sound bad, but that's not the main point. The main point is that they believe in the true Creator. Upon hearing that, Dannett couldn't help but jeer. "You know quite a bit, just slightly less than I know." Anderson immediately curled the ends of his mouth and said with a beaming smile, "Of course. I once joined an organization in Intis. They hoped to change society, the world, to make the supernatural no longer secret and to be out in the open for everyone to see, so as to become true rulers. They're called the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and they also believe in the true Creator." Dannett's expression froze as cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Chapter 931 New Method to Acquiring Intel. Chapter 931 New Method to Acquiring Intel. Glancing at Dannett's expression, Anderson continued as though he didn't notice a thing. However, their brains appear to have been eaten by zombies. They were fervent to the point of stupidity. They didn't adhere to my sense of aesthetics. So after cheating them of their things, I quit. Why's your face a little pale? You're even sweating. Did you get heat stroke? As a hunter, shouldn't adapting to the environment be an intrinsic ability? Dannett lifted his right hand and wiped his sweat. Cursing inwardly, he forced a smile and said, "I've heard that once someone believes in an evil god, it's almost impossible to escape the faith." As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly, wearing a look as though he was musing over the circumstances of his future death. It didn't cross his mind that Gehrman Sparrow had just offended the Aurora Order and was being targeted by the true Creator's believers. He also didn't make the connection that he was believing in a suspected evil god, the Fool. "Well said," Anderson replied with a smile that didn't have the slightest hint of gloom. "It's not like I have any true faith. Back then, the incantations I said were lines I modified from the God of knowledge and wisdom. Since they don't really enjoy using their brains, no, they don't even have that. As long as you superficially appear devout, any random excuse can be used to fool them." Without waiting for Dannett to develop the discussion further, he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about the Aurora Order?" Dannett bit down on his roasted meat and slowly chewed and swallowed. After a deliberate pause of 20 to 30 seconds, he said, "I just recalled something. For some reason, Gehrman Sparrow has been identified by the Aurora Order as a high-priority elimination target. Oh right, there's also the numinous episcopate. And both you and me are known to have relations with him. You want me to be careful against the Aurora Order and the numinous episcopate?" Anderson nodded in enlightenment as he chuckled. "You've recently mentioned something similar. Rose School of Thought, Church of Storms, Lone Military. Man, at times, I even feel that Gehrman Sparrow is more suited to being a hunter than me." Dannett could hardly retort as he nodded heavily in agreement. Anderson thought for a moment when he suddenly changed topics out of the blue. "What do you plan on doing here in West Balam? Helping Gehrman Sparrow with something?" Upon hearing this question, Dannett fell silent for a second. He put down the item in his hand and tidied his clothes in an unhurried manner. Investigate the faith of the different classes of West Balam. This was determined after his discussion with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. In common parlance, it meant investigating the developments of the various secret organizations and factions in West Balam. Of course, this included some preliminary contact with the local ruling forces, and to figure out if they had any desire to purchase firearms. Investigate the faith of the different classes of West Balam, Anderson repeated Dannett's words as he reflectively raised his right hand to rub his temples as though he had a headache. After the end of the tarot gathering, and warning Admiral of Stars to take note of the Aurora Orders and Numinous Episcopate's investigations, with the best choice being seeking the Moses Ascetic Order's help, Klein busily finished the three-party transaction between the world, the moon, and the sun. He received £5,000 in return. After dinner, he bit on an unlit disguised smoke pipe as he read the papers. Then, he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void to deliver him a letter. Leonard's. Klein reached out to receive it and noticed that Rionette Tinker didn't stay at all. She had rapidly returned to the spirit world. This also made him determine that Leonard Mitchell had already paid the mailing fee, hence, he took out his other hand and unfolded the letter. Insangwil has appeared in East Balam. He's suspected to have met with Palenque Tesiblius from the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Insangwil. Klein ruminated over the name as he slowly leaned back into his reclining chair. In the letter, Leonard wished that he could do some investigations in secret to figure out Insangwil's motives. But the problem is that 0-08 has the characteristic of any mention of it will be known. Knowing of it also means being known by it. Besides, it's good at arranging coincidences, making people follow its directions without even realizing it. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult to avoid 0-08's notice while investigating Insangwil. Not only is there no chance of success, it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and begin massaging his shoulder. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again, hoping to find more clues and incisive points for investigations from those few words. East Balam. Numinous Episcopate. Artificial death. Palenque Tesiblius. Why is Insangwil looking for them for? Trying to find allies for the true mastermind behind the Great Smog of Backlund, that royal family's faction? Artificial death. Artificial death. As Klein thought, he suddenly recalled that there was a matter that no one knew other than himself and Mr. Azik. The Ebernite goddess had preliminarily gained control of the death pathway's uniqueness, in other words, artificial death. Presently, she was usurping, digesting, and wielding the corresponding authority. In other words, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's target of belief was, in a way, the Ebernite goddess. After the authority was fully transferred and seized, they were bound to suffer a purge before slowly merging with the Church of Ebernite. Or they might continue their work, making contact with the other Numinous Episcopate factions and other secret factions while unnoticeably cooperating with the Nighthawks. To Klein, this wasn't anything of importance. What was important was that in an ancient text he found before, it mentioned to artificially create death, a number of Numinous Episcopate members had to pray to the uniqueness daily, as though it was a true deity. It was an attempt to slowly awaken its sentience and allow it to come to life. Of course, this was only one part of the overall plan, which wasn't critical. Then, could it be possible that when Palenque Tesiblius prayed to artificial death, he had mentioned Insangwil's motives and had sought blessings? But he will probably never imagine that artificial death has already been controlled by the Ebernite goddess. Although it hasn't become part of her manifestation, it has already lost its freedom. From this angle, directly setting up a ritual to pray to the goddess might allow one to obtain Insangwil's motives. That's quite possible. The more Klein thought about it, the more certain he was that his seemingly ridiculous plan would succeed. And as for the reason why this could become a reality, it was because the enemy's leader was their spy. After getting Enzo to stop massaging him, Klein slowly got up and paced about, considering if he should make the attempt, and if so, how. Insangwil is a traitor of the church. He's an insult to all Nighthawks. If there's a chance to wipe him out, the goddess should be very willing to see it happen. She wouldn't mind providing some help. But the goddess is now in a critical stage of seizing the artificial death's authority. She will not be able to provide answers for a long period of time, and she can only provide feedback to normal ritualistic magic. Besides, I also lack the corresponding materials. Also, I've been constantly warning myself to be on guard. I must not fully trust and rely on the goddess. On second thoughts, directly praying to her to obtain a revelation might not be too good. I hope to maintain a safe distance. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt a little hesitant. He began letting his thoughts wander in a bid to find a more acceptable plan. Suddenly, he had a more ridiculous idea. Directly pray to artificial death. This actually posed no danger. This was because artificial death wasn't able to respond to prayers and rituals. If there was any feedback, it meant that it was essentially controlled by the Evernight goddess. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced and left behind from the artificial death project. He also had Azek's copper whistle. He didn't need to spend too much time to gather the ingredients needed to set up a ritual for a revelation. In addition, there's a layer in between us. I'm not directly contacting the goddess. Perhaps, this might even help her further seize artificial death's authority. Klein consoled himself as he began busying himself. He first used the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. He brought back the 2 remaining feathers and some full moon essence oil, night vanilla powder, and other items which he had not used in a while to the real world. Then, he modified the sacrificial altar and completed the first part of the preparations. After all, he was essentially praying to the Evernight goddess. He couldn't be bothered to head out to buy ritualistic materials of the death domain. This was essentially the same as other normal ritualistic magic. With great familiarity, Klein lit the candles, dripped some essential oils, and drew the symbols for human and concealment on an artificial goatskin. Then, in the thin fog that spread, he pressed Azek's copper whistle over it. Immediately after that, he placed the white feathers stained with pale yellow oil stains inside the silver bowl that had burning herbal powder. He then watched it curl without any signs of it turning black. After exhaling silently, Klein took a step back and chanted in Hermes. You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray for you to tell me the motives for Ince Zangwill's contact with the numinous episcopate. 2. Just as he said those words, the 3 candlelight burgeoned as though they brightened significantly but were tainted with a dark green. The surroundings turned cold and creepy. Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation for 30 seconds, feeling uneasy. He walked in front of the altar, picked up the full moon essence oil and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. After doing this, he took away Azek's copper whistle, grabbed the artificial goatskin, and moved it close to the candlelight representing himself. When it ignited, he threw it into the silver bowl. With a whoosh, the white feather, which didn't show any signs of damage, soared with pale white flames, covering the entire silver bowl and obstructing Klein's vision. About 3 seconds later, the fire subsided, leaving a mound of powder in the silver bowl. The powder moved without the help of any wind, forming one word after another. Possessed by an evil spirit. Requires exorcism. Chapter 932, Thin-Skinned. Chapter 932, Thin-Skinned. The goddess really replied. Upon seeing the words formed by the powder, Klein's first reaction had nothing to do with the content. Instead, he was shocked that this seemingly ridiculous thing had happened. Although he was already mentally prepared and had believed that the chance of success was rather high, he still felt conflicting emotions. It took him almost a minute to accept it. After a while, Klein exhaled slowly, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Praise the lady! He then ended the ritual, forcing himself to focus his attention on the revelation itself. Possessed by an evil spirit. Requires exorcism? Ince Zangwill actually got possessed by an evil spirit? He had gone from sequence 9 to sequence 5 of the death pathway. The godhood he obtained at the critical stage is also sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Evernight pathway, one that is good at dealing with spirit body type creatures. Evil spirits and wraiths should be afraid of him, so why would he end up being possessed? That's unless the evil spirits level is extremely high or, at its core, is very special. Unfortunately, I've only met one evil spirit in the truest sense of the word. It's that ancient evil spirit sealed in the underground ruins of Alista Tudor. I know little about such monsters, so it's difficult for me to grasp the details. I can write to ask Miss Sharon. I can also get little son to find out more. That shepherd elder Lovia had grazed an evil spirit. It's no wonder Ince Zangwill is trying to meet a demigod of the numinous episcopate. When it comes to exorcising evil spirits, aside from the Church of Evernight and Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the best would probably be the numinous episcopate. There's probably the Church of the God of Combat as well. Neighboring pathways often have similar traits. There's also one point that can be gleaned from this. Ince Zangwill doesn't wish for his possessed state to be known by the royal family faction and the demonist sect who are in cahoots with him. Otherwise, there's no need for him to come all the way to the southern continent. The two factions existed before the Fifth Epoch, and they have a long legacy. It's quite unlikely that they don't have a sealed artifact that can remove or exorcise evil spirits. Even if they can't find one, getting the demonist sect to contact the numinous episcopate is definitely safer and more covert than getting Ince Zangwill to make the trip himself. As his thoughts raced, Klein unfolded a piece of paper and wrote, "The intel you have provided me made me connect certain clues from what I've previously gathered. And due to a particular great existence's help, this points to a clear conclusion. Ince Zangwill is possessed by an evil spirit, and he's seeking the numinous episcopate's help. Just based on this fact alone, we can make several useful judgments. Ince Zangwill will often manifest inconsistency in his words and actions. He will often deviate from his normal path, doing something we feel that is absolutely impossible for him to do, and to make mistakes we find incomprehensible. Before this problem is resolved, he will not stop having contact with the numinous episcopate. It might even become more frequent. Making investigations based on this might allow us to catch Ince Zangwill by the tail. However, I believe we still wouldn't be able to lock onto him. The creation of coincidences from that Grade O sealed artifact is insurmountable." Upon writing this, Klein couldn't help but recall his direct encounter with Ince Zangwill. His own investigations didn't directly point to him, but it caused their ploy to nearly fail. Hence, Ince Zangwill personally took action, sending a meteor falling from the sky in an attempt to kill Sherlock Moriarty so as to obliterate any clues. And he ultimately received Mr. Azek's help and escaped the dire situation, forcing Ince Zangwill to step into the limelight and expose himself. Back then, if Mr. Azek had recovered to his former strength, Ince Zangwill might already be dead. But to replicate such a situation and force him to appear before me is still extremely difficult. After all, back then, not only was there Mr. Azek, a death consul, and my use of the grey fog to foil the coincidences, there was also Trissy Cheek and the ring, which was suspected to be a Grade O sealed artifact. Without her suddenly escaping, Ince Zangwill wouldn't have been forced to personally take action. Klein deliberated as he wrote, "If we can figure out the origins and primary goals of the evil spirit, there might be a chance of the situation having a favorable change." After writing the matters regarding Ince Zangwill, Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to mention something else, he stopped his pen after writing the first few letters. He raised his left hand and pinched his cheeks. He appeared to be in a serious dilemma and seemed a little embarrassed. After muttering silently a few times, Klein finally smoothly wrote the rest. "Even without that Grade O sealed artifact's help, Ince Zangwill is an enemy you and I are unable to face head-on. We need to make plenty of preparations. If you can provide me with some worms of time, I can use them to create high-level charms that can deal with demigods. It's called a fate siphon charm. It can swap the fates of yourself and the target for a short period of time." Putting down his fountain pen, Klein didn't take a second look as he quickly folded the letter and seriously sealed it in an envelope. He then took out the adventurer's harmonica and a gold coin before summoning Miss Messenger. He got her to take away the reply letter to Leonard Mitchell, but this time, it wasn't addressed to 7, Pinster Street. Instead, it was directly sent to Leonard's present address. With Leonard having just written the letter, Klein didn't believe that he had moved out of Rionette Tinker's detection range. After doing all of this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he shook his head slightly. Requesting the help of others is really a difficult task. It's even more so for someone as thin-skinned as me. He quickly retracted his attention and once again modified Enzo's and Ludwell's appearances. After all, they had been seen by Angel of Fate Ouroboros during their exploration of Calderon City. During this process, Klein suddenly had an idea. He planned on sending them above the gray fog and using the Spirit World Plunderer's true soul body for a disguise. The Spirit World Plunderer could make its soul avatars take the form of its true soul body, and it could also get them to disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. The Beyonder ingredient it left behind must have had such abilities. However, it would be difficult to use it with the poor effects and the huge negative side effects. However, this wasn't a problem for Klein, who possessed the mysterious space above the gray fog. After all, he didn't plan on using the Beyonder ingredient for actual combat. Doing some changes to his marionette didn't require too many smooth operations and great effects. Furthermore, this could be slowly adjusted. As for the negative effects that came from the godhood, it wasn't something to consider. Who wasn't obedient when left in the junk pile? After a series of tasks, Klein sat at the high-back chair of the Fool. In his hand was the palm-sized Spirit World Plunderer's true soul body. Without looking down to look at it in detail, he extended his spirituality bit by bit into it. There wasn't much changes to the scene before him. It was still the illusory and dense black spirit body threads. However, when he tried controlling them, he discovered that not only could he control the marionette's spirit body threads, but he could also let his spirit body threads extend out and penetrate into their bodies. When both sides established such a two-way connection, Klein suddenly felt that he and his marionette was one. All his Beyonder powers could be enacted on the other party through the spirit body threads, including his trick for changing his appearance and body. Amidst a slow and difficult process, Klein felt rather groggy as he felt his emotions turned into a mess. He began showing signs of losing control. This was an inevitable outcome from having his spirituality make direct contact with godhood. He hurriedly diverted some attention to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, and he restored his condition back to its normal state. After enduring the torment, Klein finished his attempt. Enzo had transformed into a southern continent native that looked like he came from a plantation. Ludwell had a mixed blood feel to him. His ghastly face was no longer more bone than flesh. Instead, there was a plumpness to it. As for the silver mask that had the effect of placating the soul, there was no way of removing it for the time being. All Klein could do was let it stick to Ludwell's chest. This still had a certain level of effect, but it was inferior to wearing it on his face. It could barely maintain the status quo. Unfortunately, there's no way to change this mask into other types of accessories. Otherwise, it would save me quite a bit of trouble. As Klein rushed to throw the Spirit World Plunderer's true soul body back onto the junk pile, he rubbed his temples and allowed his thoughts to wander. Right, I still have a Soul Assurer Beyonder characteristic here that can be made into a mystical item to replace that mask. No, I've always planned on returning it to the church. I'll mail it to him when Leonard replies. After the discomfort slowly subsided, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Following that, he summoned a paper figurine and stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. He then threw both into a specially labeled point of light. It was the point of light representing the Fool's only believer at present, Danitz. From Klein's point of view, Admiral of Stars Katlia had the Moses Ascetic Order backing her. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Anderson, who didn't know much about Gehrman Sparrow, and being good at identifying the situation he was in, he wasn't one to put on a brave front. Therefore, when the Aurora Order did an investigation, it was unlikely that they would be in grave danger. Danitz was the only exception. With him in West Balam and not able to return to the Golden Dream anytime soon, his lacking strength, and him often wearing the boxing glove that made him act rashly, it was truly worrisome. Due to this fact, Mr. Fool had to work a little harder. He gave Danitz a paper angel's embrace every day at a fixed time, so as to disrupt any divination or prophecies about him. Leonard never expected Klein Moretti to reply that quickly. With some level of incredulity, he opened the envelope and read the corresponding content. Due to a particular great existence's help. Is he referring to the Fool? Indeed, Klein's investigations into Enzangwil has already reached a significant depth. He has already figured out the truth the moment I mentioned the numinous episcopate. Possessed by an evil spirit? How did he end up being possessed by an evil spirit? How do we make use of it? Worms of time. This, Leonard quickly scanned through the last part of the letter as his expression suddenly became complicated. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast maintained his silence without saying a word. Chapter 933 Evil Spirits Common Trait. Chapter 933 Evil Spirits Common Trait. After a while, Leonard cleared his throat and wore a smile without realizing it. He said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, Klein's. This suggestion seems pretty good. It's very, very viable. The effects should be quite substantial. Why don't you consider it? Didn't you mention that you would do your best to help me exact revenge?" "Ha, I thought Worms of Time could only be used for avatars and act as support." He subconsciously droned on while Pallas Zoroast remained silent the entire time. Only after a while did he sigh lightly and say, "I can only give you a maximum of 2 Worms of Time." Without waiting for Leonard to say a word, he added, "To exact revenge on a demigod who wields a grade O sealed artifact, the most important thing is still your own level and strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of using it even if you have a high-level charm." Leonard wiped away his smile and nodded seriously. "I'll do my best digesting my potion. If you finish digesting it and fail to accumulate enough contribution points, I'll help you seek out the beyonder ingredients needed for Spirit Warlock." As for only having 2 Worms of Time, he wasn't disappointed at all. It was already a bonus. Just getting one was a great boon. Having 2 meant that he and Klein could split it, each of them having 1 Fate Siphon Charm. After expressing his attitude, he asked in puzzlement, "Old man, do you think Klein has already used the previous Worm of Time as a charm?" He remembered very clearly that, back when they were figuring out who Emlyn White was supporting, Old Man had parasitized Tinder with a Worm of Time. Later, it lost contact and failed to be of any use. Now, on retrospection, just Emlyn White's and Sherlock Moriarty's close relationship made it easy for him to figure out the truth. The Worm of Time had been eliminated by the upper echelons of the secret organization or even the Fool himself. Furthermore, there was a high chance that it had been bestowed to Klein. Otherwise, his former colleague wouldn't have known of the existence of the Worm of Time. Pallas Zoroast immediately scoffed. If he hasn't already used it and seen its effects, why would he raise the issue and ask for more? All right. I need to separate the Worms of Time. This will make me fall asleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone to answer them by yourself. With that said, not giving Leonard a chance to raise further questions, he scattered his spirituality and created a blob of light that hung high inside Leonard's mind as though he didn't wish to speak. Leonard's instinctive response was to chuckle dryly. He focused his attention back onto the letter from Klein Moretti as he carefully read it again. Possessed by an evil spirit. The origins and primary goals of the evil spirit. I don't know much about evil spirits. Nothing comes to mind. After a few minutes of thought, Leonard took out a matchbox and burned the letter. Then, he left the room which the local Nighthawks had assigned him at the last minute. He came to a room diagonally opposite his and knocked on the door. Before long, Daly, who hadn't removed her blue eyeshadow and blush, opened the door and pricked up her eyebrows. When did a sleepless have the courage to knock on a lady's door at a time highly associated with a bed? Ahem. I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. Leonard obviously didn't dare respond to Daly's comment as he immediately expressed the reason why he was here. Daly sized him up and chuckled. I'm not responsible for counseling minors. As she spoke, she made way and allowed Leonard to enter her room. Without daring to let his eyes wander, he casually pulled a round stool to sit on. He then went straight to the point. "Ma'am, I'd like to know more about evil spirits. You're a sequence 5 of the death pathway. You have higher clearance than me. You should know quite a lot. Why are you asking me this?" Daly propped herself with her hands on the edge of the table behind her. Without waiting for him to reply, she continued, "Most evil spirits are the result of dead high-sequence beyonders. A small number of them are wraiths who break through various restrictions via using various opportunities. The first situation is more common. After high-sequence beyonders consume a potion to obtain godhood, their soul body would have experienced a mutation. It would be a mutation at their core. This allows their soul body to remain even in death or when their powers are dispersed. There will be a certain level of divinity to it, making them rather terrifying. The second situation isn't different on a fundamental level. Normally speaking, evil spirits will weaken with the passage of time until they completely dissipate. However, they can also assimilate into the region where they were born, making the spirit world and even the underworld fuse with it. They then extract power from this to maintain their existence. Therefore, many evil spirits have their own territory and active range. It's not that they do not wish to leave, but they can't. The only exception is when they accumulate sufficient power, allowing their existence to experience a fundamental change. Leonard habitually crossed his right leg over his left and pressed in thought, can evil spirits leave their territory by possessing a person? Yes, but ordinary humans and most beyonders are unable to withstand the extraction effect the evil spirits have on their bodies. They will quickly lose their spirituality and body temperature and be unable to last long. As Daly spoke, she raised her hand to point at herself. The best method is to rely on beyonders of the death pathway. Of course, it has to be at least a sequence 5, because from Gatekeeper, we will have our own dead spirit prison in our bodies. It can be called a miniature underworld. It can provide an evil spirit with an adequate environment for their existence. Once you become a spirit warlock, you will also have similar powers. However, it will be more about sealing and sleeping than an internal underworld. Haha, those natural spirits and wraiths are truly troublesome when they come in and out. Ince Zangwill's sequence 5 is Gatekeeper. It's no wonder that the evil spirit can possess him for long periods of time. Or could it be that he failed at an attempt to enslave an evil spirit? Leonard's thoughts opened up as he immediately made connections. He deliberated for a few seconds before asking, what sort of needs does an evil spirit have? Needs? Singing? Dancing? Poetry? Men? Women? The sea of stars? Daly returned with a question, amused. Leonard realized that his usage of words was problematic as he awkwardly ruffled his hair. I mean, what desires will an evil spirit have? That depends on what it desired while it was alive. Typically speaking, the remnant spirit will inherit the original obsessions, without being able to balance it rationally. If it were you, that evil spirit might attempt to write poems, imprison a group of spectators, and seek acknowledgement. Or it will do things in an ostentatious manner like the protagonist of a play, Daly joked. However, regardless of what it was while it was alive, as long as one becomes an evil spirit, they commonly desire two things. What are they? Leonard turned attentive. Daly shot a glance at him and said, first, it's to feed on the souls of living creatures. This can pleasure them, an innate pleasure that stems from the need to maintain their existence. In addition, a large number of souls will allow them to escape the restrictions of their territory and active range. It will replace the power provided by the spirit world and underworld. Second, it's to seek out beyonder ingredients from their pathway while they were alive. Through this, they could create another foundation. At a certain stage, the evil spirit would no longer need to draw on the powers of the spirit world and underworld. They would no longer be restricted by their territories or active range. In a sense, they would have transformed into a special spirit world creature. Leonard seemed to realize something as he thought. This also means that evil spirits can consume sequence potions? No, sequence potions are created for human consumption. They reduce the risk of losing control. To many supernatural creatures, there's no need to do so. They can directly consume the ingredient raw. It's especially so for evil spirits. Their obsession, cruelty, ferociousness, and penchant for souls make them half crazy to begin with. There's no need to regulate it from other sources. Furthermore, they are spirit bodies, so the method of consumption is direct accommodation and slow digestion. Daily corrected Leonard's point. This. To the evil spirit that possesses Nsangwil, whenever it has the upper hand, it will control the body to seek out beyonder ingredients of its pathway while it was alive. Leonard was first surprised before he had an idea. He said in a pleasant surprise, "I understand. Thank you for answering my questions." With that said, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, "Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind Nsangwil's meeting with the numinous episcopate demigod, but we also need to track his trajectory since Baklan to East Balam. We need to know what he did midway, what items he found. This might lead us to effective clues." Daly suddenly fell silent before she pricked up her brows and said, "Well said. But what does this have to do with evil spirits?" "Nothing. I raised the question so as to make preparations because I believe that since we are investigating the numinous episcopate, we might encounter evil spirits. The latter half was a suggestion I wished to make after the break. I just wished to talk to you about it beforehand." Leonard's mind raced as he slowed down his speech and fabricated an excuse on the spot. Daly listened in silence and chuckled. "If you actually work so hard to fabricate stories in front of other girls, you'll no longer be single with those looks of yours. Unfortunately, I'm not a clueless girl. Alright, there's no need to explain further. Leave." Leonard stood up lamely without trying to emphasize his point. He then walked towards the door. Just as he gripped the handle, Daly's slightly ethereal voice sounded behind him. "I don't know what secret you're hiding, nor do I know what you know. None of that matters. But when it comes to Nsangwil, if you need any help or aid, you can find me." Leonard paused for 2 seconds as his mouth quivered. He then pulled open the door and walked out. City of Silver. Derek Berg had received the order to join an expedition team. Leading it was Chief Colin Iliad. Their target was Noise City. It was in a northern city's ruins where the shapeshifter and other terrifying creatures lived. Chapter 934-1 plus 1 greater than 2. Chapter 934 1 plus 1 greater than 2. Ever since the information about the suspected Bizarro Bane shapeshifter was given to Mr. World, Derek constantly believed that the latter might one day entrust him with a mission for the corresponding ingredients. However, his strength was lacking. Even with his friends, it was impossible for him to complete the hunt. Furthermore, such expeditions needed to go through the 6-member council. Private teams were unable to wander too far from the City of Silver. Therefore, all he could do was temporarily suppress it deep down. From time to time, it was used to motivate him to advance quicker. To his surprise, it didn't take long before an expedition team headed for Noise City was set up. Leading the team was Chief Colin Iliad. Combining his previous discussion with Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice, and company at the recent tarot gathering, Derek quickly came up with a theory. During the exploration of the former chief's mausoleum, Mr. Fool had provided a certain level of help to the present chief, allowing him to foil the fallen creator's ploy and successfully resolve certain matters. Hence, noticing his search for information, the demon hunter had decided to hunt a shapeshifter to please the deity. This is a necessary way to curry favor, and is also a kind of equivalent exchange. The hanged man's words resounded in Derek's mind. It made him no longer puzzled over the matter. So, taking the opportunity before he set out, he prayed to Mr. Fool and requested him to inform Mr. World of this expedition. He quickly received a response and heard Mr. World say, "If the hunting of the Bizarro Bane is difficult or dangerous, the requirements can be lowered. Attempt to extract its blood. As long as you obtain it, I'll trade for it with the Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic." Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristics? Mr. World already has the Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic? Or could it be that he has locked onto a target and will quickly be able to obtain it? With the chief's strength and the teamwork of the expedition team, there's a high chance of success if it's just extracting the blood. Derek felt relieved as he held Thunder God's roar and left his residence, heading straight for the training field. Just as he arrived at his destination, he saw Chief Colin Iliad. The latter carried 2 swords on his back. He was tall and staid, leaving anyone who saw him at ease. And beside this demon hunter was another person. She was wearing a black robe with purple patterns, and she had long, curly, silver-gray hair. Shepherd Lovia. Lovia, who was apparently participating in this expedition, turned her head as her pale gray eyes reflected Derek Berg's figure. However, there was only calm in her eyes. Derek felt a baffling sense of alarm as he involuntarily slowed down his pace. East Balam, above the gray fog. Klein deeply approved of the City of Silver's chief's organization of an expedition to Noise City. He also informed Little Sun that there was no need to take risks. All he needed was some blood of the target for the completion of the mission. When the time came, he could smear the blood over Grozel's travels, bring all his gear, and challenge the Bizarro Bane on his turf, thus obtaining the Beyonder ingredients he needed. Klein had also considered the possibility of whether Grozel's travels' ability to swallow people into the book's world was screened by the uniqueness of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. He had also come up with a solution. It was to bestow Little Sun with Grozel's travels. After achieving the goal, he could get Little Sun to sacrifice it back. In addition, he wasn't worried about the Bizarro Bane lacking blood because of its nature as a spirit world creature. This was because the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula clearly wrote: supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of a Bizarro Bane's blood. There are always more solutions than problems. Klein muttered in satisfaction before returning to the real world. Before sleeping, he received a reply from Leonard Mitchell. It mentioned that it would take another day for the Worm of Time, and he described the monsters known as evil spirits in detail. Another day before it can be provided. And there will be 2 of them. The grandpa in Leonard's body has quite a good attitude. Unable to leave the territory. Limited in activity range. Their common trait is to devour the souls of living creatures and to desire Beyonder ingredients from their pathway from when they were still alive. This also means that the evil spirit will seek out the corresponding ingredients and Beyonder characteristics when it wields control over Ince Zangwill's body. This is indeed a direction for investigation. Klein held the letter as he read and thought. Suddenly, he recalled something. Back when he encountered Ince Zangwill on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea, the latter had been pursued by a powerful demigod from the Hunter pathway. Could it be a result of that evil spirit? I previously imagined that Ince Zangwill had received a commission by some faction in the royal family, and did something that targeted the Intis Republic, only to have a mistake happen, thus exposing himself and getting pursued by their powerhouses. From the looks of it, there might be another possibility. That evil spirit desires the Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway, and when it could control Ince Zangwill's body, it attempted to hunt Beyonders of the same pathway. This might have succeeded or failed. In short, the result was that he was targeted by a powerful demigod from the Hunter pathway. He pursued him the entire journey with his intuition as a hunter. The more Klein thought about it, the more convinced he was that his theory was close to reality. This was the only way to explain why Ince Zangwill, who wielded 0-08, was discovered. At this moment, Enzo and Ludwell were kneeling down, massaging Klein's legs. I can guess that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway for now. I'll later write back to Leonard and get him to steer the investigations in this direction. This fellow's acting isn't that great, nor does he have the psychological experience. I wonder if he will end up exposing himself. Perhaps, he will explain it away with some non-existent informant. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Klein's eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly sat up, leaving his 2 marionettes at a loss. There weren't many evil spirits he knew, and he had only seen one, however, that one happened to be from the Hunter pathway. It was Red Angel Medici's main body that had combined with the remnant psyches of the 2 sequence 1 angel from the Sauron and Einhorn families. When it came to the Hunter pathway, there was no evil spirit that was of an even higher level. That was unless Blood Emperor Alista Tudor still had his psyche remaining. Previously, Ince Zangwill was in Backland. That evil spirit, who I'm not sure if I should call Medici, was also in Backland. Later, that evil spirit escaped the seal, and its whereabouts are unknown. As for Ince Zangwill, he suffered from the possession of an evil spirit. Both sides are evil spirits from the Hunter pathway. Could the one possessing Ince Zangwill be the Red Angel evil spirit? Klein frowned bit by bit, almost finding his theory unbelievable. However, he found it very possible. As his thoughts raced, he found another indirect piece of evidence. The unique trait of 0-08 is that once you know it, it will also know you. And as a king of angels who survived from the second epoch, Red Angel Medici probably knows all kinds of details about 0-08. In other words, as long as the evil spirit attempted to recall anything related to 0-08, 0-08 would know of it and establish a connection. Right, there was that sentence, "Pleasure working with you, no way." But the problem lies in the fact that I previously suspected that evil spirit to have one sequence, one characteristic. There's no need for it to seek any more of it. Could it be that it hasn't digested it? Klein rubbed his temples as his head ached. He stood up, entered his bathroom, and took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. Just as he sat down, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the following divination statement. The one possessing Ince Zangwill is the evil spirit back in the underground ruins of Alista Tudor. He scrutinized each word for a few seconds before taking off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to use spirit dowsing for the divination. This time, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes was the topaz pendant stood still. This meant that the divination had failed. The level is too high and there's 0-08. Right, that evil spirit also carried the red priest card that has anti-divination and anti-prophecy properties. It's no wonder I failed with the 3 combined. This is also an indirect confirmation. Klein analyzed the reason and considered what other ways he could make a verification. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and silently muttered to himself, apart from getting Leonard to lead the Red Gloves to do an investigation, I should do something as well. Assuming that the one possessing Ince Zangwill is really the Red Angel evil spirit, where will it seek out Beyonder ingredients from the Hunter pathway when it gains control of the body? Intis's capital, Trier? Fasak capital, St. Millum? Or would it solely rely on the card of blasphemy's activation and seal in order to use the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence to attract Beyonders to fly to it like moths flying to a fire? Wait, it mentioned before that the descendants of the Medici family are in Bansi Harbor. Although it has already been destroyed, there might still be something buried there. Also, the evil spirit with the 3 angels remnant spirit has very potent provocative traits. This matches Leonard's description of evil spirits in the letter. It might have deliberately left something in Bansi. With this in mind, Klein immediately conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow's figure and requested the hangman to head to Bansi once more to do a more thorough investigation. After doing that, Klein began contemplating. Once he confirmed that Ince Zangwill had the Red Angel evil spirit in him, he wondered if he could use the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence as a starting point, enticing Ince Zangwill into the trap he set up using the corresponding ingredients. Hunter pathway. Hunter pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly recalled 2 hunters who were loitering in West Balham. He frowned slightly and began analyzing. Although East Balham and West Balham are vast territories, and the distance between the city that Ince Zangwill made his last appearance and the northern state is very great, he will probably take nearly half a month to travel, even as a demigod since he doesn't have teleport. In theory, Danitz and Anderson will not suddenly encounter the Red Angel evil spirit because of the law of convergence. Also, their sequences are too low, but I can't be too sure. West Balham, northern state, Kukawa City. Danitz shot a glance at Anderson and blurted out, "I'm going to do some investigations." "Why are you following me?" "Logically speaking, shouldn't you head back to the fog seat at Barron's Harbor?" Chapter 935, Meeting Up. Chapter 935 Meeting Up. Anderson, who was enjoying a piece of cream cassava bread, looked up at Danitz. Seemingly in thought, he said, "I'm not sure why, but I don't wish to leave West Balham." "Ha ha. Since I'm here, as a treasure hunter, how can I return empty-handed?" In the extensive forests, there are all sorts of abandoned temples that have gold, jewelry, antiques, and maybe mystical items. All of them are waiting for me to rescue them. Danitz tipped his chin and guzzled down the remaining water. This was a beverage made from a fruit native to West Balham. It was orange-yellow in color with a sweetness amidst its sourness. It was good at quenching thirst and relieving heat. It also had some caffeine that allowed people to combat fatigue and stay awake. Putting down the cup and picking up his napkin to wipe his mouth, Danitz scoffed. "I keep feeling as though you're up to something." "I also hope that's the case," Anderson said with an unconcerned smile. He matched breakfast with coffee. In East and West Balham, there were many excellent coffee-bearing lands. They were just slightly less famous than Fenna Potter's Highlander coffee, the Southern Continent's Highlander coffee, and the Star Highlands and the nearby Paz Valley's Fermo coffee. Without waiting for Danitz's reply, Anderson said with a smile, "Actually, isn't this good? I'm providing you with free protection, and you're my interpreter. Everyone benefits out of this arrangement." Recalling that he was only a Sequence 7 and was wanted by all kinds of factions, Danitz had a baffling feeling that Anderson's words made sense. He coughed slightly and said, "But there will be certain times when I'll get you to stay away." "If you say please, then there's no problem," Anderson said in a relaxed manner. Danitz immediately hooded himself and walked towards the hotel's exit in preparation to begin today's investigations. Midway, he suddenly said, "Have you had such an experience? Often dreaming of an angel's descent, wrapping you in its layered wings?" "No, it's not only a dream. I occasionally will have the same hallucination even when I'm awake." Anderson glanced at the boxing glove Danitz was wearing. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with a smile, "Are you a believer of some secret existence? Or have you made contact with some ancient item?" Danitz's expression froze as he forced a smile. "If it were as simple as you said, I would have long guessed the reason." As he spoke, he brushed shoulders with the three men who came in before walking out. Anderson habitually sized up the passers-by to confirm his surroundings. Therefore, he glanced at the three men and realized that they were a master and two servants. The master was tall and his skin was brown. He had soft facial features, as though he had parents from Balham and Lone. He wore attire in the style of the Northern Continent: silk top hat, black formal suit, and a gold inlaid cane. The two servants were standard locals that seemed to come from plantations. They were helping their master hold his cane and leather suitcase. One of them was a mixed blood with a fleshy face and baggy clothes. On his waist was a rapier, as though he was also playing the role of a bodyguard. Unconcerned, Anderson retracted his gaze and followed Danitz onto the street. He pointed at the different styled coffins that were horse-drawn or manually lifted with piqued interest. "Want to try one of those? It's very interesting. Once you get used to it, you will realize that death isn't something to be afraid of. Perhaps you might be able to open the lid at some point in time and stand up again." Danitz looked at the strange transportation tool through the corner of his eyes as he didn't hesitate to shake his head. "As a pirate, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. Certain things are taboo, and one of them is to stay away from coffins. I'm different. I don't have any taboos." Anderson casually took out a few Delexi and bought a few sets of newspapers from the paperboy on the street. It had to be said that when it came to paperboys, the various cities in the Southern Continent weren't inferior to the Northern Continent. After all, manual labor was cheaper, and there were many children who needed to supplement their family's income. As Danitz walked to the end of the street in search of a carriage meant for foreigners, he took a copy of the newspapers from Anderson and quickly browsed through it. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of news. Infamous pirate who calls himself Admiral Hell, Ludwell, has been killed by the crazy adventurer, Dareman Sparrow. His Black Tulip and entire crew has been taken over by Mirella, who claims to be Death's envoy. This, Danitz's mouth turned slightly agape, and he was hardly able to close it. He finally understood why Gairman Sparrow wanted him to be careful of the numinous episcopate. This lunatic had actually killed the strongest of the 7 pirate admirals, Ludwell. About 10 seconds later, Danitz handed the newspapers to Anderson with a dazed expression. "Take a look at this." Anderson received the newspaper with a smile and quickly scanned through it. After a brief silence, he whistled and chuckled. "That fellow likely has a new nickname. Pirate Admiral Nemesis." Danitz didn't dare to nod as he pointedly said, "Back when I first met him, although I already found him terrifying, I never expected him to be this terrifying." At this moment, he recalled his early attempts of recruiting Gairman Sparrow as a sailor of the Golden Dream. And while they left the hotel, Klein had already taken up residence in a luxurious room. He was standing by the window, watching the 2 hunters who were being flippant while walking. Rubbing the cufflink on his sleeves, he unfolded the letter and wrote, "I suspect that the evil spirit that possesses Ince Zangwill is from the Hunter pathway. You can carry out more investigations in this regard." Along with this letter is a Soul Assurer's Beyonder characteristic. It comes from a pitiful person who was grazed. I liberated him and promised to return his characteristic to the Church of Evernight. In East Balham, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger who wielded 4 blonde, red-eyed heads appear before him. Already used to this, he received the letter and opened it and gave it a glance. He was surprised to see an item as resplendent as the night sky. "This is..." Leonard had an inkling as to what the item was. He hurriedly unfolded the letter and read it. 20 seconds later, he slowly sighed and silently said, as expected, "It's a Beyonder characteristic. Klein is still very friendly to the Church and the Nighthawks." He was rather delighted as he took out 2 transparent dead, ringed worms and placed it in that envelope. He then summoned Gairman Sparrow's messenger, handed it to her, and paid the 1 gold coin. After doing this, Leonard loosened the top buttons of his shirt, walked out the room, and headed underground. On the way, he encountered Daly Simone. Still dressed as a spirit medium, Daly looked forward and asked very normally, "Any new clues?" "It's suspected to be an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway." Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before he decided against concealing the matter. Daly nodded indiscernibly and said after some thought, "Then it might have the instinct of being provocative. It will proactively leave clues for us. Of course, this might also contain some level of misdirection to it." Knock. 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 Someone knocked at the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger. "Come on in." Alger put down the brass sextant in his hand and said in a deep voice. A sailor opened the door and looked back. With the urging of his companions, he hesitantly entered the room and struck his left breast with his right fist and bowed. "Holy Lord of Storms." After Alger did the same response, he forced a smile and said, "Captain, many pirates and sailors from merchant ships have been recently saying that they found valuable items in the ruins of Bancy Harbor. There was even gold. We don't have any particularly important missions recently, so everyone is wondering if we should make another trip to Bancy. Such a bustling harbor, even if it has been searched numerous times, it should still have plenty of things left." Alger listened with a deadpan expression. After a few seconds of thought, he said, "I can understand your feelings. Let's do this. Let's head in the direction of Bancy Harbor, but do not set a destination. If nothing happens midway, we will stay there for a day." "Aye aye, Captain." The sailor excitedly clenched his right fist and struck his left breast again. "May the storm be with you." "May the storm be with you." Alger watched as his subordinate left and closed the door. Then, as though nothing had happened, he poured himself a cup of Lanty proof without any joy or anger as he sipped it slowly. Whatever that had just happened was within his expectations. This was because the news of finding items of value in Bancy Harbor's ruins was something he had spread while disguised. As a captain of the Church of Storms, he was constantly monitored by his sailors. Having been to Bancy once, mentioning it again made it suspicious. Therefore, Alger decided on getting the crew to make the request themselves. That way, even if they discovered anything or encountered something at Bansi Harbor, no one would suspect him, the captain. To the sailors, especially sailors who had just spent all their money in Byam, any news or rumors with sufficient allure would stir their hearts the most. Alger knew this very well. In addition, the Blue Avenger had stayed in Byam for too long. If he hadn't set sail, it would also be suspicious. As for monitoring artisan Sealth, it was naturally left to the hermit Catlia. Due to the investigations of the Aurora Order, this pirate admiral and the future had recently been hanging around the Rorstad archipelago. It was said to be an important base of the Moses ascetic order. After drinking the liquor, Alger put down his cup and looked out at the undulating waves and silently said a word. Bansi. Considering how it was late June, and while Septon's birthday was still unclear, Klein did some reorganization before heading above the gray fog to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He also warned himself that he could only ask a maximum of 2 questions. In the room that suddenly turned gloomy and cold, the unmanned transceiver began producing clicking voices. Chapter 936, Don't Want to Miss Out. Chapter 936, Don't Want to Miss Out. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusory paper spewed out from the radio transceiver. On it were words composed of Loanese. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant, Arodes, is here to answer your summoning. Did you know? Dr. Aaron Sirius's child was born the night before the last. Thankfully I contacted the magic mirror in time. Klein nodded slightly and said, Now I know. Amidst clacking sounds, more of the illusory white paper spewed out. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's your turn to ask a question. Klein had originally wanted to ask about matters regarding Nsangwil, 0-08 and the Red Angel Evil Spirit, but considering how he had failed divining it above the gray fog, it was almost certain that Arodes was unable to see it. At best, it could provide him more detailed information regarding 0-08, but this way, without the gray fog screening, it would be equivalent to him knowing of 0-08, and it would result in it knowing him. It didn't benefit him when it came to hiding behind the scenes to direct a play. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, What means are there to speed up the digestion of potions? Do a better job acting. On the illusory white paper, black words were produced. Upon seeing the magic mirror's reply, Klein first fell silent before he slowly exhaled. For the present him, Nsangwil's appearance was too early. He still needed about 2 months to completely digest the marionettist potion. When that happened, and with him already gathering the ingredients, he could orchestrate an assassination of the demigod, Nsangwil, placing the sequence advancement with his wish together. Then there was no need for him to consider any room for retreat. However, Nsangwil wouldn't appear until he was done preparing everything. He wouldn't follow the steps that Klein had in mind. Based on Klein's earliest ideas, it was to first gather information, figure out where Nsangwil was, and wait until it was late August or early September before confirming the plan based on the situation. If not for the possession of the evil spirit, Nsangwil wouldn't have exposed himself. If he didn't use Nsangwil's current condition, it was very possible that he couldn't find the ladder again once he exorcised the evil spirit. Coincidences would stand in his way when it came to meeting him. Furthermore, if that were really the Red Angel Evil Spirit, Klein was also worried that Nsangwil might have already died by the time he and Leonard started exacting revenge. The reason behind his death could be due to certain machinations, or from some ridiculously comedic situations, and not because of his sins. Due to these considerations, Klein attempted to digest his potion faster, hoping that he could complete it within a week or 2. However, Arodes's answer left him depressed. He also knew that this wasn't something he could force. In 2 weeks, or even in the next few days, how was he to create a better opportunity to act? In his silence, Klein had already made up his mind. He didn't plan on tying the 2 matters together, and from the beginning, he wanted revenge against Nsangwil as his primary goal, provided there was a chance of success. He didn't wish to miss this opportunity. Although it had only been about 10 months, less than a year since the incident at the Blackthorn Security Company, it felt like a very, very long time, so long that he didn't wish to wait any longer. Catching a glance at the gloomy radio transceiver, Klein thought before wearing a stern look, he asked with a deep voice. Back when I used the winner marionette to look at myself, I learned why Beyonders of the Fate pathway will have such a reaction when facing me. Now, I would like to know what you see when you look at me? This question was a bolt out of the blue that seemed to echo in the room. The radio transceiver suddenly fell silent, and the clacking sound sounded after quite a while. A black illusory piece of paper spewed out, and on it were ghastly white words. I see support and dominance from you. Are you satisfied with such a question? Support, dominance. What does that mean? Klein had planned on pressing on, but he believed that Rhodes was unlikely to explain it too clearly because it lacked the required knowledge. Realizing that the mother tree of desire was about to find him if he kept this up, he nodded and said, "Acceptable. That shall be all for today. You may return." The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as the paper that appeared was white again. "All right, great master, goodbye. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is constantly at your service." This time, the magic mirror seemed to forget to add a hand-waving drawing. That was quite a quick escape. Klein mumbled and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He conjured the world Gehrman sparrow and informed the hermit Catlia that the mythical creature blood she needed was ready. She was to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages as quickly as possible. Before long, Catlia set up a ritual and sacrificed an item to the fool and requested this mighty existence to hand it to the world and tell him that the principle of the item's effect was to temporarily borrow a portion of one's strength from their former self. This sounds familiar. It sounds like the powers of the Seer Pathways Sequence 3 Scholar of Yore. The fool Klein was surprised as he picked up the item that Mam Hermit had sacrificed. It was like the end of a cane with a long transparent gem embedded on it. It was carved with complicated, mysterious, indescribable, three-dimensional symbols and magic labels. Klein recognized 2 of them. One was the incomplete pupil-less eye, and the other was the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards Sequence O the Fool? But isn't it a little too complicated? This cane feels really familiar. It's like the crystal ball little son had used when he prayed to me. See, could it also correspond to another crimson star? Klein looked out the ancient palace with an odd expression, but all he saw were illusory stars suspended in the infinite gray fog without any signs of abnormality. With the fact that such items were one-use items like charms, he abandoned the idea of experimenting with it. All he could do was summon some paper from the junk pile and seriously record down the complicated and abnormal symbols and magic labels on the cane. Lone Kingdom, Backlund, Dr. Aaron's residence. A maid was inside the master bedroom, taking care of a soundly sleeping infant. Downstairs, the banquet, which had many guests attending, had reached the midway mark. Suddenly, in a corner, 3 figures quickly materialized. Leading them was a man in a silk top hat, black formal suit. He was none other than Klein Moretti, who hadn't disguised himself. He tossed out a charm and muttered an ancient Hermes term. Crimson. The dark red flames flashed, and amidst a light explosion sound, soothing powers emanated out. The maid fell asleep instantly, collapsing onto the bedside into a deep sleep. Klein made his 2 marionettes stand in their spots as he walked to the infant's cot and cast his gaze inside. It was a child wrapped in silver silk. His skin was very fair, and he was fleshy with layer after layers. This infant showed no fear towards the stranger as he looked straight at Klein with his eyes wide open while sucking his fingers. Ahem. Klein couldn't help but smile as he took off his hat and bowed. Congratulations on being born. You should say that to my parents. The infant pulled out his fingers and spoke with a bright voice that didn't match his age. Klein chuckled and didn't harp on this meaningless topic with the snake of fate. He went straight to the point. I brought the method that allows you to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages. You can now give me that drop of placenta blood. Well, Septon opened up his fleshy palms and said, "Let me take a look first." How do you know that the method is an item? Klein couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Will Septon scoffed. An intuition of fate. It's like you didn't say a thing. Klein moved the cane from behind him forward and handed it over. The infant held it tightly and glanced at it twice before raising its voice. This can only be used once. That's right. Only once. Is that a problem? Klein deliberated and said, with your level and abilities, you can completely replicate the symbols and magic labels engraved on it, and then prepare the corresponding ingredients to hold the correct ritual. Wouldn't that allow you to use it multiple times? Will Septon suddenly cut him off. Alright, I accept it. Remember, you were the one who suggested it. Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded, but he also seemed to realize something. He had a vague feeling that, despite him being here to take advantage of a baby, it ended up as the baby taking advantage of him. Yes, I was the one who suggested it. He finally drew a breath and nodded earnestly. The baby's plump face revealed a smile as he spread open his other hand. I've already prepared it for you. A total of 2 drops. 1 drop is for the transaction, and the other drop is your commission for facilitating this transaction. There's a commission? Klein was delighted as he hurriedly looked at Will Septon's palm. There were 2 drops of silver blood there. Each drop appeared to have countless, minute, aloof, illusory wheels spinning. They formed a belt that had its head connected to its tail. Just one look at it made Klein seem to lose his ability to think. He felt all his thoughts repeatedly appearing in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head and took out the iron cigar case which contained Azek's copper whistle. He then placed the 2 drops of Snake of Fate blood, which had clearly been sealed, inside. Thank you for your generosity, Klein said sincerely before asking, can this be used to make a charm? The baby sucked his fingers and said, of course. As for the exact symbols needed to be carved, you have already seen those. You are free to choose a combination. Whatever you get will all depend on your luck. Klein nodded and asked again, who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to relatively high-level rituals for the time being. And praying to Ouroboros is bordering on being a provocation. Do I pray to a sequence 2 Angel of the Fate pathway? But I don't know their honorific names. Will Septon immediately grinned. There's a more convenient method. Who? Klein pressed in delight. The baby replied with a giggle, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Chapter 937, several days later. Chapter 937 several days later. Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Isn't that the goddess? That's right, misfortune includes bad luck. A part of fate. The goddess has the corresponding authority and can naturally give a response. By giving this suggestion, doesn't it mean that, in Will Septon's eyes, he has always suspected that I'm Evernights blessed, it's just that I didn't notice it myself. It's the same as the answer I received about how I should get the high sequence Beyonder potion formula of the seer pathway. He is even more certain after what happened at St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein was first taken aback before he became enlightened. As though he was muttering to himself, he said, if I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I choose, the final product's effect will likely be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. That's common sense, the baby wrapped in silver silk shouted. After obtaining confirmation, Klein felt more certain as he said with a smile, Are you still named Will Septon? He was very curious if he changed his name after being born. If you like it, you can continue thinking so. However, my full name has already been changed to Will Series, the baby replied indifferently. Klein thought before asking, if I want to deal with the wielder of 0-08, what suggestions do you have? I don't want to know about 0-08. I just wish to know if you have any suggestions. The plump baby looked at him as he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. Wah! The corners of Klein's lips quivered. Upon seeing the maid about to wake up, he took a few steps back and vanished from the room with his 2 marionettes. Rorsted Sea. On the Future, which was docked in the Biam Resistance's private harbor. Catlia, who was holding a ritual, saw a drop of silver blood fly out of the illusory door that manifested itself from the candlelight. With just one glance at it, she hurriedly closed her eyes, despite wearing her heavy glasses. At that instant, it felt like an aloof and mysterious wheel was spinning in a circle, forming a silver snake that had its head connected to its tail. This made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Fool 12 consecutive times before returning to normal. It really is the blood of a mythical creature from the Fate domain, and its level is higher than an ordinary angel. Catleya ended the ritual in delight, and she took out a container she had prepared ahead of time, placing the drop of silver blood inside. After obtaining some information on the monster pathway from Queen Mystic, and learning the existence of Angel of Fate Ouroboros from Mr. Fool, she quickly came up with a guess as to who the blood belonged to. Perhaps it's the one from the Life School of Thought. Or there might be another Sequence 1 angel. Regardless, Mr. Fool is able to use at least 2 angels in the real world. Along with that ancient bane that I can't be certain of, aside from the lack of sealed artifacts, the faction that believes in Mr. Fool is enough to match that of Orthodox churches. Even the Element Dawn and Moses ascetic order can't compare. As expected of an awakening ancient god. Increasingly filled with awe, Catleya drew a gasp and began considering her matters. Her other preparations were rather smooth sailing. Without any accidents, all she needed was to wait a month or so to attempt advancing to Sequence 4 to obtain godhood. Overcast with heavy, black clouds, silver lightning would occasionally streak across the sky, illuminating the desolate plains and the winding rivers that ran dry. And in the middle of the plains, where the river made a half-circle, black, stacked shadowy outlines loomed. It was a lifeless city. After several days of traveling, the team led by the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad, finally arrived at their destination Noise City. The team was a small one. Excluding Colin, there were only 4 other members. They were the 6-member council elder, Shepherd Lovia, 2 Sequence 5 guardians, Leger and Gonlin, as well as Sequence 6 notary, Derek Berg. The overall strength of the team wasn't weaker than a complete expedition team, it was perhaps even stronger. According to Colin Iliad, this was because Noise City was filled with monsters, making it very dangerous. Shapeshifters were adept at disguises, and they enjoyed making use of the trust between teammates. Therefore, the smaller the expedition team, the better. And since there were fewer people, there was undoubtedly a need to prepare it with a stronger team. As they watched the city in front of them, which was covered in mist, one that couldn't be lit up despite the lightning, Demon Hunter Colin drew the 2 swords on his back. Unhurriedly, he slathered a silver-gray ointment on one and a golden liquid on the other. He then stabbed the 2 swords in front of him. He then removed 3 small metal bottles from a hidden compartment on his belt, pulled out the stopper, and gulped the contents of the potion. Meanwhile, Leger and Gonlin had made preparations for combat. Derek Berg held his hammer with one hand as he opened up his other palm. With a solemn tone, he said in Jotun, "God says it's effective." Silently, Colin Iliad and company felt that the consumed potion, the conjured dawn, and the slathered ointment had been significantly augmented. Right on the heels of that, concentric rings of warm light emanated out, endowing the expedition team with courage and strength. After Derek used Holy Oath to boost his agility, Colin shot a glance at Lovia, who was holding an animal hide lantern and standing silently observing. He then turned his head to point at the perimeter of Noise City, which was more than 10 meters away. He said to the teenager, who was once again a little taller, "Use your ability to light up the streets ahead." After saying that, he surveyed his surroundings and added, "Once we enter Noise City, make sure we do not separate." A few days ago, I had already introduced the more active monsters that hide away in the darkness in this region. All of you should be aware of how separating will be utilized by the shapeshifter. Gonlin was a beautiful, female warrior who was 2.4 to 2.5 meters tall. Upon hearing that, she thought and asked, "Then, should we make use of this to hunt the shapeshifter?" "It's best that we do not do so. It's just too dangerous. Also, it's very easy to end up killing our own teammates or end up becoming lost in Noise City forever," the grizzled Colin Iliad seriously warned. Derek looked at the silent city that was cloaked in thin mist as he subconsciously asked, "Your Excellency, was this city also under the Giant King's court?" "Yes, but it's very close to a kingdom ruled by another ancient god," Colin answered patiently. holding two iron black poles, the 2.4-meter tall Legere pressed with intrigue, which ancient god? King of demonic wolves, the annihilator, Fligurine. Is that so? Derek remembered the chief's introduction, took a step forward, and extended his arms. Pure, radiant sunlight emitted from his body, illuminating the either collapsed or rotting buildings, the grayish-white stone-paved streets, and the extremely silent city perimeter. Derek and company saw figures appear on the streets. They were either wearing linen robes or animal hides, as though they were busily going on about their day. Upon sensing the sunlight's illumination, they silently turned their heads in unison and looked at the City of Silver expedition team. Bansi Harbor at night would occasionally have ravens or other birds calling out. It accentuated the gloom and deathly silence of the ruins. Even the sounds of crashing waves were unable to wash away that feeling. As believers of the Lord of Storms and crew members of the Blue Avenger, the sailors were bold, especially when they believed that there might be gold or valuables hidden within the collapsed buildings. It spurred them on, sapping away any fear that might exist. The moment they arrived, they rushed down the ship and began searching the area in groups of 2 or 3. Alger didn't follow them as he strolled through the ruins alone, in search of any marks that appeared after Bansi Harbor's destruction. As he walked, with him wearing the whip of mind ring and having the blade of poison slung by his waist, he came to a collapsed building with crumbling walls and a door that was only a few pieces of charred wood. If I remember correctly, this was the telegraph office of Bansi Harbor. Alger nodded slightly as he approached and did a slight inspection. He then saw a relatively empty area amidst the rubble. The ground was parched black with 2 blood-red silhouettes. It was as though 2 people had been lying there, only to be squashed flat. And this had been months ago, yet, the 2 streaks of blood remained fresh, as though they still contained some degree of vitality to it. Alger's forehead throbbed as he felt as though he could imagine the vileness before Bansi Harbor was destroyed. He swept his gaze and suddenly saw a picture engraved on a crumbling wall beside the 2 blood-colored figures. It was a spot that the moonlight could hardly shine onto. The picture was very simple, and it wasn't even colored. It was of an armored monster with a squid's head that wielded a trident. Lightning swirled around it as waves surged at its feet. Behind it was a cape formed by bird feathers. Alger's eyes widened suddenly as he felt a tumultuous storm rage within him. He recognized who the monster was representing because the sun had once depicted it before. It was the warped version of the Lord of Storms according to Rose Redemption. And could this picture's appearance implied that a Rose Redemption member had previously come to Bansi Harbor, and they had drawn this picture after the building collapsed? Otherwise, it was impossible for the mural to not be damaged. It happened to fill an abnormal, crumbling wall. This should be what the world wanted me to find in Bansi Harbor. He's pursuing Rose Redemption? Alger muttered silently to himself as he raised his right hand. He had planned on destroying the picture, but after some thought, he retracted his arm, circling around Bansi Harbor's former telegraph office as though he hadn't discovered anything. He then walked in another direction. Chapter 938 Writing. Chapter 938 Writing. Above the endless gray fog, in the magnificent and ancient palace. The warped picture of the Lord of Storms, one that's suspected to be left behind by a Rose Redemption member. Red Angel Medici is one of the founders of Rose Redemption. Klein sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool as he silently looked at the crimson star representing the Hanged Man. Using his feedback, he had basically confirmed that the one possessing Nsangwil was the Red Angel evil spirit. In the eternal silence, Klein silently sat at the seat of honor of the modeled table as though he had become a deity's statue. After an unknown period of time, he nodded indiscernibly and slowly exhaled. His figure vanished and returned to the real world. He continued his nap without thinking of any plans or considering anything related to Nsangwil. He slept till the next morning and got out of bed. He repeated his habits over the past few days, walking to the window barefooted and drawing the windows. On the streets outside the hotel, Danitz, who had dressed up like a West Balham native with an extra hooded cloak, held his iron-black boxing glove close to his chest before rushing to the square on his right. Based on his previous report, Klein knew that he was meeting one of the local ruling factions today to understand their stance on the arms deal. Anderson didn't follow. He had ruffled his parted short blonde hair in a mess as he leisurely strolled around the perimeter of the square, sat down, and wore a funny-looking puppet over his left black-gloved hand and began putting on a ventriloquist act for the people who walked by. The man and puppet each had different voices as they mocked each other with witty remarks. It was quite good at attracting attention. The only problem was that it was done in the Intis language and not Dutanese. Few people understood it, so after standing around to watch for a moment, they walked off. Klein focused on the Fogsea's strongest hunter with the same expression as before. His eyes betrayed how deep in thought he was. East Balham, in the temporary office for Soest's Red Gloves. Cindy, who had long, wine-red hair, walked in with a few telegrams as she said excitedly, "New clues." "What clues?" Soest put down the white porcelain coffee mug in his hand as Leonard and Daly cast their gazes to the door. As Cindy handed the telegram to her captain, she said, "Emperor Rosel's quote, 'Wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him,' really makes sense. We've found people witnessing in Zangwill in several places, forming a complete trajectory. From this, we've realized that in Zangwill's thoughts seem to be contradictory. He often approaches the colonies of Intis, staying for a short moment, before leaving it. He then approaches it once again and leaves it repeatedly as though. Isn't this what Klein mentioned? That his actions are inconsistent?" Leonard was delighted as he offered a better description for Cindy. "As though he's oscillating." "Yes, oscillating." Cindy heaved a sigh of relief and began describing the findings. In addition, Zangwill has killed a few Intis military spies and has purchased several Beyonder ingredients. It's unknown what he's trying to do. This. Leonard deliberated and said, "Which pathways Beyonder ingredients are being bought by Zangwill?" "They are from the warrior, hunter, and bard pathways." Cindy pointed at the few telegrams that Captain Soest was reading. "Indeed, there's the hunter pathway." Having failed to find an excuse to get his teammates to take notice of hunter-related clues, Leonard exhaled silently and no longer had any doubts regarding Klein's theory. He believed it to be the truth. Next, how should I make everyone realize that Ince has been possessed by an evil spirit of the hunter pathway? Leonard fell into deep thought. He waited until Soest finished reading the telegram and handed it to the other teammates before he came up with something. He decided to take a risk. Before he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Daly Simone. Dressed in his spirit medium's attire, this lady lowered her hand slightly, indicating that he shouldn't be too anxious, and to stop whatever he was about to attempt. "Ma'am Daly is telling me that it isn't time, that I should wait for a better opportunity?" Amidst his hesitation, he saw Daly flick the telegram in her hand and looked around the room. "I have an idea." "What is it?" Soest asked. Daly smiled. "I suspect that Zangwill is possessed by an evil spirit." She just said it like that. "She will be suspected." Leonard jumped in fright. Without waiting for Soest, Cindy, and company to raise their doubts, Daly continued, "Zangwill was once a gatekeeper, and now, he's a night watcher. His body can accommodate evil spirits and use their powers. Furthermore, he also has 0-08's help. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger evil spirits and raise my strength as much as possible. This way, before he obtains complete control over the evil spirit, there will be backlashes. Zangwill will take actions that seem contradictory. This can explain what's mentioned on the telegram. In addition, haven't we been puzzled as to why Zangwill has been trying to contact important members of the Numinous Episcopate, and we had come up with various theories? Perhaps getting them to help him exorcise, purify, or completely control the evil spirit is his goal. Soest thought for a moment and deliberated over his words. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but this is fundamentally a subjective theory of yours. How did you come up with this? Which details gave you the inspiration? Leonard became nervous as Daly chuckled. This is a woman's intuition. It's just like how I know your thoughts, as well as those of the rest of you at times. Besides, since this is a discussion and analysis, we should list down all the possibilities. We should then eliminate the possibilities based on the actual investigations. This will aid us in finding the correct answer. Therefore, we need to let our thoughts wander. No matter how ridiculous the idea is, we must dare to propose it. From the various details we obtained from our feedback, I believe my theory is the most likely one. Ma'am Daly sure is good with words. At least, she has convinced me. She raised the theory of an evil spirit's possession to protect me and direct the risk towards herself. On this matter regarding Nsangwil, she seems willing to take on everything. Leonard became enlightened as he felt poignant. After hearing Daly's reply, Soest nodded slightly. Indeed, since this is a discussion, we shouldn't limit our thoughts. The possibility of an evil spirit possession scenario is quite high. I'll report this to Her Excellency Goddess's Eye. I'll leave it to the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons to decide the subsequent investigations. After all, we know too little about 0-08. The Red Gloves team led by Soest discovered Nsangwil's abnormalities from the feedback from various telegrams. Daly Simone used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable theory, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who has a parasite, and Leonard Mitchell's information source came from a letter sent by Rionette Tinker. Who could be the one who mailed it? Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Nsangwil belongs to the Hunter pathway. A classic quill dabbed in black ink was writing rapidly on an ordinary notebook as though it was held by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a silently pale hand reached out and grabbed the quill. The owner of that hand had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other was filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He lowered his wrist and continued writing. But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and Soest's Red Gloves team have in mind? In the forsaken land of the gods, in Noise City which couldn't be illuminated by the lightning. The figures looked over without making any sound, giving Derek a fright. He nearly stopped the illumination effect as he dodged to avoid facing them directly. However, having trained from a young age and with his experience over the past year, he didn't end up flustered. He didn't rush to end it as he forcefully held back his horror and waited for the chief to give the next order. Two dark green, complicated symbols appeared in Colin Iliad's eyes. He took in the streets that were blanketed with faint mist and the seemingly normal figures which didn't take any action. Suddenly, he grunted and genuflected, his hands grabbing the two swords that were stabbed in the ground. At the back of his neck, his bluish-black skin swelled a little as indescribable and complicated mysterious symbols appeared. They were half illusory and half real as they crept to either higher or lower levels. At the same time, Shepherd Lovia let out a painful grunt as she raised her hands and held her head, vomiting some blobs of squirming flesh and blood. Her palms and her body seemed to have silver armor strangely appear, overlapping on top of her. "Stop, Demon Hunter," Colin muttered softly 1 second later. Derek hurriedly ended the illumination and allowed the thin mist to cloak the figures, allowing the dead silence to once again blanket the ancient Noise City. Everything quickly returned to its former form as Colin Iliad slowly got up. He cast his heavy gaze at the tower, cathedral, and other buildings that could barely be made out through the thin mist. It's a bit different from my last expedition. I'm not sure why there are such changes either. Demon Hunter Colin retracted his gaze as he surveyed the team members. Do you have any ideas or thoughts? Shepherd Lovia had already crouched down to pick up the blobs of flesh and blood that had fallen to the ground. However, she wasn't in a rush to stuff them into her mouth, to munch on them before swallowing. She offered, "We can change directions and explore Noise City's other entrances. Perhaps we might discover something." She had been maintaining her silence and kept the attitude of a spectator the entire journey. This was the first time she was voicing out her thoughts and giving her point of view. Chapter 939 Bait. Chapter 939 Bait. Colin Iliad glanced at Lovia without giving a direct response. After he pulled out the two swords in the ground, he nodded and said, "Okay." The group of 5 circled around Noise City's perimeter, making a few attempts to enter, but they were frightened away by the seemingly normal but silent city's carrying out of its daily routine. They didn't dare to venture in. With the frequency of the lightning reducing, and how darkness was slowly beginning to rule the world, Colin took a deep look at Noise City for a few seconds and said, "We will first set up a small camp. We will continue when it's daytime." The so-called daytime meant when the frequency of lightning was relatively higher, keeping the moments of darkness to a minimum. The expedition team members didn't object to it. Soon, they set up a simple camp by the riverside amidst a series of rocks. At the extreme end of the camp, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter, so there weren't any worries about rain. A bonfire was burning with all kinds of strange creature carcasses piled to the side. From time to time, they would be thrown in as timber. Colin, Lovia, and company sat around the fire, eating the rations they had brought and the monster corpses that had been proven to not cause serious harm. As the fat sizzled from the roasting, Chief Colin Iliad from the 6-member council looked at Derek Berg and said, "We shall inspect the camp first. We'll switch when they're done with their meals." If this were any other time, Derek wouldn't have thought otherwise. But now, the first thought that came to mind was, the chief wishes to speak to me in private. All right. Derek stuffed the remaining piece of meat into his mouth and lifted the thunder god's roar at his side. The piece of meat was clearly already ready, but it still presented a ghastly green color. After coming to the dark edge of the camp, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, his tone unchanging, "Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than I expected. I'm wondering if you have any views on what we should do next? I know nothing about this place. I'm also lacking in experience. Why is Chief asking for my views?" Derek was instantly taken aback, wishing to raise his left hand to scratch the back of his head. He then recalled the few times he had spoken with the chief while they were in the City of Silver. He recalled Mr. Hanged Man's analysis of the hidden context in their conversations as he suddenly realized something. Chief is giving me a hint. He's trying to tell me that Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than he expected. The difficulty of hunting a shapeshifter far exceeds his expectations. He's wondering if there's a possibility of changing the target? He wishes for me to pray to Mr. Fool and receive a revelation so as to get his views? Mr. World really is a wise person. Along the way, he had already told me of a method to hunt the Bizarro Bane in a relatively easy manner. It's by getting its blood. With the present situation, it seems like his plan is feasible. As his thoughts raced, Derek replied earnestly, "Yes, Your Excellency. I have some suggestions." Colin Iliad silently heaved a sigh of relief, holding back the more direct speech he had prepared as he nodded gently. "Go ahead. Since Noise City has changed, it will be very risky for us to enter. Perhaps we can consider luring the shapeshifter out." Derek didn't directly regurgitate the World Garman Sparrow's method, but he did make some modifications based on the present situation. Colin didn't directly reject it, and said rather seriously, "Then how should we lure the shapeshifter?" Derek didn't hesitate to say, "I have an item that is extremely enticing to shapeshifters. As long as it's placed at the boundary of Noise City, or even further, it will lure a shapeshifter out." The grizzled Colin wasn't surprised by his words. He amiably nodded and said, "What's the item?" He long knew that Derek Berg had secretly held a bestowment ritual at night during his guard duty shift. Furthermore, if he hadn't kept the truth undercover, it was impossible for Derek to keep it from Lovia, and Gonlin. Derek didn't know what its name or description was. He immediately took out an iron black box which was completely different from the City of Silver's style before removing the wall of spirituality. Following that, he didn't lower his head. Instead, he turned his head and opened the box solely using his sense of touch. Inside the box was a palm-sized human-shaped object. A cursory glance allowed one to see the transparent liquid filling the inside. From time to time, it bubbled, emanating a black glow. Upon scrutinizing it, there appeared to be maggots circling around the object. This was the true soul body of the spirit world plunderer which Klein had previously obtained. He believed that, for the Bizarro Bane, this beyonder ingredient had an unparalleled allure. This wasn't simply a result of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, but it was also because once the Bizarro Bane obtained it, it could turn into a complete Bizarro sorcerer. It would break through all kinds of limitations and receive a fundamental improvement in its life's natural order, truly becoming a demigod. Therefore, to make the hunting of the Bizarro Bane simpler and clearer, without wasting any time, Klein took the risk of losing the true soul body of the spirit world plunderer by lending it to Little Sun. Colin Iliad looked at it carefully for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. It's likely to be effective. Close the box and stop adding a wall of spirituality to it. Just bring it around with you. Let's see if they will be attracted to our camp. They? Derek subconsciously asked. Colin, with a few old scars on his face, revealed a smile. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter in Noise City? If this item's level was lacking, I would even be worried that it might attract more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of his head. Following the chief's instructions, he closed the iron-black square box's lid, stuffing it into a concealed pocket in his clothes. In the patrol that followed, he kept a high level of vigilance, but no shapeshifter attacked. After a while, Lovia, Leger, and Gomlin took over their mission as Derek sat back beside the worm. Fire! At that moment, he heard cawing as 7 to 8 red-eyed ravens flew over and spiraled in midair. This brought about an indescribable sense of horror. Colin Iliad drew his sword and looked up. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he quickly cast his gaze to Derek Berg. On both sides of the bonfire, 2 brownish yellow-haired youths who had childlike looks and were nearly 1.9 meters tall were staring at each blankly. Colin's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "Illuminate!" One of the youths was taken aback. After a moment of enlightenment, pure, warm sunlight was emitted from his body. With a whoosh, an incomplete shadow swept past as Colin's sword sliced through the fake Derek. It was a shadow, a blurry, transparent shadow. At the same time, a red-eyed raven fell from the sky. Its body swelled up, turning into a pitch-black shadow. Above this shadow shimmered a transparent, ghostly blue single eye. Around the eye were similar eyes but smaller. Shapeshifter. A shapeshifter that could disguise itself as ravens. Just as this pitch-black shadow landed, Derek's mind turned numb as he could hardly move, as though he was being petrified. All he could do was watch the enemy pounce at him. Pa! The shapeshifter slammed into an invisible wall and failed to take a further step. Beside the bonfire, Colin Iliad stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and drew the other sword on his back. The surrounding area lit up, and like the legendary dawn, it descended upon this abandoned land. Infinite beams of light reminiscent of dawn erupted, turning into an illusory ocean. It devoured the pitch-black shadows along with all the ravens from the bottom up. At the entrance of the camp, an illusory knight in silver armor, standing more than 5 meters tall, appeared behind Shepherd Lovia. The knight's eyes burned with dark red flames as they instantly locked onto a spot. He suddenly opened up his stride and appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash. Beams of sharp silver light shot out, dicing all the objects around into tiny, neat pieces, including all the different monsters hiding there. It included the shapeshifter that had used some ability to escape the demon hunter's lethal strike. The monster hadn't died as it switched its true body once again, but the pure, bright light of dawn descended once again, completely drowning a huge area. After the light of dawn turned faint, Colin Iliad in his brown coat appeared with 2 swords in hand. He calmly watched as points of light gathered above the ground, which was covered with cracks. Black-red blood, which had mostly evaporated, was slowly dispersed. Success! As Derek reeled in delight, he hurriedly sealed the black square box with a wall of spirituality. Colin immediately stabbed the 2 swords into the ground, took out 3 metal bottles that had been emptied of their potions, and filled them with the blood on the ground. While waiting for the ingredient to take form, he said to Lovia and company with his usual expression, "I have a use for the ingredients left by the shapeshifter. I wish to directly make an exchange for them." In the City of Silver, there were typically 2 ways to handle the spoils from such expeditions. First, it was to bring it back and give it to the city and exchange it for the corresponding contribution points. The distribution depended on the amount of effort put in during the expedition. Second, if it wasn't something especially important, and if it had caught the fancy of a member of the expedition, they could directly make an exchange for it with equivalent items or contribution points. I have no objections, Leger and Gonlin answered in unison. Lovia didn't say a word as a form of tacit consent. After the illusory silver-armored knight returned, she turned her head and looked towards the bonfire where Derek Bird was with a deadpan expression. In East Balam, in the temporary office for the Red Gloves. Soest surveyed the area and said to all the team members, Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, has ordered us to investigate the sale of Hunter Pathway ingredients in the local and surrounding cities, as well as any disappearances or deaths of Beyonders of the same pathway. She agrees with Daly's guess, and she suspects from the death of the Intis spies that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter Pathway. Of course, we mustn't ignore any abnormalities since it's only one possibility. There's also another thing. We only need to do the gathering of information and to ignore everything else. We will not delve deeper into the investigations. It's an order by Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye. Got that? Yes. Cindy and company replied. Soest looked at Leonard and Daly before retracting his gaze and said heavily, Move out. Chapter 940, A Story. Chapter 940, A Story. After leaving the local Nighthawks' base, which was disguised as a private detective office, Leonard glanced at Daly Simone, who had suggested to team up with him. Where do we begin? Any suggestions? Dressed in a spirit medium black robe with her hood pulled over her head, Daly Simone, with an uncanny beauty and mature air, shot Leonard Mitchell a glance. This is when a gentleman's decisiveness and style should be showcased. Leonard looked at his left hand, which was wearing a red glove. He deliberated and said, If we begin by following Captain Soest's arrangements, that might allow us to find some clues, but it's not necessarily useful. I suspect that Her Excellency Goddess's Eye knows that. She's only giving us something to do in order to confuse Nsangwil. Why do you say that? Daly wasn't joking as her expression wore a rare, solemn look. Leonard glanced to his sides as he said in a heavy voice, without realizing it, Based on what I know, 0-08 has the characteristic of once you know it, it will also know you. We shouldn't be influenced while staying on the periphery of its perception since we aren't sure of its real name or powers, and only use the code name we gave it. But as Red Gloves, who are pursuing the Numinous Episcopate's matters, and having discussed Nsangwil many times, I believe our situation has already been grasped by 0-08. This way, Nsangwil should know that his abnormal state has been exposed. From that, he will avoid us by creating coincidences. Daly recalled the information regarding Nsangwil and nodded. Soest had also mentioned this problem in the beginning. However, he didn't verbalize it as clearly as you did. It's still in the stage of backward inference from a result of failures. Therefore, Her Excellency Goddess's Eye has gotten us to investigate the situation of the nearby district's Hunter Pathway Beyonders and ingredients, and pretending as though nothing is confirmed. In the meantime, Her Excellency is preparing the usage of some corresponding items to lay a trap for the moment when the evil spirit gains control over Nsangwil and thus appears? Leonard turned his body and spoke as he walked. That's probably the case, but I suspect that it's unlikely for 0-08 to not know of it. Daly followed diagonally behind as she said and thought, I believe there's still a chance for success. Don't forget that one of the honorific names of the goddess is the Mother of Concealment. That can counter 0-08? The church has a high-ranking member or sealed artifact that can counter 0-08? It's no wonder 0-08 was once obtained by the church and sealed under the Holy Cathedral. Leonard's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. Daly nodded very slightly as her expression turned soft. A few seconds later, her pupils contracted as she blurted out, Do you think our discussion has caught the attention of 0-08? Leonard's expression fell, but he didn't dare confirm anything nor shake his head. He and Daly looked at each other, looking back and forth as they fell silent for a moment. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page, then it flipped one page after another. After leaving Bansi Harbor, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain object, was no longer only stubborn or only capable of instinctively conspiring. After repeated struggles and resisting, Nsangwil and he had obtained a truce and had even decided on having a limited cooperative effort so as to achieve each other's goals. To an evil spirit of the Red Priest pathway, such a promise cannot be guaranteed to be effective, but Nsangwil no longer had any other choice. From his point of view, this series of matters had many coincidences, but fundamentally, this was inevitable. At the very least, Sauron Einhorn Medici was many times better at creating stories than him. After confirming the destination to be the southern continent's East Balam, Nsangwil boarded a ship to the Berserk Sea. Every time, he would enter the Intis colonial islands, irrationally provoking the official Beyonders and hunting Beyonders from the Hunter pathway. Then, before danger arrived, he would quickly regain lucidity, cover his tracks, and flee far away. This might seem like a coincidence, but the problem is when it's the same coincidence every time, is it too much of a coincidence? From the perspective of logic and reason, too many coincidences imply that certain elements or rules were secretly in existence. The reason why Ince was able to do that was because he had written the words above. Using the quill of Alzahad, he naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by an evil spirit and self-autonomy. What a scheming fellow! This wasn't only directed at Nsangwil, but also at Sauron Einhorn Medici. They were clearly already coexisting in peace, but they acted out to be in conflict as though they were relying on an external force to achieve some semblance of balance. Nsangwil's purchase of additional Bard and Warrior Pathway Beyonder ingredients was very reasonable. This was because he was hiding the clues that the evil spirit was using him to seek out various items of the Hunter pathway, and to prevent others from realizing that all of this was under his tacit agreement, disguising it as his attempts to resist. In addition, the Bard and Warrior pathways had the ability to resist the dead and exorcise evil spirits. As long as a clever person were to think it over carefully, they would undoubtedly notice this and verify that Nsangwil was being possessed. After numerous provocations, the Iron and Blood Cross Order's Tony Down finally locked onto Nsangwil and began pursuing him. During this process, this war bishop, who had made his goal to become a conqueror, showed off his powers without any restraint. When a storm happened to stop his pursuit, he appeared on a ship filled with ordinary people in an eye-catching manner before pulling out the fellow disguised as Nsangwil. This was a little coincidental, but it was nothing surprising. This was because the Iron and Blood Cross Order's belief is for the supernatural to be known to all, and to be placed above all ordinary people. And Tony Down's unbridled arrogance often used his own strength to shatter the doubts of others and had extremely great confidence. Therefore, the way he acted was without a problem. Likewise, he was overly confident, causing him to neglect the possibility that Nsangwil was also on the ship. This didn't match his intuition as a hunter, but in this world, anyone could make mistakes. When Nsangwil disembarked on Waypoint Island, he sensed someone observing him from a first-class cabin, but he didn't mind it. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It was the best development if someone among the passengers happened to know him. Yes, happened to. It was neither too early or too late. Before Soest's Red Gloves took action, Nsangwil met with Hand of White Palenque Tasiblius of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their help in exorcising the evil spirit. Traces of words scribbled away. The development of things became a little odd. Before having a sufficient amount of clues, Leonard Mitchell and Daley Simone of the Soest's Red Gloves team seemed to come to a conclusion. It apparently came from a letter sent by Rionette Tinker. Where did the problem lie? Nsangwil was rather puzzled by this. From his point of view, unless one could directly capture Palenque Tasiblius or other key personnel of the Numinous Episcopate, no one could come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hasty, but thankfully, this was an outcome he wanted. The Red Gloves team led by Soest discovered Nsangwil's abnormalities from the feedback from various telegrams. Daley Simone used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable theory, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who has a parasite, and Leonard Mitchell's information source came from a letter sent by Rionette Tinker. Who could be the one who mailed it? Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Daley Simone had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Nsangwil belongs to the Hunter pathway. But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what Daily Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and Soist's Red Gloves team have in mind? After the discussion with that person in the Cathedral of Serenity, the Cathedral of Serenity's high-ranking deacon Ilya believed Daly's theory and decided to use a Grade 1 Hunter Pathway sealed artifact as bait, so as to allow Nsangwil to fall into a trap while the evil spirit was possessing him. To conceal this goal, she got Soist's Red Gloves team to continue investigating the relevant clues. Unfortunately, their premise was wrong. Although Nsangwil was possessed by an evil spirit, his actions had never been affected. All he had done before was an act. It was done in accordance with Sauron Einhorn Medici's suggestions, with the aim to confuse the Church of Evernight and to make Ilya blindly attack. And a Red Angel evil spirit that was willing to help and cooperate was enough to change the battlefield situation. Nsangwil's true motive for coming to the southern continent is hunt the high-ranking deacon Ilya of the Church of Evernight. It was for his advancement preparations by obtaining her Beyonder characteristic. He wanted to prove to everyone that the Church of Evernight had made a foolish mistake to abandon him back then. Of course, before beginning this operation, Nsangwil had to first satisfy Sauron Einhorn Medici's thirst for mid and high sequence Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter Pathway. To keep it a secret, he didn't plan on hunting locally, and he had prepared to do it further away. When the evil spirit's undying nature, Red Angel's level, and the uniqueness of a gatekeeper combined, Nsangwil possessed the relatively high sequence ability of spirit world traversal of the death pathway. He was able to head to remote areas and return in short periods of time. He had deliberately kept this under wraps before. After satisfying Sauron Einhorn Medici, Nsangwil decided to first kill Daily Simone and Leonard Mitchell and pretend to vaguely sense the Church of Evernight's trap. He would forcefully counterattack, only to lose his rationality and head for the trap. He didn't plan on leaving any unstable elements. All Avengers that survived Tingen had to die. The notebook flipped to an empty spot as a pale white hand grabbed a quill and added the words, "Today, everything will go smoothly. West Balam, Northern State, Kukawa City." "You aren't done with your investigations?" Anderson asked in boredom as he walked beside Danitz. "Soon," Danitz replied as he found it a little difficult to focus. "Do you have something to do?" At this moment, Anderson took out a map and a stack of information. He said with a chuckle, "I've already figured out the rough location of an ancient mausoleum. Based on the traditions of East and West Balam, there's definitely plenty of treasure in it. Here, death doesn't mean an end but a new beginning. That's why they have tons of burial items." Danitz was taken aback as he asked in surprise, "I thought you aren't proficient in Dutanese?" How did he gather the information? Anderson chuckled and raised his black-gloved left palm. He spread his fingers and said, "I don't, but I can temporarily steal their language until I finish finding the information. I knew a fellow like you will have some tricks up his sleeves," Danitz said with gritted teeth as he pointed to the main street beside the square. "Goodbye." Anderson didn't stop him as he smilingly watched him walk away with large strides. At this moment, the two simultaneously noticed a figure walking over. The figure held a classic quill and wore a black clergyman's robe. He had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other was filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He was approaching Anderson and Danitz. Anderson didn't know the middle-aged man, but his body couldn't help but tremble as though he was facing his nemesis. Warning signs of danger flashed in his mind as his pupils rapidly dilated. Suddenly, he heard a warm voice by his ears. "Don't be nervous." "Who?" Anderson blankly turned his head and saw a figure strangely appear beside him despite there not being anyone there in the first place. This figure had apparently been there all this time, but he had always been ignored. He wore a strangely simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His light-colored eyes were clear like a child's. He had a genial and reserved look. Looking at the quill in Nsangwil's hand, this middle-aged man who was dressed like an ordinary priest half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and gestured 4 points before him. Hanging there was a silver cross. Chapter 941, Development that adheres to logic. Chapter 941, Development that adheres to logic. The moment he saw the middle-aged man dressed in a priest's getup, Anderson zoned out for a second. Following that, some shackles in his mind suddenly collapsed as countless memory fragments surged through an invisible barrier. It felt like long-suppressed feelings suddenly erupted. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months. He remembered the mission that the demigod had given him. Back in Byam, he followed the thoughts in his mind to meet up with the demigod. He followed him and left the Rorstad archipelago for a secret location. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter an ancient coffin, to lay there among beyonder ingredients and a liquid filled with strange mixed blood, allowing them to seep into him. After a month of this corrosive treatment, a dark red chrysalis formed inside his body. He then had his memories from this period of time sealed before being sent to West Balam. He was then psychologically cued to not leave until he recovered his memories. This meant that he hadn't finished the demigod's mission and that it was still underway. Everything that had happened before were just preparations. Scenes flashed through his mind as Anderson discovered that while he was playing the harmonica on the streets, checking into the hotel with Danitz, obtaining of language comprehension charms from the Church of Knowledge's preachers, as well as his arrival in Northern State, all of these incidents had this genial and seemingly innocent priest present beside him the entire time. When having meals, he was sitting at a neighboring table. When he checked in, the neighboring room was his. When walking on the streets, he was walking right beside him. When playing the harmonica and putting on the ventriloquist act, this man was looking at him in a genial manner. And Anderson hadn't noticed any of this back then. Danitz, who was beside him, the people around him. None of them had noticed him. It was as though they had never seen this priest before. A chill that arose from deep in his heart ran from his tailbone up his spine to his brain. He felt that the experiences he had been through were enough to drive him insane, to the point of losing control. Danitz, who had already opened up a distance from Anderson, looked at the black-robed clergyman, in Sangwil, and then he looked at the simple priest who was praying with his eyes closed. He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." A few days earlier, he had received Mr. Fool's revelation to handle some matters as a guise to stay around Anderson. It was so that he could immediately pray if any abnormalities were to happen. Although he didn't know what would happen, or who he had encountered, Danitz, who always cherished his life, didn't hold back and did as he was told even if the abnormalities that happened might very well be him being overly imaginative. For this, he had specially worn the boxing glove made from Grozel's Beyonder characteristic. It ensured that he would act first without thinking so as to not waste any time. At this point, Sangwil had stopped walking. His dark blue, nearly black eye and the eye filled with blood vessels reflected the priest in simple white robes who had a cross hanging by his chest. In his mind, in his mouth, a furious voice sounded. "Adam. The Creator's son, King of Angels, Adam." Before Sangwil could finish his sentence, the priest opposite him opened his eyes. His light-colored eyes were already pure gold in color. Suddenly, pitch-black stone columns were erected around them, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, each column, each arch, and each dome's surface was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed as they used different eye sockets to stare at Sangwil. They surrounded a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, a blurry figure stood there as though he was watching everything with compassion. This was a cathedral of corpses, but instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent, warped faces protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing Beyonders from sensing the existence of the spirit world or astral world. The square and pedestrians from before had vanished. They were kept outside the corpse cathedral that had suddenly appeared. Sangwil's classic quill had already flown up as it wrote rapidly on his black clergyman's robe. "Anderson Hood is Gairman Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to various unknown reasons, Ouroboros' appearance here was a development that adhered to logic. Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beams shone in from the colored windows of the corpse cathedral, forming stacked illusory pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping feathers, a figure with long silver hair materialized in a genuflecting, praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. He wore a simple linen robe and had handsome looks and soft facial features. He was none other than King of Angels, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. Ouroboros' eyes were momentarily unfocused, but it soon reflected the genial priest's image. In his eyes, at his feet, and on the stacked feathers of light behind him, a supernatural, mysterious circle was accentuated, forming an illusory river like a snake that had its head connected to its tail. The corpse cathedral once again reverted to the point when the pitch-black stone columns erected with the surrounding square were still on the border of existence. Taking this opportunity, Ouroboros flew out. Nsangwil didn't hesitate as he made the surrounding colors saturate and overlap against each other. Just as this night watcher was about to step into the spirit world, he suddenly saw a cross spanning more than 100 meters in size plummet down from high above. This cross impaled the middle of the unformed corpse cathedral as the blurry figure that carried the cross raised its head. Infinite light spewed out, drowning Ouroboros and the quill holding Nsangwil within. The corpse cathedral filled with bones of different races and the countless warped souls took form once again. Upon hearing the stacked, illusory pleas, Klein was inside his hotel and thinking about his daily miscellaneous matters and lampooning in boredom. He suddenly stood up, went straight to the window and looked towards the nearby square. On the square, coffins were coming and going. The fountain was still spewing, and there was reverberating music. Everything seemed normal and even felt idyllic. Here, what seemed most unharmonious was Anderson genuflecting with a stiff expression while a trembling Danitz was closing his eyes praying. Without a second thought, Klein followed the plan he had formulated above the gray fog. He controlled Winner Enzo, who was 100 meters away, to enter the telegraph office. He had instructed Danitz to live beside a telegraph office. At the same time, he took out his adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. All 8 eyes turned to the square. For Leonard, Miss Messenger. He likely hasn't left your detection range. Klein took out a letter he had already prepared and a gold coin before handing it to Miss Messenger. What he said and did was akin to a marionette. He only followed the instructions he had prepared in advance. If he couldn't help think of something else, he would immediately use cogitation to divert his attention. This was the method he figured out from Wolaseptin on how to deal with 0-08. By doing the thinking above the gray fog, all he did was act according to plan in the real world. And in a particular prayer from Danitz, Klein had used the scene that appeared to observe Anderson, who was nearby. In the end, he discovered an unfamiliar priest who also felt familiar by his side. Thinking back to the psychology alchemists and the Twilight Hermit Order's hidden connection, and making the connection to the content in Emperor Roselle's diary, Klein immediately realized something. He was certain about what would happen next. The master of the Twilight Hermit Order, the son of the creator, Angel of Imagination Adam, was conspiring to obtain 0-08. This also meant that there was a high chance for Nsangwil to appear with Anderson as the target. Then, Klein redid his plan above the gray fog, pretending as though he had never noticed anything. He continued his state as a marionette in reality. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bit onto the letter as the 8 eyes looked deeply at Klein for 2 seconds. Klein nodded indiscernibly without a word, watching Miss Messenger return to the spirit world. In the Kukawa telegraph office, Winner Enzo handed over the telegram, address, and Vril gold he had already prepared for the staff, urging them to send it immediately. West Balam, Northern State, Kukawa. Nsangwil has appeared. The radio waves quickly spread, sending the message to the major bases of the Church of Evernight in West Balam and East Balam. East Balam. Why are you always active around the cathedral? Why don't you go further to carry out the investigations? Daly asked Leonard. Leonard thought and said frankly and seriously, awaiting news. Daly nodded in thought without prying further. She turned silent, no longer playing jokes on Leonard. It was as though she was waiting for something as well. Suddenly, Leonard's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look left. As a gatekeeper, Daly had already cast her eyes in that direction. A letter had appeared at some point in time, landing underneath a gas street lamp. Leonard didn't avoid Daly as he hurriedly picked up the envelope and opened it. The content of the letter was very simple. There was only one line. West Balham, Northern State, Kokowa, Revival Square. Coordinates. Leonard's expression turned heavy as he turned to Daly and said, "Ma'am, please help me to cover my tracks." As he spoke, his left glove had turned transparent. He stuffed his right hand into his pocket and grasped the fate siphon charm. Daly fell silent for a second and said extremely seriously, "Bring me along. Back then, you managed to at least fight, but I didn't have the time to do anything." Leonard's expression changed as his mouth gaped slightly. Finally, without saying a word, he grabbed Daly's shoulder. The two then vanished from the rather empty streets. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, and once he confirmed that the telegraph office had at least sent one telegram, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He directly sat at the high-backed chair of the fool and beckoned for the tyrant card, the sea god scepter, and a silver-gray charm. Immediately, he was wearing a papal tiara with a papal robe draped over him with a bone scepter in hand. Amidst silver bolts of lightning, Klein spread his spirituality towards the point of light where Danitz was. Chapter 942 Deity's Curse. Chapter 942 Deity's Curse. With Klein's spirituality making contact, the points of light suddenly expanded into a scene before his eyes. With his shadow cloak up, Danitz was praying with his head bowed in the corner of the square, chanting the fool's honorific name with ancient Hermes. Thanks to this, Klein could see an expanded area around him, and he began searching for Insangwil. Through the gray fog, everything he saw was clearly different from what he had previously seen. In the middle of the square, a pitch-black corpse-embedded cathedral had appeared at some point in time. It was dark inside, but there wasn't any signs of activity inside. Using this opportunity, Klein replied Danitz's prayer, "Leave the area. Find a hidden spot to hide in." As he spoke slowly, dressed in the papal tiara and dark robes, Klein raised his left hand and made the blue gems at the tip of the bone scepter light up. Sharp, jarring sounds immediately resounded in Revival Square in the real world as a sudden gale swept the area. It made the people who were spending their leisure time there were the pedestrians to leave quickly to head for shelter from the wind. Even Anderson, who had a frozen expression, recovered his usual insouciant attitude. Holding his abdomen, he quickly rushed out of the dangerous area. In a few seconds, Revival Square became extremely silent. Even the pedestrians who walked slowly without running had experienced the feeling of flying with the nudging of the wind. The empty area entered a brief silence. Then, a flame appeared from the corpse cathedral's window. It grew in size and became increasingly blinding. Silently, the colored glass windows shattered as blinding white light that bordered on blue shot out like a meteor. This flaming light instantly crumbled, materializing into Insangwil, who wore a black clergyman's robe and had one dark blue eye and one eye covered with blood vessels. The moment this night watcher appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and scoff at the classic quill in his hand. "If a fool like you didn't listen to my suggestion, how could something like this happen? I'm not even sure what you're afraid of. If you had allowed me to pray to the Lord, allowing me to secretly return to the Rose Redemption and join forces with the Serpent, our preparations would allow us to set up a trap. Today, we will be the ones hunting at him, and not the other way around." The seemingly dark and damaged quill immediately flew up and wrote on an empty spot of Insangwil's clothes. Due to a rage stemming from embarrassment, Sauron Einhorn Medici pushed the blame of this development to the quill of Alzahad, but in fact, it was he who was stopping himself from praying to the true creator. Be it Sauron or Einhorn, neither one of them trusted this evil god. Today's development made this evil spirit's psychological dissociation to worsen. This is extremely reasonable. This is the diagnosis by the best, most professional psychiatrist. Insangwil immediately frowned as he raised his left hand and pressed it to his head. His dark blue eye rapidly recovered its luster as the classically sculpted face turned extremely stern. At this moment, having escaped the corpse cathedral, he was no longer facing the square. Instead, it was flights of ancient stone stairs. They were leading to the peak of a towering mountain. Erected there was a huge cross with countless angels spiraling around it. At this moment, an exaggerated bolt of silver lightning tore through the overcast sky, smiting right down at Nsangwil. The sealed and strange space produced cracks. The fountain and its splashes appeared in his dark blue eye. Nsangwil's figure immediately vanished, leaving behind a blurry transparent spirit. The latter was struck by lightning and was instantly obliterated. This night watcher didn't have the luxury of time to consider what other lurking dangers there were. He took this opportunity to transform into a flame as he penetrated a crack and rushed out. To him, no matter what lay ahead of him, nothing was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the son of the Creator, King of Angels Adam. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing Nsangwil to escape the restraints of the illusory world and returning to his appearance with dark blonde hair and pale hands, Klein raised his head slightly and subconsciously sat straight. Countless scenes flashed across his mind, him having his heart penetrated, the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death, Dunsmith smiling at him with a wink of his left eye, and the Blackthorn Security Company which had been reduced to ruins. The corners of Klein's mouth quickly curled upwards as he revealed a comical smile. He then deeply muttered using ancient Hermes, misfortune. The silver-gray charm on his right palm suddenly burst into a gloomy black light. This was a charm of the misfortune domain. Klein made using Snake of Mercury will Septon's blood and precious metals by praying to the Evernight goddess. This was a present he had prepared for Nsangwil. This was an arrow of vengeance. This was a deity's curse. Klein immediately stood up, stretched his shoulders, and threw out his right arm, fusing the gloomy black light with the little powers he could stir from above the grey fog as he threw them at Nsangwil. Just as Nsangwil returned to Revival Square, he saw a dark black beam appear out of nowhere. It blanketed the entire sky, making him find himself in an extremely dark environment. Such a change happened in a flash before everything was restored to normal in an instant. Nothing seemed amiss, but as a night watcher who could give others a certain level of bad luck, Nsangwil acutely smelled the aura of danger. Without any hesitation, he reached out his left palm in a bid to use the evil spirit within him and his powers as a gatekeeper to enter the spirit world and flee. However, none of the surrounding bright flowers, pure white fountain, and dark black tiles had their colors saturate, much less become stacked. Nsangwil's spirit world traversal had become ineffective. The glint in his eyes froze as he seemed to understand the reason. It was because the evil spirit in him was having an internal struggle, thus, they wouldn't lend him their power. See? Everything would be fine if you had listened to me. Bullshasterisk. I'd rather die than believe in the true Creator. What's the point saying all of this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by a Lista tutor? So none of you are nervous at all? Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came with a deity's aura? That power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it at all. Continue arguing. Go on. I'll wait to die with all of you. The veins on Nsangwil's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He was furious that Sauron Einhorn Medici would suddenly engage in an internal strife at such a critical moment. They didn't seem to notice the danger they were in at all. As a former archbishop, as a beyonder who had watched over the Church of Evernight's holy artifacts, Nsangwil didn't let his judgment become clouded because of his rage. He instinctively believed that the gloomy black beam had something to do with the Evernight goddess's authority over misfortune. He believed that Sauron Einhorn Medici's sudden fallout was clearly a result of this influence. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Red Angel evil spirit to break into a quarrel without concerning themselves with the situation they were in simply because of the Quill of Alzahad's writing. He immediately turned around, quickly running towards another exit of Revival Square in an attempt to communicate with other spirits. He wished to borrow their powers to escape, however, there wasn't a single spirit around. At this moment, a figure stood in a hidden corner of the open square. He was a mixed blood with parents coming from Lone and Balam. He had a fleshy face and baggy clothes. On his waist hung a rapier. It was Admiral Hal Ludwell. This was a marionette who usually didn't have any thoughts. After throwing out the deity's cursed charm, Klein followed his plan, returned to the real world, and made use of the two marionettes. As he made Enzo find a corner, he took out the items he prepared, set up a bestowment ritual, and controlled Admiral Hell to walk to a secluded spot to face Ensanguil. This Admiral Hell, who looked nothing like his original self, raised his right hand, allowing his arm and fingers to rapidly turn incorporeal as they extended towards the target. This was a power he used by borrowing the underworld creature within him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. Ludwell's palm quickly turned pale white, and above Ensanguil, a figure floated up uncontrollably. However, Ensanguil was once a gatekeeper. An illusory bronze door filled with mystery immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. With his level and strength, this was unlikely to succeed so successfully, but for some reason, he repeatedly made mistakes and nearly allowed Admiral Hell to succeed. For a brief moment, all he could manage to do was a seesaw-like struggle. At this moment, two figures rapidly appeared beside Ludwell. One of them was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with a transparent glove in hand, and the other was Davy Simone who had blue eyeshadow and blush. They had arrived at the perfect moment because the bad luck of an enemy often implied that one was lucky enough. The first thing Daly saw was the figure she could never forget. Pangs of fury burned in her eyes instantly. She didn't rashly attack as she made some observations. She came behind Ludwell and spread her arms. A bronze door filled with countless strange patterns immediately descended and creaked open a gap. This was a door that led to the underworld. It was a door filled with allure to all undead creatures. An indescribable and terrifying suction force came out of it as the figure above Ensanguil's body completely separated from him. It was a translucent man wearing blood-stained black armor. He was young and handsome with red hair. His face had terrifying signs of decay, and at his glabella was a flag-like mark. This young man wasn't too surprised about being separated from Ensanguil. Instead, he sneered. "We sure are unlucky today. We have already died together once, so is there a need to do so another time? Especially when we're being controlled by such a weakling?" A bloody gap appeared on his upper left cheek as it opened and closed. "Alright, let's clear out the surrounding trash." Before the sentence was finished, the man in bloodstained black armor reached out his palm and drew out an illusory sword with dark red rust stains from his body. A terrifying suppressive force easily allowed the evil spirit to free itself from Ludwell's and Daly Simone's extraction. It swooped down in an attempt to return to Ensanguil's body. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounding as though it held sandcloth in it. Admiral Hal Ludwell had chanted in ancient Hermes, Fate. Chapter 943, the Third Act. Chapter 943, the Third Act. Fate. In the awkward-sounding voice, the spots where Admiral Hal Ludwell and Nightwatcher Ensanguil stood turned dark as if they were covered by two black clouds. Fate Siphon Charm. This was one of the Fate Siphon charms that Klein had made using the Worms of Time from Pallas Zoroast. To make plans without 0-08's knowledge, he had kept himself hidden behind the scenes the entire time. Not only had he lent creeping hunger to Leonard Mitchell, he had also given the Fate Siphon charm to his marionette. Hence, the one who was possessed by the evil spirit had gone from Ensanguil to Ludwell. Admiral Hell instantly had Sauron Einhorn Medici's bloodstained, black-armored body plunge into him as his eyes became filled with minute blood vessels. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled the marionette without showing any wavering or hesitation due to the impact the evil spirit had. Ludwell reached out to tear his clothes and raised the soul-soothing mask to cover his face. At the same time, having heard the Red Angel's words and witnessing his actual condition, Daly Simone, who had suffered immense pressure, seemed to realize something. Not only did she not close the door to the underworld, she even gritted her teeth and used all her might to widen the gap. Bloody, skinless arms, slimy tentacles with teeth, and bluish-black vines with baby faces began emerging from the door to the underworld as they grabbed at Ludwell. This freed up Admiral Hell, who had planned on completing this step alone. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the underworld within his body hadn't yet been destroyed by Sauron Einhorn Medici, with the only negative effects on his body being decaying, he hurriedly turned around and dashed towards the mysterious, illusory bronze door. He was then grabbed on his body and legs by the arms, tentacles, vines, and spirits behind the door. With his running working hand in hand with the scalp-tingling tugs, he instantly leaped through the widened door gap and entered the underworld. Upon seeing this, Daly immediately pulled back her palm and stopped, maintaining the mysterious patterned bronze door. Thud! The indescribable illusory door closed heavily. Admiral Hal Ludwell, along with Sauron Einhorn Medici, were kept out of the real world with the underworld creatures. This was a key step to Klein's plan. It was to forcibly separate the Red Angel evil spirit from Zangwill. Although he believed that the Red Angel evil spirit was the reason for Zangwill's instability, he wasn't willing to face an additional evil spirit formed after the deaths of one king of angels and two sequence 1 angels when taking revenge on a demigod. No one could predict what actions a conspirer would take under such circumstances. Therefore, Klein used the basis of the magical powers of the Fate Siphon Charm and Ludwell's pathway characteristic to formulate a plan. The addition of Daly had allowed the entire process to happen more smoothly. There wasn't any room for being interrupted as they successfully pulled the Red Angel evil spirit into the underworld. This way, even if the evil spirit was able to possess Admiral Hell's body and travel back to the real world via spirit world traversal, it would be far into the future. After all, to leave the underworld required them to find an exit, and with the Evernight goddess wielding control over artificial death, she had a certain level of authority in the underworld. She was definitely not letting the Red Angel evil spirit leave so easily. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the Red Angel evil spirit from the battlefield was heart-wrenching for Klein, but it was definitely worth it. As for the misfortune on Zangwill, on the one hand, it was a continuous state and not a short-term affliction, and on the other hand, he had suffered from deity's curse. The Fate Siphon Charm could only replace a tiny portion of that and not empty it out. He could soon recover. As for Ludwell, he had Winner Enzo imbuing him with good luck. Nothing would stop his series of actions for a short period of time. Such a change was completely unexpected for Leonard. However, he had become a Red Glove for almost a year. He had plenty of experience dealing with supernatural cases, so he didn't show any hesitation or confusion. He immediately cast his gaze at the still-dazed Zangwill. When the figure in a black clergyman's robe with one dim eye was reflected in his eyes, his expression immediately warped as though he was facing a trauma of his. It was a trauma where he did his best, but had failed to put it to use. It was the trauma of seeing Captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard raised his left palm, he pressed the human skin glove to his temple and grasped the Fate Siphon Charm in his right hand tightly. With a deep voice, he said, "Fate." The ancient, supernatural language echoed as a transparent book condensed in front of his left glove. Following that, there was the ethereal chant of "I came, I saw, I record." Bolts of bright, blinding silver lightning blasted down one after another as they instantly devoured Leonard. Lightning storm. This was akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. He was committing suicide, but at the same time, he was using the Fate Siphon Charm. This would transfer such a fate to Zangwill. This was the best solution he could think of when using the Fate Siphon Charm and creeping hunger. It required immense courage. Countless silver lightning swept over, shattering the surrounding darkness. Leonard Mitchell immediately snapped awake and found himself still standing at his spot. His left hand had yet to rise, and his right hand had just grabbed the Fate Siphon Charm. Whatever he did was just a dream. At this moment, in Zangwill's dark blue eyes, darkness was slowly swirling. It was as though it was saying, "When did you get the misconception that you aren't dreaming?" In fact, long before Sauron Einhorn Medici had been extracted from his body, he had already created a large-scale dream in an attempt to pull all his enemies in. Unfortunately, the man with a rapier was in no way affected. He easily escaped and ended up destroying the dream, reducing its effects to nothing. As the ability to detect danger which was gained from one's spiritual perception feedback was that obvious, and with the possibility of the conflict between the two kings of angels behind him spilling over at any moment, Nsangwyl didn't hesitate to create a large-scale slumber effect while pulling Daily Simone and Leonard Mitchell into a dream. Right on the heels of that, he picked up Quill of Alzahad and rapidly wrote on his sleeve. Nsangwyl was in optimal condition today. He could effectively control his mythical creature form, therefore, he didn't hold back and used all his strength to escape the area. As he finished writing the sentence with the quill, Nsangwyl's body began transforming. His eyes instantly turned black as though it was tainted with ink. The fine patterns around him began to extend, forming strange and distorted mysterious symbols. At his waist and ribs, his clothes swelled as four skinless arms grew out from squirming flesh. They were covered with blood vessels. The arm was rapidly covered with white feathers as a cadaveric aura rippled out. At the same time, Nsangwyl's teeth grew long, turning sharp. His body seemed to be embedded with numerous blurry, tiny faces. In a blink of an eye, this Night Watcher was already slumped on the ground, turning into a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. Night suddenly fell upon the square as worms in the soil and the bacteria on the floor tiles died one after another, entering an eternal slumber. This was the combination of the powers of Evernight and Death. Just as Daily Simone and Leonard Mitchell were about to lose their lives amidst their slumber, a thunderclap boomed. Bolts of silver lightning struck down, turning into a forest of lightning that blanketed Nsangwyl's incomplete mythical creature form. After sending away the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein didn't stay any longer. Like a marionette with preset orders, he mechanically took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. Wearing the papal tiara and papal robe again, he picked up the sea god scepter. This was the third act of the play. With 0-08 exhausted by Adam, and with the Red Angel evil spirit separated from Nsangwyl thanks to the Fate Siphon charm, he had to face the sea god's wrath as a sequence 4. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod. Therefore, his plan had been to wear off Nsangwyl's helpers while smiting him from above the grey fog. It was akin to the sea battle with the demigod, Konas Kilgore, who was from the Black Emperor pathway back then. Even if he couldn't complete the kill due to a demigod's potency, he could stall for time until the Church of Evernight's archbishop or high-ranking deacons with sealed artifacts arrived. In this plan, there were 2 uncontrollable parameters. First, it was unpredictable how much influence 0-08 had towards the end. A card up his sleeve was to let Enzo set up a bestowment ritual and be prepared to send Grozel's travels to the real world at any time. By sending it to the edge of the battle, Klein wanted to know if this would lure the quill away from Nsangwyl. After all, he guessed that the quill was a Grade O sealed artifact of the Spectator pathway. It was likely that it was interested in the special book left behind by the Dragon of Imagination. Second, he wasn't sure how strong the son of the creator, Adam, was. Klein had no reference point, and he believed that it wasn't impossible for a king of angels like him to subdue 0-08, imprison the Red Angel evil spirit, and kill Nsangwyl alone. Towards such a development, Klein had no means to foil it. All he could do was pray for the goddess's blessings and fate's tenderness as he waited for the outcome. Rumble. The lightning forest smote down, bringing with it intense destructive auras. At this moment, pure darkness surged out of the gaps in the lightning, devouring all of the silver-white swath. Right on the heels of that, Nsangwyl's 8 legs moved rapidly as he ran out of the area. He couldn't find a target of attack, nor could he lock onto the enemy that had cast lightning storm. Holding back his furious emotions, he ran towards buildings along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy afterimages behind. However, amidst booming thunder, terrifying lightning bolts smote down one after another, trapping Nsangwyl inside the square. Daly and Leonard had already woken up from their dreams, but the light from the lightning affected their vision, allowing them to discover that Nsangwyl had apparently turned into a monster, but the details were unclear. Mythical creature form. As the two had a solid foundation in mysticism, they immediately realized what was happening and quickly closed their eyes. They then retreated to a spot that provided them shelter. Realizing that he was unable to dodge the lightning strike given the amount of time he had, Nsangwyl retracted one of his legs, picked up 0-08, and as he ran, he wrote on his body. An unknown existence is attracted by the combat and feels great pity for Zangwill's experiences before deciding to help him by taking him away via the spirit world. Chapter 944, The Fourth Act. Chapter 944, The Fourth Act. On the heavily scuffed and damaged Revival Square, the environment turned dark as a gloominess and eeriness filled it in a seemingly corporeal manner. Even the blinding silver lightning wasn't able to dispel this feeling. Daily Simone acutely sensed that an unknown creature was crossing the spirit world and approaching. An ominous feeling rose up in her as though she could already see Zangwill using such an accident to easily escape, never to be found. She felt ice cold in a manner that couldn't be resisted, just like when she first became a Beyonder. Back then, due to a particular accident, as a 19-year-old, she had lost her family and ended up drinking a potion by mistake. She ended up becoming a corpse collector and was placed into a Nighthawks team. The influence of the potion and the wounds from losing her family had made her enjoy gloominess and coldness. She couldn't help but approach corpses, often loitering in cemeteries and sleeping there. This made her appear odd, with people instinctively avoiding her. This not only dropped her body temperature, but it also slowly froze her heart and soul as they turned ice cold. She was afraid of this feeling. She still hoped to live as a person, hence, she instinctively used how men coveted her for her looks and body to gain a boyfriend. She wanted to use the warmth of a body to stop her soul from turning cold. In this decadent and surreal life, she met that man, a man who always warmly listened to her. He was a man who always stayed by her side and provided her help. He was a man who became embarrassed when faced with jokes involving the two sexes. He was a man who accepted all the flaws and weaknesses of his teammates with a sincere attitude. He was a man who fumbled in helplessness when she jested at him again and again. He was a man who hid the pain and sorrow in his heart, to the point of suffering an early receding hairline. He was a man who was the first to step forward when encountering danger, putting himself in between the danger and his teammates. She changed. She began putting on makeup that made her appear older. She stopped mixing with other men but kept her jokes to deliberately express that she hadn't changed in an obvious manner. However, she still didn't make it in time. She didn't manage to witness the man master the acting method, digest potions, and advance to sequence 6. She didn't manage to see him reach out his hand to invite her to an opening dance or be able to participate in his final battle. She didn't manage to tell him her feelings in time. I was wrong. I failed to do anything in time. Today, I'm not having it repeat again. Daly's expression turned sorrowful as the corners of lips curled bit by bit with tenderness and sweetness. With her eyes closed, she suddenly pulled out a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment. She threw the stopper and gulped the liquid inside. Her blue eyeshadow and blush instantly brightened, and even her skin turned slightly translucent. Her coiled-up hair was instantly released, pushing her hood back as they fluttered. Spirit wandering the void, higher-order creature that leave one with awe, the unforeseeable creature, Daly chanted with simple and forceful ancient Hermes, I shall sign a contract with you in my name, pray that you leave this place. Behind the 8-legged, the white-feathered Zangwill, a figure appeared. It was a blood-colored piece of flesh with countless eyes on it and arms of different races. Just as it was about to grab Zangwill and drag him into the spirit world, it suddenly paused. It then turned its gaze towards Daly Simone. Pitch-black snake-like scales instantly appeared on Daly's skin, and within the gaps of the scales, white feathers grew. Her knees buckled as she knelt down in pain, but she ultimately maintained her spirit-channeling posture. That quill began writing autonomously on Zangwill's body. The unknown existence descended upon Revival Square and was just about to take Zangwill away, but no, it was attracted by Daly Simone. Its sense of aesthetics was inclined towards humans. Oh no, it abandoned Zangwill. It decided to listen to Daly Simone's suggestion and ended up leaving. How surprising that when it came to spirit channeling, Zangwill, a demigod, would actually lose to sequence 5 Daly Simone. Although this lady had consumed the flower of spirit and paid an immense price, she had little chance to defeat Zangwill, who was barely using the quill of Alzahad. Zangwill was just too unlucky. He actually encountered a matter with nearly zero probability. Amidst the lightning strikes, blood-red beams lit up in Zangwill's pitch-black eyes that were covered with mysterious symbols before calming down. His hand, which held the quill, wrote on his body once again. Another unknown existence was lured into the vicinity and attempted to enter the real world. Just as he wrote that, the quill suddenly paused as it continued writing. Incoming. Incoming. No, she was Rionette Tinker. No, Rionette Tinker chased away all the surrounding creatures in the spirit world. She gave Zangwill a glance, looked away, and left, continuing her patrol of the surroundings. Zangwill is too unlucky, just too unlucky. Zangwill's rapidly moving body suddenly paused as though he had suffered a terrible blow. Boom! A thick bolt of silver-white lightning smote the 8-legged monster. It sent Zangwill flying up as he let out an inhuman cry. In his pitch-black eyes, the blood-red beam spread out like an explosion, turning into two bloodthirsty, cruel, and maniacal blobs of light. Zangwill could no longer control his emotions and maintain a good state of mind. He lost most of his reason. The more the slightly damaged quill wrote, the darker it became until it slowly stopped. With a scream that left one with goosebumps, an endless darkness blanketed the area, pulling Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell into a dream. However, the thunder booms and lightning snapped the dreamers awake. Zangwill took a step back with his 8 legs, leaving behind an afterimage in his spot. He rapidly ran towards Daly Simone, who was on the brink of losing control, hoping to rip apart the Nighthawk who had foiled his plans for escaping. Boom! Boom! Ridiculous bolts of lightning blasted down, stopping his attempts to escape. Boom! Boom! The 8 legs that were covered with white feathers, which now had signs of being charred, moved one after another as he kept his body low while he circled the square, dodging the lightning in search for an opportunity to kill Leonard and Daly. With time, he realized there was a problem with the remaining reason that he had. The frequency of the lightning was dropping. The person that kept casting lightning strike had apparently reached his limit, and his spirituality was almost drained. Zangwill's heart stirred as a cruel smile was plastered across his face. He ran at high speeds as he muttered in ancient Faesac, "All of you will die." He had apparently forgotten of his need to escape. All of you will die. Leonard Mitchell could do nothing despite hearing that sentence. It was because he couldn't even open his eyes. He couldn't determine where Zangwill was, nor use his spirituality to lock onto him. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, back to the day where they engaged Megos in an intense battle. He had returned to the time when he was weak and helpless, unable to stop anything himself. Back then, he clearly wanted to help Captain Incline. Despite overcoming his horror, despite having Old Man to provide him with help, he quickly fainted due to his low sequence and lacking strength, thus, failing to participate in the subsequent battle. All he could do was wake up to see 2 corpses and use the pain of meeting family members to resolve the blame he placed on himself. He always cherished his leisurely life in Tingen City, the feeling of not needing to take any responsibility as if he was the protagonist. However, the more he cherished those memories, the more he hated his former self, wondering why he hadn't worked harder. With his eyes tightly closed, figures of light were darting around, and all he could do was ball his hands into a fist as he hurriedly shouted, "Old Man! Old Man!" This time, there wasn't any response in his mind. No one provided him any help, as Pallas Zoroast was still in a deep sleep. Leonard's breathing turned heavy as he couldn't help but move his head from side to side with the darting of the light. Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, he shouted in clear anxiety, "Old Man! Old Man! Old Man!" His voice gradually softened, drowned by the thunder. Leonard hung his head bit by bit, his face filled with shame and pain. His lips quivered as he relaxed his hand and gripped it tight again. His entire body froze for several seconds. Suddenly, he wore a firm expression. With a grimace, he opened his mouth and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as he said the prayers, he magically saw a scene in his mind. Zangwill, who had seemingly turned into a spider or some deformed feather wolf, was running frantically and dodging the lightning strikes. From time to time, he attempted to attack him and Daily Simone. And unlike normally, Zangwill's figure appeared rather blurry in this scene. It was almost completely represented by red light, and it could only be used to determine his location. Leonard was first taken aback as he immediately laughed. Teardrops flowed down as he laughed. Without any hesitation, he raised his left palm, pressed the glove to his temple, and then tightly gripped the fate siphon charm with his right hand. Fate. The incomprehensible, mysterious word in ancient Hermes resounded as a transparent book appeared in front of Leonard. It flipped to a page amidst the ethereal chanting of I came, I saw, I record, as he locked onto the 8-legged monster with white feathers growing all over him. Silver bolts of lightning blasted as Leonard Mitchell threw out the charm with a hideous expression, shouting, Die! Zangwill. He had waited to say this for a very, very long time. He had played this scene in his head so many times. Chapter 945, the story's ending. Chapter 945, the story's ending. The moment the fate siphon charm left Leonard Mitchell's hand, it vanished into midair, its whereabouts unknown. It cloaked the spots where he and Zangwill stood in darkness. Even the burgeoning silver storm was unable to illuminate it. At that instant, Leonard felt the surface of his body turn numb, as though lightning was leaping over it, creating a slight stabbing pain, one that would completely pulverize his body at any moment. But following that, he didn't get bombarded with irresistible pain, as though nothing had happened. No, something did happen. A bolt of lightning smote down at him as if it had bared its fangs, shattering the ground and charring the soil. Klein had personally redirected his casting of Lightning Storm from Zangwill when Leonard Mitchell used the Fate Siphon charm. Ah! A shrill scream sounded as the rich darkness around Zangwill failed to dissipate the storm that was formed from a mesh of silver lightning bolts. His body was swept into the heart of the storm. He had suffered the fate of Leonard Mitchell, being devoured by the lightning storm ability. Boom! The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest quickly dissipated, but before the lightning storm came to a complete end, more bolts of silver lightning smote down from the sky, causing a new wave of attacks. Boom! 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 The wrath of a thunder god smote down again and again as the lightning's frequency returned to normal. There weren't any gaps in between. Even though there were waves of darkness surging out from Zangwill's position, they were unable to obliterate the silver swath. After a few lightning storms, the blinding light finally dimmed. The minute bolts snaked around weakly. Zangwill remained standing there without collapsing. However, his head with pitch-black eyes, blood-red halos, and mysterious symbols had cracked. The flesh inside the cracks was charred black as a grayish-white liquid seeped out. The 4 legs by his torso had already been burnt black and curled up together. All it took was a touch for them to fall off. On them, not only were the white feathers gone, even the overlapping blood vessels were pulverized and had scattered to the ground, leaving them at head height with him. But even so, Zangwill still wasn't dead. Creatures that had obtained godhood had an unimaginable vitality compared to ordinary people. The blood-red halo in his eyes grew richer as the violent aura no longer had any room for decreasing. Feelings of hatred and regret surged in him, giving him the urge to vent them out. He hated himself for only thinking of escaping in the beginning and not killing all the enemies present. Back then, if he hadn't held back and had used his powers by releasing the terror of a demigod without any reservations, he was definitely able to kill Daily Simone and Leonard Mitchell amidst the lightning strikes. If he had done so, he wouldn't have been left in such a sorry state by 2 mid-sequence Beyonders. Damn it! Damn it! Zangwill roared and threw away the darkened 0-08 quill. Using his remaining 4 legs, he pounced at Leonard Mitchell. Leonard was just about to take action when he felt a coldness in him. It was as though thin, long hair was reaching out and binding him from the darkness, doing so from a dream. He was unable to move again. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Zangwill, but it only served to stagger him for a moment and drop a few pieces of charred flesh. He continued his attack and even revealed a cruel smile. From that strike, he was already certain that the person hiding in the background casting the lightning was at their limit. The person was unable to use any more demigod-level powers. As for Leonard, who was being bound by countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene. It was as though he no longer put up any resistance and had wished to sleep in the darkness. Unable to move, he bit his tongue lightly and temporarily recovered some of his lucidity. He made the transparent book in front of him emit the ethereal chanting, "I came, I saw, I record." With a resonating whoosh, a terrifying hurricane swept at Insangwil, who had arrived with a pounce. It snapped the illusory black hair-like objects, giving Leonard freedom again. Whoosh! Insangwil was thrown up as he slammed heavily to the ground. His body was covered with deep gashes as pale white blood gushed out of him. Despite having lost another front leg, he still wasn't dead. He stood up again and locked onto the Evernight poet, who still had his eyes closed. Without any warning, Leonard suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, he seemed unable to maintain his balance. Even the gale he created had failed to sweep up his body. Damn it! I should have killed you when you were unconscious back in Tinjin City. Insangwil cursed through clenched teeth. That woman is about to die. The same goes for you. As he cursed, he hobbled over to Leonard's location as though he had lost his ability to move at rapid speeds. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Your captain was irritating. Likewise for that teammate of yours. All of you are the same. After I kill you, I'll leave this place and return to Tinjin to dig up their graves." As he cursed, the darkness filled with cadaveric auras surged out of Insangwil, sweeping towards the nearby Leonard Mitchell. Leonard could sense that he was riddled with bad luck, but he could do nothing. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Bang! Amidst a gunshot, a pale golden bullet pierced through the thick deathly darkness, bringing out blinding sunlight, terminating the abnormality within. Pa! Tarot cards flew over, stabbing into the ground at different spots. One of the cards landed in front of Leonard as it burst into scarlet flames. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a half-top hat and black suit walked out with a revolver in hand. With a bookish demeanor, he had black hair and brown eyes with a face with a deep outline. He was none other than Klein Moretti. Unable to use the Sea God Scepter anymore, he had decisively returned to the real world. He had rushed here with Death Knell. "You, it's really you. You really are still alive. Die together with them." Insangwil's movement speed instantly recovered as he circled around Klein, trying to forcefully pull him into a dream. He had been acting. However, Klein was completely unaffected. He didn't show signs of falling asleep as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger as though he had foreseen it. Bang! Insangwil was thrown to the ground by a powerful impact. The cracks on his head widened. "That shot was for Ma'am Daly," Klein said in a deep voice as he snapped his fingers. Using the flames that burst up, he flashed to the side of Insangwil. Insangwil's eyes protruded out. As he moved at high speeds, he released bad luck in a bid to influence Klein, but it was completely useless. "This shot is for Leonard." All the tarot cards were ignited at the same time, like bursting fireworks. Klein flashed behind Insangwil, cocked the gun, and relying on his intuition, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Pale white blood spurted out of Insangwil's left leg as it broke. His running came to an abrupt stop as he even failed to maintain his balance. Using the burning tarot cards, he repeatedly cast Flaming Jump, preventing himself from entering the influence of the black hair. "This shot is for Megos. This shot is for the Keepers. This shot is for the destroyed Blackthorn Security Company. This shot is for all the Nighthawks. This shot is for me." Amidst the gunshots, Klein kept pulling the trigger and did the corresponding reloading as he shot demon-hunting bullets. He blew through another of Insangwil's legs, blasting open his forehead, causing his roars to turn into a whimper until he fell onto the ground. Finally, Klein flashed in front of Insangwil. He then held Death Knell to his face. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Insangwil's almost cracked head, creating an immense impact. He still had the ability to resist. He was waiting for him to approach and then use his mythical creature form to turn the tables. However, Klein's brown eyes continued looking at him without reflecting anything. He thrust Death Knell forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! Zangwill's head completely exploded, and like a smashed watermelon, the fragments and the juice splattered everywhere. Death Knell had sounded the knell for him. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his two eyes. The real eyes that hid beneath were moved back to their original spots. His brown eyes had blurred up. He curled the corners of his mouth bit by bit and said to the already dead Zangwill softly, "This shot is for Captain." He didn't give Zangwill a chance to leave any last words. He had no wish to know what bitter past the latter had experienced. He then took out one remaining tarot card from his pocket and threw it on Zangwill's corpse. It was an inverted the star card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from him. He bent down and picked up the darkened quill. This figure wore a simple white robe and had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. On his chest hung a silver cross as though he was the most ordinary priest, but he was the king of angels, Adam. Adam looked at Klein and said with a genial smile, "Unfortunately, I failed to retain the snake." He looked at the quill in his hand and then at the tarot card. He smiled and added, "A price is always exacted for what fate bestows, one, isn't that so?" With that said, he turned around and slowly disappeared from the ruined square with each step he took. He left the following words as though he sang it. Under the witness of a spectator, Klein Moretti completed a grand performance, directing a magical murder. With that, he managed to digest his potion with enough energy left to attempt an advancement before the curtains fell. Klein didn't take in the feeling of his marionettist potion's digestion and the corresponding feedback. With a flaming jump, he arrived in front of Daily Simone. The lady was already on the brink of losing control. She said in a daze, "I don't want to become a monster." "All right," Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze as he quickly thought of the means to rescue a rampager. He had considered getting her to chant the fool's honorific name before pulling her spirit body above the gray fog, but with her body already mutating, it was apparently useless. The only way was for Daly to choose to remain there forever. As for the flower of blood, it was also unable to resolve such problems. Daly smiled with great difficulty as she resisted the white feathers and pitch-black scales that kept growing out of her. "So it's you. Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn, to throw him in bed?" She gasped for air and said with a bitter smile, "I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man. I felt inferior." She couldn't hold out much longer, with the outcome of her becoming a monster happening at any moment. At this moment, she heard Klein Moretti reply, "Captain actually liked you too, very much. Because you were too outstanding and young, he felt inferior as well." Daly smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat with a receding hairline. He had dark gray eyes. She watched as he pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her to a dance. She reached out her hand as her thoughts turned sluggish. The gray-eyed man in a black trench coat pulled up Daly, whose mutation was slowly fading away. Under Leonard's watch, they danced a brisk dance in the destroyed square with the fountain spewing water everywhere. One material after another flew out. There were golden grapevines and a rather ugly rubber mask. Under the guidance of spirituality, they slowly mixed together and entered a small metal bottle. Amidst the beautiful dance, Daly leaned forward gently, resting herself in Dunn's embrace. Klein held the potion bottle, brought it to his mouth, and downed it. One quote from Stefan Zweig, Chapter 946, A Bestowment or a Curse. Chapter 946, A Bestowment or a Curse. The ice-cold potion slid down his throat, bringing Klein numbness, one that reached deep into his soul. He had already stopped dancing. His mind seemed to be lifted as though he was high in the air, looking down at the ruined revival square, at Kukawa City, which had been left in shambles by the repeated lightning strikes. At this moment, he felt his emotions rouse up for some baffling reason, as all the pedestrians below seemed to be connected to him by some invisible threads. They could be happy, angry, or sad, making all kinds of actions based on his directions. Klein often had such feelings recently. He knew that this was the vision of a director. By viewing all participants as marionettes or actors, he attempted to control or guide them into putting on a grand performance. Using that hint of familiarity, Klein hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, completely separating his emotions from it, and viewing everything in a cold, aloof manner, so as to prevent himself from being affected by the play. As a director, he followed the script, referred to reality, and rationally made an analysis to choose according to the circumstances. He allowed emotions to build up, allowing himself to push matters forward and use the clues that had developed. Once his state of mind settled, he felt the potion's power spread across his body, like a sharp-threaded net. Suddenly, Klein felt that his soul body was connected to his physical body. They were split into countless parts, and without being able to hold it in any longer, he let out a cry from deep within his soul. No! His thoughts were diced apart, turning into fragments as they fused with different pieces of flesh as he gained his own sentience. These included Klein with pain, Klein with arrogance, Klein with coldness, Klein with gentleness, Klein who could amusement himself, as well as Joe Mingrue, Sherlock Moriarty, Darman Sparrow, and Dwayne Dantes. His entire spirit body seemed to be thrown into a grinding machine. Not far away, Leonard, whose cheeks were streaming with unconscious tears, first saw Captain Dunn, who was embracing Daily Simone, transform back into Klein Moretti. Following that, he noticed his face, neck, and the back of his hands. Pale-colored tendrils protruded out as though they had a life of their own. They kept growing outwards, turning into a transparent maggot. And beneath his clothes, there were also signs of squirming. This made Leonard have the feeling that Klein would collapse into a cluster of transparent maggots the next second as they raced in different directions. Just as he wanted to do something, he felt dizzy. He instinctively closed his eyes and didn't dare to keep watching. The transparent maggots that grew out of Klein's body shimmered under the sunlight, producing three-dimensional layers of mysterious symbols. They connected to higher and lower levels, directly presenting the abstract concepts of bizarreness, madness, change, strength, and wisdom. Amidst howling cold winds, black illusory threads rose up around Klein as they bonded together, forming strange tentacles. The tentacles flailed as his soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body were reduced to fragments as they fused with the different maggots that represented Klein's various thoughts, turmoil, and dilemmas. As they wafted between them gently, they seemed to fly up to an infinite height where there were countless illusions hugging huge distorted buildings. They were either playing wind instruments, giving speeches, growling, or raving. Amidst Klein's countless chaotic senses, everything around him stacked together as though they turned into the spirit world. However, there were living people coming and going with the stars shining upon them. At this moment, the fragments filled with thoughts had similar memories appear fresh memories. It was of King of Angels Adam praying with his eyes closed. It was the scene of his shocking appearance. It was him using death knell against Ince Zangwill as he pulled the trigger to blast open his head. It was when he revealed his clown smile, saying in a deep voice, "This shot is for Captain." It was when spectator Adam used an extremely clear and innocent eye to take in the ending of the performance. It was of him turning into Dunn Smith, inviting Daily Simone to dance the closing dance. They were all so fresh on his mind, especially the gaze of a spectator. There was a seemingly corporeal feedback that felt like a magnetic force. It made Klein gradually discover his sense of self-awareness once again. Who am I? This was a question that Klein had an answer to when he was still a faceless. He didn't need to think too much about it as he quickly understood his identity. A person from Earth, a person who had been reconstructed from Klein's memory fragments. A person whose experience as a Nighthawk deeply influenced him. A person who played safe and was afraid of danger, but was able to persist and give up everything. A guardian and a miserable wretch. Strange sensory organs that didn't come from the body of heart and mind or soul body were extracted bit by bit from the fragments, condensing Klein's new thoughts, coldness, calmness, spectating, and overlooking. They were thoughts that allowed him to view the world from even more angles and dimensions. He knew that this could possibly be godhood. Without putting up any resistance, he chained the original spirit body fragments with black threads, allowing him to slowly take form again. At this moment, he realized the purpose of the advancement ritual. It was a mark, an anchor. Compared to other pathways, the Bizarro sorcerer, who experienced the fragmentation of their soul bodies, required an anchor much earlier. However, this didn't require the support of any faith. On the contrary, faith was a numerous and jumbled affair with too many personal feelings involved. During the fragmentation during this ritual, it easily wiped away the humanity of the advancer who was only sequence 5, leaving behind godhood. A grand and profound performance under the watch of countless spectators was enough to make up this anchor. Although the spectators were few in number, as the pinnacle existence of the spectator pathway, Adam could match thousands of ordinary spectators. He could even imagine a theater of spectators to create the effect. With his entire body taking form, all kinds of knowledge surged out from the depths of his demigod spirit body, embroiling Klein's mind and giving him an indescribable impact. It felt as though his brain was about to explode. However, with some level of godhood and his rich experience, he could view this in a detached manner and rather easily pass through this stage. The transparent maggots on his face, hands, neck, and beneath his clothes returned into his body, turning back into the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti. Looking at Daily Simone, who was still in his embrace and slowly turning cold, he lifted her up and walked to Leonard Mitchell. He bent down and placed her on the ground. Daily no longer had pitch-black scales or white feathers. She had been restored to normal and her eyes were closed. The corners of her mouth were curled up like she was having the deepest and sweetest dream. Klein stood up and looked at Leonard, who had opened his eyes again, and said heavily, "She has returned to the goddess's kingdom, just like Captain." He had turned her into a marionette to reverse Daly's mutation, allowing her to die like a human before releasing his control over her. Leonard tried to force a smile as he whimpered a sound of acknowledgement. Tears were streaming down his face. Klein gently nodded his head. To her, this might not be the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believes in, and that's where Captain and the others are. As he spoke, he subconsciously and sincerely raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Leonard instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon. He was momentarily taken aback as his expression turned odd. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Take Ma'am Daly back with you to East Balham. Make it known that she died due to Nsangwil's attack and had made exceptional contributions in causing Nsangwil's death. Don't worry, no one will investigate you. Of course, you can take this opportunity to leave the red gloves." I am used to the church," Leonard said heavily. Klein took off his hat and bade farewell with a bow. Holding his hat, he turned to walk to Nsangwil's body and took a card that had a chariot and a red priest on it. The red priest wore the face of Roselle Gustave. Leonard's lips quivered as he suddenly asked, "Aren't you returning to the church?" Klein didn't turn around as he wore his silk top hat and headed for another exit of the square. After a few steps, he paused and replied to Leonard with his back facing him. "I can't return anymore. Can't return anymore." Leonard stared in a daze as the familiar figure gradually distanced himself and vanished. After a while, a few Beyonders flew to Revival Square. One of them was wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of Evernight. She had a head of beautiful raven black hair and an exquisite face. No one could tell her age, because no one cared. They could only notice the eyes that seemed to contain countless stars within. This lady was floating in midair as she looked at the square. All she saw was Nsangwil's sorry corpse that could hardly be recognized. Covering his cracked head was a commonly seen tarot card. It was the star. Above the gray fog, Klein placed the red priest card by his left hand and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He had a basic grasp and understanding of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer. On the one hand, he could transform into animals that weren't too disparate in size. In a spirit body state, he could completely ignore this point. He could transfer wounds from either himself or others onto a paper figurine. He had also gained the enhancement of the flaming jump ability that now spanned nearly 1,000 meters. The might of air bullet reached that of a cannon. On the other hand, he could now obtain initial control of one's spirit body threads in 3 seconds. He could turn a target into his marionette within 15 seconds. His control range was 150 meters. At the same time, he could switch spirit body threads, allowing his marionette to obtain all his Beyonder powers. Within 1,000 meters, he could switch locations with his marionette as he wished. Due to this point, and the maggots he separated as a mythical creature form, as well as the disguise from the spirit body threads, Klein obtained a higher level of body doubles. This also meant that, as long as any one of his marionettes were alive, a Bizarro sorcerer would never die. The enemy often found it difficult to know if the one killed was the Bizarro sorcerer or his marionette. What was real and what wasn't was difficult to determine. After confirming his state and resting for a moment, Klein immediately walked deep into the mysterious space above the gray fog. He headed for the staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. As he expected, there was another step, one formed of light. This time, Klein believed that he could use this sixth step that resembled a giant's to step onto the condensed gray cloud. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the end and, with a leap, stepped onto the cloud formed by the gray fog. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light tainted with a bluish-black luster. It was formed from countless layers of spherical light, and each spherical light enveloped squirming maggots. Some of them were transparent, others translucent. This was the scene Klein saw through Enzo's eyes, but the objects were very blurry, as though something was obstructing his vision. In addition, above the door of light, there were thin black threads that hung down. They were hanging up what seemed like completely transparent cocoons. These cocoons were gently swaying, wrapping different souls. They looked to be of all descents: African, Asian, Caucasians, etc. Some were wearing jeans, others holding cell phones. Some had beautiful clothes, others having beautiful facial features. All of them had the aura as though they were living, but their eyes were tightly closed. Klein's gaze froze as though he had returned to Earth and had walked onto the streets, which were filled with people. Then, he noticed that 3 cocoons had opened. They were empty and were swaying with the wind. Raising his head, Klein took in this sight as he observed in silence. Chapter 947, House Call. Chapter 947, House Call. Backlund, East Borough, in a 2-room apartment. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms opened the door and entered. All of them reached out to cover their mouths. There was a strong stench of blood inside. "Officer, I've no idea what happened." Other tenants said that it seems like there's plenty of blood here, that they can even smell it from next door. The landlord with a silk top hat looked around in fear, unwilling to stay in the room for another second. A black-haired, blue-eyed police officer with an inspector epaulet waved his hand and said, "Wait by the door. We still have questions for you." As he spoke, he wore his white gloves and cast his gaze towards the wooden door of the bedroom. However, he wasn't in a rush to enter. He slowly surveyed the area and visually took in the surroundings: a pile of coal, a cupboard with cutlery and food, a small stove, a cleanly washed iron pot, a somewhat greasy table, 2 collapsed circular stools, 2 slanted chairs, a few glass bottles with unknown powders, and a stack of scattered tarot cards. A mysticism enthusiast with an ordinary financial situation? The black-haired, blue-eyed inspector nodded gently as he made a judgment. Then, he signaled for a subordinate to open the bedroom door. With a creak, a stronger smell of blood gushed out. The constable who opened the door looked in and let out a short exclamation as he repeatedly retreated. The inspector frowned. He pressed the retreating constable's shoulders, circled around him, and approached the bedroom. When he swept his gaze, his expression immediately changed. In the bedroom, on a wooden bed, there was a man lying there. His hands were tied to the bedpost. He was naked with deep and shallow marks on his body. His blood had long been drained, dyeing the bedsheet and blanket beside him dark red. On a cursory glance, the deceased had apparently been bound by metal wire, cutting into his skin and flesh, right into his bones. This scene still affected the policeman who had seen many murder scenes. Furthermore, it had a diabolical feeling, like it was a ritual. As the inspector was about to say something, 2 people rushed into the room. One of them attempted to take photos while the other bombarded him with questions. "Another murder case? Hasn't there been many murder cases in East Borough recently?" "Officer, do you think it's a serial murder?" The black-haired, blue-eyed inspector frowned and waved his hand. "Do not interfere with the scene, otherwise, we will view you as the criminal's accomplice." He then said to the constable from before, "Kaziz, please escort the two reporters away. Tell them that if they have any questions, ask the news department of Civilau's Yard." After the reporters were escorted out of the crime scene, the inspector let out a long sigh. "I'm going on the newspapers again. Damn it!" In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Another murder in East Borough. The victim is suspected to have been abused before being killed. Having had dinner, Audrey was in the activity room casually reading the Backland Evening News. Upon hearing his daughter's soft muttering, Earl Hall shook his head and sighed. This isn't new in East Borough. The statistics show that there are people dying every day in there. It's far from one person. Audrey didn't pay too much attention to the matter. After a casual chat with her parents and brother, she returned to her room with her golden retriever, Susie. The human and dog could read each other's minds without any exchanging of words. The latter stood by the door as a guard while Audrey locked the door. She sat by her bed and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. After a few seconds, she saw a dark red beam of light surge and drown everything. Audrey arrived above the gray fog, coming inside the magnificent and ancient palace. She then saw a small room to the side. The mottled door was ajar. It's much better than the old confessional from before. However, this doesn't match Mr. World's character. Did something happen to his state of mind? In thought, Audrey entered the room and closed the mottled door. She had previously had a follow-up appointment with the World Gehrman Sparrow and concluded that he had fully recovered. To her surprise, she received a request from him for another treatment. This left her puzzled as she felt a little intrigued. In the rather spacious darkroom, Audrey leaned against the wall that obviously had another person behind it. Her body slowly slid down as she knelt down with her legs placed diagonally. In the calm and serene atmosphere, she adjusted her state of mind and said with a brisk tone, "Good evening, Mr. World." Just as she said that, Audrey's spiritual intuition already knew the situation with his body of heart and mind, or in common parlance, his emotions or mood. Gloomy, disheartened, confused, depressed, and having no interest in anything. Mr. World's current problem is completely different from the last one. What happened this time? Audrey gently bit her lip and calmly made a judgment and used a timely placate. This was the most useful power of a psychiatrist. In ancient times, it was called psychoanalysis. The dark clouds behind the wall scattered significantly. Gehrman Sparrow finally hoarsely said, "Good evening, Miss Justice." Leaning against the wall, Audrey thought and cancelled her original plan. She maintained her brisk tone and said, "I'm very curious about your recent experiences. It seems you have had too many encounters. There's no need to think about anything else. Let's have a chat first, just like we're friends. If you're interested in my life, I'm also willing to share with you some of the interesting matters." On the opposite side of the wall, Gehrman Sparrow fell silent for a moment. Without answering the question, he asked, "What hopes do you have for the future?" Audrey's eyes darted slightly to the side as she replied seriously, "To advance myself, to work hard to become a demigod so as to better protect my father, mother, and brothers. Oh, I've recently visited the applicants to the Bursary Foundation with the other staff of the foundation. Their living conditions are really worse than I imagined. Although I've read some reports and was mentally prepared, I still found it unsettling when I saw it with my own eyes. A girl who's just a few years younger than me was very short and skinny. She doesn't fill her stomach daily, and she only has 2 tattered dresses. When she said that she wishes to study, her eyes were extremely pure and filled with an earnest desire. I can't forget it to this day." As she spoke, Audrey acutely sensed the change in Gehrman Sparrow's mental state. It was no longer a completely still lake, and it was now rippling and undulating. After a short deliberation, this psychiatrist continued as though she didn't seem to notice anything. "I once anticipated having a beautiful wedding, wishing that my prince will appear like those popular novels. However, after becoming a spectator, I realized that I might never be able to fulfill this dream. I can often read the true thoughts of those men and see through their lies. I'm able to confirm that many people aren't as nice as I imagined, and it has left me disappointed. In a few more years, I might be able to appreciate people for their flaws, but it's really difficult to do so now. Noticing that Gairman Sparrow, who had his back to her across the wall, having the emotions of laughter, Audrey did a timely placate on him. Then, she heard him ask, "You once gathered information about dragons from the sun. You should have some understanding of the dragon of imagination. If I were to tell you that your father, mother, and brothers are imagined by the spectator Pathways King of Angels and that they do not really exist, what would be your reaction?" "I'll definitely collapse on the spot and directly lose control. Mr. World has a psychological problem because of his discovery that the thing that he has been anticipating, his ultimate goal, will never be fulfilled." Audrey was first alarmed by Gairman Sparrow's question before she realized the essence of the question. She didn't reply as she asked in a guiding manner, "You seem to have witnessed the destruction of hope." "Ha!" There was a self-deprecating scoff sounding from the wall behind Audrey. "Indeed, I once thought that I had family. Later, I realized that it was only an extravagant hope of mine." "Why do you say that?" Audrey asked like she was having a casual chat. Gairman Sparrow fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Have you heard of those fairy tales that Emperor Roselle used for bringing up children?" "Those are my childhood memories," Audrey acknowledged. At the same time, she discovered that Mr. World's emotions were clearly stirred on the other side of the wall. Repressed pain was surging out. This time, Audrey didn't use placate. Her spiritual intuition and professional knowledge told her that he needed to vent it out. "Then you should know of Sleeping Beauty and her prince," Gairman Sparrow said with a soft, hoarse voice. "There's one such person who also entered a deep sleep until he suddenly woke up one day. He believes that his family is still around, and he works hard to improve himself, hoping that he can one day find them. This becomes his main driving force in life. Finally, he realized that he has slept for at least 300 years, or even more than 1,000 years, perhaps even longer. He can never find anything that he once had anymore." The intense pain and sense of loss was extremely clear to Audrey. She came to a realization. The gloomy, restrained, experienced, and ruthless Mr. World also has his own goals and reason for existing. This is in line with his gentle heart. How pitiful. Although he was giving an example using a fairy tale, some of the emotions he felt when saying certain words reflect reality. When he mentioned deep sleep, family, 300 years, more than 1,000 years, even longer, never find. His pain clearly increased. This means that he's from an ancient time and has lived to this day due to certain encounters? This matches the situation of Mr. Fool being an awakening ancient god. It's no wonder he became his blessed. Audrey quickly grasped the key to the matter. She pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Did his family say anything? Did they say what they wanted him to do when he wakes up? Chapter 948 Meaning of Existence. Chapter 948 Meaning of Existence. From Audrey's point of view, Mr. World's current situation wasn't him suffering from a mental illness, nor was it close to pushing him to the state of losing control. It was because his goal in life and the meaning to his existence had been destroyed. It left him with a psychological barrier that just needed some guidance. Once she helped him set up a short-term goal, allowing him to find meaning in life, the problem would slowly be resolved. In the serene and silent darkness, Audrey heard Gairman Sparrow answer in a deep voice across the wall, "No." As expected. Audrey wasn't surprised as she asked, "Then did he search for his family's last words? Did he search for their grave? Did he try to figure out the reason for the deep sleep?" The spirit body behind the wall seemed to vanish for a few seconds as there wasn't a single sound. After a moment, the hoarse voice continued. "No, not yet. Not yet. That means that it's a possibility in the future?" Audrey felt relieved as she clearly felt that Gairman Sparrow's emotional state wasn't as heavy and gloomy as before, without any interest in anything. He had a certain level of drive and a tiny sense of urgency. He was just still in a state of confusion. Taking this opportunity, Audrey cast placate again. The effects were much better than before. At the very least, she believed that Mr. World had used this impetus to escape from the abyss of gloominess and depression, returning to a normal person's disheartened state. Following that, Audrey didn't press on regarding how he could find clues or investigate, because this could bring about some resistance. She nodded in the darkroom in a natural manner and said, "Yes, there are many things to do, and many things that need amending. Perhaps you will have the chance of meeting someone from the same bloodline? Perhaps a family member of his hasn't died from age, or had ended up living to this day due to some reason? The reason why there's meaning to life is because of its infinite possibilities. In the process of searching, make sure to not miss out on your surroundings. Life isn't just a one-way street. There are many branches and alleys. If only the former exists, how boring would it be? You should know how to approach it, to broaden your horizons, and to discover." Trying hard to recall all the suitable words she read in books, Audrey suddenly thought of something as her voice softened significantly. "Also, don't wear that thick mask. The thinner and transparent ones don't matter because everyone wears a mask when interacting with others. No one likes to directly express one's relatively private secrets to others. It's both a way to protect oneself and also a way to respect others. When Mr. World has a certain number of friends, a new meaning in life will naturally be formed." Audrey added inwardly, but she ultimately didn't say it out loud. She believed that it might even backfire. Unsurprisingly, Gairman Sparrow fell silent again, seemingly still in confusion. After a few seconds, a voice that wasn't that hoarse sounded again. "Thank you for straightening me out, and for your treatment." "No, this is all a result of the strength inside you," Audrey replied seriously. She cast a final placate to confirm that Mr. World's mental state was back to normal and that it wouldn't relapse. She then heard Gairman Sparrow say, "Let's end it here for today, okay?" Audrey adjusted her tone and briskly replied, "Of course. It's not a serious problem. I can do another follow-up whenever you're free next week. Also, if it's possible, make some medicine to stabilize your mental state. Take it for 7 consecutive days. The ingredients are 10 grams of chamomile powder, 5 grams of rosemary powder, 10 milliliters of lemon balm extract. During this period, don't reduce your consumption of desserts, and try to relax yourself in an appropriate manner." In the dark and silent room, she propped herself against the wall with her hands and slowly stood up. At this moment, Gairman Sparrow's voice passed through the wall. "What's the consultation fee?" Audrey held one hand to the wall and turned her head in thought. "Wait till I get the potion formula for sequence 5 of the spectator pathway. I might need you to help me find the ingredients. If the psychology alchemists provides me with the ingredients, She curled the ends of her lips and said, "When you return from the southern continent to Backland, remember to bring me some of the local produce as a gift. A super luxurious and light transportation coffin that's carried by 8 people?" On the other side of the wall, Klein had the inexplicable urge to lampoon. He then stood up while clinging to the wall and sent Miss Justice back to the real world. With a wave of his hand, the room vanished. He returned to the seat of honor at the long bronze table and sat at the seat belonging to the fool. In front of him, there were the Black Emperor, Tyrant, and Red Priest cards of blasphemy on the right. On the left, there was the Creeping Hunger, which Leonard Mitchell had sent back via Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker. "I owe Miss Messenger 10,000 gold coins again." Klein retracted his gaze and raised his right hand to rub his temples. To prevent Zangwill from escaping through the spirit world, he had already communicated with Rionette Tinker before he made plans for the murder. She was in charge of chasing away all the spirit world creatures around Revival Square, in exchange for that very same 10,000 gold coins. The only thing that caught him by surprise was that 0-08 was more terrifying than he imagined. With Zangwill suffering from Deity's curse, and with King of Angels Adam having drained it, its first attempt was able to attract an unknown creature which could pass through Rionette Tinker's seal. If not for Daily Simone's forceful spirit channeling and signing a pact, Zangwill might very well have escaped. Of course, while under Deity's curse, even if Zangwill were to successfully escape, there was a high chance of him encountering other misfortunes, such as being thrown by the unknown creature to somewhere more dangerous or having it directly cause him harm. However, that wasn't within Klein's control. At the thought that he was 10,000 gold coins in debt again, Klein felt a headache, but his mental state was a lot better. After seeing the cocoon above the gray cloud, and the door of light beyond the staircase of light, he had suffered a shock that was as though a river had broken through its banks. He felt that all his expectations had been shattered. His mature worldview, outlook on life, and values had crumbled as a result, causing his entire being to fall into a turbid state, as though he were a walking zombie. Thankfully, he still had the innate desire to live and had sought out his private psychiatrist, Miss Justice Audrey, in time for treatment. Phew! Klein exhaled and forced himself to turn his thoughts towards the cocoons. And from the scene he saw, his first reaction was, an extremely high-level existence or sealed artifact had used different means to grab a large group of people from Earth at the same moment in time. Here, there were people who used the luck enhancement ritual, others bought strange silver plates, or had their phones hit by some strange virus. Then, these transmigrators had their souls sealed inside the cocoon and were left hanging above the door of light, awaiting a particular opportunity before being sent to the real world. Based on Klein's observation, the door of light didn't have any intelligence. It was operating based on pure instinct. This also meant that as long as the conditions were met, it would catalyze a cocoon and deliver the soul inside to a specific target's body. Based on the current circumstances, Klein guessed that there were probably two conditions that needed to be met. First, there mustn't be any other transmigrators prior, or the transmigrator had already been deemed to have failed or died. Second, the calling out of a certain object, item, or ritual. For instance, Klein Moretti had followed the Antigonus family's notebook to perform that dark divination. As for the rest, it's impossible to know. Unless I can find the corresponding content in Emperor Roselle's diary. Putting together everything that I know, my current theory should be very close to the truth. This will make it easy to explain why, despite being from the same era as the Emperor on Earth with less than a year in between us, our entry into the real world was separated by slightly more than 200 years. It's because we transmigrated at the same time, but we were released in different eras. Before entering the real world, who knows how long we've been asleep for? A brother from next door? Klein leaned back into his chair as his eyes shimmered before turning gloomy again. This was a hypothesis he came up with based on the conditions of the door of light, his situation, and the Emperor's diary. Of course, this didn't mean that there weren't other possibilities. At present, Klein was just unable to find evidence to support them. For example, a cocoon might represent the life of a transmigrator, but this was in contradiction with Klein's own recovery or the lack of change in his spirit body. And if his hypothesis wasn't too different from the truth, it meant that he had left Earth, transmigrating over for at least 200 years or even thousands of years. Even if he found the way and method to go back to Earth, he was unable to return to the place he called home. Compared to the gap in distance, the barrier of time left him in greater despair. This was the reason why it caused Klein's mental state to instantly collapse. Returning home was always his ultimate goal. Miss Justice is right. There are still many questions to resolve and to probe. What's the meaning behind hanging so many transmigrators behind the door of light? What goal does it have? Who set up everything back then? How many people were pulled in here? Where has the other person gone to? The celestial worthy of heaven and earth? Klein tried hard to engross himself in thinking, so as to find a new goal for the future. Unfortunately, he was only able to approach the door of light and not touch it. He was unable to touch it, grasp it, or even carefully inspect it. He had no means to do any studies to receive any direct information. I should consider finding clues from the real world. Also, since reaching sequence 4 allows me to reach that gray cloud and see the door of light, will there be another qualitative change at sequence 2? Will I be able to gain control over the door of light when that happens, allowing me to figure out the truth? Haha, I was affected by the 7 lights, the goddess, and Rhodes's attitude. I almost imagined myself to be the real owner of the gray fog, and believe that I'm some great master above the spirit world. Now, from the looks of it, I'm just a test subject that was randomly thrown down. Once I fail, the next transmigrator will appear. Klein thought as he tapped the edge of the long bronze table. He was rather curious of another point. 3 broken cocoons, with one representing himself and another representing the emperor. So who was the third one? Chapter 949, Direction of Investigations. Chapter 949, Direction of Investigations. Klein's first target of suspicion was undoubtedly Elf King Sinaithrim. This ancient god had created chopsticks, made blood cakes, enjoyed eating animal innards, and was good at using spices for cooking. His descendants had facial features, hair color, and eyes that resembled Asians on Earth. Not only did Klein suspect that he was a transmigrator, even Emperor Roselle shared his feelings. Of course, after a deeper level of investigations, Roselle had ruled out that hypothesis from their language, symbols, traditional proverbs, and other facets. Klein believed that using chopsticks as cutlery, the preference for eating innards, and using spices wasn't an exclusive trait. To a species that enjoyed nature, it was possible for these to gradually appear in their daily life. As for why elves who wielded the sailor pathway were close to nature, Klein didn't know why. It was just something as described by the murals and texts they left behind. I for one felt that the Elf King is unlikely to be a transmigrator, but after seeing the 3 shattered cocoons, I can't be too sure. Perhaps he might be a fellow countryman. I can't rule out the possibility that this ancient god isn't a transmigrator, but that one of the high-ranking elves around him is one. This can also allow the tradition to pass down in the name of the Elf King. Klein tapped his fingers as he thought silently. Almost at the same time, he had 2 directions for his investigation. Grozel's travels had elvish songster, Ciadas, who served Sinaithrim's queen of Calamity Kohinum. As long as I enter her sea of collective subconscious, I should be able to see or make contact with the elves and find memory fragments regarding the ancient god. I can also use hypnosis, directly allowing her subconscious to speak. But the problem is that I'm not good at such matters. The last time I attempted to delve into Grozel's subconscious, I felt quick-tempered and could hardly calm down. Although I'm already a demigod, it also becomes more pressing that I resist the inclination towards madness and losing control. And I won't be able to regulate my mental state for quite some time. Forcefully spirit channeling isn't suitable for such a situation and for such a target. Klein frowned slightly. He felt that he might need a mystical item that was of a relatively high-level sequence in the spectator pathway, or an assistant that was at least a hypnotist. He began seriously considering the possibility of getting Miss Justice's help. There's no problem doing it. It's not impossible to leave by entering as a spirit body above the gray fog. I don't have to worry that Miss Justice will pry into the secret of a transmigrator. As long as Ciadas doesn't have any knowledge of this, her subconscious and collective subconscious wouldn't point towards such a conclusion. And I can find the desired clues in details so they don't pay any notice. The biggest problem is that Miss Justice has no adventuring experience and she lacks it. Entering the sea of subconscious of an ancient figure is very dangerous to her. There might be the remnants of an ancient god in there at any time. Once I don't have the help of a psychiatrist, I will also end up the same. Even if I'm getting Miss Justice's support, I'll have to wait until she reaches sequence 5 so that she can use her level to make up for her lack of experience. When that happens, we can first attempt to hypnotize Ciadas and see what we can learn from her mouth. If there's nothing of value, we can consider entering her dream to delve deeper into her consciousness and step into that sea. Yes, the dream charms I create now aren't potent enough. I might not be able to maintain such a long exploration. The goddess won't directly respond to such trivial matters. It's a fixed feedback based on a fixed ritual. The corresponding Beyonder characteristics have been returned to the church. Don't tell me that I need to bring Leonard with me? I wonder if pulling someone at the spirit body level can avoid the notice of the grandpa inside him. I'll do some research over the next few days. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered his second target of suspicion. This person didn't seem too special in the past, nor did Klein believe that he was a transmigrator. But now that his mind calmed down, he began processing his thoughts and analyzing. Klein realized that many points that he viewed as common sense weren't that simple on careful thought. They contained an unspeakable sense of horror. He suspected the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator. The 7 churches separate Bibles have similarities to Earth's Western religions. It is similarly the case for their masses. Based on Little Sun's description, from what Emperor Roselle saw from Adam's chapel, and the content of the murals in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, it's clear that the ancient sun god's main symbol is the cross. He gave his children the names Adam and Ammon. The angels beneath him all have wings of light. I've not seen that in the other pathways to date. It's unknown how he rose up. He suddenly appeared late in the second epoch, killed several ancient gods, and took their various authorities. I never thought much about these details in the past. It's quite scary now that I think deeply of it. Klein drew a gasp as he began feeling more convinced that it was the ancient sun god instead of Elf King Sennayathrim. His experiences were just too legendary, more of a protagonist of an era than Emperor Roselle. Of course, his outcome was rather tragic, becoming a feast for his kings of angels. Emperor Roselle was also tragic, but in no way as terrible. Doesn't this imply Ammon's and Adam's attitude in a certain sense? They believed that the gray fog is related to their father, but due to their different pathways, they made different choices? There's a certain chance that Adam can't see the gray fog. He isn't a high-sequence beyonder of the Fate, Marauder, Seer, and Apprentice pathways. Klein nodded slightly. Based on these clues, he also had a direction of investigation that didn't require him to make contact with major figures at the angel level. In Groselle's travels lived ascetic snowman who survived the third epoch and had served the ancient sun god. The problem circles back to itself. There's nothing to doubt about the rest for the time being. Klein slowly exhaled, reached out his right hand, and picked up the newly obtained card of blasphemy, Red Priest card. Infusing his spirituality into it, the card produced a blood-red light, forming a palm-sized illusory book. The pages of the book flipped, presenting portraits of a lifelike Roselle Gustave. He was either wearing a hunter's attire, raising his middle finger, walking through a burning building, or standing behind a trap. He had all sorts of attires and was doing all kinds of things. Sequence 9, Hunter. Sequence 8, Provoker. Sequence 7, Pyromaniac. Sequence 6, Conspirer. Sequence 5, Reaper. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence 3, War Bishop. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Klein's gaze swept past the different portraits on the tarot card and imprinted the content into his mind. He wasn't surprised at this pathway sequence's ritual to become a god. This was because Hermes had once told Roselle that the red in Red Priest meant the red of war. Therefore, when he saw stirring up a war that sweeps an entire continent and gain victory, he wasn't stirred at all. After flipping the Red Priest card, he began thinking about problems and felt his mental state improve. He rubbed his temples, finally feeling exhausted. I should set a short-term goal and investigate the person behind the Great Smog of Backland. This is something that I've yet to complete. Yes, I should continue the arms deal according to my original plans, and return to Backland after receiving the money. Now, there are 2 clues. First, the captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, and the other is MI9's deputy director, Brigadier General Conas Kilgore. Klein tried to pull himself up and decided to occupy himself with something. Before leaving the Grey Fog, he threw the mental medicine recipe that Miss Justice had given him to the Crimson Star, representing the moon Emlyn. He requested this vampire, who was good at making it, to make a week's worth at £1 a bottle. Backland, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White, who was waiting in the activity room, curled his lips and thought to himself, a transaction that's just £7. I really don't want to do it. The world can concoct it himself if he's a little careful. He hadn't objected to the world's request, because after spending £5,000 to buy the Sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic, he only had £730 left. At this moment, Cosme walked over, looking like a middle-aged gentleman. After exchanging a bow, the Sanguine Baron asked, Emlyn, why are you suddenly here? Emlyn immediately felt a little guilty before recalling his previous experiences of conversing with the Hanged Man and the world. He tipped his chin slightly and answered in a seemingly casual manner, I've received a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. I wonder when we can begin the ritual to make me a Viscount." Cosme was taken aback as he asked in surprise, "You obtained a Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic?" Emlyn glanced at him and nodded with a faint smile. "That's right." He didn't explain how he had obtained the Beyonder characteristic, as though Cosme wasn't worthy of knowing. Cosme turned agape as he fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "Wait till the next full moon." He paused and said, "I happen to have something for you. My grandfather wishes to inform you that an important figure will be coming to Backland. He wishes to meet you." "He?" Emlyn's pupils dilated instantly. The ancient ones of the Sanguine that lived since the Second Epoch to this day, together with the Grade O sealed artifacts, all of those important existences at the angel level didn't exceed 5 in number. Chapter 950, Keeping Secrets. Chapter 950, Keeping Secrets. Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds as he lowered his chin and asked, "Who is it?" To him, angels were naturally worthy of respect, but those who could truly make him bow his head were the important figures addressed as he by every Sanguine. They had witnessed and experienced the Sanguine's long history, the source of his pride. "I'm not sure. But in short, I'll notify you when the time comes." Cosme Odora shook his head. "The person is coming because of the ancestor's revelation? There are subsequent instructions? Why doesn't the ancestor directly give me a revelation? This will be better concealed. I'm her chosen one. This is to avoid agitating Mr. Fool?" Questions flashed past Emlyn's mind as he answered them himself. He didn't speak further as he wore his top hat and left Odora's villa. When he arrived at the door, he looked at the thin clouds that could hardly block out the sun. Emlyn curled his lips in disdain, raised his hand to press down on his hat, and ran for a rental carriage at the end of the street as he inwardly mumbled, "Such weather really isn't suitable for heading out. The medicine that the world wants isn't rare. It can be concocted in 15 minutes. The ingredients I ordered previously should be in by today. I can carry out the transaction with Miss Magician that I've delayed for days." Backlund, Sherwood Borough. First placed glass bottles on an altar and looked at the light blue and golden liquids, feeling the exhilaration from shopping. More enticing than a cocktail. I wonder what it tastes like. Putting some ice in might make it taste better. Seriously, what am I thinking? These are all medicine. First sputtered at herself and hurriedly cleaned up the room. Upon receiving the medicine required for medical treatment, she finished her preparations for heading to the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest. She was just waiting for Zio to return. After tidying up certain matters, First slumped onto the sofa and casually picked up a few newspaper copies and began planning her itinerary for the day. Set off at dusk. Dinner will probably be when we arrive at the town bordering the forest. Amidst her silent mumbling, First flipped to the copy of News at Sea. Suddenly, her gaze froze as a familiar name was reflected in her eyes, Gehrman Sparrow. This adventurer had appeared at sea again, boarding the Black Tulip with a middle-aged name known as Death Consul. He killed Admiral Hal Ludwell, changing the lineup of the 7 pirate admirals again. Ill. First subconsciously patted her chest, unsure what she was happy about. At that instant, she had a baffling feeling that Gehrman Sparrow's experiences were sufficiently legendary, something that could definitely be written into a novel. Unfortunately, he's not someone who's easy to get along with, otherwise, I can totally be a part-time biographer to write a book for him. If I were to write the book titled Gehrman Sparrow, I'll definitely be targeted by the official Beyonders. First thought in amusement before hearing the lock turn. She looked up and saw Zio pushing open the door and entering the living room. "You're early?" Furs asked in surprise. Zio ruffled the right side of her blonde hair and said, "I met with MI9 again and received a mission." "What is it?" Furs sat up, asking out of curiosity. Zio casually threw herself onto the single-seater. "Investigate the background of the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Based on the information provided by MI9, he's a terrifying Beyonder, and the name he uses is fake. Even his identification documents are fake. He probably came from Backland. They suspect that Gehrman Sparrow has another identity and partners here. Upon hearing the word partners, Furs couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She had the urge to tell Zio that MI9's guess was right. Gehrman Sparrow's partner was sitting directly opposite her. She coughed slightly and acted calm while she asked, "Why are you investigating Gehrman Sparrow's background? What did he do this time?" Zio glanced at the stack of newspapers beside Furs. "Haven't you read today's news at sea? Gehrman Sparrow killed Admiral Hal Ludwell and is now known as the strongest adventurer of the 5 seas. By the way, MI9 also told me that Gehrman Sparrow might very well believe in the secret existence known as the Fool. This is news that came from many different sources, including the Aurora Order and the Rose School of Thought. I can testify to that. They are right." Furs forced a smile and said, "Sounds rather dangerous." "Yeah." Zio nodded. "I only plan on gathering the intel and not delving too deep into it." Furs didn't continue on this topic as she said, "I've already prepared the medicine. Shall we head to Delaire Forest today?" Zio had already become a Sequence 7 interrogator a few days ago, and she had mastered a rather useful power, psychic piercing. "All right." Zio stood up, showcasing how she was a woman of action. "Let's set off now." Let's wait a little longer." "I was thinking dusk," Furs replied, feeling a little resistant. She often wished to procrastinate until the last moment. Before long, she was pulled out of their rented apartment by Zio while bringing all kinds of items along. They got a rental carriage and headed for the metro. Amidst the sonorous whistle of the steam engine, the massive steam locomotive hauled its meandering body and entered the platform. Under the illumination of the wall lamps on both sides, it stopped. Furs and Zio stood outside a carriage and waited patiently for the passengers to alight. Suddenly, they saw 2 red gloves. The owner of the red gloves was a man in his 30s. He wore a white shirt with a black trench coat. His collar was raised up high, covering his chin and mouth. He had a pair of dark green eyes with golden brown sideburns. He held a silver chest that was big enough to put a tiny violin in it. Furs and Zio exchanged looks as they lowered their gaze, staring at their toes. As a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernights Nighthawks, one of the 22 members of power in the church, and one of the 3 bigwigs of the Red Gloves, Crestet Casimir wasn't someone who cared about parading himself around. He enjoyed traveling alone, taking the transportation that commoners took, making him appear like an ordinary clergyman. After transferring to another line, he eventually arrived in Northborough. He then took a rental carriage and headed straight for St. Samuel Cathedral, where he met Backland Diocese's Archbishop, St. Anthony Stevenson. After greeting each other and praising the goddess, Casimir found a seat and said, "I'll be troubling you to provide me with some help for the next couple weeks." The clean-shaved Archbishop, Anthony, in his black robe with red accents, sat down as well. He deliberated before asking, "Is it something to do with Insangwil?" "Yes." Casimir nodded slightly. "The Holy See wishes that I inform you that another servant of the goddess, the matron of the Evernight Cloister, Mam Ariana, will be in Backland not long from now." This ascetic was ranked first among all the 13 archbishops. Without waiting for St. Anthony's inquiry, he explained in detail, Mammilia learned plenty of important information from Insangwil's remnant spirit, including his mental problems that 0-08 used to escape, as well as the details of his cooperation with the royal family and the Demonist sect. After machinating the Great Smog of Backland, Insangwil was betrayed by 0-08 and had ended up being possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. He headed for the southern continent alone in an attempt to set up a trap to hunt Mammilia. An important point to take note of is that in Insangwil's memories, there is a very important underground ruin. It's in the northwestern outskirts of Backland, an area just before the Tussock River flows in. My mission is to find that ruin. St. Anthony finished listening in silence before asking in thought, Insangwil doesn't know of the exact location? He has never been there before? Casimir shook his head. He had entered, but he was let in there and didn't grasp the required key information. St. Anthony tersely acknowledged before asking, "Have you figured out which batch of people from the royal family that Nsangwyl was working with?" No. Crestet Casimir paused and continued, "Based on normal logic, regardless of whether the partners don disguises, if they meet, there should be the corresponding memory fragments, but inside Nsangwyl's spirit body, there were no traces of that. It was as though it never existed. Perhaps it's an influence of a deed. The source of the deed's power that even a sequence 4 demigod can't resist is something worth paying attention to." St. Anthony nodded very slightly. He thought and said, "The telegram didn't include much. I do not know the exact sequence of events. Who exactly killed Nsangwyl?" Crestet Casimir exhaled slowly and said, "A name you might never believe, Klein Moretti. The Nighthawk who died in the line of duty during the Tingen incident." Anthony's wrinkles deepened. "Yes, that's what Ilya sent back. No one knows how Klein Moretti, who was only a sequence 8, had resurrected, or how he could kill Nsangwyl, a demigod wielding 0-08. Upon saying this, Casimir's expression turned somewhat odd. "The Holy See requests us to strictly keep this intel confidential. We are not to divulge this to anyone who isn't an archbishop or high-ranking deacon. Furthermore, we are not to pursue Klein Moretti, pretending as though he's still in his grave." St. Anthony fell silent for a few seconds as though he recalled something trivial. He nodded and said, "Perhaps, he's a blessed of the goddess." Casimir suddenly looked up at St. Anthony as though he was a lunatic. His lips quivered, but he ultimately didn't say a word. Anthony didn't continue the topic as he looked at the door and said sternly, "Your mission might need plenty of investigations. This requires enough manpower." Soest's team has completed their mission in the southern continent. I'll get them to return quickly and follow your instructions. All right. Crestet Casimir didn't put up any objections. Rest for the remainder of the day before returning to Backlund? Leonard looked up at team captain, Soest. Soest looked pitifully at Leonard, who had been silent for quite some time, and nodded. That's right. After watching this spirit warlock leave his room, Leonard sighed and leaned against the wall. At this moment, dark red light surged out from before his eyes, enveloping him completely without any prior warning. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel Podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.